Chapter 1. The Poor Young Man, Lu Chi. On a moonless night, with the wind howling, a medium-sized luxury cruise ship glided gracefully across the vast ocean. The vessel was adorned with dazzling lights, offering an array of entertainment options and gourmet delicacies. Passengers, clad in a spectrum of fashionable and alluring attire, reveled in a chorus of laughter and merriment. Each individual was savoring the exquisite moments of the present. Although the cruise ship was grand, it appeared diminutive and fragile against the immense sea, akin to a flickering firefly in the night sky. The previous days had been filled with starlit skies, yet tonight, darkness enveloped everything, the heavens devoid of any twinkling stars. Perhaps it was this profound obscurity that rendered the deck of the ship particularly vibrant, as revelers immersed themselves in the joyous atmosphere. At the forefront of the top deck stood a strikingly handsome young man, Lu Chi, who leaned against the windbreak railing, gazing intently into the abyss ahead. However, his expression was one of sorrow, and his demeanor appeared detached, starkly contrasting with the exuberance of the surrounding guests. Gifted with natural intelligence, Lu Chi's life had been riddled with misfortune. At the tender age of 6, he lost his parents in a tragic car accident and subsequently lived with his only remaining relative, his grandfather. His grandfather, a revered traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, was well known throughout the surrounding villages. From that moment on, Lu Chi began his education in the ancient art of medicine under his grandfather's meticulous and stringent guidance, who understood that this inherited skill would be crucial for his grandson's future livelihood. Lu Chi was an attentive and diligent student, achieving notable proficiency by the age of 13, allowing him to assist his grandfather with simple consultations from patients seeking remedies. His remarkable maturity endeared him to both the patients and the elders in the village. At 19, shortly after graduating high school, Lu Chi faced a pivotal decision. With his grandfather growing frail and increasingly immobile, he relinquished the opportunity to attend university, devoting himself to the care of his grandfather. Yet, despite his dedication, his grandfather passed away a year later. In his final moments, he beckoned Lu Chi to him, pointing to a small wooden box at home. With trembling hands, he retrieved a yellowed piece of paper from within, which bore 2 red footprints. Neatly inscribed beneath each print were names and corresponding birth dates. He handed the paper to Lu Chi, instructing him to safeguard the wooden box after his passing. He revealed that the document was a betrothal agreement made when Lu Chi was merely 3 months old, arranged by their respective grandfathers with parental consent for a future union. He explained that Lu Chi would be able to present this betrothal agreement 25 years hence to negotiate marriage with the young woman. Overwhelmed by his grandfather's solemn request, Lu Chi felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, realizing the end was near. Wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye, he gazed at the betrothal agreement. Aside from the striking red footprints, the name inscribed beneath the right footprint read Lin Yao. "Cheer, quickly, promise me. You must go. Cough, cough." His grandfather began to cough incessantly as he spoke. Childhood engagement. Upon hearing his grandfather utter those 3 words, Lu Chi widened his eyes, filled with a mix of astonishment and curiosity as he gazed at the marriage certificate in his hands. He could scarcely believe that, in this day and age, his grandfather would still resort to such archaic customs. Yet, witnessing his grandfather's frail state and the effort he exerted to cough, Lu Chi felt compelled to acquiesce. "All right, grandfather, I promise you." However, just as he prepared to ask further questions, he realized that his grandfather had succumbed to eternal slumber, leaving him forever bereft of family. From that moment on, Lu Chi became a true orphan, devoid of kin. Fortunately, with the assistance of the compassionate village chief and his friend, Peng Dun, Lu Chi was able to arrange a simple funeral for his grandfather, ensuring his peaceful rest. In an effort to alleviate Lu Chi's sorrow and provide him with new opportunities, as well as to repay the village doctor's kindness, the village chief proposed a collective fundraising effort among the villagers to gather a modest sum for Lu Chi, enabling him to venture into the provincial city in search of work. As he prepared to depart, his friend Peng Dun approached him, handing him a box of cigarettes, urging him to take care on his journey, and assuring him that if he ever struggled outside, he could always return. This place would forever be his home, and he should remember to seek him out upon his return. On the bus to the provincial city, Lu Qi opened the box of cigarettes only to discover it contained several hundred yuan saved by paying Dun, along with a heartfelt note addressed to him. Lu Qi, take care of yourself out there. With your talent and capabilities, I know Lu Jia Village cannot hold you. No matter when you return, remember that I will always be your brother in Lu Jia Village. As he read the small note, tears silently streamed down Lu Qi's cheeks. Upon arriving in the provincial city, Lu Qi was struck by the towering skyscrapers and luxury cars lining the streets, feeling as though he had stepped into an entirely different world. After casually finding a restaurant to eat, he set off in search of accommodation. He inquired at 2 hotels, but upon hearing the exorbitant nightly rates, he felt compelled to withdraw. The few thousand yuan he carried were all contributed by the village chief and Peng Dun, and he needed to be frugal. Not long after exiting the hotel, while passing by several parked luxury cars, he unexpectedly spotted a beautifully crafted card lying on the ground. Upon picking it up and examining it closely, he realized it was a ticket for a luxurious mid-sized cruise ship, specifically for an outdoor sea view room. When he saw the ticket price, Lu Qi's previously indifferent gaze flickered with a glimmer of youthful excitement. 66,800. Could this possibly be real? In astonishment, Lu Qi quickly glanced around to ensure no suspicious individuals were nearby. After scratching his head and contemplating the ticket in his hand, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Wasn't he out here to alleviate his emotions while also seeking employment? Perhaps finding a job aboard this cruise ship was indeed a possibility. With such serendipity at hand, he thought, why not? Thus, armed with this stroke of fortune, the following day, after grooming himself, Lu Qi made his way to the deep-sea port of the coastal provincial city. Holding that expensive destiny, I miraculously boarded the luxurious cruise ship with ease. After a day of sailing, Lu Qi gleaned from his observations and the conversations around him that this vessel had been wholly chartered by a wealthy businessman for half a month, and the guests invited for this voyage were anything but ordinary. The majority were young, people-wealthy heirs and heiresses, as well as some rising stars from society and elite figures from the business world. Each one of them wielded considerable wealth, power, and influence. Thus, this gathering resembled a grand social event, a mid-sized cruise party hosted by affluent merchants. Upon hearing this news, Lu Qi felt as though he had plunged into the depths of Swan Lake as a mere toad, sensing the mocking gazes of those around him. Consequently, during the day, aside from dining, Lu Qi sequestered himself within his ocean view room, preferring solitude. After all, the breathtaking sea view was readily available without stepping outside. Only at night would he venture to the upper deck, strolling alone, allowing the sea breeze to envelop him while he gazed at the starlit sky, listening to the jovial laughter and playful banter of the attractive guests aboard, seeking solace from his recent sorrow and loneliness. Standing at the foremost edge of the deck, he looked out into the vastness, the sea breeze brushing against his face. Amidst his melancholy, the dark night sky gradually revealed the warm, smiling faces of his deceased parents and recently departed grandfather, akin to scenes from an old film. Though tears blurred his vision, Lu Qi perceived them with utmost clarity. The feelings of grievance, longing, and hot tears silently traced down his cheeks indeed. He was but a young soul on the cusp of adulthood. Suddenly, his reverie was interrupted by a gentle voice from behind him. "Excuse me, may I ask what you are observing here? Could I join you in enjoying the scenic spot and have a chat?" Upon hearing this soothing voice, Lu Qi did not immediately turn around. Instead, he hurriedly wiped away the tears with his sleeve before slowly turning to face the speaker. What a stunning sight! Upon first laying eyes on her, Lu Qi's heart exclaimed in awe. As she smiled at him, he quickly retracted his gaze of admiration and responded, "Hello. Of course you may. I am merely here to enjoy the sea breeze." The woman, clad in a sultry red dress that accentuated her shoulders and curves, exuded simplicity and elegance. In her hands, she held half a bottle of red wine and 2 empty glasses, evidently prepared for the occasion. With long black hair cascading down and a face reminiscent of blooming peaches, she stood barefoot, her delicate feet lightly treading, releasing a fragrant aura. Lu Qi took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling anew. Standing before him, the woman, Nie Xiaorong, was only slightly shorter than his height of 1 meter 87. "I am Nie Xiaorong. Let's get acquainted." Approaching Lu Qi, She extended one of the empty glasses toward him and introduced herself. Without hesitation, Lu Qi accepted the glass with a polite smile gracing his sun-kissed face. "Thank you. My name is Lu Qi, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Upon witnessing Lu Qi's sunny and handsome demeanor, particularly his subtle smile, Nie Xiaorong felt a surge of joy within her. She picked up the wine bottle in her hand and gently poured a modest half-glass of red wine into Lu Qi's cup. She also filled her own glass with a small measure. Before Lu Qi could fully comprehend the moment, with a cheerful chime, she initiated a toast with him, saying, "Lu Qi, to this splendid evening, cheers." Having said that, she took a delicate sip of her red wine and turned to stand at the windbreak railing of the observation deck. Raising both hands, with her left hand clasping the wine bottle and her right holding the wine glass, she stood on her tiptoes, gazing out at the dark expanse of the sea ahead. Behind her, Lu Qi watched her in that moment, her long hair dancing in a breeze, accompanied by the alluring fragrance that wafted through the air. In his mind, the term goddess was the only fitting description for this unfamiliar woman. Murmuring a barely audible cheers in response, Lu Qi slowly took a sip of the red wine in his hand. Although it was his first experience with this drink, he found the flavor to be remarkably delightful. Subsequently, the two engaged in a light exchange, with Nie Xiaorong predominantly initiating the questions and Lu Qi responding passively. Throughout their conversation, Lu Qi began to glean small insights about Nie Xiaorong. It turned out she was the owner of a beauty chain. Although Lu Qi had not heard of her establishment, it did not diminish the admiration he felt for her. Observing that she seemed to be of a similar age to him, Lu Qi couldn't help but reflect. "I never expected that someone who appears to be my age could already be a successful individual." Listening to the lively dance music and the laughter that wafted from the deck behind them, Lu Qi suddenly felt out of place, as if he did not belong to their world. "Lu Qi, what business are you in?" Nie Xiaorong's sudden inquiry jolted him back to reality. However, he was unsure how to respond to her question. Noticing Lu Qi's expression, Nie Xiaorong wisely refrained from pressing further, aware that many in their social circle, or among the guests aboard the ship, had professions that were not appropriate to disclose. Perhaps Lu Qi was one of them. Just then, a group of several strikingly attractive young men and women approached from behind them. One, clad in high-end branded attire with neatly styled yellow hair, sported a sparkling earring on one ear. On his hand, he wore 4 or 5 rings that were clearly limited edition custom pieces, recognizable at a glance by those in the know. Flanking him were 2 stunning women, both exceptional in looks and figure. Behind them, a few other men accompanied their own partners. "Hey, move aside, you there. Young Master Wang is coming. He wants to enjoy the view here." As the group neared Lu Qi's position, someone emerged from behind young Master Wang and barked at Lu Qi in an unfriendly manner, issuing a command. Hearing this, Lu Qi glanced around. Realizing he was alone without anyone else nearby, he gazed at those individuals and pointed to himself, asking, "Are you speaking to me?" At that moment, the one who seemed to have overheard something absurd let out a derisive laugh, saying, "Haha, where did this clown come from? If not addressing you, am I conversing with a ghost? Indeed, you brat, quickly vacate that spot. Young Master Wang is in a good mood today and has come to enjoy the scenery, so I won't hold it against you. If you dare to offend him, you will certainly regret it." "Absolutely. Just look at how shabby he's dressed. It's evident he's just a servant aboard this cruise ship." The companions of young Master Wang chimed in with their mockery. The so-called young Master Wang appeared to revel in the flattery and adulation, casually draping his arms around the beautiful women beside him, silently watching the scene unfold. It seemed they were merely waiting for their companions to drive Lu Qi away. However, Lu Qi was incensed by their rudeness and arrogance, retorting calmly, "I apologize, but since I possess a ticket for this ship, I have the right to enjoy the services here, including the view. If you insist on admiring the scenery in my presence, you may wait until I am finished. Otherwise, refrain from your incessant chatter. I have no intention of engaging with you." Though outnumbered, Lu Qi had come here to soothe his spirit. Moreover, having always possessed a strong sense of justice, he felt a surge of indignation in the face of their bullying. Lu Qi longed for a confrontation, eager to release the pent-up frustration and anger within him, and he stood his ground. At that moment, Nie Xiaorong tugged at Lu Qi's hand, whispering, "Lu Qi, the one at the forefront is likely the son of the chairman of the Wang Group. Their family is immensely wealthy, the richest in Huacheng. Perhaps it would be wise for you to yield, and we can relocate. Offending him is not a prudent choice. Gratefully glancing at Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi replied, "Thank you for your warning, but you should leave. It has been a pleasure meeting you. Those who walk barefoot have no fear of those in shoes. I, Lu Qi, do not shy away from such faces." Meanwhile, seeing that Lu Qi showed no intention of leaving, young Master Wang's expression darkened. This displeasure only fueled the anger of the one who had approached. He stepped forward, seizing Lu Qi by the collar, growling, "Kid, I see you prefer the hard way. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being rude." With that, he yanked at Lu Qi's clothes, attempting to shove him aside, but found himself unable to budge Lu Qi an inch. Instead, after a powerful shove from Lu Qi, he staggered back, landing unceremoniously on the ground. This guy's incredibly strong, he thought, feeling quite disgruntled as he hadn't anticipated such a sudden counter. Just as he attempted to rise, he was met with Lu Qi's foot coming down upon him, leaving the remaining crowd in stunned silence. In truth, this was the effect Lu Qi desired outnumbered. He knew he must take the initiative. However, just as Lu Qi expected the others to rush in, the leading individual of the group, a young man with yellow hair, unexpectedly collapsed, unable to rise, his movements awkward and pained. Is he really attempting to provoke a scene? This thought flashed swiftly through Lu Qi's mind, yet he soon discerned the truth of the matter. It appeared that this young man was afflicted by some ailment. From a distance, on the deck, a middle-aged man accompanied by 2 bodyguards suddenly surged through the throng towards this location. Although the music continued to play, none of the onlookers exhibited the same joy as before. As Lu Qi prepared to investigate, he suddenly heard someone in the crowd urgently shout, "Is there a doctor? Quick, call for a doctor." At that moment, the middle-aged man and his 2 bodyguards arrived. Without waiting for Lu Qi to approach, the man rushed over and cradled the unconscious young man in his arms. Calling out his name, "Qin Yu, what happened? Qin Yu, please wake up." Lu Qi observed the man kneeling beside the young man, anxiously calling out, and felt a surge of compassion welling up within him. Seeing a youth of a similar age, Lu Qi quickly navigated through the crowd to their side. He grasped the young man's wrist and, after a few moments of keen observation, addressed the middle-aged man, "Do not move him, his condition is exceedingly precarious." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with skepticism towards Lu Qi. He continued to shout at those nearby, "Hurry, summon the ship's doctor." Then, he gestured for his companions to assist in lifting the young man. This frustrated Lu Qi immensely, as he sensed the man's distrust. He reiterated, "I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner." His pulse is erratic, his forehead is hot and clammy, and he is clutching his chest in pain. These are symptoms of acute myocardial infarction. If he is moved now, it could lead to arrhythmia and heart failure, thus wasting precious time for potential resuscitation. Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, the middle-aged man paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Doctor, what should I do? Will my son be all right? If you can save him, I will be forever grateful." Realizing that this distressed man was indeed the young man's father, Lu Qi's irritation dissipated completely. "You must let him lie still. Do not move him. My room is a first-class suite, and it is nearby. I shall retrieve what is necessary and return promptly." Without waiting for further protest, Lu Qi dashed towards his room, fully aware of the urgency of the situation. Every second counted. Chapter 2. Aboard the luxurious cruise ship. The middle-aged man heeded Lu Qi's advice and gently laid his son down. Still anxious, he took out his phone and made a call. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, with several individuals standing nearby, eager to speak, but upon seeing him on the phone, they could only wait anxiously. He is the chairman of the Wang Group. At this moment, Nie Xiaorong had also arrived amidst the crowd, and upon recognizing the middle-aged man, he exclaimed in surprise, clearly more familiar with him than Lu Qi was. Indeed, he is Wang Biao, the illustrious chairman of the Wang Group, a prominent real estate mogul along the southeastern coast. Beside him lies his only son, Wang Qinyu, a young man with golden locks. To think that this father and son duo is aboard the cruise ship. Nie Xiaorong gazed at Wang Biao in astonishment, yearning to approach for a contact, yet the circumstances felt decidedly inappropriate. Perhaps many onlookers had also recognized the pair, sharing the same impulse and curiosity as Nie Xiaorong, but the gravity of the situation rendered them sensible enough to refrain from acting foolishly. "Make way, the doctor is coming." A voice rang out from the crowd, and soon after, Lu Qi rushed towards them, clutching a rather ordinary leather bag. Though he lacked ostentatious attire, his striking presence standing at 6 feet 2 inches captured significant attention, especially from the ladies, who seemed to have discovered a newfound fascination. "Lu Qi, what on earth are you doing?" As Nie Xiaorong observed Lu Qi sprinting towards them with a bag in hand, he crouched beside the middle-aged man and deftly opened the leather pouch. Just as she voiced her question, her eyes widened in surprise. "Silver needles?" Noticing Nie Xiaorong beside him, Lu Qi quickly addressed her. "Miss Nie, please help clear some space, about 5 or 6 meters. The patient is experiencing oxygen deprivation and requires fresh air." "Oh, Lu Qi, but he is the chairman of the Wang Group. Are you confident in treating his condition?" Nie Xiaorong whispered urgently in Lu Qi's ear, her words stemming from genuine concern and a desire to caution him. After all, Wang Biao was a nationally renowned real estate tycoon. If anything were to happen to his only son aboard this ship, Lu Qi would surely be the first to face repercussions. However, Lu Qi appeared unperturbed by her words. In the full view of the crowd, he swiftly extracted several silver needles. As Wang Biao saw the needles in Lu Qi's hands, he was about to voice his concern, only to witness Lu Qi deftly pierce the young man's left middle finger, causing blood to flow forth. Then, with remarkable speed and skill, he applied needles to Wang Qinyu's ear acupoints and the Nei Guan acupoints on both wrists. Observing the relaxation of Wang Qinyu's expression and the gradual normalization of his breathing and heartbeat, Lu Qi continued to push Wang Biao aside, administering a series of first aid techniques. Once Wang Qinyu's spirit stabilized, his blood circulation restored, and his breathing normalized, Lu Qi gently wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and sat down beside the two. "It is done. He has temporarily escaped danger. However, he will not be able to indulge in the pleasures of this cruise. He must observe a period of rest and recovery." With these words, Wang Biao finally felt the weight lift from his heart. At that moment, a group of burly men surrounded a doctor clad in a white coat and glasses, who finally arrived at their side. "Chairman Wang, the doctor we sought has arrived," proclaimed a burly bodyguard to Wang Biao. Noticing that Wang Biao paid him no heed, he prudently stepped aside. The doctor, upon approaching, was taken aback and exclaimed, "The heart, 3 needles. This is an emergency acupuncture technique for myocardial infarction." He proceeded to examine Wang Qinyu with great care. Once he confirmed that the young man was no longer in peril, he hastily addressed Wang Biao. "Chairman Wang, your son's condition remains quite frail. He needs to be taken to the infirmary for further examination and recuperation. The occurrence of acute myocardial infarction is exceedingly perilous. The fact that your son has narrowly escaped disaster is largely attributable to these heart 3 needles. May I inquire as to the esteemed individual who performed this intervention? I will be grateful for an introduction." Upon hearing this, Wang Biao cast a glance at the doctor, acknowledging his commendation and simultaneously solidifying his esteem for Lu Qi. He swiftly rose to his feet and clasped his fists towards Lu Qi, stating, "Young divine doctor, I, Wang Biao, am at a loss for words to express my gratitude for your timely intervention in saving my son. This is but a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out," Wang Biao said as he produced a sleek black card shimmering with golden accents from his waist and extended it towards Lu Qi. The moment the card appeared, the crowd around them and Nie Xiaorong gasped in astonishment. The black gold card, a symbol reserved for the true magnates of Fortune 500 companies, even they might spend a lifetime without ever attaining such a prestigious emblem. Wang Biao was bestowing it so casually? It was utterly inconceivable, verging on madness. Upon hearing the murmurs of those nearby, Lu Qi understood that such a valuable item was far beyond his means to accept. He promptly declined Wang Biao's offer, saying, "Mr. Wang, my name is Lu Qi, you may call me by my name. As a physician, it is my duty to assist. To stand idly by in the face of suffering is the greatest disgrace for a healer. Thus, there is no need for excessive concern. I merely did what I could." After rejecting Wang Biao's gratitude, Lu Qi proceeded to retrieve the silver needles from Wang Qinyu and prepared to return to his own quarters. "Ah, He actually rejected the black gold card. Don't offer it to me. Really, what's with the false humility? This fellow truly lacks awareness. How dare he refuse Chairman Wang's goodwill? You all are so blinded by wealth. I believe this brother possesses remarkable self-awareness. Indeed, this brother has acted commendably, saving lives without seeking monetary reward. Such virtue is worthy of our admiration. Witnessing Lu Qi's indifference to wealth, the crowd began to voice their opinions. Wang Biao, observing this, felt a surge of respect and curiosity towards the young doctor. He then extended one of his business cards towards Lu Qi. Dr. Lu, here's my card. This cruise ship is fully chartered by me, and the entertainment gatherings on board are organized by the Wang Group, aimed at forging new friendships and seeking business opportunities. Your medical skills are truly remarkable. Would you consider becoming my personal physician? Upon seeing Lu Qi hesitate, Wang Biao added, Dr. Lu, there is no need for an immediate response. Take your time to contemplate. You may make your decision when we meet again. After speaking, Wang Biao gestured for several burly bodyguards to lift Wang Chenyu onto a stretcher. As they prepared to leave, he instructed the accompanying physician, Dr. Zhang, the heart 3 needles you mentioned are techniques employed by Dr. Lu. Please take the time to get acquainted. I shall await you in the medical room. With that, Wang Biao and his bodyguards departed, carrying Wang Chenyu through the crowd. Once Wang Biao left, the crowd gradually dispersed. At this moment, Dr. Zhang approached Lu Qi, expressing his admiration. You truly are a promising young talent. I never anticipated that someone of your age would possess such proficiency in acupuncture. May I inquire from which esteemed institution you graduated? Where are you currently employed? Lu Qi had intended to return to his quarters directly, but was halted by Dr. Zhang's politeness. Sensing the sincerity, he paused, replying, My medical knowledge is inherited through my family. I currently do not hold a fixed position. Oh, inherited? Dr. Zhang was momentarily taken aback by Lu Qi's response. Initially, he had presumed Lu Qi to be a student from a renowned traditional Chinese medicine academy, but now he realized it was a family tradition. However, considering that only affluent individuals could board such a luxury cruise, he speculated that Lu Qi might be a concealed heir of wealth. Regardless, Dr. Zhang remained genuinely intrigued by Lu Qi's acupuncture techniques. After exchanging contact information, he refrained from further intrusion and hurriedly departed with his medical kit. As Lu Qi prepared to return to his room, he was called from behind by Nie Xiaorong. Lu Qi. Turning around, Lu Qi found Nie Xiaorong standing before him, her eyes now radiating increased curiosity and admiration towards him. I suppose I should address you as Dr. Lu. I never anticipated your medical prowess would garner such praise from Chairman Wang and the attending physician. With a playful smile, she added, Given your exceptional talents, it seems I must make an effort to become your first friend on this cruise. As she spoke, Nie Xiaorong adopted an endearing demeanor, pouting her lips and tilting her upper body slightly towards Lu Qi, eagerly awaiting his response. Please just call me Lu Qi. With someone as beautiful as you, how could you possibly lack friends? Lu Qi remarked, his gaze momentarily drifting. Having sipped some red wine, Nie Xiaorong's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. The delicate rise and fall of her exposed neckline stirred something within Lu Qi, leaving him parched and swallowing hard. Seeing that Lu Qi did not reject her compliment, but rather acknowledged her beauty, Nie Xiaorong seized the opportunity to inquire, Indeed, I am in need of friends like you unmoved by superficial desires. He, Lu Qi, I am Nie Xiaorong, and I hope you will look after me in the future. With that, she again extended her hand toward Lu Qi, gently grasping his and giving it a slight shake. The warmth of her touch and her slightly tipsy expression made Lu Qi feel quite uneasy. He quickly responded, Miss Nie, I'm feeling a bit fatigued and shall retire to my room for some rest. We can converse again tomorrow. After speaking, he hurried toward the first-class cabin. Dr. Lu, my room is also a first-class cabin. Upon hearing Nie Xiaorong's voice behind him, Lu Qi did not turn back instead. He simply gestured an okay sign and quickened his pace to return to his room. On the deck, Nie Xiaorong wore a joyful expression, watching Lu Qi's retreating figure and murmuring to herself, Sunshine, handsome, composed in conversation, indifferent to fame and fortune, skilled in medicine, and standing at 187 centimeters tall. Hee hee. I wonder if he has abs? With that, she took another sip of the red wine in her hand and proceeded towards her own room. That night, most of the guests aboard the cruise ship had already fallen into slumber. Yet at that moment, Lucci lay alone in his room, tossing and turning. Even now, he found it hard to believe his circumstances. It felt almost surreal. It seemed as if fate had orchestrated this magnificent encounter boarding such a luxurious cruise ship, residing in an opulent ocean view room, mingling amongst so many socialites and affluent individuals. Not only had he crossed paths with a beauty like Nie Xiaorong, but he had also made the acquaintance of a wealthy businessman like Wang Biao. Everything felt like a dream, yet it was all undeniably real. As he struggled with insomnia, a sudden flash of light streaked across the sky, illuminating Lu Qi's room as brightly as day through the expansive cabin window. With a swift motion, Lu Qi sprang from his bed and rushed to the window, only to be met with a tremendous roar of thunder from the heavens. Boom! The thunder rolled relentlessly. As Lu Qi leaned closer to the window to observe the surface of the sea, another flash of lightning illuminated the sky, revealing the dense, ominous clouds overhead. From a distance, the heavy clouds seemed to press down upon the sea, instilling a sense of suffocating terror. Accompanied by the crackle of lightning and the earth-shattering thunder, a sudden tempest erupted outside, with torrential rain pouring down. The raindrops cascaded down the glass, rendering Lu Qi unable to discern anything on the deck. Soon, an urgent announcement echoed through the cruise ship, delivered in a soothing female voice. Initially, it merely advised passengers to refrain from going to the deck, to stay away from the railings, and to remain in their rooms to avoid unnecessary movement that could lead to falls. However, as the ship began to sway gently amidst the relentless flashes of lightning and booming thunder, the woman's voice noticeably escalated in urgency. While the passengers aboard the cruise ship complied with the broadcast instructions, in a conference room adjacent to the ship's cockpit, the captain and the chief engineer were jolted awake by the first mate's frantic calls. Upon arriving at the cockpit, they found the deputy chief engineer, the equipment manager, and another senior officer engaged in an urgent meeting. The expressions of the group were grave. Seeing the captain and chief engineer enter, the equipment manager hastily recounted the unfolding situation. "Captain, we're in trouble. The navigation radar and satellite communication systems have suddenly malfunctioned. We can no longer display accurate maritime weather conditions or use the navigation communication devices. This is the latest printed weather report." As he spoke, the senior officer handed a printout to the captain. The captain took the weather report and quickly reviewed it, his brow furrowing slightly. "According to our calculations, how far are we from Country A in the international waters?" Upon the captain's inquiry, the chief engineer replied, "Approximately over 4,000 nautical miles." Upon hearing this, the captain resolutely commanded, "Immediately utilize the unilateral radio communication to call out and ascertain whether there are any nearby vessels." However, before he could finish his sentence, the deputy chief engineer interjected, "Captain, the international radio channel has been continuously open, yet we have not detected any signals from other vessels. Our transmissions have gone unanswered by any maritime authorities. Furthermore, the current weather conditions in this region are unusually tumultuous, with a noticeable increase in wave intensity. Activate the cruise ship's stabilization system immediately and ensure the radio transmits continuously without interruption." Upon hearing the deputy chief engineer's remarks, the captain decisively ordered, his expression gravely serious as he hastily reminded everyone to maintain vigilance in their respective posts. Chapter 3. The oncoming storm navigating under such meteorological conditions had entirely exceeded the designated safety parameters for this cruise ship. At that moment, nearly 2,000 lives aboard were entrusted to the hands of those present. Suddenly, the cruise ship's network and communication signals were interrupted, prompting numerous passengers to voice their complaints. Many began to venture out of their cabins, seeking activities to alleviate their boredom and anxiety. At this time, Lu Qi lay in bed, having put away his phone, pulling the blanket over his head. He had hoped to escape the world, to sleep soundly until dawn. But the relentless roar of thunder and the patter of rain proved too penetrating. No matter how he adjusted the blanket, the sounds of the outside world remained vividly clear in his ears. Alas, This dreadful weather, could it not allow a person a proper night's sleep? Resigned to his predicament, Lu Qi ceased his restless fidgeting. Just as he was about to retrieve the business card given to him by Wang Biao, there came a soft knock at the door. Puzzled, Lu Qi wondered who would be knocking on his door at such an hour. Nevertheless, he rose to adjust his thin pajamas and opened the door. To his surprise, it was none other than Ye Xiaorong, a friend he had recently met, dressed in a fresh and comfortable outfit that, while loose, could not conceal her alluring figure. She greeted him with a playful smile. You're still awake too. May I come in for a moment? Upon seeing Lu Qi's hesitant expression, she added, the thunder is too loud outside, and there's no network signal. I'm a bit scared. I just wanted to see if you were resting. I mean no harm, just a chat. Noticing Lu Qi's continued contemplation without uttering a word, Ye Xiaorong feigned disappointment. If you wish to rest, I won't disturb you. Just as she turned to leave, Lu Qi could no longer bear to let her go. Guomin. In truth, the moment he laid eyes on Ye Xiaorong, his heart had raced to his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless, nearly causing a misunderstanding. Upon hearing Lu Qi's invitation, Ye Xiaorong beamed with delight. As he stepped aside to grant her entry, she softly uttered her thanks and slipped into the room. Once inside, she surveyed her surroundings briefly, noting the overall tidiness of Lu Qi's room, and pulled a chair to sit. Lu Qi, feeling the gentle sway of the ship, calmly retrieved a bottle of beverage from the refrigerator and offered it to her. Thank you. Accepting the drink, she expressed her gratitude once more. Then, the air fell silent, as if the thunder and rain outside had suddenly quieted. Both were left at a loss for words, unsure of how to initiate their conversation. Lu Qi could not bear to gaze at Ye Xiaorong for long. As the moment she took her seat, her bosom captivated his attention, a radiant sight that no young man brimming with vitality could withstand. Helplessly, he resorted to retrieving a chilled beverage, attempting to quell the flames of fervor igniting within him, striving to temper his unaccustomed emotions. Observing Lu Qi's actions, Ye Xiaorong's expression brightened with delight. She boldly met his gaze and inquired, "Are you feeling hot?" Her words seemed to imply that given the dismal weather outside, the room should be refreshingly cool, though she had taken the initiative to shatter the silence. Lu Qi felt as though he had been thrust from a furnace into an icy abyss, utterly mortified. Hot? Oh no, not at all. I'm merely a bit thirsty, he replied, his panic evident as he wiped the sweat from his brow, his mind momentarily devoid of coherent thought. Having validated her allure, Ye Xiaorong contentedly adjusted her attire, attempting to obscure some of her radiant charm, and deftly shifted the conversation. I wonder when this weather will improve tonight. The thunder is deafening and the rain relentless. I truly question how the captain and Chairman Wang planned this journey. In response, Lu Qi took another sip of his cold drink and reassured her, do not fret. We must embrace the circumstances. Despite the tempest and tumult, this journey offers a unique experience. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaorong's eyes sparkled with surprise as she regarded Lu Qi, astonished that he possessed such literary flair. How talented you are! Your words suddenly render the tumultuous storm outside imbued with poetic nuance. As she expressed this, she rose and made her way to the window, seemingly wishing to admire the night sky anew. Lu Qi exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, he considered himself merely an ordinary high school graduate, while she was a bona fide CEO, a highly accomplished individual who had ascended to such luxurious heights through her own prowess. In terms of capability, education, and credentials, what was he in comparison? Yet, receiving compliments always brought a sense of joy. At that moment, both noticed that the ship was swaying more dramatically. Ye Xiaorong turned to Lu Qi, first striving to stabilize herself, then bursting into laughter. Ha ha! Lu Qi, you are remarkable. I'm no longer afraid at all. This trip has turned out to be quite extraordinary. Not only have I met you, but I have also encountered such a magnificent display of thunder and lightning. It is simply exhilarating. With that, she spun back to gaze out the window once more. A sudden shock coursed through Lu Qi's mind as he instinctively grasped the cabinet beside the bed. In the aftermath of a lightning strike, a myriad of cinematic scenes flooded his memory. Titanic, Poseidon, 2012, and The Perfect Storm, among others. Just as an ominous feeling began to take root within him, Nie Xiaorong at the window exclaimed, "Ah, Dr. Lu, come quickly. What is that?" Hearing the astonishment in her voice, Lu Qi hurried to her side, only to be rendered momentarily speechless by the sight before him. A bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, revealing a towering wall of water surging up from the sea, hundreds of meters ahead of the cruise ship, rolling and crashing toward them with terrifying speed. The height of the water wall reached a third of the vessel's stature, and as it drew closer, fear surged within both of them. Damn it, to simply seek a reprieve, only to encounter such a calamity. Lu Qi's mind was racing with countless expletives, akin to the relentless waves of the distant ocean, overwhelming and impossible to suppress. "Dr. Lu, what should we do? Are we going to die?" Nie Xiaorong's face was ashen, panic etched across her features. Just a moment ago, she had been reveling in joy, and now she felt as though she were plummeting to the ocean's depths. The thrill far surpassing that of any roller coaster ride, an experience that would undoubtedly haunt her for the rest of her life. As she stood there in shock, Lu Qi compelled himself to regain composure. He swiftly approached the entrance, opened a safety equipment cabinet, and found 2 life jackets inside. He donned one with haste and handed the other to the still-dazed Nie Xiaorong, assisting her in putting it on. Observing her overwhelming anxiety, he gently reassured her, "Miss Nie, this natural disaster is beyond our control. You must remain calm and suppress your fear. We need to prepare ourselves for the risks that lie ahead." He embraced her, and at that moment, she snapped back to reality. She hurried toward the door, seemingly intent on retrieving her phone and laptop from her room. But Lu Qi seized her arm. "What are you doing? It's dangerous out there. I need to get my phone and my work laptop." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi rolled his eyes. "Are you foolish? If the cruise ship cannot withstand the onslaught of that monstrous wave, it will sink in an instant. Besides, there is no signal now. What good will they do you? It's futile to seek help. What should we do then?" Nie Xiaorong appeared utterly lost, her mind in a state of turmoil. Just then, the cruise ship's intercom blared an urgent announcement, a man's voice crackling through, filled with urgency and seriousness. "A massive wave is approaching. Please don your life jackets, refrain from going outside, hold on tightly, and do not move about recklessly." The same message echoed 3 times, laden with tension and unease. As the broadcast abruptly ceased, the 2 individuals remaining in the room were enveloped by the cacophony of sounds emanating from outside. Clashes, complaints, and curses, all indicative of a growing unease among the people. At that moment, Lu Qi's mind raced as he contemplated what further actions he ought to take. He had secured a life jacket, but what if the cruise ship were to capsize? With this thought, he quickly scanned the room once more. His quarters were situated on the level closest to the top deck, making it the most convenient escape route. However, before he could act, a thunderous noise erupted. "Ah, Dr. Lu!" Nie Xiaorong's piercing scream filled the air as she stumbled toward him. The instant Lu Qi turned his head, she collided into him, prompting him to instinctively catch her. Though Nie Xiaorong possessed fair skin and a delicate grace, at that moment, even her allure could not stir any tumult within Lu Qi's heart. He swiftly helped her to her feet and urged her to grasp the sturdy cabinet against the wall, as it was the most stable object in sight. Just as they steadied themselves against the cabinet, the room began to tilt precariously. "Ah!" Nie Xiaorong gasped in fright, nearly flung away by the sudden shift. Reacting quickly, Lu Qi enveloped her completely in his arms. At that moment, various items within the room cascaded to the floor, all sliding toward the doorway. In a moment of urgency, Lu Qi flung open the cabinet door, took Nie Xiaorong inside, and braced himself against the interior side of the cabinet while holding her tightly. Though fear gripped her heart, Nie Xiaorong refrained from screaming under Lu Qi's protective embrace. Following a violent upheaval, all the objects that had slid to the doorway were once again thrust toward the windows, clearly indicating that the cruise ship had navigated through a monstrous wave. Yet before they could rise, Lu Qi caught sight of yet another formidable wave approaching through the flashing lightning, seemingly more powerful than the last. He promptly closed the cabinet door again, holding Nie Xiaorong closely, and remarked, "It appears our fate tonight is grim. Can you swim?" Yes, I can, but this is the open sea. How long must we swim? Where do we go? I don't want to die here. Seeing her distressed demeanor, Lucci forced himself to maintain an air of composure, reassuring her. You are better off than I am. Knowing how to swim is certainly advantageous. If we do end up in the sea, you must take care of me. I cannot swim at all. As he spoke, he gazed at Nie Xiaorong, secretly hoping to witness how this delicate woman would respond, whether she would, like him, instinctively protect her companion. However, her response took her by surprise. I don't want to die, but if I must drown, having you with me. Still, I don't want to die. Lucci found himself momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether the woman in his arms was genuinely afraid or merely feigning terror. The rumbling continued. The dialogue between the two had yet to conclude when the entire room tilted once more, this time at a more acute angle. Bang! Bang! Thud! The items that had fallen crashed back violently against the walls and doors. In the corridor outside, a man's voice echoed, rising and falling in a desperate cry, evidently indicating that he had lost his balance and had tumbled onto the floor. Meanwhile, chaos reigned among the occupants of the other cabins on the cruise ship. Fear and panic engulfed them, as cries for help and wails filled the air. Within the control room, the captain, the chief engineer, and several others were intensely focused on maneuvering the vessel. The chief engineer bellowed, "Look again. Is there any signal? Has the radio responded?" The chief engineer's voice was filled with urgency. There is still no response. We are completely out of contact. The assistant engineer spoke rapidly and loudly. Damn it. The planned route and weather information were clear, yet this bizarre weather has emerged from nowhere. Oh, this is dire. Prepare for impact. The captain's urgent shouts reverberated in the control room, but there was no time for announcements over the intercom. Ahead, a third wave, even higher and more ferocious than the previous ones, loomed ominously before the crew. Amidst the lightning, it resembled a primordial beast, drawing nearer and crushing the resolve and courage of those aboard. Many passengers had caught sight of this terrifying spectacle from their windows and were now screaming in terror. Descending into chaos, some intrepid guests and crew members sprinted to the top deck, but upon witnessing the immense wave beneath the storm, they were paralyzed with fear. It's over. Run. They attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. In their panic, they clung desperately to the railings and pillars. With a thunderous roar, the chaos reached its zenith. Regardless of how the crew in the control room attempted to navigate the vessel, they could only pray that the cruise ship would withstand the onslaught of the monstrous wave. Chapter 4. Abandoned ship and escape as the third wave of tumultuous seas approached. Every movable object aboard the cruise ship began to shift slowly. The guests, clad in life vests, clung tightly to anything that could provide stability. Chaos ensued on every deck, with new perils emerging at every turn. Hopeful prayers filled the air as everyone yearned to survive this ordeal. With a thunderous crash, the bow of the ship was violently thrust downward into the ocean. Instantly, the lower deck sustained damage, and the engine room was engulfed in anguish. In the control room, the chief engineer, upon receiving news of the damage, was drenched in cold sweat. He swiftly issued commands to repair the compromised sections with utmost urgency. However, amidst such turbulent waves, the ship swayed perilously, turning the execution of the captain's orders into a dire test of life and death for the engineers. In the first-class cabin, Lucci held Nie Xiaorong tightly, unwilling to venture out. The earlier impact and commotion had been too terrifying. They remained huddled in the wardrobe, breathing anxiously, awaiting the next wave's onslaught. Yet, as a minute passed, then 2, and nearly 10, Lucci began to sense that the worst might have passed. He gently patted Nie Xiaorong's delicate shoulder, signaling her to rise and assess the situation. "Miss Nie, the ship seems to have steadied. We must go out and check. We can't remain hidden in this wardrobe forever." Upon hearing Lucci's words, Nie Xiaorong reluctantly stood up. When they opened the wardrobe door, they were greeted by a scene of utter disarray in their room. Outside the window, although the rain continued to pour, the thunder and lightning had subsided. The tumultuous waves had calmed, showing signs of diminishing. On board, the passengers gradually began to assess the situation, filled with a sense of relief at having survived. However, in the control room, when the captain and chief engineer received a report from an engineer on the lower deck. Both were instantly alarmed. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the most dreadful conclusion seemed to dawn upon them. Quickly, mobilize all engine room personnel to extinguish the fire. The chief engineer, upon hearing the captain's command, was the first to dash out of the control room, heading straight for the lower deck. As others saw the chief engineer rush out, they were about to follow when the captain raised a hand to halt their movements. At this critical juncture, do not abandon your posts. If the lower deck is compromised, everyone must be prepared to abandon ship. As the captain finished speaking, the gravity of the situation dawned on the other crew members. Although they exchanged worried words, they remained steadfast at their stations. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted from the lower deck. The entire crew's ship shuddered violently, and the captain immediately grasped the severity of the situation. He decisively inquired, "Is there any response from the radio?" "Captain, there is none." Upon receiving the response from the first officer, the captain no longer hesitated. He addressed everyone in the cockpit, ordering an immediate announcement for an orderly evacuation and safe escape. Simultaneously, he sounded the alarm. The lifeboats and inflatable rafts could easily accommodate all passengers aboard. We must ensure that every passenger can safely disembark from the cruise ship. With a heavy sigh, the captain declared the intent to abandon ship. Within Lucci's cabin, the sudden announcement rekindled the anxiety that had just begun to dissipate for the two individuals. Recalling the tremendous jolt they had just experienced, Lucci quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. He hurried to the window, peering outside to confirm his fears as thick, black smoke billowed from below. Without a moment's hesitation, Lucci snatched up a small backpack from the floor and, taking Nie Xiaorong's hand, rushed toward the door. "We must hurry. The cruise ship is likely unsalvageable, and we may need to abandon ship." Nie Xiaorong found it hard to believe Lucci's words. Yet the urgent blasts of the ship's horn and the incessant announcements compelled her to accept the reality. She promptly followed Lucci outside, and as they passed a room, she quickly entered to grab a backpack before hastily joining Lucci in their flight toward the deck. At that moment, chaos engulfed the ship, but fortunately, the crew and leadership remained composed and organized. Meanwhile, a series of explosions erupted from the lower decks. The captain had already directed the crew to activate the hydraulic winches, safely lowering lifeboats filled with passengers into the churning sea. Amidst the throng of panicked individuals, Lucci and Nie Xiaorong anxiously awaited their turn, finally boarding a lifeboat. However, as their lifeboat began its descent, flames from the spreading fire below ignited the guest rooms beneath them. The inferno was formidable within just 2 or 3 minutes. The glass of the guest rooms shattered from the heat, sending a wave of scorching air toward the lifeboat. In a moment of urgency, the captain overseeing the lifeboat operations swiftly commanded his assistant to lower the lifeboat as quickly as possible, navigating through the flames. Inside the boat, Lucci and Nie Xiaorong were gripped by tension, acutely aware of the rising temperature within the lifeboat. Thankfully, the captain's decisive actions ensured their safe descent to the ocean, allowing the passengers aboard to finally exhale in relief. A single lifeboat could accommodate nearly 100 people, and with just half of the lifeboats available on the cruise ship, all passengers could be evacuated efficiently. Under the captain's and crew's coordinated efforts, all passengers and staff were safely and orderly evacuated to the lifeboats in less than an hour. At that point, the cruise ship had taken on so much water that half of its structure was submerged, while the remaining portion was mercilessly consumed by flames. Those who had escaped to the lifeboats gazed at the sinking vessel, engulfed in fire and smoke, profoundly grateful for their survival. On the nearest lifeboat, occupied by the captain and all crew members from the bridge, they represented the last group to embark on the escape vessel, steadfastly fulfilling their duties while earning the admiration of all passengers. The courageous chief engineer lay in the center of the lifeboat, his forehead and arms wrapped in white bandages, having sustained injuries from the explosion while attempting to reach the lower deck of the cruise ship. Approximately an hour later, amidst the sounds of fire and explosions, the luxurious mid-sized cruise ship sank completely into the sea. Those who had escaped witnessed the final moment of the ship's descent through the lifeboat's window. Their hearts filled with a profound sense of relief at having survived. At that moment, as the waves began to subside, the captain once again took charge, orchestrating the gathering of 12 lifeboats and 2 life rafts. After considerable effort, they finally convened together. Given the still, tumultuous sea, any lifeboat acting alone would be easily overturned by the waves. Only by clustering together could they achieve greater stability, thereby increasing their chances of being spotted and rescued. Thus, the 12 lifeboats and 2 life rafts drifted with the current, awaiting the arrival of rescue forces. Within the lifeboat occupied by Lu Qi, all survivors maintained a solemn silence. As a physician, Lu Qi proactively sought out the emergency medical kit on board, displaying his unwavering dedication by assisting injured passengers with disinfection and dressing their wounds. His selfless actions quickly endeared him to everyone aboard the lifeboat. Upon returning to his seat, taking advantage of a moment when others were distracted, he discreetly retrieved several vital medications and tools from the medical kit, slipping them into his backpack. Uncertain of the risks that lay ahead, this was his means of ensuring a small measure of security for himself. Not a single signal yet. At that moment, a man seated to Lu Qi's right raised his phone high, desperately seeking a signal to contact the outside world. Yet, despite his efforts, his phone remained inoperable, devoid of any signal. Beside Lu Qi, Nie Xiaorong also fixated on her phone. Put away. Conserve her battery. There's no signal here. Surviving the escape from the cruise ship is a stroke of luck in itself. Perhaps when we drift to another stretch of sea, you can try again. Lu Qi raised his voice slightly, ensuring the man beside him could hear. Upon receiving Lu Qi's gentle reminder and comfort, Nie Xiaorong finally stowed her phone. The man beside them appeared to grasp Lu Qi's suggestion as well. Having noted Lu Qi's favorable impression, he too glanced at his dwindling battery and followed suit by putting his phone away. As night fell and the ordeal of survival weighed heavily upon them, the exhausted passengers soon leaned against one another, succumbing to sleep. The other passengers in the lifeboats, weary from exhaustion, had mostly succumbed to slumber. Only a handful of individuals, including the captain, continued their attempts to establish contact with the outside world, yet to no avail. As the rain gradually subsided and ceased, the sea surface became increasingly placid, and as dawn approached, a thick fog enveloped all the lifeboats, reducing visibility to a mere whisper. In the depths of slumber, Lu Qi felt someone vigorously shaking him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was Nie Xiaorong. "What is it?" he inquired, rubbing his eyes. Nie Xiaorong, with a troubled expression, held out her phone, saying, "Dr. Lu, you must see this." Lu Qi took the phone and found the screen displaying the built-in compass application. The needle was slowly revolving counterclockwise without pause. How could this be? Is the phone malfunctioning? To confirm his suspicions, he promptly retrieved his own phone, a humble honor model. Despite the dire circumstances, he couldn't help but notice the disparity between his device and Nie Xiaorong's. However, when he activated the compass on his phone, the same unsettling display materialized, sending a wave of unease through him. He swiftly rose to peer outside the lifeboat. Although shrouded in fog, the ocean currents were becoming increasingly pronounced. Remarkably, the surrounding lifeboats were drifting in an orderly fashion towards a singular direction. What could be the cause of this? At that moment, Nie Xiaorong joined him at the window, her confusion evident as she asked, "What is happening?" Lu Qi's heart raced with apprehension. Was another danger looming on the horizon? While the two pondered this perplexity, aboard another lifeboat, the captain and his colleagues had also noticed the bizarre phenomenon. They wielded sophisticated, reliable instruments. Yet at that moment, the devices appeared to be malfunctioning, their indicators in disarray and unable to provide the necessary data. Regardless of the methods they employed, their efforts proved futile. The peculiar water currents further perplexed the seasoned captain and his colleagues, for in their extensive careers, they had never encountered such smooth and uniformly directed ocean flows, especially ones visible to the naked eye. As everyone grappled with their bewilderment, Lu Qi and the captain, each aboard their respective lifeboats, simultaneously uttered the word, "vortex." Upon hearing this term, Nie Xiaorong's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. If that were true, just look at the distance it covers. How could such a massive vortex exist in the sea? Yet, as a scion of a family steeped in traditional Chinese medicine and a fan of science fiction, Lu Qi remained steadfast in his belief that it was indeed a possibility. Similarly, aboard the captain's lifeboat, the crew remained skeptical of their leader's instinctive conclusion. What remains unknown to the multitude is that, if one were to gaze down from a height of 1,000 meters through the dense fog, the fleet of lifeboats is indeed adrift in a vast, gentle vortex. With such a conjecture in mind, Lu Qi has been standing by the porthole, observing the surface of the sea. An hour has elapsed, and he is now certain that the lifeboats amidst the fog are not only maintaining their speed, but are also accelerating steadily. Another hour passes, and most of the others within the lifeboat have recognized this troubling phenomenon. Yet, panic has not yet ensued, for while they can perceive the direction and velocity of their drift, they do not experience any turbulence or discomfort. The unyielding fog outside, however, instills a sense of unease among them. By the measure of time, dawn should have arrived, and the thick mist ought to have dissipated by now. Yet the fog remains unchanged before their eyes. Half an hour later, anxiety begins to take hold as the occupants can no longer suppress their growing unease. They all sense that they are accelerating rapidly in a singular direction, seemingly caught in an endless cycle. At this juncture, the deputy engineer and his colleagues deliberate on initiating the lifeboat's propulsion system to escape this relentless current. However, they have yet to receive the captain's consent, as he harbors suspicions about the peculiarity of this vortex. Furthermore, there are 2 lifeboats within their fleet that lack any means of propulsion. Yet he remains uncertain whether his steadfastness and intuition are indeed justified. Ultimately, upon witnessing the outcome of the vote, the captain finds himself compelled to accept the collective decision of the group. Chapter 5. The abyssal vortex, with only 4 individuals, including himself, refraining from raising their hands. The remaining participants eagerly signaled their agreement with the deputy chief engineer's proposal. Upon relaying this suggestion to the crew aboard the lifeboats, a flurry of activity ensued as each lifeboat sprang to life. 2 of the smaller lifeboats secured themselves to the inflatable rafts using tow lines, and all the crew members began to accelerate in reverse, following the direction of the captain's vessel in a desperate attempt to escape the tumultuous waters. However, after more than an hour of implementing this plan and launching the lifeboats, the grim reality dawned upon them: the thrust provided by the lifeboats, when juxtaposed with the number of passengers aboard, rendered any notion of breaking free from the increasingly turbulent currents utterly fanciful. As the propulsion of the lifeboats began to dwindle, the captain finally ordered the cessation of this futile struggle. An hour later, despair enveloped them, and some individuals began to exhibit emotional fluctuations, even resorting to extreme behaviors. These were affluent and influential members of society, who valued their lives far more than the average person. Many men and women wept openly, revealing their inner fragility. The most pressing issue, however, was the lack of restroom facilities aboard the lifeboats. In a most unfriendly design, no sanitary accommodations were provided. The timid resorted to a portable plastic bucket to meet their physiological needs. While urinating was manageable, defecation posed a significant challenge, bringing relief to one individual but distress to the entire lifeboat. The odor was inescapable, and despite opening all the ventilated windows, it proved futile. The bolder individuals, on the other hand, displayed a certain nonchalance, occasionally seen with 1 or 2 men gripping the railing, their posteriors dangling over the edge of the lifeboat. As time inexorably passed, approaching noon, the people remained trapped in the cramped lifeboats for an extended period, the confined space causing beads of sweat to glisten on their foreheads. Some, already feeling uncomfortable, disregarded the crew's admonitions and insisted on climbing atop the lifeboats, seeking a larger space to breathe fresh air and stretch their taut bodies. Emergency rations were distributed among the passengers by the vigilant crew, clearly demonstrating their unwavering commitment to their duties. Meanwhile, in the lifeboat where Lu Qi resided, one of the operational crew members began to exhibit signs of distress. Before anyone could approach to assess the situation, he collapsed within the vessel. As a physician, Lu Qi hurried to examine the crew member's condition and, After confirming that there was no immediate threat to life, he let out a sigh of relief. Observing that no one was stepping forward to take control of the lifeboat, curiosity compelled Lu Qi to take a seat at the helm. Before him, amidst the thick fog, 3 or 4 lifeboats were neatly arranged, drifting freely upon the flowing sea. Yet, the center of the current remained obscured by the mist, rendering visibility impossible. Noticing Lu Qi lost in thought, Nie Xiaorong approached him in the narrow confines of the lifeboat, concerned he might take some drastic action. "Dr. Lu, what are you contemplating?" she inquired. As Nie Xiaorong gently patted Lu Qi's shoulder while inquiring, she managed to rouse him from his stupor. "Miss Nie, I feel as if we are ensnared in some sort of cyclical current," he exclaimed, turning to gaze at the dense fog to the left of the lifeboat, where countless cinematic scenes flashed through his mind like lightning. The haunting images of films depicting maritime crises surged forth. The Titanic, the Poseidon, the apocalyptic visions of 2012, and the harrowing rescue at sea, among others. Terrifying sequences from these movies flickered rapidly and concurrently. A subtle thought crept into Lu Qi's consciousness. Perhaps that threat of possibility should be deemed a miracle. He glanced at Nie Xiaorong beside him. Her exquisite visage glistened with perspiration, and her upper garments were thoroughly drenched. It was evident that if they continued to languish in this manner, not only might Nie Xiaorong succumb to the dire conditions, but he and all aboard the lifeboat could also fall prey to the same fate as the crew member who had recently collapsed. To confront death in hopes of rebirth, one must muster the courage to fight. How else could they extricate themselves from their current predicament? "Dr. Lu, what are you planning to do?" Seeing the intensity in Lu Qi's gaze, Nie Xiaorong feared he had become unhinged. To her astonishment, Lu Qi began to attempt to start the lifeboat's engine. In an instant, all eyes within the lifeboat turned to him, for this vessel was their sole means of survival. They could not allow Lu Qi to act recklessly, despite the good impression he had previously left on them. Yet, at that moment, many aboard began to vociferously rebuke Lu Qi. "Dr. Lu, what are you doing? Didn't you hear the captain's orders? The remaining power must not be squandered." "Indeed, Dr. Lu, what is your intention in starting the lifeboat? If you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you. What madness are you up to?" In a flurry, voices of dissent erupted within the lifeboat. Yet Lu Qi remained undeterred by the cacophony surrounding him. Suddenly, the lifeboat roared to life with a thunderous noise, and Lu Qi steered it swiftly toward the dense fog. "Hey, what on earth are you doing? Lu, what the hell are you up to? This lunatic seems to disregard our lives." Witnessing Lu Qi's reckless behavior, Nie Xiaorong instinctively took a few steps back, uncertainty clouding her mind. Fear began to creep in, fear that she might truly meet her demise that day. "Dr. Lu, please stop. We should." Before Nie Xiaorong could finish her plea, Lu Qi bellowed, "At this point, do you not sense something amiss? We have been adrift in this expanse of ocean, from morning till noon, and you have not noticed anything unusual? Or is it that we are merely spinning in place?" "Spinning in place?" Lu Qi's words instantly prompted everyone on the lifeboat to ponder. Suddenly, a furious middle-aged man stormed toward Lu Qi, angrily cursing as he approached. "You fool! Stop this at once. Your actions are distancing us from the group. If the rescue team cannot locate our lifeboat, we shall all perish." Fortunately, Nie Xiaorong stood protectively in the corridor behind Lu Qi. As the man reached her, he found Nie Xiaorong unexpectedly standing tall, her demeanor fierce as she declared, "Do not come any closer. This lifeboat cannot accommodate your quarrel. If we tip over due to your recklessness, we will all be doomed." Remarkably, Nie Xiaorong's bold interjection caused the middle-aged man to halt, his displeasure evident as he glared at her. "Miss, this is none of your concern. Step aside and allow me to teach this fellow a lesson." Yet, Nie Xiaorong retorted, "How can this not concern me? If you two truly engage in a scuffle over the controls, it affects not only me, but everyone else as well. Besides, what he said earlier has a semblance of truth. We have been adrift in this current for quite some time. If there were genuine danger, would not have surfaced by now. Although I do not fully grasp what he meant by going in circles, I do believe we are indeed trapped. The captain's previous attempts have failed, and his prolonged inaction surely indicates a lack of viable options. Therefore, I support Dr. Lu's endeavor. With that, She tremblingly raised her fair right hand. She herself was uncertain why, but after Lu Qi's fervent declaration, her own trepidation had significantly diminished, and she felt an inexplicable trust in his words. With Nie Xiaorong's enchanting support, the remaining passengers, aside from the middle-aged man, voiced no dissent, seemingly aligning themselves silently with Lu Qi. Seeing the collective choice of the others, the man begrudgingly refrained from acting further, casting a furious glance at Lu Qi before retreating to his seat. Outside, once the lifeboat launched under Lu Qi's command, it was soon spotted by the captain and other crew members. However, their actions were exceedingly limited. They could only shout warnings over the intercom a few times before the widening distance rendered their communication sporadic and ultimately severed. Dr. Lu, if our lifeboat continues to circle in this ocean, might your actions lead us into a deep-sea vortex? Nie Xiaorong approached Lu Qi again, suppressing a hint of fear as she inquired calmly. Upon hearing her question, Lu Qi cast a curious glance at her, surprised and admiring her composed demeanor, devoid of fear. Perhaps, or perhaps not. In any case, we bear a 50-50 chance. But have you ever heard of or witnessed a deep-sea vortex that remains elusive for 5 or 6 hours? The explanation provided by Lu Qi prompted Nie Xiaorong to reflect deeply, though her thoughts were not consumed by the depths of the ocean, but rather by the man before her. She had not anticipated that he possessed not only exceptional medical skills and admirable character, but also a remarkably astute mind. To some extent, Lu Qi's rationale resonated with her. Their conversation was devoid of subterfuge, allowing those behind them to overhear, and even those who had previously criticized and berated Lu Qi began to contemplate in earnest. In that moment, they perhaps recognized that Lu Qi's decision was worth a try. Thus, under Lu Qi's guidance, the lifeboat surged forward bravely into the misty expanse. 5 minutes passed, then 10, and the occupants of the lifeboat felt no turbulence. Rather, the journey grew increasingly smooth. Meanwhile, Lu Qi kept a vigilant eye on the gauge displaying the remaining fuel, his heart racing with apprehension. After another 20 minutes had elapsed, just as the fuel was nearly depleted, the lifeboat unexpectedly emerged from the fog, revealing a tranquil and sunlit sea. Almost simultaneously, jubilant cheers erupted within the lifeboat. Upon witnessing the serene waters beyond the mist, Nie Xiaorong was overcome with emotion, her hands excitedly clutching Lu Qi's arm against her chest as she hopped joyfully. Ah, ha ha ha. Dr. Lu, look, we finally made it out, ha ha ha. We succeeded. Woo woo. Initially consumed by elation, Nie Xiaorong soon found herself in tears. Lu Qi understood well that her tears were a manifestation of overwhelming joy. However, her exuberance ignited a different kind of fire within him. For in her unintentional display of affection, Lu Qi's arm had become ensnared between her ample bosom, resulting in quite the jolt. Dr. Lu, what are you thinking? Nie Xiaorong raised her gaze, noticing Lu Qi staring blankly at her, momentarily attributing his demeanor to exhaustion. But when her beautiful eyes caught the intensity of his gaze, she comprehended the situation fully. In an instinctive act of self-defense, Nie Xiaorong swiftly raised her delicate hand, delivering a resounding slap across Lu Qi's face. In that same motion, she relinquished her hold on his arm, the source of the awkwardness. Several seconds passed before they both processed what had just occurred. You shouldn't hit the face. How could you be so cruel? As she spoke, she gingerly touched her stinging cheek, only then realizing that blood was trickling from her nostrils. A quick wipe confirmed her suspicion. Nie Xiaorong, you are too harsh. If you hadn't been clinging to my arm and rubbing against me, I could have focused. Lu Qi exclaimed, his displeasure evident as he rebuked her. He mistakenly believed that his nosebleed was a consequence of her slap. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaorong stood there, restless and anxious, never anticipating such a reaction from herself. With a look of pitiful regret, she gazed at Lu Qi and offered an apology. I'm sorry. Dr. Lu, I assure you, it was unintentional. It was you who first experienced a nosebleed, which led me to mistakenly believe as she uttered this explanation, she abruptly sensed something amiss, realizing that she hadn't truly done anything wrong. Consequently, In the midst of Lu Qi's perplexed gaze and lingering ire, Nie Xiaorong pivoted and marched sulkily towards her designated spot on the lifeboat, leaving Lu Qi at the helm, utterly bewildered. Amidst the jubilant voices of the other passengers on the lifeboat, their brief exchange went largely unnoticed. In fact, several individuals who had previously displayed hostility towards Lu Qi even rose to extend their apologies. However, Lu Qi paid little mind to their gestures. "Look, land! Is that land?" Suddenly, someone behind Lu Qi exclaimed, pointing towards the glass window before the helm. Lu Qi quickly lifted his gaze, and a patch of greenery gradually materialized in his line of sight, becoming increasingly distinct. It was land, no wait. It was an island, a magnificent island. In the distance, a sprawling island emerged from the ocean, coming into view before Lu Qi. How splendid! Salvation was finally at hand, and laughter erupted from him. Within the confines of the lifeboat, the news incited a wave of excitement among the passengers. Having endured such prolonged hardship in the cramped space, their spirits soared at the prospect of reaching solid ground. Lu Qi, too, was brimming with exhilaration as he steered the lifeboat towards the island. As they departed, the dense fog that had enveloped them began to recede like a great wall, revealing the world beyond. Chapter 6. Arrival at the mysterious island after traversing 100 meters. Lu Qi, who had been glancing back and forth, noticed that the previously dense fog seemed to dissipate significantly at this distance. It was as if the line between sea and sky had been blurred, yet such a transformation at this range was perplexing. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Lu Qi was left in a state of bewilderment. Observing that the others were fixated on the horizon, he chose to remain silent, pondering that perhaps the fog was connected to the island, suggesting that this island was indeed extraordinary. As the last vestiges of energy from the lifeboat were expended, they finally drifted to within 100 meters of the beach. In response, Lu Qi swiftly organized the men aboard the lifeboat to disembark. United in purpose, they pushed the lifeboat toward the shore. The gentlemen complied eagerly with Lu Qi's directives, as if invigorated, leaping into the waist-deep waters of the sandy beach. They exerted themselves to propel the lifeboat forward, but the weight of the numerous passengers soon exhausted their strength. At this juncture, several women aboard were compelled to plunge into the water, joining in the collective effort. After a strenuous 10 minutes, the lifeboat was finally nudged to the edge of the beach. Once everyone had disembarked and commenced their celebrations, Lu Qi retrieved a rope from the lifeboat, securing it to a sizable rock on the shore before collapsing onto the sand. At that moment, nearly 100 individuals were scattered across the expanse of the beach, which appeared to stretch at least 100 meters. Some lay comfortably, while others rushed into the waves to wash away their perspiration. A few hastily dashed towards the nearby thicket, evidently in urgent need of attending to their physiological requirements. After a brief respite, Lu Qi began to scrutinize his surroundings. A thorough glance revealed that the most disheartening aspect remained the dense fog and ocean currents that had previously ensnared them. However, the perimeter of the island now bore no trace of that fog. The sea lay tranquil, with only the faintest whisper of a breeze, nothing like any beach he had ever visited before. Soon, Lu Qi observed that this beach bore no signs of human or animal presence, not even a shadow of seabird. It was eerily serene. The lush greenery and dense trees of the island bore some resemblance to those he had encountered previously. Pulling out his mobile phone, he found it devoid of any signal. Opening the compass application, he still did not see the desired display. The needle on the device spun aimlessly. To further investigate, Lu Qi examined the electronic devices and magnetic compass aboard the lifeboat, confirming that they exhibited the same chaotic behavior. He then procured a helmet from the lifeboat, filled it with seawater, and retrieved a spare magnet and a piece of iron wire. Finally, he picked up a dry leaf from the beach's grassy edge. After magnetizing a wire along one direction using a magnet, it was placed upon the leaves floating in the helmet's water. Initially, there was hope that this primitive method would yield results. However, after a moment of anticipation, Lu Qi could only exclaim in disbelief at the outcome of his experiment. Observing the leaves being spun about in the water by the wire, he realized that this island was indeed extraordinary. Not only was there a complete absence of any signal, but the magnetic field was also in disarray. In plain terms, the electronic devices they carried were rendered mere ornaments in this peculiar locale. "Hello, Dr. Liu." At that moment, two young women approached Lu Qi, greeting him with curiosity. They noticed that he was not as relaxed as others, but rather engrossed in his tasks. Intrigued, they stepped closer to inquire. Out of politeness, Lu Qi snapped back to attention and reciprocated their greeting. However, upon recognizing one of the women, he felt a sense of familiarity and couldn't help but steal a few glances in her direction. The woman was named Shun Bing, accompanied by her close friend. "Leah, Dr. Liu, what are you doing?" "Oh, why is this pointer spinning endlessly in the water?" Leah reached out, pointing at the rudimentary compass in front of Lu Qi, her expression one of confusion. Shun Bing, witnessing this, offered a succinct reply that made Lu Qi regard her with newfound respect. "It's a magnetic field disturbance. Could this island be near the equator? Or is it just here that the magnetic field is chaotic?" Indeed, Shun Bing's words echoed Lu Qi's own thoughts. Gazing at the island before him, he estimated its length to be several kilometers from left to right. Moreover, the peaks of the mountains on the island rose several hundred meters above sea level. Even from the beach, reaching the complex summit would require at least a day's trek. Given the island's vastness, Lu Qi surmised its area must be considerable. "What is your name?" he inquired earnestly. "I am Shun Bing," she promptly replied. "You may be correct. According to the route our cruise ship was taking, we were heading toward the equator. However, based on our travel time, we should not yet be near it. Therefore, I am inclined to believe there is something peculiar about this island, perhaps a secret we are unaware of, which could explain the magnetic disturbances." Dr. Liu, Shun Bing continued, "If your analysis is accurate and this island indeed exhibits magnetic disturbances, could the previous sea fog and currents be linked to this magnetic field?" As she spoke, Lu Qi's expression shifted dramatically. "Is that even possible? If what you say is true, the magnetic field here could be terrifying." Surveying the tranquil sea, he understood that the thick wall of fog must still be present, though obscured from his view on the beach. In pursuit of validating his hypothesis, he felt an urge to navigate a lifeboat out to sea once more, to reach the distance where they had previously broken through the fog. However, the lifeboat's energy had been depleted, and relying solely on manual rowing to seek assistance would likely result in no one willing to help, leaving one utterly exhausted. If the others in the lifeboat failed to recognize this predicament, lacking the courage to rise from despair, they would find themselves perpetually ensnared in the formidable magnetic currents. Although Lu Qi was concerned about his current plight, thoughts of the others aboard the lifeboat compelled him to voice his apprehensions. Upon hearing Lu Qi's worries, the expressions of the two women immediately soured. "Oh no, what shall we do, Sister Bingbing? My boyfriend is still on another lifeboat. He promised that we would marry once this trip concluded." At that moment, Leah grasped Shun Bing's arm anxiously, tears streaming down her face. Observing her sorrowful demeanor, one could easily infer the depth of her affection for her boyfriend, or that he was indeed the highly esteemed partner she cherished. Shun Bing, witnessing this, offered her a comforting embrace, speaking softly, "Leah, do not despair. Perhaps they have already escaped and simply landed on another shore, unbeknownst to us. Is that truly possible, Sister Bingbing? If so, that would be wonderful." Wiping her tears, Leah enveloped Shun Bing in a grateful hug. Meanwhile, Lu Qi watched in amazement as Leah's sorrow transformed into joy, pondering how fleeting a woman's tears can be. "I sincerely hope the others can navigate their way to safety soon." Beside Leah, Shun Bing's face revealed no trace of joy. Her inner turmoil remained concealed. In contrast to Leah, Shun Bing exuded a steadiness and wisdom that surpassed that of many men. Lu Qi found a favorable impression of her, although their conversation was brief. His instinct suggested that if any challenges arose on the island, Shun Bing might prove to be a significant ally. Unbeknownst to him, his thoughts aligned perfectly with Shun Bing's intentions. As the group approached the shore, she took the initiative to draw closer to Lu Qi, recognizing him as a potentially formidable ally, not only for his medical expertise, but also for his keen perceptiveness and courageous decisiveness. Her regard for Lu Qi stemmed not only from his prior actions, but also from her discerning ability to identify valuable individuals. Throughout her career, others had merely served as tools for her ascent. Since returning from her studies abroad, she had successfully secured a position in a prestigious domestic electronics firm, swiftly rising to an executive role. Yet, her ambitions extended beyond this, with aspirations of ascending to the CEO position at the headquarters. Even her close friend Leah was regarded as one of the instruments in her pursuit of this goal. In order to gain the esteem of the company's upper echelons, one must demonstrate both performance and capability. The boyfriend mentioned by Leah is, in fact, the target for her mission. By winning him over, she greatly increases her chances of securing a substantial contract for the company, as well as a lucrative project financing opportunity. However, to seduce someone who is neither short of wealth nor lacking in female companionship proves to be a formidable challenge. Moreover, she is reluctant to become the kind of person who would engage in such seduction. Yet, upon discovering that this gentleman harbors special feelings for Leah, she willingly steps into the role of Leah's close confidant. She initially intended to use this cruise opportunity to facilitate their relationship, while simultaneously achieving her own objectives. But unforeseen circumstances have now arisen. Clearing his throat, Lu Qi observed Shun Bing comforting Leah and felt there were no further matters to address. He interjected, "Ladies, it is nearly afternoon. I must gather some dry wood, as it may become quite chilly here tonight. Additionally, should a rescue plane pass overhead, it will be prudent to light a fire to create smoke and attract the attention of search and rescue personnel." After stating this, he proceeded on his way. Shun Bing watched Lu Qi, feeling quite satisfied. This man is indeed impressive. She had not anticipated that he would consider every detail so thoroughly. Unbeknownst to Lu Qi, he was oblivious to Shun Bing's inner thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. For while these individuals appeared to be in distress on the surface, deep down, they held little regard for a mere high school graduate, still wet behind the ears. However, Lu Qi, with his tall stature, rural origins, and a physique honed through hard labor, resembled a naive young man newly entering society. Despite displaying commendable medical skills, acts of kindness, and decisive actions during this calamity, each of his gestures seemed to fit within the expectations of those around him. A benevolent figure, such as he was precisely what this group required. After all, they were all astute individuals, capable of boarding such a luxurious cruise to attend this grand event. Upon witnessing Lu Qi's departure, Shun Bing intended to assist him, yet she noticed a graceful figure hastening to his side. "Lu Qi, are you going to the woods to gather wood?" The voice belonged to Nie Xiaorong, who had been eavesdropping on the trio's conversation. Observing the two women laughing and crying before Lu Qi had left her feeling uneasy. At this moment, she seemed transformed, speaking softly and addressing Lu Qi as simply Lu Qi rather than Dr. Lu. When Lu Qi responded, Nie Xiaorong quickly added, "I'll accompany you." Lu Qi sensed something amiss with Nie Xiaorong's sudden approach, especially since she had been upset just moments ago. However, after a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Delighted that Lu Qi did not reject her, Nie Xiaorong glanced back at Shun Bing and the other woman before following Lu Qi. Lu Qi first boarded the lifeboat, and after a thorough search, emerged wielding an axe and his own backpack. Upon witnessing this, Nie Xiaorong hastily followed suit, her own small backpack slung over her shoulders. "Is that all you've managed to find after such a long time, Lu Qi? Are there no other useful tools?" she remarked, eyeing the cumbersome red axe in his grasp, which seemed too hefty for her to wield effectively. However, Lu Qi extended his hand towards her, offering a sailor's knife, sheathed and measuring no more than 20 centimeters, likely a survival item provided on the lifeboat. "Take this, and whatever you do, don't lose it," he instructed her emphatically as she accepted the knife. He then strode into the woods in front of the group without waiting for her. Frustrated at his apparent disregard, Nie Xiaorong stomped her foot and muttered stingy before reluctantly following him. She had convinced herself that Lu Qi was still upset with her, which explained his loud address in front of others. Meanwhile, in the distance, Leah, who had been observing Nie Xiaorong, could not suppress a chuckle, further darkening Nie Xiaorong's expression. Despite her displeasure, she pressed on after Lu Qi, unaware that his earlier demeanor was a deliberate act meant for the audience rather than a reflection of anger towards her. Even Shun Bing, standing nearby, was convinced by Lu Qi's performance, which had transformed the previously awkward atmosphere into something entirely believable. Chapter 7. A Night of Terror. As the two distanced themselves from the beach and ventured into the nearby dense thicket, Nie Xiaorong remained sullen. Her face contorted with frustration as she trailed a short distance behind Lu Qi. Observing her demeanor, Lu Qi chose not to engage her, instead devising a mischievous plan. With a devilish smile, he swiftly vanished into the underbrush. Upon realizing Lu Qi's sudden disappearance, Nie Xiaorong was startled and hurriedly called out, "Dr. Lu, where are you?" Her voice echoed in the silence, but Lu Qi, lurking nearby with a playful grin, feigned ignorance and remained silent despite her pleas. It was only when she began to sob, her tears flowing like rain from a pear blossom, that he decided to clear his throat and re-emerge from his hiding spot, pretending to be nonchalant. The moment Lu Qi appeared, Nie Xiaorong's fragile heart shattered, and she rushed to him, delivering a flurry of playful punches to his chest before collapsing into his embrace, weeping like a child. Caught off guard, Lu Qi hastily attempted to justify his actions. "I just want to relieve myself. Please don't cry. If someone sees us, they might think." His words were cut short by another round of petite punches from Nie Xiaorong, who, through her tears, scolded him for leaving her alone in such a desolate place, lamenting, "You're so cruel, taking advantage of a woman. How could you?" After a few minutes of heartfelt sobs, she finally composed herself and, in a surprising display, retrieved a small mirror from her backpack, deftly applying makeup to her tear-streaked face. Lu Qi could hardly fathom how such a seemingly delicate woman had risen to become a mogul in the beauty industry at such a tender age. "My apologies, Miss Ni. I will walk more slowly alongside you," Lu Qi stammered, his tones softening considerably. Nie Xiaorong, feeling a sense of vindication, nodded in acceptance. As Lu Qi continued to lead the way, a triumphant smile spread across her face, her lips pouting in satisfaction. Tears truly are effective. After walking for a while, they entered a grove where no discernible path existed, only an intricate web of verdant branches and fallen timber, all blanketed in moss. The disparity in moisture levels was evident. While the upper branches were dry, the ground below was saturated. This incited frustration within Lu Qi. Fortunately, they soon stumbled upon a dead tree, thick as a thigh, which brightened Lu Qi's spirits. Cautioning Nie Xiaorong to step back, he wielded his axe and began to chop, finding the task of gathering firewood effortless. Having grown up in the countryside, beside him, Nie Xiaorong watched with evident admiration. Every time Lu Qi swung his axe, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Michelangelo's David and the Discobolus of Myron. Indeed, he possessed well-defined abdominal muscles. After exerting considerable effort, Lu Qi felled the withered tree to the ground. Before long, he had cleaved it into 6 smaller sections. However, due to its weight, he could only carry one segment at a time. Nie Xiaorong, wishing to assist, found her strength insufficient and resorted to chopping smaller branches and strips of bark from the trunk to take back for kindling. As they walked, upon passing a particularly sturdy tree, Lu Qi suddenly halted. He gazed at the fork in the trunk, where a hollowed-out tree cavity lay abandoned. With agility, he clambered towards it, unaware of his intentions. Nie Xiaorong called out from beneath the towering tree, "Lu Qi, have you discovered something?" Yet, before she could anticipate a response, Lu Qi descended from a height of 5 or 6 meters. "Nothing. I was hoping for bird eggs or something similar. What a futile endeavor," he replied nonchalantly. Observing that Lu Qi had returned unscathed and without any significant findings, Nie Xiaorong refrained from further inquiries. Before departing, Lu Qi took one last look around, committing several key landmarks to memory. Unbeknownst to Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi's backpack was nearly devoid of items, for he had discreetly stashed away some essential supplies. This was due to Lu Qi being an avid fan of survival films set on deserted islands. He understood that if their large group were to become stranded, resources would inevitably be scarce and precious, potentially igniting the darker facets of human nature, leading to internal strife and casualties. Despite his academic credentials, financial standing, and social status being lesser than those of his companions, Lu Qi was confident that his survival skills were on par with anyone else's in this wilderness. Just as they were nearing the beach, Lu Qi called out to Nie Xiaorong, considering her the first true friend he had made during this cruise. He earnestly shared his concerns and hypotheses with her, urging her to remain close by him upon their return. After listening to Lu Qi's insights and recommendations, Nie Xiaorong found merit in his reasoning, especially given the bizarre circumstances surrounding their arrival on the island. She nodded in agreement. Upon their return to the beach, they observed that the others had begun to erect makeshift tents in small groups, preparing for the night. Among the array of rudimentary shelters, one particularly striking orange-brown tent stood out, a waterproof tent designed for two. The rest were merely pieces of fabric or palm fronds, inadequate for repelling mosquitoes or rain, serving only to obscure visibility. Soon, Lu Qi discovered that the conspicuous tent was solely owned by a woman, which inevitably filled him with concern for her well-being. As dusk approached, the sky darkened, yet it struck everyone as peculiar that the sun had vanished beyond the horizon by 4 o'clock. Although distant objects remained visible, the chill of night had already begun to creep in. Due to time constraints, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong intended to rest in the lifeboat, but upon closer inspection, they found it already occupied by several men and women. The air inside was also somewhat unpleasant, leading the two to opt for camping instead. Not far from the downwind crowd, they located a flat stretch of beach suitable for the night. Before long, Lu Qi used an axe to roughly chop some wood, and then successfully ignited the gathered timber with a fire starter salvaged from the lifeboat. He promptly concealed the fire starter in his bag, as he was keenly aware of the importance of such resources. The fire was modest. It sufficed to provide warmth for the two lying nearby. Some others had also ventured into the jungle to gather wood, but their collections were damp. Even with the flames of Lu Qi's campfire, they failed to ignite their own. As Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong engaged in conversation by the fire, a young man approached them. He appeared to be in his 20s, well-groomed, and exuded an air of elegance. With a friendly demeanor, he offered Lu Qi a cigarette. Smiling broadly, "Dr. Lu, I must say, I did not expect you to be so young and yet so thorough, preparing dry wood in anticipation of the night as chill. Unlike us, alas, my two friends and I have not erected a shelter. Might we sit by your fire to warm ourselves?" As he spoke, he cast a few furtive glances at Nie Xiaorong. Lu Qi, seeing the man's courteous attitude and recognizing their shared plight, replied, "Not at all. We are all in the same boat, so feel free to sit." "Ah, thank you, Brother Lu," the man exclaimed gratefully, turning to wave towards a nearby stretch of sand. In the flickering firelight, his gestures were conspicuous. Moments later, 2 women approached hand in hand. "Sha Sha, Meng Meng, this is Dr. Lu and his friend." The man introduced them as he rose slightly. Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong remained seated, merely smiling and nodding at the newcomers. Both women were strikingly beautiful and slender. One donned a delicate white gown, while the other wore casual pink pants and a crop top. Perhaps due to the aftermath of the cruise incident, the group's spirits were low. Once seated, aside from the man and Lu Qi exchanging a few words, silence reigned, with only the occasional hushed conversation between those nearby. Before long, fatigue enveloped him, and after dozing off a few times, Lu Qi noticed that several others had gradually gathered around, forming a larger circle that enclosed him and Nie Xiaorong. When he glanced at her, he realized she had leaned against him and had fallen into a deep slumber, emitting soft snoring sounds. Instinctively checking their backpacks, he found them securely by their side before surveying the surroundings. After confirming that all was well, Lu Qi tossed the few split logs he had into the fire and sought a comfortable position to lie back down. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the distant waves lapping at the shore. Before long, he too succumbed to sleep. In his dreams, he remained the sorrowful Lu Qi, a man bereaved of loved ones. On the beach, over 100 weary souls lay exhausted. Despite the absence of lavish accommodations, comfortable beds, and gourmet meals, not a single complaint arose about their uncomfortable surroundings. They understood that merely being alive was their greatest blessing at that moment. However, Their hopes for a peaceful night's rest were shattered in the latter half of the night. An unexpected intruder disrupted the tranquility of the beachgoers. Around 3 in the morning, a terrified woman suddenly emitted a blood-curdling scream akin to a pig being slaughtered. She frantically cried out, "Ah, there's a beast! Help! Help!" Her desperate pleas jolted everyone awake. Lucci turned to see that it was the woman who had a tent to herself, her cries emanating from within. People hastily pulled out their phones, illuminating the scene, bewildered by the commotion. Within moments, the woman, in sheer terror, bolted from her tent, running frantically towards the crowd while continuing her cries for help. As confusion spread, something appeared to emerge from her tent, moving in response to her screams, accompanied by muffled grunts. Suddenly, after a violent struggle, the enormous head of a wild boar emerged from the vibrant tent. It grunted and snorted, its long snout and 2 sharp tusks jutting out menacingly, while a thick mane of bristles along its back sent chills down the spine. Though only half of its body had yet been revealed, it was enough to instill both awe and fear. The sudden illumination from the phones startled the previously unperturbed wild boar, causing it to panic. After a tumultuous escape, it finally broke free from the confines of the tent, charging into the crowd, which erupted into chaos as terrified individuals scattered in all directions. A few brave men, however, armed with sticks and stones, confronted the beast. With a series of heavy blows, the enraged wild boar retaliated, launching indiscriminate attacks. With a fierce charge, the wild boar sent one man soaring through the air, and amidst his anguished cries, he crashed down upon another's makeshift tent. At that moment, no one dared to intervene. The boar, seemingly in no hurry to flee, treated the beach's tents as its own playground, wreaking havoc with reckless abandon. Just a few moments later, chaos reigned. Eventually, it fixated its gaze upon Lu Qi and his companions, charging towards the group gathered around the fire. "Ah, it's coming. What should we do?" Nie Xiaorong and the other women turned pale with fear, their screams piercing the air as they huddled behind the men. Yet, faced with such a robust and ferocious creature, the men were equally terrified, caught in a dilemma of whether to flee or stand their ground. As the wild boar drew near, Lu Qi seized the axe he had used for chopping firewood and stepped forward, swinging it at the oncoming beast. The axe struck with a resounding clang, landing squarely on its head. The boar emitted a blood-curdling scream, its cries echoing across the beach and drawing the attention of all present. Lu Qi, shaken by the force of his blow, staggered back, feeling a numbness in his hands and arms, a testament to the tremendous power he had unleashed. Yet remarkably, this seemingly lethal strike inflicted little damage on the wild boar. It staggered a few steps, disoriented, but as it neared the bonfire, perhaps sensing the danger posed by the flames, it suddenly regained its composure. With a shake of its head and a furious glance at Lu Qi, it let out one final grunt before hastily retreating into the island's thickets. As the crowd exhaled in relief at the boar's departure, Lu Qi felt a chill run down his spine from the intensity of the creature's gaze. What a pair of eyes! This was no ordinary wild boar. Chapter 8. A bold operation. Many women were overwhelmed with fear, weeping and clamoring to return home, to escape this place. Their companions or friends offered only perfunctory words of comfort. If they could leave, they would have done so long ago. Nie Xiaorong approached Lu Qi, seeking solace, her tear-filled eyes presenting a pitiful sight. Yet, she overheard Lu Qi muttering to himself, "It's such a pity that such a heavy blow did not fell it. It managed to escape. Otherwise, we could have enjoyed roasted wild boar meat at dawn." Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, Nie Xiaorong initially doubted her ears, thinking she must have misheard. The wild boar had been ferocious, and this seemingly refined man was actually contemplating feasting upon its flesh. She found it hard to believe that such words came from the mouth of Dr. Lu. However, perhaps driven by her gnawing hunger, images of herself savoring roasted pork began to fill her mind. Just moments ago, she had been trembling in fear, but now her mood shifted dramatically. Watching Lu Qi place his axe beside him and recline once more, Nie Xiaorong found herself at a loss for words or actions. She merely mimicked his behavior, dutifully lying back in her original spot. As she lay down, memories of the fierce boar resurfaced, prompting her to instinctively scoot closer to Lu Qi, as if doing so would provide her with a greater sense of security. This garnered envious glances from the other women nearby. Not far away, Shen Bing observed Lu Qi's earlier actions with satisfaction. He was both brave and clever, calm and composed. Such a man was worthy of her, capable of providing her with a profound sense of safety. Watching Lu Qi lie down and continue to sleep, Shen Bing resolved to draw closer to him, to find a way to forge a connection, ensuring her own survival on this desolate island would be bolstered. After the recent harrowing encounter, the women who had previously occupied tents no longer dared to distance themselves from the group. Furthermore, the beautiful tent of one woman had been rendered tattered and unusable by the wild boar. Witnessing Lu Qi's valor and the sense of security he exuded, she tidied her belongings and quietly set up camp beside him. As the crowd's emotions gradually stabilized, many individuals resumed their rest. Yet, a larger number found sleep elusive. Among those who had confronted the wild boar, one man fixated intently on the axe beside Lu Qi. The recent event made him acutely aware of the axe's significance as a vital tool for survival on this island. If rescue did not arrive soon, tools like axes would be essential for sustaining life. Whoever possessed it would undoubtedly have an increased sense of security and a greater chance of survival. With this thought in mind, he glanced at the man who had been thrown by the wild boar, concocting a scheme in his mind. He was determined to seize control of that axe. The following day, the morning sun appeared silently, and the inhabitants of the beach began to awaken one by one. Upon awakening, Lu Qi discovered an SOS signal crafted from palm leaves and a pile of firewood on the beach, accompanied by several plastic bottles presumably intended for smoke production. A clever idea indeed. Observing the vibrant individuals gathered at a distance near the lifeboat, seemingly engaged in earnest discussion, Lu Qi silently hoped their preparations would prove useful. Gently shaking Nie Xiaorong's shoulder to rouse her, he resolved to wash up by the sea. However, in that fleeting moment, he realized his axe was missing. It dawned on him that several members of the crowd were occasionally casting glances in his direction. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Even on this desolate island, far removed from civilization, it seems one cannot escape the complexities of human interactions. With a soft sigh reminiscent of scenes from films he had previously watched, Lu Qi observed a few men standing in opposition within the crowd, one of whom, named Shi Hao, was speaking with righteous fervor. He was the very individual who had fixated on Lu Qi's axe the previous night, and beside him stood Zhang Libo, the man who had been attacked by a wild boar. The two had been engaged in hushed discussions since dawn. Once they had gathered a few others, they began to assemble the crowd to unveil their scheme. As the sun rose, witnessing the beachgoers gradually awaken, the duo organized the group, proclaiming their intent to distribute the limited provisions of food and potable water stored in the lifeboat for the sake of fairness. Upon seeing Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong stir, Shi Hao, quick on his feet, called out, "Brother Lu, you're awake. Come here. You and this young lady are the last ones left without provisions. Hurry and collect your share." At his words, Lu Qi abandoned his plans to freshen up, rubbed his eyes, and turned to Nie Xiaorong, suggesting, "Let us go see what is happening." Grabbing her backpack, she followed Lu Qi towards the crowd. As they approached, Lu Qi noticed that every individual was clutching a pack of compressed food and a bag of drinking water. Upon reaching the forefront, Shi Hao cheerfully offered 2 portions of supplies to Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong. In that instant, Lu Qi's gaze fell upon the axe and other remaining tools positioned behind Shi Hao. Noticing Lu Qi's interest, Shi Hao cleared his throat and addressed the gathering. "Now that everyone has received their meager rations of food and water, let us acknowledge that these supplies are woefully insufficient for our needs. Like many of you, I still cling to a glimmer of hope for rescue. However, what if those sent to save us do not arrive promptly? Thus, it is imperative that we mentally prepare ourselves. Such preparation may enhance our chances of survival in this wilderness." With these words, he cast an intentional glance at Lu Qi. Regarding Shi Hao's remarks, Lu Qi found nothing amiss. In fact, he quite agreed with what Shi Hao had just expressed. However, at that moment, Shi Hao suddenly shifted his tone, declaring, For this reason, we should not only standardize the distribution of food supplies, but also centralize the management of the existing rescue tools, ensuring that they serve each and every one of us fairly and justly. Do you all agree? Yes. Well said. Sure How. I support you. Sure How indeed appeared commendable. His actions were genuinely for the benefit of the collective. Indeed, if help is delayed, we will undoubtedly need these tools. They should not be hoarded by individuals. Sure Hao's words were quite persuasive, instantly garnering substantial support from the crowd. However, upon hearing this, Lucci turned his gaze seriously towards Sure Hao, suddenly perceiving that Sure Hao was no ordinary individual. If he were in a corporate setting, his expression and command would undoubtedly place him firmly in management. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he noticed Sure Hao directing his attention towards the two of them. Brother Lu, if I recall correctly, when you went out to gather firewood yesterday, you not only took the axe from the lifeboat, but also brought back the flint and a sailor's knife. Now that everyone is requesting centralized management of the tools, could you kindly return the flint and the sailor's knife as well? Ah, so that was the motive behind this. No wonder it took so long to circle back. Although Lu Qi felt a tempest of frustration within, he maintained an outward calm. He was neither a streetwise tough guy nor a seasoned workplace veteran, yet he managed to keep his composure. Seeing that everyone was watching him, Lu Qi opened his backpack and voluntarily produced the flint. Nie Xiaorong also retrieved the sailor's knife from her bag and handed it to Lu Qi. Your suggestion is commendable. If it is indeed as you say, then it would be the most equitable approach. But who will manage and be responsible for these tools? Moreover, what if individuals wish to use them? Lu Qi stepped behind Sure Hao and placed the flint and sailor's knife among the other tools, turning to Sure Hao to inquire. His voice, though not particularly loud, was audible to those around them. However, at that moment, Zhang Libo, standing beside Sure Hao, shouted, Brother Lu, you took the only axe, the flint, and the sailor's knife from the lifeboat without our knowledge. Now, though you have returned them, who knows if you have taken any other tools in your bag? You shouldn't make baseless accusations. Lu Qi had merely gone out to gather firewood yesterday, and he had provided warmth for so many people that night. Moreover, it was Lu Qi who had scared off that wild boar. Before Lu Qi could respond, Nie Xiaorong, fuming with anger, retorted at Zhang Libo. Although Lu Qi felt a surge of indignation, he was deeply touched by Nie Xiaorong's defense of him. The rest of the crowd, however, remained indifferent, appearing as mere spectators. Although Lu Qi comprehended the current predicaments of everyone, believing that it was better to avoid unnecessary conflict, the evident petty demeanor of Zhang Libo left them all in silence, which somewhat displeased Lu Qi. My dear lady, do not let your temper flare. We merely wish to verify the situation. After all, these tools ought to belong to us all collectively. If you truly have not taken anything else, why the agitation and fear of our scrutiny? Indeed, if nothing has been taken, then simply demonstrate it for all to see. Is it not so? Such fervor suggests there may be an issue. These tools are essential for our survival. Zhang Libo's words escalated the tension palpably, and behind him, two others deliberately echoed his sentiments. This only intensified the feeling of being roasted over an open flame for Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong. Just then, amidst the previously silent crowd, the voice of the beautiful Shun Bing rang out. Let's not forget, Dr. Lu has been wholeheartedly assisting us. Without him, how could we have safely arrived here? Just moments ago, Dr. Lu voluntarily returned the items he had taken in front of all of us. Do you truly harbor such distrust towards him? If this were not an island, your actions would be deemed illegal. As Shin Bing stood forth to speak on his behalf, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong felt warmth in their hearts. This woman, how rare it is for her to advocate for me. Lu Qi mused internally. A vixen. Where were you earlier, only to emerge at this moment? Both Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong held their own judgments regarding Shun Bing's gallant defense. Nevertheless, after Shun Bing's words, a considerable number of people indeed became willing to trust Lu Qi. However, to allay any lingering doubts about himself, Lu Qi chose to proactively open his backpack in front of everyone as proof. Upon inspection, they found only a set of acupuncture needles, 2 old garments, a toothbrush, toothpaste, and half a bottle of shampoo. Clearly, all personal items, with no additional tools present. Seeing Lu Qi's actions, Nie Xiaorong willingly cooperated. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, no lifeboat equipment was discovered. At this, the murmurs ceased, and an air of shame swiftly enveloped the gathering. For all understood that Lu Qi was a doctor. Albeit a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he was nonetheless a profession worthy of respect among this group. Meanwhile, Shun Bing in the crowd wore a jubilant expression, feeling fortunate indeed, as she was the sole individual to speak out for him. Just as silence fell over the assembly, Lu Qi suddenly reiterated his previous question, which resonated with the inquiries and curiosities of the crowd. Shi Hao, however, showed little reaction to Lu Qi's question, seemingly having anticipated and prepared for such an inquiry. Brother Lu, regarding the matter you're concerned about, we have already discussed it. Those who require the tools may use them, provided it serves the collective interest of all in our struggle against adversity. Certainly, timely return is essential. For personal use, one must exchange goods or food. Although Shi Hao addressed the latter part of Lu Qi's inquiry, he neglected the earlier issue of custody and responsibility. At that moment, Nie Xiaorong interjected, demanding to know who would be responsible for safeguarding these tools. Upon hearing her question, all eyes turned toward Shi Hao. However, Zhang Libo interjected, asserting that it would be most appropriate for Shi Hao to assume this responsibility, as he was the one who proposed the idea, and his intentions were undoubtedly for the collective good, exemplifying fairness and justice. We must wholeheartedly support this. After Zhang Libo's declaration, several men behind him echoed their agreement. Observing that no one dared to oppose, the group's brazen maneuvering resulted in Shi Hao and Zhang Libo taking custody of all the survival tools aboard the lifeboats. While termed custody, it felt more like usurpation, as they concealed the tools within the lifeboats, which became their temporary abode. The others chose silence. Many felt regret for their prior actions, but it was too late. After all, Shi Hao and his companions were men, and their rhetoric was convincingly noble. Thus, the crowd dispersed. Shi Hao and Zhang Libo sat within the lifeboat, wearing expressions of smug satisfaction. From their conversation, it was apparent that should the wild boar dare to return, they would ensure it met a grim fate, destined for the spit. Yet, while aspirations were grand, reality proved stark. Within a few days, hope for rescue dwindled. The rationed compressed food and drinking water had long been consumed. With no source of sustenance, restlessness and complaints began to arise among the people. As time progressed, food became the foremost concern for survival. Within Shi Hao's group, some began to blame him for not reserving more food for their own, believing that in this desolate island devoid of law, the strong should prevail. To address the hunger crisis, Shi Hao proposed a division of labor, with the men primarily tasked with foraging for food, while the women undertook smaller tasks such as gathering firewood, igniting fires, and foraging for wild vegetables. Among the tools under Shi Hao's watch, axes were employed to fell branches, sharpening one and to create rudimentary defenses for the beach encampment, while also forging a path deep into the forest. The most utilized tool, however, was the fire starter. Though it was not the most expensive tool, its frequent use earned Shi Hao a reputation for fairness, prompting many to willingly continue following him. Chapter 9. Personal desires. Although people were still willing to be swayed by Shi Hao and his companions at this juncture, the continuous scarcity of food led to a gradual onset of anxiety among the entire group. Despite Shi Hao and others organizing efforts to secure food sources, the young men and women, accustomed to a life of luxury, found themselves powerless. As the available food resources near the beach camp dwindled, those tasked with fishing at the seaside, foraging for wild vegetables and fruits in the woods, or hunting, invariably set out with optimism only to return dejected. The fishing teams, in particular, reported a dismal record, having never succeeded in their endeavors. This sparked a realization among many that the surrounding waters of the deserted island were peculiar, devoid of fish. Those few who managed to bring back food were compelled to share it with the majority. Hunger was becoming a common affliction. Although Lu Qi consistently found ample food each time he ventured out, once he returned to the beach camp, the provisions were uniformly managed and distributed by Shi Hao and his group, leaving him occasionally famished. While he could endure this for a day or two, nearly half a month had passed, and individuals like Lu Qi could no longer tolerate the situation. In recent days, The struggle for scarce food resources had driven Hao and others to increasingly lose their rationality. They not only shirked the effort of foraging, but also, in their roles as leaders, appropriated the fruits of others' labor for themselves, indulging in theft. They even engaged in unethical dealings under the guise of their authority until their misdeeds were discovered. On one particular day, Hao lounged leisurely on the beach, basking in the sunlight and humming a tune, when he noticed two women with curvaceous figures approaching him. Though their faces were unremarkable, their bodies were exceedingly voluptuous. However, their pallor suggested they were likely suffering from hunger. As the two women approached, Hao made no effort to rise. Instead, he adjusted his sunglasses and leered at them, inquiring, "Ladies, what brings you to me? Do you require my assistance in some manner?" Seeing Hao take the initiative to speak, the two women were naturally pleased, though they seemed reluctant to reveal their intentions. One of the women stepped forward, leaning close to Hao's ear and whispering. However, Hao's gaze remained fixated on her bosom the moment she bent down. It was only after she finished speaking and straightened up that he reluctantly shifted his gaze away. After hearing her words, Hao felt that the pinnacle of his life was imminent. Thus, after a brief survey of the surroundings, he followed the two women into a small grove. "What is the purpose of summoning me here?" he asked. "Brother Hao, do you think there is still hope for our rescue?" "How would I know?" Hao replied dismissively, recognizing the topic's implications but choosing not to elaborate. "Brother Hao, we haven't had a full meal in 2 or 3 days. Today, when I invited you out, it was, of course, to seek your generosity for a meal. My stomach is on the verge of starvation, pressing against my back." As she spoke, the woman deliberately accentuated her bosom. Upon noticing her ample chest, Hao could not help but swallow hard. Yet he feigned composure and replied, "I see this putting me in a difficult position. While I manage a modest supply of food, I cannot make decisions unilaterally. Besides, both of you have hands and feet. Why not venture out to find food yourselves?" Hao spoke earnestly, though his gaze was unconsciously drawn to the two women before him. "Brother Hao, given our capabilities, where could we possibly find food?" One chimed in. "Indeed, Brother Hao, you are our only hope." They harmonized, inching closer and deliberately brushing against him. At this juncture, Hao could no longer maintain his facade, revealing a satisfied smile. "Ah, seeing how clever and understanding you both are, I truly find it hard to refuse. However, I shall not engage in any endeavor without benefit." Upon hearing Hao relent, the two women exchanged glances of delight and eagerly stepped closer, almost tumbling into each other's embrace. Thus, they flanked Hao, encasing him between them. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, leaving no room for pretense. With soft curves enveloping him, he surrendered, wrapping his arms around both women, pulling them close with fervor. Brother Hao, you are quite naughty," they exclaimed, "but we are still hungry. We have no strength left." "Yes, Brother Hao, don't be so hasty. Once we have something to eat, we will have the energy to satisfy you." With that, the two women extricated themselves from Hao's embrace, yet did not release his hands, playfully toying with him and pouting. Gurgle. Hao, entranced by the two enchanting figures, could not suppress a swallow. However, the sound only elicited soft, delicate laughter from the women, their eyes sparkling with triumph. Suddenly, Hao smacked each of them playfully behind, exclaiming, "You two stay right here. I'll be back shortly, so don't wander off." With that, he dashed towards the beach, his mind consumed with visions of conquering both women, completely oblivious to a pair of eyes observing him from a distance. Shortly thereafter, Hao stealthily returned. Upon seeing the two women, he wiped the sweat from his brow and, under their watchful gaze, handed them a plastic bag, urging them to eat quickly and be cautious of onlookers. The delighted duo hurriedly opened the bag Hao had provided, discovering half a bag of roasted shellfish, mingled with some wild fruits. While it was not a feast, for the two women at this moment, any edible sustenance was a welcome blessing, because they were utterly famished. Observing them devouring their food with such fervor, who could have imagined that just days ago they were esteemed guests aboard the cruise ship? Soon, the two women polished off every morsel from the bag, Perhaps influenced by their mood, Shirhao noted that their complexions had significantly improved, rendering them even more beautiful than before. Witnessing their satisfaction, he approached without hesitation, wrapping his arms around them, bestowing a kiss on each cheek. However, just as the flames of passion were about to ignite, two figures emerged from the thicket behind them, glaring fiercely at Shirhao. The sudden appearance of Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong startled the two women, prompting them to hurriedly retreat behind Shirhao. It turned out that Nie Xiaorong had inadvertently overheard the women's whispered plans and had been discreetly following them. She was astonished to discover that Shirhao would actually succumb to his base desires and pilfer the food painstakingly obtained by everyone. Consequently, she informed Lu Qi of the situation. How could you, Shirhao? You presented yourself as a paragon of fairness and justice before everyone. Yet it appears you are willing to betray your companions for selfish gain. Do you not realize that we are not aboard a cruise ship, but stranded on a deserted island? The struggle for sustenance is fraught with difficulty, and you dare to act in such a manner. I shall make sure everyone knows of your deeds. Nie Xiaorong glared at Shirhao, her words sharp and her expression filled with indignation as she turned and hastily departed towards the beach. Lu Qi remained silent, casting a glance at the three before turning away. In truth, he had anticipated that such an incident might occur, though he had not expected it to happen so soon. Perhaps it was the growing despair of rescue that had begun to reveal the darker facets of human nature. Alas, Brother Lu, please listen to me. You have misunderstood. Shirhao called after him, but Lu Qi paid him no heed. The two women seized the opportunity to discreetly withdraw, leaving Shirhao alone in a state of agitation. Though he was confident that the two women would not speak out of turn, the thought of his actions being exposed to the others filled him with dread. How could he maintain his facade and stand equal among his peers? Ultimately, unable to devise a strategy, his expression shifted, his cold gaze brimming with ferocity. What am I afraid of? This is a deserted island, not a society governed by law. With that declaration, he seemed to reclaim a semblance of courage and also made his way towards the beach. Upon returning and becoming visible to the crowd, all eyes immediately turned towards him. He feigned ignorance, continuing his stroll towards the lifeboat while humming a light tune. Shirhao, did you steal the food and give it to the two women? A man stepped forward from the crowd, pointing an accusatory finger at him without reservation. His name was Wu Yong, a service staff member from the cruise ship, known for his honest and upright demeanor. It is precisely because of individuals like him, grounded in reality, that each day some brave souls return from the outside, bearing food, which they entrust to Shirhao and others for safekeeping, ensuring that everyone receives their fair share in a timely manner. Thus, upon hearing the news of Shirhao stealing food for personal gain, he was consumed with righteous anger. As soon as Shirhao returned, he was the first to confront him. Soon, a multitude joined in, condemning Shirhao for his actions. Faced with the overwhelming crowd, Shirhao hastily cast his gaze towards the lifeboat, where a few of his comrades, including Zhang Libo, were stationed. Noticing their lack of support, Shirhao abandoned any hope of assistance. He boldly retorted to Wu Yong and his companions, "What the hell are you talking about? Which of yours witnessed me stealing food? Who dares to slander me like this?" Wu Yong, taken aback by Shirhao's sudden outburst, found himself momentarily speechless. Seizing the moment, Shirhao continued, "I am aware that many of you harbor jealousy and envy towards me, claiming I speak much but act little. Yet, have you considered that the suggestions I previously made and the actions I undertook were all to ensure that we could fairly and justly share these limited resources? To allow both the capable and the incapable to survive until rescue arrives? What is this? Are some of you feeling uneasy? In the brief time I stepped away, certain individuals have placed this heavy accusation upon me. I refuse to accept it." At this moment, he was filled with righteous indignation, exuding an aura of justice as he countered the crowd's accusations, as if he had transformed into a herald of virtue. The onlookers were momentarily captivated by his theatrical display. Among the crowd, Nie Xiaorong was seething with anger, wishing to confront Shirhao and tear apart his deceitful, lying facade. "Humph, Shirhao, you still dare to argue? I witnessed you stealing food and handing it to those two women, expecting something in return. Dr. Lu also saw it. He can testify on my behalf." As she spoke, She grasped Lu Qi's hand, yet Shihao remained unfazed, a devilish smile curling at his lips. Observing Shihao's demeanor, Lu Qi felt an unsettling sensation, yet he steadfastly corroborated Nie Xiaorong's claims. Although Lu Qi's testimony garnered belief from many, a few chose to remain passive observers. So it is you two who have bestowed upon me this label of theft. Now it becomes clear. You seek to retaliate against me for exposing your desire to hoard the rescue equipment. He continued, Is there anyone here unaware of your closeness to Brother Lu? You two conspire to tarnish my reputation. It is truly disgraceful. You shameless person, distorting the truth. Nie Xiaorong, faced with Shihao's evasions and accusations, was on the brink of fury. However, she struggled to articulate a new argument that would convince the onlookers. And you too, let them step forward. It was you who consumed the food that Shihao stole. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qi hurriedly contemplated how to halt Nie Xiaorong, but it was too late. The woman had succumbed to rage, losing her rationality and capacity for thought. In her furious state, she was solely focused on justifying and defending her words, oblivious to the fact that others were under no obligation to acquiesce to her. Moreover, her accusations had tarnished the reputations of the two women. As Lu Qi anticipated, the two women, upon hearing Nie Xiaorong's remarks, immediately transformed into dramatic figures, surpassing even Shihao in their theatrics. Which woman are you referring to? How could we possibly consume the fruits of everyone's labor? We merely stepped out for a stroll before returning here. Instead, we find you concocting stories about us. Your behavior is truly disgraceful. The two women spoke with righteous indignation, their demeanor a blend of disdain and a warning directed at Nie Xiaorong. In that moment, Nie Xiaorong was utterly dumbfounded. Lu Qi gently shook his head, realizing that both he and Nie Xiaorong had been rather careless. They should have sought more witnesses before returning. Alas, if only his phone had not run out of battery. He would have recorded the entire exchange and played it on loop for everyone to scrutinize repeatedly. But there are no ifs. At this juncture, the tide of public opinion had subtly shifted. Some began to doubt and entertain the possibility that Shihao's words held truth. Others, however, remained skeptical of Shihao, believing that Dr. Lu was the more trustworthy figure. Besides these two factions, individuals like Shen Bing and Zhang Libo maintained a neutral stance, neither criticizing nor aiding any party. This emergence of neutrality emboldened Shihao even further. Seizing the opportunity, he fanned the flames, addressing Nie Xiaorong. Miss Nie, wasn't it I who led the group to retrieve the sailor's knife from you? Why harbor such resentment? Besides, that knife is not solely in my possession. It serves the collective. Although we find ourselves stranded on this deserted island, we must still adhere to principles of evidence in our discourse and actions. Were it not for the discernment of those present, would I not be unjustly targeted by your baseless accusations? Thus, individuals like you are not welcome among us. If you possess even a modicum of self-awareness, you ought to leave this place and distance yourself from us. Chapter 10 Departure at this moment. Shihao appeared to be a small man, relishing his triumph. Lu Qi felt an overwhelming urge to confront him violently. However, he understood that such an action would irrevocably jeopardize their standing. Even the few who supported them might lose faith as a consequence. Suppressing his indignation, Lu Qi adopted a more composed perspective and unexpectedly found a flicker of admiration for Shihao. He acknowledged Shihao's calm demeanor, audacity, eloquence, and formidable psychological fortitude. These shameless attributes were indeed worthy of emulation. No wonder he had ascended to a high-ranking position in a corporation. Nie Xiaorong, who had been nearly driven to tears by frustration earlier, had now regained her composure. She observed Shihao's antics with the detached amusement one might reserve for a clown. Bravo, Shihao! Your performance is truly splendid, but the audience is not composed of fools. Today, I have neither recorded your video evidence nor summoned additional witnesses. However, it suffices that both I and Dr. Lu have witnessed your true colors. In the future, do remember to keep your tail tucked in. Otherwise, more and more people will come to recognize the deceit behind your facade. With this, Nie Xiaorong paid no mind to the opinions of those around her, demonstrating immense inner strength. After having briefly admired Sure Hao, Lu Qi found himself equally impressed by the woman beside him. In a societal context, this was undoubtedly a manifestation of the adage that business is akin to warfare. Each individual possessed their own unique strengths. It seemed there was much for him to learn from these people. He had thought he could emerge as a gallant protector of the vulnerable. Yet before he could take a stand, this woman had deftly brandished a metaphorical golden shield, not only safeguarding herself, but also issuing a powerful warning that the matter was far from concluded. The brilliance of this shield dazzled Lu Qi. Her self-control and swift emotional transition were astonishing. However, when he glanced at the onlookers, he noted that they did not share his astonishment. Rather, they bore the demeanor of seasoned veterans, perceiving the truth without voicing it. As the situation approached its conclusion, Lu Qi turned to Sure Hao and left him with the words, "Please continue your performance," before striding away. This was a clear stance, a definitive alignment. He had gleaned a lesson from Ye Xiaorong, that brevity and incisiveness in speech could yield a more profound impact than verbosity. "You, Brother Lu, take care, and do visit often." Sure Hao seethed with anger at Lu Qi's words, but made a concerted effort to control his response, the intent to retaliate unmistakable. As Ye Xiaorong and Lu Qi departed, the surrounding spectators gradually dispersed. Sure Hao wiped the fine sweat from his brow and exhaled a heavy sigh. "Humph. You think you can challenge me? Not a chance." He then made his way towards the lifeboat, but the expressions of his few close companions made him realize that, after this upheaval, his reputation in their eyes had likely diminished significantly. It appeared that he either had to offer them some benefits or bring them all aboard. With a plan forming in his mind, he glanced back at the two women amidst the crowd. They seemed to sense his gaze and looked towards Sure Hao, one of them subtly shifting her body, while the other blew him a kiss. Faced with the fervent response from the two women, a surge of imperial ambition welled up within Sure Hao. If rescue did not arrive, he was determined to seize control of the situation. To govern this group of originally competent social elites, he had his own understanding, ruthlessness, for it was this trait that they lacked, or rather, very few truly possessed. In the days following this incident, Ye Xiaorong gradually found herself increasingly isolated. Aside from Lu Qi, who remained unchanged towards her, others began to murmur quietly, even deliberately allowing her to overhear their sentiments, indicating that they did not welcome her continued presence on the beach. Ye Xiaorong understood that these individuals were incited by Sure Hao to ostracize her and Lu Qi. Thus, as hope for rescue waned, Lu Qi felt no further obligation to contribute to such a team. After conferring with Ye Xiaorong, they resolved to leave this place. Unwilling to associate with such a group, he believed that even if they departed, they possessed the ability to protect and care for themselves. One morning, as dawn broke, they packed their belongings and prepared to depart. However, as they stepped into the island's forest, a woman appeared, blocking their path. It was Shun Bing, the woman who had always been calm and observant. "It's you." "Indeed, it is I." Lu Qi was puzzled by Shun Bing's presence and inquired directly, "I thought our early departure would not disturb anyone's rest. It seems to have caught your attention. What brings you here?" Lu Qi's words were blunt, carrying a hint of unfriendly tone. Shun Bing, perceptive to his sentiment, remained unperturbed and addressed them. "Dr. Lu, Miss Nye, leaving now may not be a wise decision. We have been stranded here for less than a month. If rescuers were to arrive soon, would you not miss the chance for salvation? Miss Shun, we choose to leave in search of survival opportunities. I fear that continuing to associate with someone like Sure Hao may lead to our demise before rescue even arrives. Should you wish to join us in our departure, I welcome your company. If not, I kindly ask you to return. As dawn breaks, it is time for us to seek a suitable refuge." Lu Qi speaks candidly, and Shun Bing, no fool, comprehends the implications of his words. However, perhaps due to the fact that Sure Hao and his companions have yet to encroach upon her interests and boundaries, Shun Bing has not devised any alternative plans. "Dr. Lu, we are entirely unaware of the vastness and dangers this deserted island harbors. Take, for instance, the wild beast we encountered on our first night here. Had we not been in numbers, would we have easily dealt with it? Now, with just the two of you, how will you endure the perilous nights on this desolate isle?" Without the support of comrades, survival becomes exceedingly treacherous. Although you're a physician, illness on this island, devoid of medicine, is a formidable adversary. From Shun Bing's words, it is evident that she perceives Lu Qi's choice to depart as lacking advantage. He possesses neither capable allies nor confidence in his ability to survive alone on the island. Despite Lu Qi's professional prestige as a doctor, Shin Bing believes that in the face of severe illness, the absence of medicine renders treatment impossible. Therefore, rather than embarking on a blind departure, it is wiser to weigh the pros and cons and opt to remain. Thus, she gently declines Lu Qi's proposal, even contemplating persuading him and Nie Xiaorong to stay. Seeing Shin Bing return to Shi Hao's camp, Lu Qi realizes her stance and does not press further. Rationally, he can understand her choice, yet emotionally, he laments her decision. For he perceives the latent opportunism shared among Shin Bing and Shi Hao's group. This is a significant reason why Lu Qi is reluctant to align himself with them. Although Shin Bing articulates her analysis astutely, she overlooks a crucial point: individual capability. Even within a team, lack of exceptional individuals to support it will ultimately lead to fragmentation, potentially dragging down the capable member. Conversely, if one disregards the team in favor of self-interest, the competent individual will undoubtedly navigate life with greater ease and elegance. Moreover, she seems unaware that as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, even in sickness, with herbal remedies and her silver needles, she can alleviate ailments. Thus, he responds, "Thank you. We shall exercise caution. Please take care, Miss Shunbing." He then bids her farewell and departs with Nie Xiaorong, leaving the camp behind. As they glance back at the receding beach encampment, both Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong feel a twinge of reluctance, but it is a fleeting sentiment. Noting that the hour is still early, they decide to ascend to a higher vantage point, ideally reaching the mountain summit, to survey the entire island. After careful planning and organization, they set forth toward the peak. Leaving the throng signifies the loss of the safety that comes with numbers. Yet for Lu Qi, this is not an insurmountable challenge. They have been stranded on the island for over half a month, and prior to their departure, Lu Qi had meticulously observed the surroundings. The beach they found themselves on was flanked by mountains, with no further vistas visible to the eye. A few hundred meters ahead, the shoreline was met by the towering peaks of an island's mountains. It appeared that ascending to the summit would take at least a day, and the condition of the trail remained uncertain. Observing the stunning Nie Xiaorong choosing to accompany him away from the beach in search of a new refuge, Lu Qi felt a surge of emotion. Yet, he also recognized that being a man alongside Nie Xiaorong would bring its own set of inconveniences, and perhaps impose greater responsibilities and physical demands upon him. Lu Qi first led Nie Xiaorong to an ancient tree they had passed earlier, for he had hidden a few items there. With swift agility, he climbed up and soon emerged, shouldering a larger backpack than before. When Nie Xiaorong inquired curiously about its contents, Lu Qi, with an air of mystery, began to reveal his treasures: fishing line and hooks, 2 signal flares, a solar mirror, a flashlight, a few boxes of anti-inflammatory medication, and some of his own clothing. "How intriguing that you possess such hidden treasures," Nie Xiaorong exclaimed, a blend of astonishment and delight illuminating her face. Though these items were modest, they held significant importance. "Perhaps we shall find use for them. Hence, I saved a few essentials upon arriving on the island. Here, this should be of use to you. Be sure not to lose it." As he spoke, Lu Qi handed her the solar mirror encased in black leather, offering a gentle admonition. "Thank you so much, Lu Qi," Nie Xiaorong replied, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the pristine mirror. After spending over 10 days on this deserted island without proper self-care, she welcomed the opportunity to groom herself. As they resumed their journey, not long after departing the beach, they encountered a natural obstacle, a sheer cliff face extending laterally between the mountains. To continue their ascent, they would need to find a way to scale this 2-meter-high stone barrier. In an effort to conserve energy, Lu Qi scanned the surroundings for a feasible route, but after a thorough search, they found no suitable path. Determined not to waste time, Lu Qi decisively proposed that he would hoist Nie Xiaorong onto his shoulders, allowing her to assist him in climbing afterward. Upon receiving her agreement, they sought out a relatively lower section of the cliff. This spot will do. Once you step up, I can rise, and you'll be able to climb from there, Lu Qi indicated, lowering himself to offer his shoulder. Just as Nie Xiaorong prepared to make her move, she hesitated, glancing at her alluring red dress, and shyly remarked to Lu Qi, "My attire is not conducive for climbing, and you mustn't look around indiscriminately. Do you not have another outfit in your backpack?" Indeed, Lu Qi had contemplated this query since their departure, aware that her flowing red gown was quite impractical for their trek. "I do, but it happens to be a rather short skirt. At the time of the mishap on the cruise, there was no opportunity to retrieve other clothing." Observing Nie Xiaorong in such a predicament, Lu Qi refrained from further inquiries and nodded, saying, "All right, I am a man of integrity. You need not worry. I shall not look indiscreetly." With that, he deliberately averted his gaze to the ground before him. As Lu Qi half squatted beneath the stone wall, Nie Xiaorong could not suppress a laugh. Her heart warmed, prompting her to cease her hesitations. She stepped forward, lifting her leg to place it upon Lu Qi's shoulder. "Ouch! What is wrong?" As soon as her foot touched him, Lu Qi exclaimed in discomfort, prompting Nie Xiaorong to inquire anxiously. "You should really take off your shoes. Your heel is pressing down on my shoulder painfully." Reluctantly, Nie Xiaorong withdrew her foot, removed her shoes, and then stepped back onto Lu Qi's shoulder. "All right, you may rise. Okay, just hold on tight." As Lu Qi prepared to push himself up, he found himself nearly unable to rise, exclaiming, "Wow, you are quite heavy. I can't lift myself." Upon hearing his words, Nie Xiaorong's face flushed a deep crimson. "You useless man. You lack even this little strength. I'm not heavy at all. Come on, exert yourself." "All right, are you ready?" Realizing his mistake and having been subjected to a round of teasing, Lu Qi gathered his strength once more, preparing to rise. "Hey, up!" Perhaps to prove himself, Lu Qi exerted immense force, causing Nie Xiaorong to lose her balance atop his shoulder and nearly tumble down. "Slow down." After the initial tension, Nie Xiaorong seized a moment to grasp a protruding stone above her. With a strong push from her feet, she endeavored to climb the wall. However, she still fell short of the height needed. "Just a bit more. Hurry, push me up." At her behest, Lu Qi quickly raised his hands and looked up. Oh my, what a sight! Upon lifting his gaze, he nearly stumbled backward, overwhelmed by the sight of Nie Xiaorong's long, fair legs, resembling two gleaming leeks swaying in midair, desperately striving to ascend. "Ah, pervert! You lecherous wolf! If you keep staring, I shall gouge out your eyes and throw them on the ground." In that moment, Nie Xiaorong caught a glimpse of Lu Qi staring foolishly at her skirt and shouted. Upon hearing her fervent admonition, Lu Qi snapped back to reality, swiftly reaching forward to grasp Nie Xiaorong's flailing feet and pushing her upward. This base must be what the village matron referred to as good for childbirth. Lu Qi mused inwardly, his eyes still fixated on the view above. After a considerable struggle, Nie Xiaorong finally managed to climb up. Elated, she plopped down onto the ground, panting softly, and then turned to Lu Qi, saying, "It's your turn now, Lu the Great Wolf." Uft, Lu the Great Wolf? This woman, how swiftly her titles change. Just a moment ago, she referred to him as Lu the Great Hero, and now she has dubbed him Lu the Great Wolf. Upon hearing Nie Xiaorong suddenly call out to him, Lu Qi, who had retreated several meters and was poised for a sprint, let out a laugh, instantly undermining his own momentum. "Ha ha ha, Lu Delang, don't say you can't do it. Who claimed I was incapable? Just watch." With that, Lu Qi launched himself towards the stone wall. As he approached, he leaped, skillfully springing off the ground twice before executing a graceful vault, grasping the protruding stone that Nie Xiaorong had previously seized. How about that? With his body still clinging to the wall, Lu Qi cast a triumphant glance at Nie Xiaorong, who had her chin raised, signaling him to continue. Lu Qi then exerted his strength, hooking his right leg upward, and half of his body was already hanging above. After two more agile climbs, his slender frame effortlessly stood before Nie Xiaorong. "Oof, how about that? Am I impressive or what?" Observing Lu Qi, who was panting heavily yet still reveling in his triumph, Nie Xiaorong quipped without hesitation, "Lu Delang, Considering your breathless state, shall we take a half-hour break? I could brew some medicine for you, and once you're no longer gasping, we can proceed." Upon hearing this, Lucci shot her a glare and continued forward without a backward glance. Chapter 11. No, I do not wish to die half a day later. Gazing at the mountain summit that lay within reach, the two companions, despite their utmost efforts, found themselves still far from their goal. As twilight approached, they resolutely abandoned the aspiration of reaching the peak. In pursuit of a safe haven for the night, they began their search for a suitable shelter. They considered that the refuge must not only shield them from the wind and rain, but also provide warmth and protection from wild beasts. After nearly an hour of searching, they finally discovered a fitting location, a stone cave nestled beneath a massive rock, flanked by steep slopes on either side. The cave's entrance, at its narrowest point, spanned approximately 2 meters in width. With a slight modification, it could effectively serve as a barrier against intruders, ensuring their safety from nocturnal predators. Upon entering the cave to inspect their find, they felt a sense of satisfaction. While the interior was not excessively spacious, it was ample enough to accommodate 7 or 8 individuals, and the ground was relatively dry, indicating it would not be overly damp at night. At Lucci's suggestion, Nie Xiaorong scoured the surroundings and gathered some soft grasses and foliage to fashion a makeshift mattress. Meanwhile, he collected some dry branches and twigs to construct a rudimentary barrier at the cave's entrance, effectively sealing off their refuge. This natural shelter required little exertion from them. With a simple tidying up, it was transformed into a secure abode for the two. As night descended, the temperature on the island was mild, and they felt no need to kindle a fire. After a modest meal of wild fruits from their provisions, they prepared to rest. Nie Xiaorong arranged their grass beds close together, leaving only a 30-centimeter gap between them, driven by a fear of wild animals and a desire to remain near Lucci. Yet, she was also wary of being too close, concerned that he might become another unruly beast. Thus, she established what she deemed a safe distance between their makeshift beds. Just as they settled down, both still wide awake, they entered into a lively conversation. Perhaps it was the solitude of the evening that encouraged Nie Xiaorong to open up. She began to inquire about Lucci's life. "Where is your hometown? Do you have a girlfriend? How many have you dated? Were they from high school or middle school? Who was your first kiss? What kind of partner do you hope to find in the future? Do you want to establish a family first or focus on your career? How many children do you wish to have? Do you think I am beautiful? Would you like me to be your girlfriend?" One question after another flowed from her lips, leaving Lucci haplessly fumbling for responses, resorting to evasive maneuvers to deflect her probing inquiries. As midnight approached, he remained wide awake, tossing and turning. Yet when he glanced at the now slumbering Nie Xiaorong, her exquisite features and alluring posture, especially her long, fair legs illuminated by the moonlight, he suddenly perceived that her true nature was that of a mischievous enchantress. Whether it was the serendipitous encounters aboard the cruise or the unwavering companionship on the island, even the willingness to depart alone with oneself, these ought not to be the customary choices of a woman. Yet, this enchanting sorceress persistently opted for her own company. Could it be that at this moment, Lucci harbored suspicions that she might be deliberately approaching him, intending to exploit his kindness? But he was merely a penniless youth, just having stepped into adulthood. Meanwhile, she was a successful CEO. Was it possible that her aim was to find a young boyfriend to drain him of his resources? The thoughts of Nie Xiaorong's inquiries from earlier lingered in his mind, inciting a brazen speculation within him. However, as he gazed at Nie Xiaorong in the dim moonlight, he could not fathom how this extraordinary woman could also be the CEO of a renowned chain. "Am I attractive, Lu darling? Why are you still awake at this hour? Would you like me to keep you company for a while?" Suddenly, while Lucci was lost in thought, he heard her soft voice. Startled, he quickly responded, "No. No chatting. Let us sleep. He. Good night, Lu Lang." Nie Xiaorong playfully added, causing Lucci to shudder involuntarily. In his heart, he was undeniably convinced that she was a little enchantress. The following morning, the two slumbering figures were abruptly roused by the ferocious roar of a beast. Lucci sprang up, but to his astonishment, he discovered that Nie Xiaorong had her long legs draped over his. Not bothering to dwell on this, he extricated himself and cautiously approached the cave entrance to peer outside. The beast's roar persisted, seemingly drawing nearer. At that moment, Nie Xiaorong also awakened, stealthily moving behind Lu Qi, her voice trembling with concern. "Lu Qi, what is that sound? It's terrifying." He turned, gesturing for silence without replying. As the roar continued to approach their cave, Nie Xiaorong, gripped by fear, clung tightly to one of Lu Qi's arms. Outside, a mere 10 meters away, a fiercely wild leopard was slowly advancing toward the cave entrance, emitting low growls that resonated with a chilling intensity, sending shivers down their spines. Although Lu Qi had yet to lay eyes on the leopard, he could surmise from the sound that it was a large feline predator. A wave of dread washed over him, for he was unarmed. Facing such a formidable beast, even with a weapon, survival would be uncertain. This creature was far more formidable than a wild boar. Lu Qi softly reassured Nie Xiaorong, urging her to step back and remain composed. He then picked up a rough wooden stick, a makeshift weapon he had set aside while crafting a rudimentary barrier for the cave entrance the previous day. It was the only weapon he could muster at that moment. Gripping the wooden stick tightly, Lu Qi felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he listened to the approaching roars. His legs trembled incessantly, with another low growl echoing in the air. The silhouette of a leopard finally emerged. Lu Qi held his breath. At that moment, he understood that if this creature detected his presence, their fate would surely be dire. Perhaps this day next year would mark their demise. He turned to glance at Nie Xiaorong, who was nervously curled up in a corner of the cave, and managed to force a smile, attempting to offer her a semblance of comfort in her anxiety. With careful steps, he took a defensive stance. However, this seemingly cautious movement caught the leopard's attention. It turned its head, letting out a menacing growl as it bared its teeth, fixating on the cave entrance. Through the makeshift cover of branches, Lu Qi could sense the ferocity emanating from the leopard's gaze. That look was utterly terrifying. Clearly, the leopard had now recognized Lu Qi as its prey. With a low growl filled with aggression, it advanced step by step toward the cave. Just as Lu Qi was about to unleash his fear and shout for courage, the approaching leopard suddenly halted, slowly retreating. What was happening? Did it realize that he was not its match? That seemed implausible. After all, this was a full-grown leopard. Confused, Lu Qi leaned forward to investigate further when, suddenly, a massive snake, nearly 2 meters long and as thick as an arm, slithered down from above the cave entrance. Its body was a dark brown with a pale blue underbelly, and its eyes were fixed intently on the leopard inching closer to the cave, its tongue flickering crimson. Lu Qi, observing from the cave entrance, was nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight of the enormous snake. He jumped back, retreating hastily until he reached Nie Xiaorong, where he finally halted, gasping for breath, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Goodness, that nearly scared the life out of me. Lu Qi reassured himself amidst the panic. Unaware of the snake's presence, Nie Xiaorong inquired anxiously, "What's wrong, Lu Qi? Are you hurt? Is it going to come in?" Lu Qi shook his head, urging her to remain silent. A sudden roar from the leopard pierced the air, followed by the snake's hissing warning. The two wild and primal sounds sent shivers down their spines. The cacophony persisted for 2 or 3 minutes before ceasing abruptly. With uncertainty clouding his mind, Lu Qi steadied his breath and bravely approached the cave entrance once more. Unbeknownst to him, the recent encounter with the enormous serpent, marked by their mutual gaze, had instilled such profound terror that not only did Lu Qi stumble backward, but the serpent was also propelled away by the sheer fright. The direction in which the serpent was flung happened to be towards the leopard that had just approached the cave's entrance. Thus, both the startled leopard and the serpent, caught in the throes of fear, instinctively assumed defensive postures. Fortunately, it appeared that both creatures sensed the pressure and threat emanating from each other. After a tense standoff, charged with palpable hostility, they ultimately chose to retreat. With the leopard and serpent now absent from sight, Lu Qi exhaled in relief. The danger had passed. Upon hearing his words, Nie Xiaorong felt her tension dissipate, and she burst into tears, exclaiming, "Oh dear, why are there so many terrifying occurrences on this wretched island? I want to go home." Seeing her weep like a delicate flower in the rain, Lu Qi felt a pang of sympathy. Just as he prepared to offer her some comfort, he suddenly noticed a small azure snake that had appeared on the rock wall behind Nie Xiaorong. The sight of the vividly colored serpent sent a jolt of alarm through Lu Qi, prompting him to shout, "Miss Nie, do not move. Please stay still." However, Nie Xiaorong, still sobbing and complaining, was oblivious to Lu Qi's alarmed expression. At that moment, as Lu Qi attempted to warn her once more, she stamped her foot, thinking that if she cried harder, Lu Qi would surely come over to embrace and console her. To her shock, after the stamp, she felt a sharp sting on her calf, akin to a needle prick. Panic-stricken, she turned her head to see the small azure snake swiftly slithering towards the cave entrance. In a swift motion, Lu Qi rushed forward and brought his foot down with force upon the serpent's head, killing it instantly while the rear half of its body continued to writhe. "Ah, a snake, a snake!" At that moment, Nie Xiaorong finally grasped the situation, her face blanching with fear as she darted behind Lu Qi, peeking out, rendered speechless by her anxiety. "Ah, Lu, it's a snake." Hearing her panic cries and feeling the painful grip of her trembling hands on his arm, Lu Qi quickly wrapped one arm around her quaking form, reassuring her. "Do not fear, I am here." He gently patted her delicate back, embodying the image of a protective older brother. After a while, under Lu Qi's tender comfort, Nie Xiaorong began to regain her composure. However, just as Lu Qi was about to bask in his sense of triumph, he noticed Nie Xiaorong stepping back 2 paces, collapsing onto the ground, twisting her body in pain as she examined the back of her calf. Lu Qi's heart sank as he watched her suddenly cry out again, her tears flowing freely this time, devoid of pretense. He hurried over to check on her. At first glance, a vivid stream of crimson blood flowed from the back of her calf, cascading down to her heel. The contrast against her fair skin rendered the blood particularly striking. "Lu Qi, I've been bitten by a venomous snake. Am I going to die?" Noticing Lu Qi's silence, she continued to murmur to herself, "Lu Qi, I don't want to die. There is so much awaiting my return. My new company is about to open, and I haven't even started dating yet. I don't want to die, Lu Qi." Despite Nie Xiaorong's desperate outpouring of her fears, Lu Qi remained unresponsive. He immediately removed his belt and tightly bound it above her injured calf. Then, he crouched down to examine the small green snake on the ground. Previously, after cleaning Nie Xiaorong's wound, he had observed a neat row of snakebite marks left by the serpent. To confirm his suspicion, he was now poking at the flattened tongue of the snake with a twig. Upon seeing that the deceased snake indeed possessed a series of small, tightly spaced teeth, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Looking up, he found Nie Xiaorong's eyes swollen and red, tears still glistening at the corners. "Stop crying. The more you weep, the worse the swelling will get." Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaorong glanced at her calf. Although the bitten leg appeared no different from the other, in her mind, it felt as though her calf was swelling into a thigh. "Wah! Lu Qi, Dr. Lu, please save me. If you can help me. Don't let me die here. I'll serve you like a beast of burden. Wah, Dr. Lu." Hearing Lu Qi mention the swelling, she dared not cry out loudly, resorting instead to quiet sobs. To serve like a beast of burden? Perhaps that is not such a bad idea. At least it might elevate my status in her eyes. Why not? Lu Qi feigned contemplation and said, "Miss Nie, do not worry. I've examined the snake. Its venom, while lethal, comes from a small serpent, and the toxicity will not manifest quickly, at least not for 3 or 4 days." "Ah, no, I don't want to die. Lu Qi, Master Lu, you must save me, please." To Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi's feigned alarm sounded like a death sentence. In truth, upon observing the bite marks and the flowing crimson blood, Lu Qi had already concluded that this was a non-venomous snake. Venomous snakes typically leave only 2 puncture wounds, while non-venomous species exhibit these orderly bite marks. Chapter 12. The Temptation of Beauty. Upon closer inspection of the small green snake, he confirmed his assessment. It was indeed non-venomous. However, on this desolate island, any bite needed to be promptly addressed to prevent inflammation or fever. If handled correctly, there should be no lasting harm. Observing Nie Xiaorong's sincere gaze, he found it difficult to utter harsher words. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly reassured her, "Rest assured, I possess the antidote to this snake's venom. You shall be fine. Yet I must first gather some medicinal herbs for the antidote. During this time, please heed my instructions and avoid any actions that may precipitate the onset of poison. Do you understand?" "Okay, Master Lucci. As long as there is a remedy, I will follow your lead." She whimpered. This fellow truly valued her life. Where was the commanding presence of a CEO? Watching Nia Xiaorong nod obediently, Lucci felt a sense of satisfaction. Enough with the tears. If you continue to cry, your eyes will swell further, and you won't look as lovely. Lucci gently wiped the tears from her cheeks while offering comforting words. This seemed to have a calming effect, as Nia Xiaorong quickly ceased her sobbing. Upon examining the wound again, he noted that the blood had not changed and had already begun to clot. To be cautious, he retrieved a silver needle from his backpack and tested the blood for toxicity. After a few minutes, the needle remained unaltered. Lucci finally felt a sense of relief. How fortunate he was. There had been a scare, but no real danger. Otherwise, this woman might have truly lost her life today. With this thought in mind, Lucci carefully unfastened the belt from Nia Xiaorong's leg. He had resolved that wherever they would spend the night in the future, he would ensure to scatter some plant ashes around to deter insects and snakes. Subsequently, he and Nia Xiaorong cautiously exited the cave. After a thorough inspection of the surroundings, they decided not to delay any longer and to press on. The slopes surrounding the cave bore numerous tracks from unknown creatures left behind from the previous night. Judging by the size and depth of the prints, Lucci deduced that they were quite perilous and sizable. To his astonishment, the island was teeming with wildlife. At that moment, a flicker of regret surfaced within Lucci. He wondered whether departing from the beach had been the right choice. Only upon emerging did he realize that the previous beach was encircled by mountains on 3 sides, with a sheer cliff providing natural protection, a veritable sanctuary. Yet, it was too late. There was no turning back. Moreover, he was convinced that being marooned on this island, it was preferable to maintain one's independence and clarity rather than to mingle with a horde of disorganized individuals. In solitude, one often exhibited kindness, but in a group, the desire to conform could lead to a diminishment of intellect and a propensity for cruelty. Turning to glance at Nia Xiaorong, who followed closely behind, Lucci couldn't help but smile. This elite beauty of society now appeared no different from an ordinary girl, equally fearful of death and prone to tears. The two continued their ascent towards the mountain peak, with Nia Xiaorong trailing behind Lucci. Although she was constantly troubled by the fear of the snake venom within her body acting up, she could only place her trust in Lucci. Meanwhile, Lucci was diligently observing every place they passed, searching for suitable herbs to provide Nia Xiaorong with rudimentary treatment for her injury, to alleviate inflammation and prevent infection. He was aware that the snake was not venomous and that the wound would not pose a significant threat to her. Yet he still felt compelled to offer her some semblance of care. Fortunately, as they progressed, Lucci finally discovered a few plants that could help reduce inflammation and pain. After some preparation, he applied the herbs to her leg, followed by a series of earnest reassurances and comforting words. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Nia Xiaorong grasped Lucci's hand, eager to bestow upon him a precious kiss. Thankfully, Lucci's quick reflexes saved the moment. Had he been a moment slower, that first kiss would have been lost. Little did he know, his bashful retreat only ignited a fervent passion within Nia Xiaorong. Resolute, she vowed to firmly capture the attention of the young man before her. The rugged mountain path, though appearing short, proved to be quite arduous and time-consuming. Moreover, Nia Xiaorong's behavior during the journey became increasingly erratic, leaving Lucci exasperated. She feigned various ailments, claiming residual poison in her system, fatigue, foot pain, and dizziness, all in a bid to elicit Lucci's sympathy, hoping to create opportunities for proximity and touch. For she was acutely aware that no man could resist the allure of a beautiful woman, especially one as striking as herself. Yet, despite her relentless attempts, Lucci endured it all, seemingly oblivious to her charms. In her eyes, he resembled a blockhead, utterly unperceptive. She even began to question her own attractiveness, wondering if she had failed to catch his eye. Frustrated by her repeated failures, Nie Xiaorong chose to ignore Lu Qi altogether, entering a mode of determination, no longer feigning pain or exhaustion, and boldly walking ahead of him. Lu Qi could scarcely believe his eyes, utterly confounded by the woman's capricious nature. Truth be told, with Nie Xiaorong's exquisite beauty, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not tempted. After all, he was a young man filled with vigor. However, his mind was preoccupied with reaching the summit as swiftly as possible to uncover its mysteries, followed by finding a stable place to rest and satisfy his hunger, ideally with a refreshing bath afterward. At long last, after a tug-of-war of emotions and relentless climbing, they reached the mountain peak. The breathtaking view before them left them momentarily speechless. Lu Qi, look, there, S.A. Lake. Nie Xiaorong exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the distance. Lu Qi hurried to her side, and before them lay a magnificent circular mountain range, with a visible lake nestled in its center, perhaps due to the distance. The entire lake was visible, its waters a vibrant emerald green, tranquil and serene. I hope, as you said, if that truly is a lake, we may indeed have a chance of survival. However, if it were an inland sea, the situation would be entirely different. Lu Qi, suppressing his excitement, analyzed the surroundings. He had not observed any springs or waterfalls in the mountains, although the scale and shape of the island surpassed his imagination. It also made him realize that such a sizable island would possess abundant resources, making it more likely to be discovered by rescuers. Regardless, I'm just eager to take a bath there. Nie Xiaorong tugged at Lu Qi's clothing, urging him on. Not so fast, although I share your desire. We must carefully observe everything and devise a plan first. With that, Lu Qi rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a plastic bag containing a thin notebook and a black ballpoint pen, originally intended for work-related accounting. After casually flipping through a few pages, he began to sketch the shape of the island he was witnessing, contemplating how best to proceed, whether to explore the entire island first or to locate a suitable campsite. However, while Lu Qi was engrossed in his drawing, Nie Xiaorong quietly stepped forward and picked up a slightly yellowed piece of paper that had fallen to the ground. Upon unfolding it, a pair of striking red footprints caught her eye. Following that were the names Lu Qi and Lin Yao. After reading the other written information, Nie Xiaorong was momentarily stunned, filled with disbelief. She could not fathom that in this day and age there still existed arranged marriages, complete with time frames and documented agreements. No wonder this guy had been so indifferent towards her. It seemed he had someone else in his heart. Anger surged within her, and just as she was about to tear up the paper, she hesitated. It appeared that reason had returned in an instant. She felt she could not act so rashly. After all, she and he were nothing to each other yet. What right did she have to destroy another's belongings? Especially something so significant. As she reached out to return it to Lu Qi, a flicker of resentment and frustration arose within her. With a swift motion, she slapped the marriage document onto Lu Qi's shoulder. Hey, Ludalang, what era are we in? You actually have an arranged marriage? Ha! That is truly laughable. Startled by Nie Xiaorong's sudden outburst, Lu Qi, who had been focused on his drawing, quickly grabbed the item from her hand. After confirming it was undamaged, he hastily tucked it away. Ludalang, could it really be true? Have you truly arranged a marriage? Before Lu Qi could respond, Nie Xiaorong continued, her voice laced with astonishment and mockery. Lu Qi's expression darkened. His secret had been unveiled, and he found himself at a loss for words. Noticing Nie Xiaorong's persistent inquiries, he could only muster the courage to retort, what is there to laugh about? It's none of your business. That's the only thing my grandfather left me before he passed away. After speaking, he ignored Nie Xiaorong and continued to sketch the topography of the island. Oh, are you upset? How petty. I was just curious, but I apologize. I had no knowledge of your grandfather's situation. Please accept my condolences. Although the mocking laughter within Nie Xiaorong had not yet faded, her words nonetheless conveyed a timely apology for Lu Qi's grandfather's passing. Noticing that Lu Qi no longer paid her any mind, Nie Xiaorong bore no resentment. At that moment, she regarded the marriage certificate solely as a sentimental relic left by Lu Qi's grandfather. In this day and age, such matters were almost unheard of, especially since they were both stranded on this desolate island. With her charm, she believed she could still captivate this young man. However, to alleviate the earlier tension, she proactively initiated a conversation, expressing her concern for Lu Qi and inquiring about his circumstances. Perhaps it was the current environment and Nie Xiaorong's sudden change in demeanor that led Lu Qi, standing atop the mountain, to gradually set down his paper and pen and begin to share his background and the extraordinary events that had brought him here. The mysterious and lush island before them was tranquil, with no strong winds, while behind them lay the magnificent ocean and serene beach. At that moment, he seemed to have discovered a balm for his inner turmoil, gradually releasing his feelings of longing for his parents and grandfather. This was also the first time since leaving the village that he had unveiled his heart, and to a stranger at that. As Lu Qi recounted his tale, Nie Xiaorong listened with tears welling in her eyes, astonished to learn of the young man's poignant history. This is the narrative of my 18 years. Miss Nie, I wonder if, upon hearing this, you might regret leaving the elite circles to accompany a poor fellow like me, should they truly have a way to escape this place. You would face significant losses. Noticing Nie Xiaorong's emotional response to his story, Lu Qi teased her. Of course, I won't regret it. You left those people for my sake. In the future, you need not address me as Miss Nie. I am merely 3 years your junior. You may call me Sister Xiaorong, or simply by my name, Nie Xiaorong. This. Faced with her suggestion, Lu Qi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing the petite and charming Nie Xiaorong, who stood half a head shorter than him, Lu Qi suddenly replied, "Given your appearance, you don't seem older than me. How about this? I shall call you Xiaorong, and you can refer to me as Little Lu." After a pause, seeing that Nie Xiaorong remained silent, he added, "If you find that too awkward, I could just call you by your name, Nie Xiaorong. Suit yourself." Although Nie Xiaorong was older than Lu Qi, he had grown up in the countryside, likely engaging in hard labor often, which had left his skin somewhat rough and dark. Boys typically do not concern themselves with skincare, especially not on this deserted island where hot showers were a luxury. In contrast, Nie Xiaorong, as a cosmetics business owner, despite being stranded, still appeared fair, beautiful, and remarkably youthful. Thus, regardless of the perspective, Lu Qi felt he appeared older and more mature than Nie Xiaorong. To hear him call her sister would be less valuable than having him diligently practice the art of tongue twisting. After a sincere and amicable exchange, both individuals gained a deeper understanding of each other. Particularly for Nie Xiaorong, her demeanor towards Lu Qi softened considerably. As she gazed at him, her heart stirred with a newfound sentiment. Although Lu Qi was neither a titan of industry nor a scion of wealth, upon hearing his story, she developed a fondness for his innocent heart. Thus, the two lingered atop the mountain for an extended period. Lu Qi, have you noticed that since our arrival on this island, aside from the roars of wild beasts, we have yet to hear a single bird call or catch a glimpse of any avian presence? Suddenly, after surveying her surroundings, Nie Xiaorong softly articulated her observation to Lu Qi. "I had already noted this peculiar absence," Lu Qi replied. "Indeed, I have yet to encounter any birds. I suspect this may be linked to the island itself. Ever since we set foot here, all electronic devices have malfunctioned, leaving us disoriented. The island's vegetation is extraordinarily lush, with numerous plants I have neither seen nor heard of before. Our cruise ship was navigating southward, yet I remain uncertain of our exact location. The incident occurred 2 days into our voyage, so by my calculations, we should be nearing the equator. Perhaps we have stumbled upon an uncharted and untouched isle. Do you think there is any chance of rescue?" she inquired. "I cannot say for certain," Lu Qi responded, though a sense of confusion lingered within him. In his understanding and studies, it seemed implausible that such a vast island could be devoid of any avian life. Moreover, the magnetic field here appeared chaotic, rendering any instruments incapable of accurately determining direction. Chapter 13. The blood-red maw. The island was adorned with towering and lush vegetation, interspersed with enigmatic flora. Though surrounded by the sea, the waters yielded no fish, rendering Lu Qi's meticulously prepared fishing lines and hooks utterly redundant. "Lu Qi, look, there is thick smoke on the beach." Suddenly, Lu Qi was roused from his reverie by Nie Xiaorong's astonished exclamation. He swiftly turned to her, and together they gazed downward. Indeed, Not far from the SOS signals composed of piled-up materials on the beach, a bonfire blazed, emitting copious amounts of smoke. Could a rescue plane be on its way? Nie Xiaorong speculated, and both quickly tilted their heads skyward. Yet, the azure expanse above revealed nothing. Lu Qi, look over there. There's a small boat in the sea. Nie Xiaorong pointed excitedly towards the distant waters. Soon, Lu Qi noticed the figures on the beach surging towards the shoreline like ants, waving their arms. Isn't that a lifeboat from the cruise ship? He observed calmly after scrutinizing it closely. Nie Xiaorong finally snapped back to reality, earnestly comparing the two small vessels on the beach and the distant sea. It really is a lifeboat. Their vantage point afforded them a clear view, and they swiftly confirmed that the boat on the water was indeed a standard lifeboat from the cruise ship. The people on the water, however, continued to frantically wave their arms, jumping and shouting in exuberance. Lu Qi sighed, pondering that perhaps in a few minutes, someone on the beach would recognize the vessel. Why has the lifeboat only just appeared? It has been over 10 days. I wonder if there are any survivors aboard, Nie Xiaorong remarked, her voice tinged with concern as she gazed at the drifting lifeboat. Lu Qi, too, scrutinized the stationary lifeboat, yearning to catch a glimpse of any survivors. Yet, after several minutes of watching, no figures emerged as he had hoped. Instead, the lifeboat remained eerily still, anchored nearly 200 meters from shore. Observing its draft, it seemed devoid of the weight one would expect from a boat filled with escapees. Moreover, it had lingered there for an extended period without any signs of movement, appearing to drift slightly to the left. Retracting his gaze, Lu Qi addressed Nie Xiaorong and tossed a handful of dry earth into the air. Although he did not comprehend why the sea breeze on this island was so feeble, he noted that the weak wind aligned with the direction in which the lifeboat floated. This seemingly trivial gesture impressed Nie Xiaorong, who perceived his composure and wisdom in this critical moment, contrasting sharply with the demeanor of a mere youth, instead resembling a seasoned middle-aged hunter. At that moment, as they intently observed the throng on the beach below, a spotted leopard stealthily emerged on the hillside behind them. Perhaps sensing an unfamiliar scent in the air, the leopard prowled, halting behind a massive boulder just shy of reaching the mountain summit. With a mere turn around the boulder, it would have a direct line of sight to the two individuals. At that moment, the leopard's ears perked up, seemingly attuned to the sounds emitted by the pair, abruptly shifting from a casual gait to a crouched, predatory stance. It lowered its entire body and stealthily crept toward the side of the boulder. Meanwhile, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong remained blissfully unaware of its presence, engaged in conversation at the precipice behind the boulder, merely 5 or 6 meters away. Upon clearly spotting the two, the leopard did not immediately charge forth to attack. Instead, it retreated a few steps, lifted its head, and with a swift leap, gracefully ascended the boulder. It was evident that it sought a more advantageous position from which to launch its ambush. What shall we do now, Lu Qi? Should we retreat or press on? Nie Xiaorong inquired, gazing at the beach where countless individuals continued to surge toward the sea, fervently waving their arms. The distant echoes of their shouts stirred a flicker of hope for rescue within her heart. However, Lu Qi remained composed. From our vantage point, we can observe everything below. It has been over 10 days. With such a vast expanse of beach, their endurance has reached its limit. Devoid of food and fresh water, they too will eventually be compelled to leave that shore, just as we have. We merely took the initiative first. Indeed, no sooner had Lu Qi finished speaking than the clamorous cries from the throng below abruptly ceased. It was apparent that the crowd had realized the vessel approaching was not the hoped-for rescue ship. Despite the considerable distance, Lu Qi could sense the pervasive feelings of despondency and despair emanating from the beachgoers. Regaining his focus, Lu Qi surveyed the ridge where he and Nie Xiaorong stood. From this lofty perch, he perceived that the side of the beach represented hopelessness and entrapment, while the opposite side might harbor a path to survival and hope. He was unwilling to retrace his steps, for he understood that the people on the beach were merely clinging to the illusion of salvation, struggling in vain. Once their resolve faltered, they would undoubtedly follow in his footsteps, choosing the path of self-rescue and survival. Yet, what lay ahead, and what challenges would he face? Though uncertain, he possessed the audacity to forge ahead and a readiness to confront whatever lay in wait. Casting another glance at the lifeboat drifting in the sea, Lu Chi hesitated. Perhaps it was an innate intuition that women possess. Noticing the intent in Lu Chi's gaze, Nie Xiaorong suddenly asked, "Are you thinking of going to that boat?" "How did you know I wanted to go to that boat?" Lu Chi replied, his curiosity ignited as he looked at her with bright eyes. It was evident from the expression in your eyes just now." Nie Xiaorong smiled proudly and replied, "Indeed, I am eager to swim to that lifeboat and assess the situation. It would be ideal if we could rescue someone. Even if we cannot, acquiring the survival tools on that lifeboat would be invaluable to us. After all, the likelihood of obtaining tools from those individuals on the beach is exceedingly slim, and it could lead to direct conflict." Upon finishing her words, Lu Chi turned to Nie Xiaorong, gesturing towards the lifeboat in the sea and then glancing at the topographical map he had sketched. "Look," he said, "the lifeboat has remained at that distance from the shore for quite some time, moving steadily away to the left rather than approaching the beach. Just beyond the left side of the beach, after navigating some hills and cliffs, lies the lowest point of this circular island mountain range. I suspect that if those people on the beach do not attempt to commandeer the boat, we might still have a slim chance to seize some supplies if we dare to approach the shore." "Yes, Lu Chi, you are absolutely right, haha. If that is the case, we need not worry excessively about our survival," she exclaimed. "Let us set off immediately." Upon hearing Lu Chi's analysis and suggestion, Nie Xiaorong felt a surge of excitement, wholeheartedly agreeing with his reasoning. "Not so fast. Let us first rest here and observe for a while. We can depart later," Lu Chi said, turning to seek a stone to sit on for a moment. However, Nie Xiaorong, perplexed, anxiously inquired why. "If we do not leave now, will we still be able to see the lifeboat once we arrive there?" In response, Lu Chi chuckled softly and patiently explained, "Look at the sea breeze. We are situated quite high, are we not? Even at this elevation, there is no breeze. Moreover, the sea surface below is remarkably calm. Besides, if those individuals on the beach were to board the previous lifeboat now, there would be no chance left for us. Time is of the essence, unless we sprout wings. How can we compete with them? Thus, we must relinquish our illusions and observe for now before making a decision." Oh. After Lu Chi's explanation, Nie Xiaorong finally accepted his advice, realizing the folly of her impulsiveness. Suddenly, as Lu Chi turned to sit down, an inadvertent glance revealed a terrifying beast lurking ominously on the boulder behind Nie Xiaorong, the ambush-ready leopard, measuring over 2 meters in length. Its cold eyes fixated on the two of them, revealing sharp teeth in a menacing grin. Perhaps caught off guard, the leopard halted its stealthy approach upon meeting Lu Chi's gaze. Locking eyes with him, it seemed uncertain, never having encountered these humans before, and unsure of the potential threat they posed. Yet, instinctively, it recognized that Lu Chi and Nie Xiaorong were undoubtedly the main course on today's menu. Lu Chi stood frozen, seemingly dazed, his eyes transfixed on the creature behind him. As Nie Xiaorong began to turn, she was abruptly halted by Lu Chi's commanding voice. "Lu Chi, what is it? Don't move. Nie Xiaorong. Trust me, whatever you do, do not move," Lu Chi insisted, relying on her innate woman's intuition. Nie Xiaorong chose to heed his warning and froze in place. "Slowly walk towards me." Perhaps sensing the challenge in Lu Chi's steady gaze, the leopard emitted a low growl, its voice resonating ominously. At that moment, a chill ran through Nie Xiaorong, her complexion paling instantly as she grasped the perilous message conveyed through Lu Chi's rigid body language and expression. A beast had emerged behind her. Having never encountered such a fearsome creature as the leopard at such close proximity, Nie Xiaorong had not yet succumbed to paralysis. Following Lu Chi's instructions, she cautiously advanced towards him. With each of the 5 or 6 steps she took, it felt as though she were teetering on the edge of an abyss. By the time she reached Lu Chi, beads of cold sweat adorned her forehead. Lu Chi gripped tightly onto the solitary wooden stick he had found midway up the mountain, now serving as a makeshift weapon. Yet, to the leopard, this gesture was nothing more than a jest, posing no genuine threat. One swift bite would render any semblance of danger moot. As Nie Xiaorong finally stood beside him, Lu Qi maintained his focus on the leopard while simultaneously unfastening his backpack with one hand, raising it as a shield in front of him. Nie Xiaorong, too, slowly turned. Upon laying eyes on the colossal and terrifying leopard, her face drained of color, and her legs felt devoid of strength. With nothing in her hands, fear instinctively compelled her to retreat behind Lu Qi. Do not panic. It can sense our fear. The more we exhibit it, the sooner it will attack. Lu Qi urged. What should we do, Lu Qi? Nie Xiaorong's voice trembled with anxiety. Remove your backpack and shield your body, then slowly step back. Do not rush away, Lu Qi instructed, his gaze shifting from the leopard to its forelimbs, always ready for action. Controlling her emotions and body, Nie Xiaorong complied, removing her backpack to use as a shield and cautiously backing away. The leopard remained only 5 or 6 meters away. Its reluctance to strike, perhaps stemming from the realization that these two-legged beings did not flee in terror upon encountering its formidable presence. Such audacity was unexpected, and thus, the leopard refrained from launching an assault. Suddenly, a startled shriek escaped Nie Xiaorong's lips. Lu Qi, something's wrong. What is it? Lu Qi inquired, alarmed. There's no path left. Behind us is a sheer cliff. Hearing this, a chill gripped Lu Qi's heart, although he could not ascertain the height of the precipice. A wave of dread washed over him, accompanied by a surge of courage born from the prospect of life against the face of death. In an instant, a myriad of wild thoughts surged within my heart. In that brief moment, I had already prepared for the worst. I halted my retreat and declared, "You go ahead. I will hold it off." Such a succinct statement significantly alleviated Nie Xiaorong's anxious heart. At that moment, Lu Qi exuded an undeniable masculinity. Though merely 8 words, they struck Nie Xiaorong's soul like a heavy hammer, leaving an indelible mark of safety upon her spirit. What are you waiting for? Hurry and leave. Noticing Nie Xiaorong's dazed expression, Lu Qi hastily urged her, gently shifting in her direction to shield against the potential assault of the leopard. Upon hearing Lu Qi's insistence, Nie Xiaorong snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Oh." Casting a glance behind her, she continued to retreat a couple of steps to the side. Perhaps sensing their panic and tension, the leopard suddenly let out a fierce roar and lunged at Lu Qi. Its claws sliced through the air, and its gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, aimed to deliver a fatal blow, seeking to end Lu Qi's life with a single strike. Run. In a moment of desperation, Lu Qi thrust Nie Xiaorong away, raising his left hand that clutched a backpack, while gripping a wooden stick tightly in his right hand. As the menacing jaws approached, he instinctively retaliated, thrusting the stick forward. Nie Xiaorong, having been shoved aside, fell into the nearby grass. Before she could rise, she witnessed the leopard pounce towards Lu Qi's face. Lu Qi held his backpack high, and then both figures vanished from her sight, plummeting over the cliff. Lu Qi, seeing Lu Qi sacrifice himself to save her as he fell with the leopard, Nie Xiaorong instantly lost her composure, unsure of what to do. A torrent of emotions surged within her: grief, fear, profound gratitude, and an urgent sense of having lost something immensely precious. Desperately, Nie Xiaorong scrambled to the edge of the cliff to see, but the thick greenery obstructed her view, preventing her from discerning the situation below. All she could hear were the sounds of tumbling stones, each noise heightening her anxiety and sorrow. Lu Qi, woo, unable to contain her overwhelming sadness any longer. Nie Xiaorong burst into tears. Chapter 14. Mutual warmth. Thud. Crash. As he plummeted at breakneck speed, Lu Qi felt his body incessantly collide with rocks and vegetation, sending waves of pain coursing through him. The leopard, tightly gripping Lu Qi's backpack, was likewise dragged down, sharing in the humiliation and regret of this unexpected assault. As they fell, the excruciating impact of rocks against their bodies tormented the leopard, yet remained determined for its coveted meal. Thud! At last, after a jarring impact and a cry of anguish, Lu Qi perceived that he had reached the ground. Opening his eyes, he found himself on a small, flat area, approximately 4 to 5 meters wide, strewn with rocks, while behind him lay a pile of stones overgrown with weeds. Reclining against the rocky heap, every part of his body, legs, back, arms, face, and head, seemed to throb with fiery pain. Yet reason urged him to remain vigilant. Danger still loomed. Quickly, he raised his head and glanced around, and indeed, the leopard was struggling to rise from a nearby pile of stones, mirroring his own predicament. This was dire. Observing the leopard's agile movements, Lucci realized he was in peril. The leopard appeared largely unscathed by the fall, rising with only a slight wobble, indicating that the impact had affected it minimally. Shaking its head, the leopard fixed its gaze upon Lucci, locking onto him with predatory intent. In a state of panic, Lucci scrambled backward, using both hands and feet, but despite his efforts, he barely managed to retreat a short distance. In desperation, he grasped a rock beside him, ready to rise, when he noticed the distress signal flares that had fallen from his backpack. The bright red cylinder was strikingly noticeable. Seizing it, he quickly scanned the instructions and pulled off the cap, just as the leopard assumed a crouched, attacking stance. With a roar to bolster his courage and deter the beast, Lucci yanked the activation ring. Instantly, a thick plume of smoke erupted, and within the blink of an eye, searing flames shot forth. However, Lucci's frantic demeanor in the daylight diminished the flare's brightness, rendering it less intimidating. The leopard, unimpressed, lunged at him, seemingly intent on leaving no room for resistance. Charging directly towards his face, its blood-red maw revealing sharp, menacing teeth. I'll fight you." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lucci remained surprisingly calm, shedding the earlier panic. He thrust the flare directly into the leopard's gaping mouth, but unfortunately, his arm was caught in the beast's vicious bite. Instinctively, he raised a rock in his right hand and struck fiercely at the leopard's head. In a fit of rage, Lucci relentlessly hurled stones at the leopard. It was at that moment the leopard truly comprehended the essence of pain, loosening its grip on Lucci's bloodied arm, letting out a series of anguished cries as it stumbled back in sheer panic. It then began to thrash violently against the ground and stone walls, losing all semblance of its former ferocity, resembling a creature ensnared in molten lava, struggling frantically in agony. "My hand." Lucci winced in pain, gazing at his blood-soaked left hand. Yet, the peril was not yet averted. He dared not let his guard down. Rising to his feet, he shakily grasped the stone in his hand and approached the faltering leopard. To his horror, he noticed flames and thick smoke emanating from its mouth. In a moment of sheer suffering, the leopard collapsed toward the cliff's edge, plummeting into the abyss below, never to utter another sound. Finally, Lucci could breathe deeply, his tense demeanor gradually dissipating. Lucci, woo-woo." Above, Nie Xiaorong's voice reached him, her understanding that Lucci was still alive, in light of his earlier cries, prompted her to call out his name amidst her tears. "I'm fine." After catching his breath, Lucci raised his head and shouted back to reassure Nie Xiaorong. Upon hearing his response, she was filled with overwhelming joy, nearly losing her footing in her excitement. "Wait for me. I will come down to find you." In response to Nie Xiaorong's words, Lucci sank to the ground, leaning against a stone. With great effort, he tore a strip of cloth from his clothing, wincing as he wrapped it around his arm's injury, utterly drained of strength. Minutes passed, and at last, Nie Xiaorong discovered a narrow path down the steep cliff, following Lucci's faint signals until she reached his rocky platform. Upon seeing his condition, her eyes brimmed with tears, unable to bear the sight. She could not contain her emotions, startled by the sight of Lucci, who appeared as if drenched in blood. His entire body bore no unscathed skin. From head to toe, he was marked by wounds of various sizes, mingling with dirt that clung to his skin and tattered clothing. What had once been intact garments were now in tatters, with the sleeve of his left arm completely missing. The bloodstains were fresh, and in some areas, blood continued to seep from his wounds. She shuddered to think of the torment Lucci must have endured during his fall. "Lucci, whoa, please don't scare me. How could you be so severely injured?" As she cried, Nie Xiaorong hurriedly approached, crouching down to inquire with concern, but Lucci only felt a dizzying weakness envelop him. Upon seeing Nie Xiaorong approach, Lucci felt an overwhelming sense of joy. However, His elation was swiftly overshadowed by the sight of her attire, which, in its looseness, had been torn in several places during her descent, revealing considerable skin. Clearing his throat softly, he leaned back against a rock, seeking solace in silence. "No, please, Lucci, don't leave me. What will I do if you perish?" she pleaded, her voice laced with desperation. "I'm fine, just some scratches. A little rest will suffice." He managed to reassure her, enduring the pain and exhaustion that enveloped him. "Please, don't frighten me any further. Let me tend to your wounds. Just lie still," she implored, her concern palpable. He wanted to retort with a quip about his current state of immobility, but the words faltered on his lips. Instead, he cast a resigned glance at the stunning beauty before him, hoping she would grasp the gravity of the situation. With a faint sigh, he closed his eyes, surrendering to silence. As she observed the injuries marring Lu Qi's body from such proximity, Nie Xiaorong felt a surge of helplessness overwhelm her. Suppressing her anxiety and fear, she steeled herself to address his wounds, though her soft sobs betrayed her resolve. She wished not to weep, yet the thought of Lu Qi's selfless act, his willingness to confront the danger to save her, leading to their shared descent, stirred deep emotions within her heart. In a daze, Lu Qi perceived the sound of fabric tearing, followed by a sensation of movement as Nie Xiaorong tended to him, until he succumbed to unconsciousness. Nearly 2 hours elapsed as Nie Xiaorong cradled Lu Qi, reclining at an angle. The remnants of her once loose clothing had been reduced to mere scraps, resembling a swimsuit. She contemplated changing into the only spare outfit from her backpack, but found herself too fatigued to move, especially with Lu Qi's head resting upon her lap. She hesitated to disturb him, fearing it might aggravate his injuries. Thus, the two remained entwined in slumber until the depths of night enveloped them. That night, the sky sparkled with stars, and the moon hung high above, while the island echoed with the calls of various creatures. Suddenly, Nie Xiaorong awoke, but upon seeing Lu Qi still in a deep sleep, she refrained from making any abrupt movements. Instead, she reached for her backpack, retrieving a small bottle containing half a bottle of water. After carefully opening the cap, she poured a few drops onto the cracked skin at the corner of Lu Qi's mouth, moistening his parched lips before taking a few sips herself. Once she secured the bottle, she scanned the surroundings with vigilance, anxious about the potential presence of wild beasts. However, her fears appeared unwarranted, as nearly half an hour passed without any sounds of wildlife. As calmness settled over her, Nie Xiaorong realized that perhaps their unique location had deterred other animals from approaching. The two individuals now find themselves on a gentle ledge of a cliff, close to the mountain's summit. The sparse vegetation offers little concealment, and even at night, no creatures dare to approach this place, as both prey and predators are typically found within the jungle. Under the moonlight, Nie Xiaorong's fair skin appears especially radiant. As she gazes at Lu Qi, who rests his head on her lap, his handsome features glisten under the moon's glow, captivating her entirely. In her life, despite having numerous admirers and many attractive suitors, none have left a significant impression on her. However, from the moment she encountered Lu Qi, she was irresistibly drawn to his sunny disposition. "Lu Qi, do you know?" she began. "On that day aboard the cruise ship, I intentionally sought to approach you. From a distance, I observed you among the crowd, captivated by your vibrant aura. Although the stars that night were not as bright as they are now. When you turned around, you shone like a star in my eyes. I cannot fathom where I found the courage, but I wanted to know you, so I picked up the bottle of red wine and a glass and made my way toward you, determined to become an unforgettable sight for you on the cruise. I even mischievously adjusted my outfit for the occasion. Yet, you remained oblivious to my efforts, as indifferent as a wooden block, failing to even ask for my contact information. If it were any other man, I wouldn't have given it to him." Unbeknownst to her, as she gazed down at Lu Qi, Nie Xiaorong began to speak to herself. She realized that it was only today that Lu Qi had truly entered her heart, especially after he selflessly pushed her aside, bravely facing the leopard's attack and showing no fear of plummeting from the cliff. In that moment, she could not suppress the overwhelming concern she felt for him. Genuine and heartfelt, perhaps due to significant loss of blood and fluids, Lu Qi's lips were parched. Nie Xiaorong carefully opened the remaining half-bottle of water and gently dripped it into his mouth. Coughing slightly, Lu Qi stirred, unable to suppress a soft cough at the taste of water. Haha, you're awake, Lu Qi. How wonderful, you finally come to. Upon seeing him open his eyes, Nie Xiaorong was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks. Oh no, you scare me to death. I thought you would never wake up. Sensing the life-giving essence in his mouth, Lu Qi gradually opened his eyes. Why are you still crying? He found her tear-filled gaze fixed upon him. Though it was night, Nie Xiaorong's beauty remained a delightful sight, akin to white lotuses blooming in a moonlit pond. I am a woman, after all, made of water. I shall cry if I wish, she replied, although her heart brimmed with joy at Lu Qi's words, wishing to express her concern for him. Those tender thoughts morphed into something else as they escaped her lips. Is there more water, beautiful lady? Please, a bit more. I am terribly thirsty. Feeling the wounds on his body had been tended to, and seeing the remnants of clothing on Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi realized her concern for him. He mimicked her teasing tone, exclaiming, yes, yes, indeed, as he hurriedly poured the last bit of water he had into his mouth. He belatedly recognized that this mischievous fellow had a rather naughty side. However, seeing him in such a fragile state, she chose to let it go and not dwell on it. Subsequently, the two nestled together, sharing their body heat to ward off the chill of the late-night island air. They persevered through the night, and as the first rays of morning sunlight graced the mountain peak, Lu Qi awakened. Upon opening his eyes to the gentle light, he felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, thankful to be alive. Gazing at Nie Xiaorong, who still appeared fatigued, he could not help but feel a deep appreciation. Had she not remained by his side, tending to his wounds and keeping him company throughout the night, he might not have witnessed the rising sun at all. Slowly rising, Lu Qi noticed that his body was adorned with strips of fabric torn from Nie Xiaorong's clothing. Pain radiated from various parts of his body, prompting him to curse under his breath, "Damn this beast." As he attempted to take a few steps, a sharp ache surged through his leg. Lu Qi, you're awake? Nie Xiaorong, hearing his pained exclamation, immediately roused. That's wonderful. I'm so happy to see you safe. In her excitement, she attempted to stand, but halfway up, felt a sharp pain in her thigh and tumbled back down. Observing this, Lu Qi rushed to her side. It's my fault. I must have caused your leg to ache from resting on it so long. It's all right. It will be fine soon. Just seeing you awake fills me with joy. Nie Xiaorong slowly rose again, patting her thigh, and took a few steps forward. Upon reaching the edge of the cliff, she suddenly caught sight of the breathtaking scenery below and exclaimed, Lu Qi, come quickly and see. This island is stunning today. In response to her call, Lu Qi, enduring the pain in his leg, made his way over. Indeed, the view before him was nothing short of exquisite, captivating him entirely. Chapter 15. You're truly remarkable. Before them lay a vast, circular island, resembling a colossal green ring enveloped in thick white mist. The mist billowed dramatically, while the dense forest appeared as mere shadows within the fog. The distant sea was entirely obscured, transforming into a sea of mist. The peaks of the circular mountains emerged from the fog, resembling an ethereal realm that captivated the onlookers. Could it be that this island was a manifestation of an imperial jade bracelet dropped from the hands of the Queen Mother? Lu Qi marveled, taking a few more steps to gaze at the other side. Strangely, although there had been a slight chill last night, it had not rained. Moreover, they had been stranded on this island for at least half a month, without any prior occurrence of such a phenomenon. Why, then, was today so markedly different? Observing Lu Qi's puzzled contemplation, Nie Xiaorong chimed in, Indeed, how could such a vast sea of mist appear so suddenly? It does remind me of the thick fog we encountered after escaping that immense ocean current in the lifeboat. Upon hearing Nie Xiaorong's casual remark, Lu Qi's curiosity diminished significantly. No wonder he felt an inexplicable familiarity with this grand mist. This island was undeniably enigmatic. Setting aside his other curiosities for the moment, he and Nie Xiaorong took a moment to truly appreciate the beauty of this hard-earned sight. Suddenly, a rumbling sound interrupted their quiet admiration, a sound of hunger. Glancing at Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi realized that they had gone several days without a proper meal, and she must be famished. In truth, he too had long been wrestling with hunger. You must be very hungry, following me away from the crowd, and yet we've not had a single fulfilling meal. I'm truly sorry, Lu Qi said sheepishly. To his surprise, Nie Xiaorong responded with composure. What is there to apologize for? This was my own choice. Besides, finding food is precisely why we ventured out. She then inquired, so, what shall we do now? With such thick fog, won't we risk getting lost if we continue? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Qi replied, let us first seek food. No matter how dense the fog, it will surely dissipate by noon. Alas, we cannot pursue the lifeboat as planned. The fog is so thick that descending the mountain is already a challenge. And if we wait for it to clear before setting out, it may have drifted far away. The thought of this filled Lu Qi with a pang of sorrow and frustration. Such a splendid plan, disrupted by a wretched leopard. Speaking of which, he wondered about the fate of that leopard. If he had managed to turn the tables on it yesterday, perhaps they wouldn't be facing hunger now. Huh? Hearing Lu Qi's fanciful thoughts, Nie Xiaorong cast him a disapproving glance. What are you thinking? That was a fully grown leopard, much larger than the ones I saw at the zoo. Surviving an attack from such a formidable beast is already a stroke of luck. And you're contemplating devouring its flesh? With a soft snort, Nie Xiaorong unceremoniously shattered Lu Qi's fantasies. However, Lu Qi paid no heed to her words. Limping toward the edge of the stone platform where the leopard had fallen, cautiously leaning forward to investigate. Yet the thick fog below obscured all visibility. Nevertheless, Lu Qi was acutely aware that his last attack had undoubtedly inflicted considerable damage on the creature. Hey, what are you doing? Step back from there, don't fall. Seeing Lu Qi lost in thought at the edge of the platform, Nie Xiaorong hurriedly stepped forward and pulled him back, her tone exuding concern. Hee, it's nothing. I'm merely observing to see if there's a route down from here. Regardless, we must explore this area. If we can find some wild fruits or vegetables, it would certainly satiate our hunger. Observing the genuine concern etched on Nie Xiaorong's face brought Lu Qi great joy. While he spoke reassuringly, his mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of the leopard. He was determined to descend and investigate, knowing full well that the emergency flare he had placed in the leopard's mouth posed a lethal threat due to the intense heat it emitted. All right, but can you still move freely with your injuries? Upon hearing Lu Qi's explanation, Nie Xiaorong expressed her concern. Look, these minor injuries are trivial to me, he replied, attempting a Tai Chi cloud hand gesture to demonstrate his physical resilience, though only he felt the sharp pain tearing at his wounds. He bore the agony with the understanding that if they did not find sustenance soon, their bodies would inevitably suffer. Well then, we've enjoyed the scenery. Let us search for a way down. Yes, let us go. After tidying their backpacks, the duo commenced their quest for a descent. After nearly 2 hours of arduous searching, they finally circled back to the precipice. The path was exceedingly difficult, and by this point, both had acquired fresh scrapes and bruises. Lu Qi's attire was in tatters, resembling that of a beggar, with numerous strips of cloth wrapped around him. He treaded cautiously, gritting his teeth against the pain, occasionally overacting in a manner that was almost comical. Nie Xiaorong stifled laughter as they traversed this section. Though well protected by Lu Qi, her ill-suited shoes for climbing had nearly given out. Continuing further would render them akin to flip-flops. Additionally, her delicate frame struggled to endure the rugged terrain. How much farther? Lu Qi, why must we take the long way around? Otherwise, we could have descended to halfway down a mountain by now. Here we are, this should be the spot. Upon hearing Nie Xiaorong's words, Lu Qi recognized her endurance had reached its limits. Fortunately, they had finally arrived at the location he wished to examine. However, the persistent fog continued to limit visibility. At this moment, Lu Qi's once proud vision could only discern a range of several meters. Do not rush, be cautious. There may yet be dangers lurking here, Nie Xiaorong cautioned, noticing Lu Qi's elevated spirits and his almost exuberant stride. Yes, I understand. If we calculate the time, it is roughly 7 or 8 in the morning. At this hour, the beasts are either returning to their lairs or still emerging from their dens, Lu Qi explained, albeit uncertainly, as he sought to reassure both Nie Xiaorong and himself. Thus, Nie Xiaorong closely followed Lu Qi, who picked up 2 stones and proceeded towards the base of the rocky cliff. Lu Qi, do you genuinely believe that the leopard has perished here? Nie Xiaorong pouted, feeling that Lu Qi was squandering time and could not restrain her curiosity as they neared the cliff. What do you expect? We did not come here for amusement. We are in search of food. Observe the cliff face. Though it is adorned with various plants, it is still a considerable distance to the ledge above. It must have fallen from there. Even if it did not die on impact, it would likely be severely injured. By tracking its footprints, we might encounter it incapacitated along the way. Lu Qi elaborated as he continued forward. With so many stones and vegetation here, and given that other animals inhabit the island, should that leopard indeed be dead, it would be hard to find, or perhaps it has already been consumed by other creatures. If the scavengers have not yet departed, might we not also be in peril? At this juncture, Lu Qi halted, turning to face Nie Xiaorong. Although he found her somewhat verbose and timid, her caution garnered his respect. Consequently, the two procured suitable wooden sticks as weapons and ascended to a prominent elevation not far from the precipice, both for a better vantage point and to await the dissipation of the thick fog. After an hour, the mist finally began to lift, revealing the scene at the base of the cliff to their eyes. They climbed atop a large boulder, and as soon as Lu Qi cast his gaze below, his heart raced, for there, in his line of sight, was the familiar silhouette of the leopard. "Look, over there." "Ha, I was right," Lu Qi exclaimed, pointing. Nie Xiaorong stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom that Lu Qi had indeed predicted correctly. "Lu Qi, did you truly slay it? How did you manage that?" Hearing her astonished words, Lu Qi felt elated. "Ha ha, splendid. We have food. I can claim half the credit for its demise," he said, lifting his gaze to the cliff above. "The other half belongs to this precipice. Though I have incurred some injuries myself, they pale in comparison to the reward we are about to reap." With that, Lu Qi eagerly grasped Nie Xiaorong's hand. "We shall no longer suffer hunger. Let's hasten. We must process that leopard swiftly. Otherwise, the meat will spoil and attract other predators." Oh. Still in a state of disbelief, Nie Xiaorong nodded as Lu Qi gently took her delicate hand and guided her towards the location of the leopard. At that moment, the leopard lay upon a pile of stones, its head bowed, mouth slightly agape, eyes wide open, and its limbs twisted unnaturally, perhaps due to a fall. It lay utterly still, evidently lifeless. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of its mouth, and upon closer inspection, one could see a red emergency flare lodged within its half-open jaws. The leopard's body appeared largely intact, save for 3 or 4 particularly visible wounds on its head, inflicted by Lu Qi in a moment of reckless abandon with nothing but a stone in hand. One could only imagine the ferocity of his strength at that moment. Even Lu Qi was taken aback by his own explosive power upon seeing the wounds on the leopard's head. After surveying their surroundings, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong engaged in a brief discussion before embarking on a plan of cooperation. Given the leopard's considerable size, it was impractical to transport it, so they resolved to process it nearby. After a thorough search, they chose a slightly elevated area where a large rock crevice offered a natural shelter. With a simple cover, it could serve as a refuge, hidden from both humans and beasts, allowing them to rest even as darkness fell. Once these arrangements were made, they considered the inevitable bloodshed that would attract nearby predators once they began processing the leopard's meat. To ensure their safety, they decided to build a fire beforehand to ward off any lurking beasts. After another round of searching, they gathered enough dry twigs and stacked them in front of their shelter. It was only then that Lu Qi realized he lacked a means to ignite the fire, presenting a significant challenge. Although the area was abundant in dry wood, he felt little confidence in his ability to create a roaring flame. While he understood the principle of friction fire, the execution would undoubtedly prove daunting. Yet, noticing Nie Xiaorong gazing at him with admiration, the blood coursing through his youthful veins urged him not to disclose his limitations. Thus, he sought suitable dry grass to serve as tinder and began his first attempt at friction fire. Observing Lu Qi's initial actions, Nie Xiaorong perhaps perceived his lack of experience. She refrained from mockery, instead offering gentle encouragement. Lu Qi, we have our shelter now. Don't rush. I'll gather more dry grass for bedding. By the time I return, you'll surely have the fire going. Seeing her smile, Lu Qi felt a weight lift from his heart. He nodded, advising her, be careful and don't wander too far. When you return, I'll treat you to roasted leopard meat. All right, good luck. Nishiaoron replied, raising her delicate fist in a gesture of support before setting off to find dry grass. Once she departed, Lu Qi took a moment to recalibrate his mindset, reflecting on the essentials of friction fire, and resumed his attempts. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The skin on his palms was nearly worn through. Yet there was no sign of progress. Damn it. Who says that creating fire by friction is easy? I swear I'll incapacitate him. No, I must devise a better strategy. At this rate, my hands will be ruined. After a moment of indignation, Lu Qi calmed himself and found a damp stick. He then fashioned a simple bow by bending the stick with a strip of cloth tied at both ends. With this modest tool, Lu Qi attempted the fire-starting method once more, and to his delight, he finally witnessed a breakthrough. As he continued to pull, a plume of white smoke suddenly emanated from the point where the stick met the tinder. Splendid. Haha, it finally worked. Not daring to pause, he intensified both the force and speed, and the smoke quickly thickened. When he could finally discern sparks with a naked eye, he ceased his efforts and hurriedly retrieved the tinder resting beneath the wooden piece, gently blowing upon it. At long last, he succeeded. A fire was born. By the time Nie Xiaorong returned with a bundle of dry grass, she beheld Lu Qi's triumphant ignition of 3 surrounding fires. Wow, Lu Qi, you're truly remarkable. This is incredible. Feeling the warmth of civilization, Nie Xiaorong was genuinely elated, her eyes filled with admiration for Lu Qi. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qi felt sweeter than honey. Having proven his worth before such beauty, his masculine confidence soaring. After laying the dry grass she carried inside the shelter, Nie Xiaorong emerged to assist Lu Qi in dragging the more than 2-meter-long leopard to the nearby clearing, ready to begin processing the leopard meat. Chapter 16. Fresh leopard meat. Just as Lu Qi was ready to take action, he found that there were no suitable tools for eviscerating the leopard. This revelation shattered all his passion and motivation in an instant, leaving him so infuriated that he felt like cursing, having mentally cursed Wu Hao and the other's ancestors. Calm down. Let us think of a solution. Seeing Lu Qi in a state of despair, Nie Xiaorong offered some comfort and began rummaging through her backpack. However, apart from 2 thin garments, all she found were a box of cosmetics and a high-end mobile phone. Noticing Nie Xiaorong's composure, Lu Qi also began to take action. Unfortunately, his backpack was too pristine. Aside from a set of silver needles and a marriage certificate, it contained merely a piece of clothing. His phone, which had run out of battery, along with a hidden flashlight, was likely lost during the fall from the cliff. What now? His mind was filled with thoughts of the survival equipment on the lifeboat: fire axes, sailor-s knives, flashlights, etc. He concluded that a trip to that lifeboat was imperative. If the supplies on that vessel were sufficient, they could claim them for themselves. Yet, despite these thoughts, the immediate challenge remained unresolved. Although surrounded by large stones, finding a stone knife was no simple task. The quality of the stones also mattered. Only those with sharp edges and a hard texture would suffice. As Lu Qi pondered his predicament, Nie Xiaorong suddenly held up an object that resembled a pencil. Lu Qi, look, could this work? What? That is not a knife. How could it be of any use? With just a glance, Lu Qi waved dismissively. Take a closer look. With that, Nie Xiaorong gently twisted the object in her hand, and to Lu Qi's astonishment, it split into 2, revealing a shiny, 4 to 5 centimeter long blade before him. This is my eyebrow trimmer. Although small, it should be able to gradually separate the flesh. An eyebrow trimmer. How exquisite. Taking the trimmer from Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi examined it closely. No wonder it could conceal the blade so cleverly. It was indeed finely crafted. You girls have such remarkable items, truly high-tech. As he spoke, he cast an appraising glance at Nie Xiaorong. Let me give it a try. What kind of look is that? What do you mean? Observing Lu Qi's gaze, Nie Xiaorong quickly analyzed the implications. Girls' items? High-tech? Stupid man. Mine are all natural. They're not high-tech at all. With a huff of indignation, she placed one hand on her chest and lightly tapped her foot on the ground, adopting a fierce demeanor. Just as she prepared to retort, she noticed Lu Qi was now crouched beside the leopard, diligently working. Frustrated, she decided to hold her tongue. Just wait until later. I'll deal with you. Thus, suppressing her inner frustration, she stepped forward to assist Lu Qi in processing the leopard. Though small, the eyebrow trimmer proved to be remarkably sharp, exceeding Lu Qi's expectations of its capability. However, due to their lack of experience in butchering, after considerable effort, the pelt of the leopard was finally successfully removed by the two. With this leopard skin, they would no longer have to fear the cold during the night. Holding the pelt they had painstakingly stripped, Lu Qi beamed with joy, eliciting a smile from Nie Xiaorong as well. Although it was her first time taking a life, Nie Xiaorong felt no fear. Perhaps it was due to her ravenous hunger or her frequent indulgence in barbecued delicacies. The sight of the leopard meat ignited a spark of anticipation in her eyes. After another period of waiting, Lu Qi successfully extracted all the internal organs of the leopard. He retained some of the more convenient organs for consumption, while the rest he carefully buried in a pit to conceal them from other predators. By this time, darkness had begun to envelop the sky, and after a series of cutting, smashing, and tugging, Lu Qi managed to detach one of the leopard's hind legs. This would serve as their dinner. Once he had carried the remaining meat into their shelter, Lu Qi approached the fire, propping the leg over the flames, and patiently began to roast it. To expedite the cooking process, he used a sharp knife to score the meat with numerous incisions, enhancing its exposure to the heat. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaorong, exhausted, sat nearby, watching as Lu Qi diligently tended to the large leg of meat, engaging him in light-hearted conversation. Over the course of an hour, the enticing aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, although devoid of elaborate seasonings. The pure essence of the meat was enough to leave both of them ravenous and yearning for sustenance. After countless swallows and an agonizing wait, the roasted meat was finally ready. It's done. Not bad, Lu Qi exclaimed, wafting the fragrant meat towards Nie Xiaorong with a grin. Yay, it smells delightful, she said, moving closer. After Lu Qi cut off a generous portion, he handed it to her first. Thank you. This is truly exquisite, she responded, inhaling the steam rising from the freshly roasted meat before taking hearty bites. Delicious. So very delicious. Her enthusiastic praises as she savored the meat brought immense joy to Lu Qi. He too cut himself a piece and began to indulge. Indeed, the most delectable dishes often require the simplest of preparations, perhaps due to many days of never truly feeling sated within less than an hour. They polished off the entire roasted leg. Rubbing his round belly, Lu Qi felt a significant alleviation of his fatigue. After their meal, the night had fully descended, and the surrounding woods could only be vaguely discerned under the moonlight. Satisfied, Nie Xiaorong perched on a pile of stones, gazing contentedly at the starry sky. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, weary and drowsy, added some wood to the 3 fires before retreating into the shelter to lie down. Ouch! As soon as he settled in, a painful cry escaped his lips. It turned out that a wound on his back had reopened. Nie Xiaorong hurriedly entered to check, relieved to find that the issue was not too severe. After a gentle treatment, Lu Qi finally laid down on his side. As he settled, Nie Xiaorong noticed the narrow gap between the immense rocks, which, while lengthy, lacked sufficient width. Although the space he left for himself was adequate, the distance between them felt uncomfortably close. Just as she hesitated over whether to lie down and rest, an unknown cry suddenly echoed from outside, followed by more distant calls. Before Lu Qi could speak, Nie Xiaorong cast aside her doubts and lay down. Sensing her unease, Lu Qi, already drifting into a drowsy state, reassured her, "Don't worry. Rest well. I would never take advantage of you in a vulnerable moment." After speaking, he gently shifted his position to provide her with more space, though a soft groan of pain escaped him as he moved. This faint sound of discomfort, though originating from Lu Qi, inexplicably tugged at Nie Xiaorong's heart, filling her with warmth and a sense of security. Soon, Lu Qi began to emit soft snores. However, at that moment, Nie Xiaorong felt no inclination to sleep. Turning her head, she caught a glimpse of Lu Qi's face flickering in the firelight. Quite handsome indeed. Lu, the great wolf, she murmured playfully, but he showed no sign of response. Oomph, is it that I lack femininity? Am I not alluring enough? Or could it be that this fellow is simply unresponsive? With a proud puff of her chest and a pout, she softly declared, I am inherently charming, not reliant on any technology, you rascal. I shall ignore you. Recalling Lu Qi's words from earlier in the day, she huffed at the sleeping figure before her. Thus, she continued to talk to herself, gazing at the exhausted Lu Qi, unaware of how long she watched before finally succumbing to sleep. The next morning dawned clear, devoid of the previous day's thick fog. Outside their shelter, 3 fires were barely alive, emitting faint wisps of white smoke, a testament to their glorious and enduring contributions from the night before. Lu Qi awoke to find a warm body nestled against him. Nie Xiaorong. Not only had she wrapped her arms around him, but her delicate legs were draped over his as well. Her long, silky hair brushed against his neck, and even her gentle breaths stirred the strands before him. This woman, in slumber, transformed into an entirely different being. Lu Qi initially contemplated shifting her away, but feared waking her. Thus, he remained still, allowing her to continue sleeping. Though awake, he felt remarkably alert. After a few breaths, he became acutely aware of her presence. Her hair, her body, even her warmth were all distinctly perceptible to him. Soon, he found himself breathing heavily, blood coursing through his veins at an accelerated pace, and an unbearable heat enveloping his body. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaorong, still lost in slumber, felt as though a blazing furnace had appeared before her. Unable to resist the urge, she instinctively drew closer. At that moment, Lu Qi could no longer contain himself and shifted slightly, but this minuscule movement roused Nie Xiaorong from her sleep. What is happening? Why am I holding him? Is he still asleep? Should I look up now? But what if he is already awake? Wouldn't that be incredibly awkward? Oh, Nie Xiaorong, how could you lack such composure? This is so embarrassing. Suddenly, as Nie Xiaorong awakened, her mind spiraling with tumultuous thoughts, she became acutely aware of something pressing uncomfortably against her abdomen. Furthermore, that something was particularly warm. Oh no, why can't I control myself? The more I try, the more prideful I become. This is truly unbearable. Surely, he must still be asleep. Lu Qi's expression grew complex. The overwhelming physiological response could no longer be feigned as ignorance. He had already resolved to rise. But when he lowered his gaze to check if Nie Xiaorong was still resting, their eyes met unexpectedly. Instantly, the atmosphere became thick with tension. Staring into each other's eyes, neither dared to move. The ambience was painfully intense. Nie Xiaorong could distinctly hear Lu Qi's heart pounding, while Lu Qi felt the warmth radiating from Nie Xiaorong's flushed cheeks. Good morning. You're awake? They both exclaimed in unison, only to be ensnared once more in awkwardness. Just then, Lu Qi's third leg began to exert its influence again, standing upright and making Nie Xiaorong acutely aware of the gravity of her predicament. Hastily, she removed her arm and leg resting on Lu Qi, covering her eyes with her hands, exclaiming, You should get up first. Auhigt, Lu Qi replied, sitting up and stealing another glance at the flustered Nie Xiaorong, before hurriedly rising and awkwardly exiting their makeshift shelter. After Lu Qi stepped outside, Nie Xiaorong finally sat up, her heart racing as she touched her pounding chest, unable to suppress a soft giggle. Lu Lang he, she murmured to herself, watching Lu Qi's retreating figure. Her cheeks flushed all the way to her neck. The cool morning air of the island was refreshing, and the duo intended to seek out a water source for washing up. However, they found no water nearby. Positioned halfway up the mountain, they were surrounded by rocks and trees. This left Lu Qi feeling quite vexed, and he resolved to find an ideal shelter on the island. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was to properly handle the remaining leopard meat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before it spoiled. With a plan in mind, he briefed Nie Xiaorong, who understood that such an abundance of meat needed to be dealt with, lest it rot before they could enjoy it. What do you intend to do? She inquired, feeling uncertain due to her lack of knowledge in this area. Thus, he hoped that Lu Qi would share the plan with her. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi, filled with a sense of superiority, began to eloquently expound on the knowledge he possessed. The common methods for preserving meat in the wild typically include dehydration, refrigeration, disinfection, and smoking. Given that we currently lack salt and refrigeration, we must resort to dehydration and smoking to preserve the leopard meat. Let's divide the tasks. This endeavor is indeed time-consuming and labor-intensive. Lu Qi briefly outlined the methods for meat preservation before instructing Nie Xiaorong on her responsibilities. Let's first gather some firewood and branches. Then you'll be in charge of roasting the food this morning. I will take care of dehydrating and smoking the leopard meat. Additionally, that leopard skin needs to be processed as it will serve as an important long-term resource for us. Hee. All right, I'm not familiar with this aspect, so I will follow your lead. Let's get to work. After hearing Lu Qi's words, Nie Xiaorong smiled joyfully, her gaze towards him filled with increasing admiration and tenderness. Soon, the two found a substantial amount of wood nearby. Having feasted heartily the previous night, Lu Qi only cut a small portion of meat from the leopard, entrusting it to Nie Xiaorong for roasting. He then sliced the remaining meat into long strips, leaving 3 leopard legs intact, as he intended to dry the exterior and coat them with ash, striving to preserve the freshness of the meat within. This way, they could both enjoy fresh leopard meat over the next few days. Chapter 17. The old monkey without hesitation, driven by an irresistible fervor despite the inadequacy of his tools. Lu Qi dedicated nearly 3 hours to the task at hand, finally arranging all the leopard meat onto the smoking rack. At that moment, Nie Xiaorong's barbecue breakfast was also reaching completion. After a somewhat genteel feast, Lu Qi, with a satisfied belch, turned his gaze towards the expansive lake at the heart of the island. Given the prolonged smoking process, he did not intend to linger here. His curiosity was piqued. He yearned to discern whether the body of water before him was a lake or a sea and whether it harbored fish. However, his thoughts were predominantly consumed by the sight of a lifeboat and its provisions he had glimpsed from the mountaintop the previous day. The arduous experiences of the past 2 days, compounded by varying degrees of physical injury, would inevitably hinder his expedition. After a thorough discussion with Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi resolved to descend the mountain alone to investigate the situation of the central lake and to seek out any potable freshwater resources along the way. Naturally, he was also in urgent need of a stable and secure shelter. Before his departure, he took care to remind Nie Xiaorong to monitor the fire and the smoking process closely. He promised to return before nightfall as swiftly as possible. Be careful on your journey and stay safe. Nie Xiaorong urged, her concern evident. Indeed, you must also remain vigilant of your surroundings. If danger arises, ignite that pile of firewood and take refuge in the shelter. Lu Qi instructed, gesturing toward the stack of firewood adjacent to the shelter. After selecting a finely chosen stick as a makeshift weapon, he set off down the mountain alone. Watching Lu Qi's retreating figure, Nie Xiaorong silently prayed for his prompt return. Not long after setting off, Lu Qi ventured into the most densely wooded area of the inner ring of the island. The trees here were notably more lush than those atop the mountain or those on the outer ring. He observed that even within the same species, the trees here appeared taller and more robust. The underbrush was thick, teeming with numerous species he had never encountered before. The grandeur of the forest, which had been invisible from the mountaintop, now astounded Lu Qi as he reached this elevation within the inner ring. However, the most vexing aspect was that the abundance of shrubs and grasses rendered the ground nearly impassable. Suddenly, Lu Qi lifted his gaze to a massive tree. This was a species he had never seen before, its trunk so broad that it would require at least 3 people to encircle it. After gazing at it for a while, he was on the verge of exclaiming that this baobab tree from the African continent could not possibly be here. But upon noticing its dense canopy and intricate leaves, he dismissed his initial conjecture. In the stillness of the forest, Lu Qi continued to walk for another 10 meters, discovering an array of intriguing species. One particularly striking tree, with blood-red bark, stood out. It was exceptionally lush, with many branches reaching towards the ground, embedding themselves in the soil, reminiscent of a banyan tree. Yet, unlike the banyan, this tree's trunk oozed a crimson liquid, covering the entire bark. presenting a rather terrifying sight at first glance. The ground was overrun with shrubs and wild grasses, towering so high that they could easily conceal Lu Qi. Many of the shrubs, in his eyes, could even be deemed small trees. At that moment, wildflowers began to emerge from a nearby thicket, each one no shorter than his knees, with most reaching a height comparable to his own. The various shapes and colors of the flowers created a strikingly peculiar sight. As Lu Qi immersed himself in this enchanting scene, suddenly, a butterfly took flight from the grass before him. Indeed, it was a butterfly, but one of remarkable size, its wings resembling two grand fans. Before Lu Qi could fully comprehend this astonishing sight, an entire swarm of butterflies erupted from the surrounding thickets. Dozens, if not hundreds, of butterflies fluttered about, their wings creating a delightful chaos among the towering blades of grass. Was this a realm of fairies, or merely a figment of his imagination? Lu Qi found it hard to believe his own eyes. These butterflies were unlike any he had ever seen, their grand size leading him to feel as if he had stepped into a new world. Walking here, he felt as if he had transformed into a diminutive figure, surrounded by monumental wonders. This place was even more primal and extraordinary than a primeval forest. Lu Qi marveled, while simultaneously realizing that his slow pace would likely prevent him from reaching the Great Lake anytime soon, as the path was fraught with obstacles. Crack! As he walked, a sudden crisp sound echoed beneath his feet. Looking down, Lu Qi nearly stumbled in shock. It was a white, desiccated bone. He bent down for a closer inspection, but could not identify the creature it belonged to, only surmising that it had lain there for an exceedingly long time, which explained why it had been so easily crushed. Scattered around the vicinity of the bone were several similar fragments, igniting his curiosity about the owner of these remains. Cautiously, he scanned the area, and his heart began to race as he noticed more and more white bones emerging as he ventured deeper. Most were the remains of animals, none of which were familiar to him as human bones. Moreover, these remains were considerably larger than any creature he had previously encountered. After walking a few dozen more meters, a pungent, acrid odor wafted toward him. Following the wretched scent, Lu Qi soon stumbled upon a fresh carcass. It appeared to be the mangled body of a wild boar, already in a state of advanced decay, perhaps having been gnawed upon after its demise, leaving it severely mutilated. Upon realizing the grim scene before him, Lu Qi hastily took a detour, feeling an acute sense of caution towards this inner ring island. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air from the nearby thicket. The sound was piercing. Lu Qi stood frozen in place, his mind racing with the thought that it must be some kind of beast. He quickly crouched down, striving to remain calm and listen intently. A growl echoed in the distance. At that moment, from a distance, a ferocious roar echoed through the air, followed swiftly by the sound of rapid footsteps racing through the grass nearby, darting past Lu Qi. Crouching low, Lu Qi peered through the gaps in the foliage and appeared to glimpse a colossal bird flapping its diminutive wings as it passed before him. Its massive claws resembled those of a giant African vulture, standing as tall as a man, though its wings were somewhat comical, short and stubby. After it sped past, nearly 4 or 5 breaths later, another shadow darted like lightning from the nearby grass, pursuing the oversized vulture. Due to its swift movement and dark fur, Lu Qi could only discern that it was a 4-legged creature. Witnessing this spectacle sent his heart racing, and he dared not rise to his feet at that moment. Only when the sounds of their pursuit faded into silence did he attempt to stand. However, as he cautiously poked his head out, a chilling scream pierced the air from a distance. Startled, Lu Qi quickly crouched down again. The scream echoed 3 or 4 times before the forest fell silent once more. Goodness, this is utterly insane. It seems my plans must be shelved or abandoned entirely. Had it been he who was pursued, he might have already met his demise. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Lu Qi glanced at the sole weapon he possessed, a wooden stick, and contemplated retreat. He had no desire to wander aimlessly in this unfamiliar jungle, becoming a mere delicacy for the formidable beasts that roamed the island. After all, he had only one life to spare. Even the slain leopard was merely a stroke of luck. Had he encountered it on level terrain, their fates would likely have been reversed. Cognizant of the perilous environment he found himself in, Lucci resolved to retrace his steps and depart from this place. However, just as he turned around, a frail, elderly monkey, covered in coarse grayish-brown fur, appeared before him. It was small in stature, squatting on the ground and barely reaching the height of Lucci's calf, who stood at 187 meters. The old monkey, somewhat scruffy, appeared weary, as if it had just completed a long journey. Despite its frail physique and apparent age, its eyes were strikingly sharp. Upon spotting Lucci, it seemed as though it had discovered a new world, its gaze alight with surprise and a hint of humanity. "Whoa, you startled me, you mischievous creature," Lucci exclaimed, lightly patting his chest in jest. "We should leave. It's dangerous here. Hurry, hurry." Noticing the old monkey remain motionless before him, Lucci waved his hand in a bid to shoo it away, eager to send it off. For this place was home to formidable predators. He could afford no misstep or carelessness. At that moment, the old monkey seemed to comprehend Lucci's words. Leaping gracefully onto a nearby tree, swiftly ascending to a height of several meters. However, just as Lucci was about to depart, he suddenly noticed a rather inconspicuous black collar around the monkey's neck, causing him to halt in his tracks. The collar, clearly a product of human design, raised an unsettling question in Lucci's mind. Were there other humans on this island? The old monkey bounded away, pausing after a few trees. Lucci observed as it stopped abruptly, gazing back at him while scratching its head and gesturing in a peculiar manner. This perplexed him further. What is this mischievous monkey trying to convey? Has a child encountered difficulties? Does it wish for my assistance? Although Lucci was uncertain of the monkey's intentions, he dared not linger any longer for the sake of safety. He waved goodbye to the old monkey and prepared to retrace his steps. Yet, upon seeing Lucci's indifference and his intention to leave, the old monkey emitted a series of frantic calls, leaping atop a large tree above Lucci's head. Chattering and gesturing frantically, it was clearly trying to communicate something. "Hush! Hush! You noisy monkey! Stop your racket! Keep quiet!" The old monkey's cries startled Lucci, who feared that its noise might attract other wild beasts. Frustrated, he resorted to a hasty exchange of hand signals and verbal admonishments. Fortunately, the old monkey seemed to discern Lucci's displeasure and finally ceased its clamor, extending a finger toward the direction it had just come from, calling out to Lucci once more. At this point, Lucci realized that the old monkey was genuinely seeking his help, evidently wishing for him to follow. Oh, what a clever creature indeed. The one adorned with a collar possesses a remarkable intelligence. Are you trying to lead me somewhere? Lucci inquired, gesturing toward the direction the monkey intended to go. Delighted, the old monkey jumped in front of Lucci, excitedly spinning in circles, its eyes filled with anticipation. "All right, you mischievous monkey, let us proceed. However, I do not have much time to spare for play," Lucci remarked, noting the time still appeared favorable. Thus, under the monkey's guidance, Lucci continued onward. Along the way, he keenly observed that the path the old monkey led him down was a narrow, winding trail, long neglected and overgrown with wild grass. Yet it was indeed a path. Strangely enough, the surroundings remained eerily quiet, devoid of any imminent danger. Before long, the old monkey leapt down from a small hillside, glancing back at Lucci before continuing its ascent up the slope. "Huff, huff, have we arrived, old rascal?" Lucci panted, acutely aware of his poor stamina, feeling as though he was outmatched even by a mere monkey. With determined strides, the aged monkey Lucci ascended the grassy slope, his voice echoing loudly as he called out. After catching his breath, he pressed on. Upon reaching the summit, he was met with a gently sloping meadow. "Where's this place?" He pondered aloud, searching for the old monkey. "Old rascal?" Noticing the absence of the elder, he whispered softly. Suddenly, a series of calls erupted from behind two massive stones at the meadow's end. Following the sound, Lucci's gaze fell upon the towering rocks, nearly 2 meters high, blanketed in wild grasses, while lush green shrubs adorned the cliffs flanking them. At that moment, the old monkey leaped onto one of the stones, gazing down at Lucci. As Lucci approached, he discovered that behind the stones lay a dark, foreboding cave. "Old rascal, what brings me to this place?" What is this cave? Lucci mused, surveying his surroundings before casting a puzzled look at the cavern. However, the old monkey swiftly darted into the darkness. Hey, old rascal. After a moment's hesitation, Lucci followed suit. The entrance was not particularly large, and at 6 feet 1 inch, he had to stoop to enter. Once inside, the abrupt darkness enveloped him, rendering the interior invisible. It took nearly a minute for his eyes to adjust, revealing the cavern's spaciousness. Old rascal, this can't possibly be your lair. Lucci jested, taking in the vast interior, which spanned approximately 40 to 50 square meters. The most striking feature was a flat stone bed, around 2 feet high, devoid of any signs of human craftsmanship or carving. As he shifted his gaze to the left side of the cave, Lucci's eyes widened in astonishment. The ground was flat and dry, orderly piled with rough firewood. Could this be? Wood that has been cut by human hands? He exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he turned to the old monkey. At that moment, Lucci was certain that someone had once inhabited this place. Yet, he noticed the old monkey walking sorrowfully toward the right side of the cave. There, a crude wooden beam rested atop 2 stones, forming a rustic table. Flanked by 4 wooden stools, a dim light filtered down from above onto the dark ground, indicating a spot where a fire had likely been lit for warmth. Just then, a melodious chime resonated in Lucci's ears. He quickly looked up towards the source of the sound, where a glimmer of light reflected back at him. Water. There was indeed water. His heart soared with joy, and without a second thought, he rushed towards the source. In his haste, however, as he rounded the rough wooden table, he was startled to find a human skeleton lying lifelessly on the ground. Chapter 18. The strange island suppressing the shock within. He meticulously examined the skeletal remains strewn across the ground. At this moment, the old monkey gazed mournfully at the bones, emitting soft whimpers of sorrow. Seeing you so heartbroken, this must surely be your former master, dear old monkey. No wonder you wear that collar around your neck. Alas, do not grieve. We all shall face such a day. Soon, I shall remove that collar, granting you eternal freedom. Observing the sorrowful old monkey, Lucci spoke to himself, crouching down to gently brush away the thick layer of dust that clung to the skull of the remains. What is this? Just as Lucci was contemplating the identity of the bone's owner, he noticed a metallic protrusion beside the right hand of the skeleton. He hurriedly cleared away the dust, revealing a dagger. Ah, splendid. What a remarkable find. With that, Lucci picked up the dagger, which measured 30 centimeters in length, its hilt adorned with exquisite engravings. Perhaps due to the lengthy abandonment, even after several wipes, traces of rust still lingered on the blade of this fine weapon. Old monkey, it seems this dagger may be even older than you. It must have belonged to your master in life. Now it belongs to me. You have no objections, do you? Oh, I forgot you cannot speak. Well, silence is consent, Lucci remarked to himself, sheathing the dagger at his waist. Suddenly, the old monkey raised its head, softly uttering something to Lucci, the meaning of which eluded him. Hey, what do you mean by that, you mischievous monkey? Your opposition is futile. From this moment on, it is mine. It is mine, Lucci declared, feigning authority as he glanced at the old monkey. Continuing his inspection around the skeletal remains, Lucci found nothing else of interest. However, as he prepared to rise, he noticed that the color of the bones at the chest was markedly darker than the others. Intrigued, he brushed away the dust and confirmed his observation. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Lucci quickly deduced his conclusion. Old monkey, it appears your master succumbed to injuries and poisoning in the chest. But how did he come to this island? Lost in thought, Lucci stood and resumed his examination of the cave's interior. 6 or 7 meters away from the skeleton, beneath a rocky wall, lay a small puddle. The wall above it was damp and cloaked in moss. The puddle, roughly a meter in diameter, held little water, all of which trickled down from a protruding rock overhead. Yet, this discovery thrilled Lucci. To find such a natural freshwater source on this desolate island was a rare stroke of luck. Taking a few steps closer, he crouched down and scooped a handful of the clear water from the puddle, unable to resist tasting it. Wow, quite refreshing. This water rivals even that of underground springs. If no other sources can be found on this island, this may very well serve as a crucial resource for my long-term survival. I am utterly perplexed as to how those individuals on the beach have endured without fresh water until now. Contemplating this, Lucci hastily retrieved a crushed, empty bottle from his backpack, a vessel he had discovered earlier while on the beach. At last, it had found its purpose. With a forceful breath, he blew into the bottle, and with a satisfying crack, it regained its original shape. Regrettably, it was the only bottle he possessed. Had he more, he could have filled several. If he were to return with it, that woman would undoubtedly be overjoyed. With that thought, Lucci filled the bottle with water, securely fastened the cap, and stowed it back in his backpack. Upon rising, he noticed a long, recessed stone trough in the rock wall, about 3 or 4 meters away from the waterhole, where several ceramic bowls were neatly arranged. Judging by their shape, it appeared that the previous inhabitants had crafted and fired them by hand. Approaching, Lucci picked one up and wiped away the dust, revealing its original dark hue. Old monkey, your predecessor possessed such craftsmanship. Could it be that he was also from the Dragon Kingdom? He remarked, holding the seemingly well-preserved bowl in hand while glancing at the sorrowful old monkey. Noting the monkey's indifference, Lucci refrained from further conversation and continued to explore the stone cavern. What is this? Arriving at a flat stone bed, he found not only a bundle of straw and a tattered cloth, but also a piece of decaying wood. However, beside the wood was a prominent square shape that immediately captured Lucci's attention. Instinctively, he sensed there was something beneath the thick layer of dust. Driven by curiosity, he gently brushed away the dust, and indeed, as he suspected, it was a leather notebook, remarkably intact and unspoiled by moisture. This discovery filled Lucci with immense delight. Carefully, he lifted it from a stone bed and began to wipe it clean. At that moment, the old monkey, having spotted the leather notebook in Lucci's hand, brightened with interest and leapt onto the stone bed, observing both Lucci and the notebook intently. Old monkey, judging by your reaction, this notebook must hold great significance for your predecessor. Seeing the monkey's demeanor piqued Lucci's curiosity about its contents, he cautiously opened the notebook. The first page, with its yellowed paper, boldly proclaimed the title, Records of a Strange Island, followed by the subtitle, World War II Veteran. World War II? Was he a figure from that era? The war spanned from September 1st, 1939 to September 2nd, 1945, meaning it had been at least 70 years since. Lucci pondered deeply, racking his brain for any historical knowledge. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to the old monkey, exclaiming, Old rascal. Could it be that you are from such an era? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a monkey have such a long lifespan? Gazing at the old monkey and its penetrating gaze, Lucci took a step back in disbelief. Oh wow. At this moment, the old monkey called out to Lucci several times, simultaneously gesturing with its nimble little hands. Observing the old monkey's movements, Lucci immediately comprehended its intent. Do you wish for me to continue perusing the notebook in my hands? He inquired, flipping to another page. Aha, old rascal, is this you from back then? Lucci gazed at the notebook, which contained an illustration of a man accompanied by a small monkey perched on his shoulder. Below the image was inscribed a phrase, My first friend on the island, little hairy monkey. A glance at the skeletal remains on the ground made it evident to Lucci that the man depicted was the former owner of those bones. However, a complex array of emotions stirred within him. If he were to live alone on this deserted island, might he also face a similar fate one day? Old rascal, your master was quite handsome, Lucci exclaimed. Oh, wah. The old monkey continued to engage with Lucci in a language he could not decipher. At that moment, Lucci felt no inclination to jest with it. Instead, he settled onto the stone bed and meticulously examined the notebook in his possession. The third page contained writings from the original owner, which Lucci read with great seriousness. It began with an account of him being a fighter pilot from a certain country. While on a reconnaissance mission over the sea, encountered severe turbulence and storms, resulting in a plane crash into the ocean, leading him to this island. The subsequent pages detailed the original owner's daily discoveries and explorations on the island, which he had named Strange Island. Having read through all the contents in one go, he noted the extensive and detailed accounts of the island's flora and fauna, along with numerous dangers, as well as the original owner's astonishing findings regarding this land. Among the most captivating subject for Lu Qi were three aspects: a map, records of various phenomena, and three significant entries reflecting the original owner's psychological journey. The first entry depicted his sense of hopelessness. The second, the moment he exhausted his pistol ammunition and began to forage for food himself. And the third was the final recorded page. What? Upon reaching the last entry, Lu Qi abruptly halted, his eyes widening in disbelief. He died. Then who are you? Lu Qi lifted his gaze to the old monkey. It turned out that this page chronicled the original owner's emotional breakdown following an incident where little hairy monkey was attacked by a wild beast and fell from a cliff. Consequently, he sought vengeance for the loss of his companion. The remaining blank pages of the notebook bore no further records. It was truly unexpected to discover such a wealth of wonders and terrors on this island. Old rascal, it appears you miraculously survived that calamity, sighed Lu Qi. What a pity for your master. He lost his sanity, seeking revenge for your loss. Wait, that can't be right. Seeing how sorrowful you are for your original master, could it be that you returned to him before he succumbed to his injuries? Did you witness his demise? As he spoke, Lu Qi could not help but pause, gazing at the old monkey, perhaps influenced by some shared emotion or spiritual resonance. The old monkey, too, began to exhibit signs of sorrow. Nearly 2 hours passed. Lu Qi carefully closed the manuscript after perusing its entirety. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with myriad emotions. However, the most poignant reflection was the challenge of survival on this desolate island. While essentials such as water, shelter, and food are undeniably vital, what truly drives a person to the brink of madness, shattering their last emotional tether, is often the loss of companionship. For nothing is more terrifying than the abyss of unending solitude and loneliness. It is easy to comprehend the significance of having a companion on this enigmatic isle. In that instant, the image of Nie Xiaorong surfaced in Lu Qi's mind. Though he could not be certain that his choice to depart from the crowd was the right one, he was resolute in his belief that Nie Xiaorong's decision to accompany him was a stroke of immense fortune. All right, old monkey, do not be disheartened. Death is irreversible. And in light of your sorrow for the original owner, I can assist in giving him a proper burial. With that, he reached out to stroke the old monkey's back. Now, I too find myself without a home. Henceforth, you shall accompany me, or you may continue to reside in this cave. In any case, we shall have each other as companions. Observing that the old monkey merely trembled slightly and did not resist his touch, Lu Qi felt a surge of affection for the creature. The old monkey seemed to relish this long-awaited affection, perhaps reminiscent of the times when its original owner would often caress and interact with it. After comforting the old monkey for a while and noting that there was still ample daylight, Lu Qi began to gather the bones strewn across the ground. He ventured outside to collect several large leaves from nearby plants. He meticulously brushed the dirt off the bones and wrapped them carefully in the leaves. Throughout the process, he felt no fear. Aside from studying traditional medicine with his grandfather, he frequently attended funerals for the village elders. Moreover, before him lay only a skeleton. However, as he gathered the final remains, his gaze lingered on the darkened bones, stirring his curiosity about the poison that had befallen the original owner. What kind of venom could yield such a grim fate? Once he had carefully packaged the remains, Lu Qi proceeded to bury them in a nearby flat area outside the cave. Fortuitously, armed with a dagger and some primitive tools once used by the original owner, he managed to excavate a grave. The old monkey stood vigil by the remains, quietly observing Lu Qi as he undertook the task. It appeared to bid farewell to its original owner in this silent manner. Lu Qi, too, absorbed the scene, allowing the old monkey to maintain its watch. Finally, upon completing the burial and constructing a modest stone cairn, Lu Qi approached the old monkey, crouched down, and gently stroked its back. He then produced the dagger and cautiously severed the frayed black leather collar from around its neck. In that moment, Lu Qi felt the tremor of the old monkey's body resonate through his hand. Though it was but a fleeting moment, its significance was unmistakable. As Lu Qi cast his gaze downward upon the old monkey, he discovered that the old creature was also looking up at him. Very well, old monkey. From this day forth, You shall be a forever free soul. He proclaimed, Go forth. This forest, this island, shall be your home henceforth. Gently patting the old monkey's back, Lucci expressed his sentiments. Perhaps the old monkey sensed the essence of Lucci's words, for with a few agile leaps, it ascended to the nearby grand tree and exuberantly dashed about. All right, old monkey, I must take my leave, he remarked, as the daylight began to wane. If I tarry any longer, that woman will surely grow anxious. Hearing the distant calls of the old monkey echoing through the woods, Lucci refrained from lingering. He carefully stowed the precious notebook into his backpack and turned to retrace his steps. The contents of that notebook were an invaluable treasure to him, saving him considerable time in exploration and shielding him from numerous unforeseen perils. As he departed, he cast a glance toward the cave's entrance, resolute in his decision to bring Nie Xiaorong over. They would temporarily settle here. After all, this place boasted drinkable fresh water, though the trickle from the rocks was meager. It would suffice for both of them. Due to his unfamiliarity with the terrain and the challenging ascent, after more than 2 hours of trekking, Lucci finally returned to the vicinity of the previous cliff. There, wisps of smoke still curled upward, and the fragrant aroma of smoked meat wafted through the air. It seemed that Nie Xiaorong's task of roasting meat was not yet complete. Approaching the smoking rack, Lucci inspected the leopard meat, which had been curing for nearly a day and was already about 70% finished. He believed that by morning, they would have successfully smoked all the leopard meat. Nie Xiaorong, I have returned, he called out loudly, but upon finding no sign of her near the roasting rack, he directed his voice toward the shelter nestled between the boulders. After calling out 3 times without receiving a response, a wave of concern washed over him. He hurried into the shelter to ascertain the situation, yet still, there was no trace of Nie Xiaorong. Chapter 19. The lost first kiss. After calling out numerous times, there was still no sign of Nie Xiaorong. A sense of unease began to creep into Lucci's heart, coupled with concern for her safety. Where could she have gone? The grill and the leopard meat remained, and even her backpack was still at the shelter. Where could she possibly be? Thus, Lucci began to search the surroundings. After a thorough search, he finally discovered markings on a rock face, an emblem etched by human hands. It was inscribed upon a large stone. Approaching the symbol, Lucci turned and was able to see the location of the shelter. What on earth is this woman doing? She even left a mark to avoid getting lost. It seemed she had ventured in this direction, but why would she leave alone? With curiosity piqued, Lucci pressed on, and indeed, a short distance ahead, he found another rock bearing a similar symbol. At this moment, while his worries for Nie Xiaorong had diminished considerably, a wave of curiosity surged within him. Continuing onward, he noticed the rocks beneath the cliff began to dwindle, replaced by an increasing number of pebbles and patches of grass. Suddenly, he keenly observed scattered animal droppings and tracks on the ground. This isn't good. Why are there so many animal droppings and tracks here? The relief he had just felt faded, replaced by renewed concern. He hurriedly crept forward, passing through some bushes and navigating around several massive stones until he encountered a small incline. However, he found himself hesitating behind a large rock, unwilling to take another step forward. For not far ahead, on the steep slope, there stood 3 seemingly juvenile wolves. Yes, wolves. With just a glance, Lucci had confirmed their identity. Aside from their appearance, he recalled the howls he and Nie Xiaorong had heard during the night, and the accounts of these creatures documented in the cave's hide book, as noted in the strange island chronicles. Indeed, these chronicles recorded that their numbers were exceedingly rare, and they were sea wolves unafraid of swimming. The original resident had only encountered them 2 or 3 times since arriving on this desolate island. What a stroke of luck to encounter 3 at once today. It seemed their den and perhaps their parents were not very far from here. I must exercise caution. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed from behind the slope, resembling the frantic calls of a pig being slaughtered. Even the mightiest lion's roar could not compare. Help! Go away quickly! Her voice not only threw Lucci into disarray, but also startled the 3 sea wolves atop the slope, causing them to perk up in surprise. Yet, they did not flee. Instead, they cautiously crept forward, peering over the incline. Help! Stay away, you beasts! Nie Xiaorong's voice rang out again. igniting Lu Chi's blood with fervor. He could no longer remain calm. Grasping a wooden stick in one hand and picking up 2 stones from the ground in the other, he shouted with a fierce battle cry as he charged towards the 3 sea wolves on the slope. Due to her status as a minor, the 3 sea wolves appeared relatively small, which emboldened Lu Chi. As the trio ascended the slope, they caught sight of the shouting Nie Xiaorong, their eyes gleaming with delight and their bodies trembling with excitement. However, before they could relish their joy, a bipedal warrior suddenly emerged behind them, exuding an air of both exhilaration and menace. The sea wolves instinctively sensed the threat. Just as they prepared to adopt a defensive stance, the bipedal creature hurled a stone towards them. With a resounding thud, the stone struck one of the sea wolves on its paw, perhaps sensing the magnitude of the force. It howled in distress and fled down the steep slope. In a panic, the other 2 sea wolves hastily followed suit. Lu Chi, witnessing the scene, felt elated. Yet, before he could reach the slope, he heard Nie Xiaorong roar once more. This time, her voice was laced with fury and despair, a haunting wail of hopelessness. At that moment, Nie Xiaorong found herself submerged in a small puddle, approximately 4 to 5 meters wide, formed by rainwater behind the steep slope. Surrounding the puddle were stones of various sizes and patches of green grass. Perched upon one of the stones was an unidentifiable green lizard, measuring nearly a meter in length. Curiously inching closer to the water's edge, Nie Xiaorong, bare from the waist up and clad only in a small pair of underwear, resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, her cries echoing in desperation. In her frantic state, she splashed water at the large lizard in an attempt to scare it away. However, the creature feigned ignorance, becoming even more intrigued as it approached the puddle. Just then, 3 more sea wolves suddenly burst forth from the slope to her right, utterly petrifying her. Her voice nearly shattered from the intensity of her screams. In a fit of terror, her legs trembled uncontrollably, and she fell into the puddle, expressing her despair and resistance with a single, plaintive cry. She could hardly fathom that her simple intention of washing herself in a rainwater puddle would lead her to encounter such wild creatures. The sudden appearance of the green lizard and the trio of sea wolves was more than enough to threaten her very existence. As she contemplated her fate, the thought of being devoured after a futile attempt to cleanse herself filled her with dread and helplessness. Perhaps when the sea wolves caught sight of Nie Xiaorong and the green lizard upon cresting the slope, their eyes also glimmered with interest. Yet, the sudden appearance of the bipedal creature had frightened them, and they had not abandoned their escape. Thus, as they dashed past the puddle, they could only greedily glance at the submerged Nie Xiaorong before slipping away to the other side. What a situation! Oh, how fortunate! They have left. Seeing that the 3 sea wolves did not linger and merely cast a few longing looks in her direction, Nie Xiaorong felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. In an instant, she felt as if she had been reborn and hurriedly crawled toward the edge of the puddle where her clothes lay. Once on solid ground, she swiftly seized her garments and scurried back up the slope, her heart racing as she hurriedly fled. Gasping for breath, Lu Chi tightly gripped the wooden stick as he scrambled up from the opposite side. Just as he reached the slope and had yet to steady himself, a nearly naked woman emerged from the other side, panting heavily. It was the drenched Nie Xiaorong. In a flurry, Nie Xiaorong glanced back while running, terrified that the 3-headed sea wolves were in pursuit. Huff, huff. It's you, Lu Chi. With a loud crash, as soon as Lu Chi recognized Nie Xiaorong's face, she lunged into his embrace, colliding against him. Fortunately, Lu Chi stepped back just in time to absorb her momentum, preventing himself from falling. Wow, woo-woo. Nie Xiaorong lifted her head to gaze at his familiar visage. Before Lu Chi could utter a word, she clung to him like an octopus, sobbing uncontrollably. Woo-woo. Lu Chi, you're back. I was terrified just now. Wow, woo-woo. With Nie Xiaorong hanging onto him, Lu Chi found himself compelled to hold her tightly, experiencing the intoxicating warmth of her presence. Please stop crying. It's safe now. You might want to put on some clothes first. Struggling to suppress the heat rising within him, Lu Chi stammered. However, Nie Xiaorong seemed indifferent to his words, clenching his neck and refusing to let go. In that moment, Lu Chi found himself at a loss. Inexperienced as he was, He tilted his head back to avoid glimpsing the view before him. They remained in this embrace for a while, until he felt his arms growing sore, prompting Nie Xiaorong to cease her weeping. She wiped her tear-streaked face, but noticed Lu Qi still holding her tightly, his gaze averted. Therefore, she reached out, cupping his face in her hands, and forcefully turned his head back to face her. Yet, when Lu Qi finally turned to her, he found his eyes tightly shut once more. Instantly, a surge of mixed emotions, both love and frustration, ignited within her, causing her to momentarily forget her own state of undress. Boldly, she leaned in and kissed Lu Qi's lips. Startled by the sudden kiss, Lu Qi opened his eyes, only to find Nie Xiaorong's beautiful eyes gently closed, her long lashes casting a shadow over the shyness in her gaze. My first kiss, just like that, taken away by this woman. Moments later, with a flushed face, Nie Xiaorong remarked, Lu Delang, are you not going to put me down? Upon saying this, she heard Lu Qi swallow hard. Although she didn't look up at him, she knew he was watching her intently. In a mix of bashfulness and confusion, Nie Xiaorong slowly lifted one hand to casually cover her chest. Yet, she realized that one hand was insufficient to conceal her ample figure. Thus, with her unspoken consent, Lu Qi gazed unabashedly at the beauty in his arms. I'm going to get dressed now. Please put me down. After Nie Xiaorong's delicate whisper, Lu Qi finally came to his senses. He gently placed the enchanting beauty down, and as her feet touched the ground, Nie Xiaorong quickly turned around, leaving Lu Qi with a glimpse of her exquisite back. Then, under Lu Qi's watchful gaze, she unhurriedly began putting on her garments, one by one. Lu Qi, do I look beautiful? She inquired just as she was about to don her final piece of clothing, her voice barely above a whisper. Startled, Lu Qi hastily collected his thoughts, appearing somewhat flustered. You look stunning. Upon hearing his words, Nie Xiaorong felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart, her previous fears dissipating entirely. Let's depart. There's a large lizard here. 3 wolves passed by, and I nearly died of fright. With a flushed face, Nie Xiaorong exclaimed softly. Wait. Lu Qi took a few steps forward, observing the puddle below. This is actually a natural rainwater collection pit. How did you discover this place? He asked while examining the vast pit before him. What? This is a rainwater pit? I thought it was some underground spring. Nie Xiaorong turned to look at the edge of the puddle, only to find that the large green lizard had vanished. Look at all these animal footprints on the ground. It is evident that this is a recognized watering hole for the surrounding wildlife. Did you not take a moment to observe before venturing into the water? Fortunately, I arrived early. Had I been any later, there might have been more large beasts coming here to drink. Please do not frighten me. Let's leave. Hearing Lu Qi's words, Nie Xiaorong's expression grew tense once more, her hands tightly clutching Lu Qi's arm, unwilling to release him. Ouch, that hurts. Lu Qi glanced down at his arm, realizing that her restless hand had firmly grasped him, precisely where he had sustained an abrasion. Upon hearing his exclamation, Nie Xiaorong immediately loosened her grip, looking at him with innocent eyes. I did not mean to. Let us go. It is indeed unwise to linger here any longer. After glancing at the sky, Lu Qi quickly led Nie Xiaorong away from the water's edge. By the time they returned to their shelter, the sun had just set. Under Lu Qi's guidance, they hurriedly gathered some dry wood and branches nearby to replenish the firewood for roasting meat, before retreating into the shelter. Inside, after a simple meal of leftover roasted leopard meat from the morning, Lu Qi gently leaned against the stone wall behind him, his gaze fixed on the person before him. Neither of them spoke first. As Lu Qi reflected on the previous moments, he felt his heart racing, pounding fiercely. In the confined space of the shelter, Nie Xiaorong could almost hear it. To mask his own deep-seated embarrassment, Lu Qi turned away, presenting his back to her. However, as soon as he turned his body, he let out a pained groan. What is wrong, Lu Qi? Upon hearing Lu Qi's anguished sound, Nie Xiaorong hurriedly moved closer, supporting his arm and inquiring anxiously. Perhaps the wound on my back hasn't healed. It must have reopened. The grimace of pain on his face deeply pained Nie Xiaorong's heart. Quickly, take off your shirt. Let me see how serious it is. She spoke with concern as she began to pull up Lu Qi's clothing. Seeing this, Lu Qi had no choice but to comply obediently. A gasp escaped Nie Xiaorong's lips from behind him. What happened? Lu Qi asked, unable to articulate her thoughts. Nie Xiaorong was taken aback. The vivid crimson that met her eyes as Lu Qi's shirt was removed almost rendered her incredulous. It turned out that the wounds Lu Qi had sustained, which she had previously bandaged, showed no signs of healing and were seeping blood profusely, saturating the fabric and staining it red. She had initially thought the blood on his clothing was merely from his fall off the cliff, but now she comprehended the gravity of Lu Qi's injuries for her sake. Is the wound still bleeding? Not receiving a response from Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi pressed on. It's all my fault for causing you such harm. Hearing her reply and his remorse, Lu Qi, as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, had come to a realization. He understood that his failure to rest properly had led to an infection of the wounds, necessitating timely medical attention. If this continued, it would spell disaster on this desolate island. Despite his awareness of the situation, he attempted to reassure Nie Xiaorong, saying, "Do not worry, it's merely abrasions. And the wounds aren't deep. Just help me clean them, and fortunately, I still have a few anti-inflammatory tablets in my bag. After taking them, as long as I rest well, I will recover." "Really?" Nie Xiaorong asked, her eyes wide. Lu Qi nodded, "Yes, indeed. Please, let me assist you in cleaning them." Then, from her backpack, Nie Xiaorong retrieved her only spare clean clothing to wipe away the blood from Lu Qi's back, even using the remaining half bottle of clean drinking water he had brought back for her. Hearing the sounds of her gentle sobs as she tended to his wounds, Lu Qi felt a secret joy within. He had not experienced such care and concern from another for a long time. Chapter 20 Transformation. Does it hurt? Nie Xiaorong softly inquired, gazing at the vivid crimson scratches adorning Lu Qi's back. "It doesn't hurt." Such stubbornness. You are quite the embodiment of male pride. Even in such a state, you claim to feel no pain. Upon hearing Lu Qi's assertion, Nie Xiaorong couldn't help but retort, "Well, it does sting a bit. But with you here, I feel much better." "Hee. Is that really so? Am I truly that remarkable?" Lu Qi replied, grinning broadly at the sound of Nie Xiaorong's joyful laughter. "Ouch. If you keep deliberately scratching my wounds with your nails, I might not die, but I'll certainly lose half my life. This is what you call a thankless act." I thought you were going to keep pretending to be tough." It hurts. I thought you genuinely cared about me, but it turns out you were just teasing me." "Hee. Now you acknowledge the pain. I had thought you were as tough as iron. Please, refrain from such male bravado in the future." All right. Now, that is more like it." After Nie Xiaorong finished speaking, her delicate hand glided gently down Lu Qi's back, this time avoiding any wounds, and she added, "You truly have a sturdy physique." Feeling a tickling sensation on his back, Lu Qi instinctively shrank away. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Nie Xiaorong say, "All right, I've finished cleaning up here. Quickly take this medicine." Turning carefully, he saw Nie Xiaorong offering him an anti-inflammatory pill, which he took with outstretched hands. "There's only a little water left, so hurry and take it," Nie Xiaorong urged, handing him the last sip from her bottle. Understanding the rarity of such medicine on the deserted island, Lu Qi hesitated, but ultimately swallowed it down, knowing that without good health, survival was a moot point. He then drank the last bit of water. The two soon lay on their sides, preparing to rest. After more than an hour, Nie Xiaorong suddenly spoke. "Lu Qi, when you held me today, I didn't mean it in that way. I was just frustrated that you would rather look away than meet my gaze. Oh, by the way, do you really think I'm beautiful?" Lu Qi. As she examined him closely, she realized that he had already begun to emit faint snoring sounds. You big wolf, Lu." After holding back her irritation for quite some time, Nie Xiaorong slowly unclenched her small fist, choosing not to wake him. Pouting slightly, she managed to dispel her small grievances and lay quietly, listening to Lu Qi's rhythmic snores. Under the moonlight, she dimly observed Lu Qi's face, occasionally unable to suppress a soft hum of amusement, protesting against the stubbornness of the elm gnarled and the lack of romance. Outside the shelter, sparse clouds obscure the moon, a gentle breeze caresses the island, and the acrid smoke envelopes the night sky, driving away mosquitoes and beasts. From the distant forest, the sounds of various animals occasionally break the silence. On the beach earlier, some have begun to rest, while others sit together, either quietly reclining or whispering to one another. The faces of the people now appear haggard, their clothes disheveled, as they realize that after waiting so long for rescue, survival here must rely on their own efforts. Among them are two women, leaning back to back, sharing the same weary visage, utterly unaware of how much longer they can endure in this place. These two are Shenbing and her friend, Leah. Sister Shenbing, I am so hungry. If this continues, I feel I will perish here, Leah said weakly, her tone sorrowful. Shenbing turned her head slightly to glance at her. Initially, she had merely intended to use Leah for her own gain, but unexpectedly, they now found themselves in this predicament, becoming each other's only support. Moreover, Leah's display of resilience since their arrival has compelled Shenbing to view her in a new light. Once believing that Leah, coming from a prestigious family, would be delicate and materialistic, she was astonished to see a different side of her. To preserve her integrity, Leah resolutely rejected some unsavory temptations and, within her means, exerted herself to assist those in need. This revelation surprised Shenbing, who had grown up enduring hardships and was accustomed to relentless striving. Initially, her goal was to sacrifice Leah to win the favor of wealthy and handsome men for her own professional advancement. Yet now, it seemed her perspective had shifted. No longer underestimating Leah, she began to regard her as a true sister in her heart. Upon hearing Leah's words, Shenbing comforted her. Do not speak foolishly tonight. We shall leave this place. Waiting for rescue is futile. We must rely on ourselves to survive here. At Shenbing's words, Leah's eyes brightened, and she sat up straighter. Sister Shenbing, but if we leave, we have neither tools nor the ability to hunt. Won't we end up just like we are now? What is there to fear at this point? Remaining here only means starving to death. Leaving means we might also starve to death. But what do we have left to dread? As she spoke, a figure suddenly flashed in Shenbing's mind. Lu Qi. She recalled how, when Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong departed, she had made an effort to persuade them to stay. Yet, not much time had passed, and the words Lu Qi had spoken had already come to fruition. Those like Shi Hao and Zhang Libo not only tyrannically controlled the scant survival tools, but also monopolized the food procured by others. Under the guise of ensuring fairness for all, while they themselves contributed the least labor, yet reaped the most rewards. A few individuals, upon retrieving food, failed to deliver it immediately and were subsequently subjected to a public beating by their peers. They were also falsely accused of undermining the collective rules established by everyone, being labeled as self-serving and indifferent to the plight of others. While such absurd justifications and actions may not withstand scrutiny from rational minds, for those lacking any ability yet yearning for sustenance, the actions of Shi Hao and his cohorts, albeit somewhat unethical and tyrannical, at least provided them with a morsel to stave off starvation. They remained willing to endure the oppressive control of Shi Hao's group, merely to survive. In their hearts, these individuals fantasized that if they could endure until external rescue arrived, they would be deemed successful, for within the broader society, they were individuals of merit, possessing substantial assets. Once liberated from this sea of suffering, they believed they could return to a life of comfort and ease. Sister Shenbing, do you remember Dr. Lu? It has been so long since he and Miss Nie departed. I wonder how they are faring now. Initially, Miss Nie exposed Shi Hao's malevolence and returned to publicly denounce him, only to be viciously countered by Shi Hao. Alas, had we recognized the vile nature of Shi Hao and his companions earlier, we might have left with Dr. Lu. Leah reminisced about those events, regretting her failure to make a decisive choice sooner. Hearing her lament, Shenbing too felt a pang of regret. She turned her gaze to the other side of the beach, where flames flickered brightly. The lifeboat, now devoid of power, lay quietly on the shore, illuminated by the firelight. While Shi Hao, Zhang Libo, and others sat in small groups around the bonfire, engaged in laughter and conversation. Meanwhile, scattered among the crowd were several resentful glances directed at them. Those individuals had contributed significantly to the beach. They often gathered the most food, yet every time they had barely enough to fill their stomachs before Shi Hao and his followers demanded that they surrender their provisions for communal distribution, regardless of their harvest. The portions they received were always meager, just enough to stave off starvation. Despite being the most industrious, they received no respect from others, solely because they were honest and kind-hearted. At this moment, a sense of disillusionment washed over them, prompting thoughts of distancing themselves from these tyrants. By the lifeboat, for individuals were gathered, appearing at ease, their faces devoid of weariness. Among them was Jean Libo, reclining against a wooden post, his eyes gently closed, a small stick resting between his lips. Suddenly, one of his companions remarked, "Jean, where has that fellow Wu Hao disappeared to?" To which another added, "Indeed, he was just sitting nearby. How could he vanish in the blink of an eye?" Jean Libo then casually replied, "Did he not mention earlier that he had a stomach ache? He has probably gone to the restroom. He should return shortly." After speaking, he deliberately cast a sidelong glance at the three individuals, and upon noticing their lack of suspicion, he resumed his pretense of resting, humming a little tune. However, the other three remained oblivious to the fact that Jean Libo was merely providing cover for Sure Hao. This was due to their shared, unspoken secret. At that very moment, not far from the beach, in the dense thicket, a man and two women had quietly arrived just a few minutes prior. The man was none other than Sure Hao, and the two women were undoubtedly the same ones who had previously exchanged their physical allure for sustenance. One was named Han Lu, and the other Qiu Jia. Both women had struggled to gain entry onto the cruise ship, their sole intention being to seek out wealthy suitors. Though their beauty was not extraordinary, they possessed assets that they took pride in, making them undeniably alluring in the eyes of many men. As Sure Hao and the two women arrived at their secluded spot, he eagerly embraced them, and they laid down amidst the grass. The flattened patch of grass bore testament to the fact that this was not their first rendezvous. "How go? You can't rush. You'll never get the hot tofu," one of the women playfully admonished. "Exactly. Sure Hao, you always do this. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. We don't wish to return too soon." Hearing their words, Sure Hao's face flushed red, but he boldly replied, "Rest assured, tonight will be an enjoyable experience for you both." Upon hearing this, the two women exchanged knowing smiles and nestled closer to Sure Hao. "How go? You mustn't make empty promises. Last time, we barely had any fun before you had to leave. Fear not, my dear Lu, with Jean Libo covering for me tonight. There will be no interruptions. Let us simply focus on enjoying ourselves," he declared, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Though this was not their first outing together, it was undoubtedly one of the most gratifying moments of his life. As he gazed into the enticing eyes of the two women, captivated by their alluring figures, he could no longer suppress the fervor igniting within him. The following day, before dawn broke, as the beachgoers remained in slumber, two figures stealthily approached the lifeboat. Despite the late hour, they had taken precautions to obscure their faces in the moonlight, ensuring that their identities remained concealed. Carefully, they traversed the area where Jean Libo and the others were resting, heading directly towards the lifeboat's entrance. Upon reaching the door, one individual stood guard while the other quietly slipped inside. Moments later, the one who had entered emerged, wielding a fire axe and other items, and together they stealthily departed the beach. Once they had distanced themselves from the shoreline, they paused beside a large tree. Just then, 9 individuals emerged from behind the tree, 7 men and 2 women. "Did you secure the items?" One of the tall men inquired of the duo. "Here, there lies a rope." One individual stepped forward, displaying the items he possessed, while the other remarked that he was unsure where the crew's knife had been placed. "I searched meticulously, yet eluded my grasp. Alas, without that tool, many tasks will become arduous." The tall man sighed deeply before continuing. "Regardless, we must depart immediately. These people are not worth our sacrifices. We toil tirelessly each day, yet the food we bring back leaves us unsated, only to be taken by those arrogant bullies under the guise of fair distribution, while they greedily consume their share. Those who receive the food express no gratitude. At times, they incessantly complain about those of us who venture out to procure sustenance, hurling disparaging remarks at us. Let them rely entirely on those few tyrants. Honestly, serving such individuals is no longer appealing. I yearn to abandon this endeavor. Were it not for the hope of rescue, we would have left long ago. sparing ourselves this humiliation. Who can argue otherwise? The remaining individuals are all talk, cunning and deceitful, each more skilled in manipulation than the last. Despite our considerable efforts, we scarcely reap any rewards. The tall man and the two companions behind him expressed their grievances in turn, then turned their gaze towards the two men before them. We are leaving. Indeed, under the leadership of the tall man, the group progressed towards the mountains. The beaches on either side were bordered by sheer cliffs, with rugged rocks protruding and the sea depths obscured, rendering the ends of the beach invisible. Thus, they chose to follow the route that Lu Qi had initially taken. Sister Shunbing, are we truly to accompany them? The two women at the back of the crowd were none other than Shunbing and Leah. Chapter 21. The struggle. Gazing at the few individuals who had already departed, Shunbing cast one last glance at the beach before responding to Leah. If it were just the two of us here, our chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. I have observed these individuals for quite some time. They are among the most diligent and capable in their quest for sustenance along this shore. The reason they have chosen to leave is that, despite their considerable efforts, they have not received the recognition or rewards they deserve. Leah, if we do not follow them, do we possess any other alternatives? Moreover, they have already taken essential tools from the lifeboat, which will significantly enhance their chances of survival. What are you still concerned about? Hurry, or they will be far ahead. I have discerned their intentions, which has afforded us this opportunity. Upon hearing Shun Bing's words, despite her lingering worries, Leah acquiesced and kept pace with Shin Bing, pursuing the figures ahead. On the beach, those who had been asleep were gradually awakening and busily attending to their own affairs. Although 9 individuals were absent, their absence went unnoticed among the throng of nearly 100. Just as it appeared that nothing had changed, a figure suddenly rushed out from the lifeboat in a state of alarm. This is bad. This is terrible. Zhang Gu, several tools are missing. Zhang Libo and 3 companions had just awakened and were conversing when they heard the man's exclamation. He quickly rose and hurried to the lifeboat, incredulously replying, "How could this be?" As he opened the boat's door and stepped inside. Naturally, he found it hard to believe the man's claim and felt compelled to investigate for himself. The other 3 had also approached the boat's entrance, whispering among themselves while peering inside. Soon, Zhang Libo emerged from within, his expression one of deep distress. "Zhang Gu, what tools are missing?" inquired one of those waiting at the door. However, Zhang Libo ignored the question, his gaze sharply scanning the crowd on the beach. After a few breaths, he finally spoke. The crucial axe, ropes, and several rescue flares are all gone. At this revelation, the individuals beside him were instantly filled with indignation. This must have been done deliberately. It has to be those who bear a grudge against us, those who are discontented. Could it be that the doctor with the surname Lu returned last night to steal them? They exchanged their theories, each contributing to the speculation. At that moment, Zhang Libo's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization. He quickly addressed one of his companions, "Big Beard, go and check the number of people currently on the beach. If the number is insufficient, ascertain how many individuals have departed. Xiaodong, you and Senhai investigate whether those we previously dealt with are still on the beach. Remember, if you find no one, do not raise an alarm." After issuing these instructions to the 3, Zhang Libo turned to the last individual. "I will step out for a moment and return promptly. You must remain here and not wander off. This vessel is currently our only vital resource." "Very well, Brother Zhang." With that, Zhang Libo swiftly dashed towards a dense thicket, intent on notifying Shihao. Deep within the thicket, amidst a patch of grass, the ground was pressed down into a hollow resembling a giant eagle's nest. There, Shihao lay bare-chested, embraced by 2 delicate beauties, their bodies entwined. Beneath them lay a few disheveled garments. As dawn broke, Shihao was the first to awaken, although he felt a slight numbness in his arms. Upon opening his eyes and seeing the 2 lovely women nestled against him, all discomfort vanished. A hint of excitement curled at the corners of his mouth as he first pressed his lips against Han Lu's, then turned to place a kiss upon Qiu Jie's rosy lips. Taken by surprise by this sudden advance, the 2 women quickly roused, and upon realizing the day had dawned, they playfully teased Shihao before hastily reaching for their scattered clothes. However, Sure Hao had no intention of allowing them to dress at their leisure, just as they attempted to cover their bosoms with their garments. He waved his hand and pulled them both closer to him. "Oh, Brother Hao, you are truly wicked. After we served you last night, aren't you satisfied?" exclaimed one. "Indeed, Brother Hao, look, the day has already broken. We haven't returned all night. If we linger any longer, we will certainly be discovered." The two women feigned shyness, addressing Sure Hao, but Sure Hao paid little heed to their concerns. After a night of rest, he felt invigorated, his gaze lustfully fixed upon the two women before him, igniting his desires. Just as he was about to transform once more into a ravenous wolf, ready to pounce on these two lambs, a voice called out urgently, Sure Hao, where are you?" Though the figure remained unseen, Sure Hao immediately recognized it as Zhang Libo. He quickly rose, donned a shirt, and responded, "I'm here." In a moment, Zhang Libo emerged from the thicket, breathless. Upon arrival, he saw Sure Hao putting on his shoes while Han Lu and Xiao Jie were busy adjusting their scan attire. Upon noticing Zhang Libo, Han Lu greeted him, "Oh, it's Brother Bo. The sun has barely risen, and Xiao Qiu and I haven't eaten yet." Yet, Zhang Libo paid her no mind. After catching his breath, he turned to Sure Hao and said, "It's bad news, Sure Hao. This morning, our tools were stolen. I sent a few to investigate, and I rushed here to inform you." "What? Who has the audacity to commit such brazen theft?" "Those tools are essential for our survival." The words almost escaped his lips, as he initially intended to mention their importance to his own standing, but refrained given the presence of the two women. Saying this, he drew a knife from his waist, the very Crew-S knife. Seeing Sure Hao wield the knife, his gaze hardened with determination. Han Lu and Xiao Jie instinctively took a step back. "Fortunately, I had it with me last night to deter wild beasts. Had it been left on the lifeboat, it would surely have been stolen." Gripping the knife tightly, Sure Hao was resolute in his intent to deliver a stern lesson to the thieves. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Zhang Libo, inquiring, "What about the flint? Did it get lost?" "I kept the flint with me all along, so it's safe," Zhang replied. That's a relief. Upon hearing Zhang's response, Sure Hao exhaled deeply, for the flint, though seemingly insignificant, was their greatest ally in survival. "Let us go. We must return immediately. This incident may present us with a prime opportunity to solidify our unity." With that, he instructed the two women to head back to the beach, while he and Zhang Libo made their way toward the shore. Upon their return, the bearded man hurried over to them. "I've checked. We're missing 9 people, 7 men and 2 women. The missing men are primarily those few individuals." Indeed, what had begun as a mere reprimand for those arrogant individuals had escalated into a collective act of theft. "It seems we have been too lenient, granting them the chance to pilfer." After a brief pause, Sure Hao's expression hardened as he addressed Zhang Libo. "Leave one brother here to inform the others. Let us pursue them. There is a chance we might still catch up." "Understood." With a decisive wave of his hand, Sure Hao led a few men into the forest, while Zhang Libo, after briefing the bearded man, followed in Sure Hao's direction with several others. Before long, they reached a 3-meter-high cliff in the forest. "Brother Hao, should we continue the pursuit?" one of the men beside Sure Hao asked, for they all knew of this cliff, yet none had ever dared to cross it. Previously, in anticipation of rescue, they had never considered leaving the beach. However, now, over a month later, with hope for rescue dwindling, their thoughts converged, free of previous hesitations. "Let us pursue. I want to see how far they can run. It's also time for us to gain a comprehensive understanding of this wretched island. All right, we shall continue the chase." With that, the man was the first to charge toward the cliff, exhibiting complete obedience to Sure Hao. Despite his commendable agility, he struggled to ascend immediately. Ultimately, with the cooperation of the others, they managed to scale the natural precipice. They pressed on, observing the footprints on the ground, which indicated the direction toward the mountain peak. Sure Hao deduced from the tracks that their quarry was indeed heading toward the summit. He resolved that if he caught up with them, he would ensure they were thoroughly robbed and then receive a proper lesson. Indeed, imagination is always beautiful. The path up the mountain is fraught with difficulties. Sure Hao, an urban elite, has hardly ascended a short distance before he finds himself panting and drenched in sweat. Zhang Libo and a few others who catch up to him are equally perspiring and continuously expressing their grievances. Ultimately, the group of over 10 individuals, seeing the day draw to a close, decides to cease their pursuit, for none of them had traversed the night roads of the island before. Under Sure Hao's guidance, they separate to gather dry twigs from the surrounding forest, then choose a flat area to prepare for a campfire. Wait, Brother Bo. Just as Zhang Libo is about to ignite the fire, one of the men suddenly stands and shouts to the group, "Look at that part of the mountain. There's a flicker of light." Following the direction of his finger, the group indeed spots a flickering flame on the mountainside. Sure Hao and Zhang Libo exchange a glance, a smile of unexpected hope illuminating their faces in this moment of potential victory. Sure Hao, what are your plans for those individuals? As the attention of the group shifts towards the two, Zhang Libo vocalizes his thoughts to Sure Hao. Without hesitation, Sure Hao declares, "We will reclaim our tools, confiscate all their supplies, and educate them thoroughly. Those who are resolute in leaving shall be set free to fend for themselves. Furthermore, the two women must be taken back with us." A sinister smile curls at the corners of Sure Hao's lips as he contemplates how to punish the two women. Thus, under Sure Hao's strategy, the group embarks once more on their pursuit, hastening towards the area on the mountain where the fire glimmers. Meanwhile, at a flat clearing not far from the summit, a group of 9 is gathered around a fire, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Having spent the day traversing the mountain and frequently halted due to the presence of Leah and Shun Bing, the individuals are oblivious to the identities of those around them. It is only under the fire's glow that Leah finally recognizes each face present. To her surprise, these are all men who had previously suffered at the hands of Sure Hao, Zhang Libo, and their ilk. These men had neither aligned themselves with Sure Hao's faction nor sought to cultivate any closeness with them. Their only reason for remaining on the beach was to seize a chance at rescue. Now, having endured humiliation, they find their efforts unacknowledged by those who benefit from their toil. As over a month passes, the hope of rescue gradually fades, and they resign themselves to the understanding that they must rely on their own strength, resolutely refusing to be subjugated by others. With empty stomachs, they ponder the very essence of survival. Among them, it is evident that a man named Chun Ziqiang emerges as the leader, orchestrating their discussions and actions. He has grown weary of Sure Hao's manipulations and of the arrogant individuals on the beach, who only know how to consume and criticize without offering any substantial assistance. Thus, he had already gathered those who shared similar experiences and were willing to embark on a journey with him in the past few days. Like him, they were honest and diligent individuals striving for success through their own efforts in the harsh realities of society. Upon expressing his intentions, these individuals readily agreed. "Thank you all for your hard work today. Since we lack a suitable shelter and sufficient time to construct one, we must endure a little discomfort and camp here for the night," Chun Ziqiang remarked, observing the others. "Ah, Brother Chong, you speak as if we are strangers. We chose to accompany you willingly. None of us owes anything to anyone. We are all capable individuals, and we must support each other if we are to survive on this island." One person immediately responded to Chun Ziqiang's statement. Another added, "Brother Chong, we have only made it this far on our journey today, and we have yet to reach the summit. If those people discover that we have taken the axe and other items, do you think they will organize a pursuit against us?" At this remark, the few men who had been engaged in quiet conversation ceased their discussions, their gazes involuntarily shifting towards the only 2 women in the group. Their presence had undeniably slowed the progress of the day. Perhaps the unfamiliarity with the forest and the rugged mountain path contributed to this, but the reality was undeniable. Among the group, Shun Bing and Leah also sensed the attention directed towards them. However, she understood that no amount of explanation could change their perceptions of the two of them. Moreover, her presence among them was merely a temporary measure, for her true objective was to locate Lu Qi. The reason for following these individuals was twofold. First, she had observed that they possessed the capability to procure food and the strength to protect and care for both women. Second, they seemed to be genuine and upright individuals. Aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of his companions as they glanced at the 2 women, Chun Ziqiang felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Although he did not voice it, he was quite pleased to have 2 beautiful women willingly join their group. After all, among all the men present. Who could refuse the allure of beauty? Chapter 22. The battle of conflict. In that moment, he hastily replied, "What Sure How and his group have done on the beach is something you all witnessed with your own eyes. Though he parades under the banners of justice and fairness, garnering support from a majority of the incapable, that fellow indulges in our hard-earned food and resources for his own pleasure. We are required to use our tools and seek his approval for everything, which is something I have never tolerated in my own company." As he spoke, Chun Ziqiang's emotions were evidently stirred, and the others were naturally influenced by his words. Meanwhile, the older men and the incompetent lot merely engaged in empty talk, contributing little of substance. The crux of the matter was that they held Sure How in high esteem while belittling those of us who truly exerted ourselves. Such ingratitude was astonishing. Indeed, Brother Chong is absolutely right. We should have distanced ourselves from those idle individuals long ago. Only then can we thrive. Just as several of them were conversing, Sure Hao's voice suddenly boomed from the slope before them. "Ha ha ha, finally found you. Moments latte." Sure Hao and a group of 7 or 8 people emerged from the woods to their left. "Ah, it's Sure Hao and his crew. How could this be?" Upon seeing the newcomers, some expressed disbelief. Chun Ziqiang, gazing at the suddenly appearing Sure Hao, felt a palpable tension. He never anticipated that this fellow would actually pursue them, and cover such a distance no less. Sensing the hostility of the approaching group, and noticing that Sure Hao and his companions were panting heavily from their climb, Chun Ziqiang contemplated urging everyone to escape to the other side to avoid unnecessary conflict, as they had rested long enough to have some stamina left. However, just as he began to say, "Everyone, don't panic. Follow me," a group appeared behind them, led by Zhang Libo. "Oh, damn it, I'm utterly exhausted. This mountain is truly steep." Zhang Libo arrived, gasping for breath and spewing expletives, his gaze filled with venom directed at Chun Ziqiang and the others, exuding a palpable sense of hostility. "Brother Sun, what do we do now? We are surrounded." A man named Li Ning, standing beside Chun Ziqiang, asked in a panic. "What are you panicking about? It's just a matter of fighting them." Upon hearing this, Li Ning's eyes brightened. Initially, he thought he had misheard, but upon reflection, he realized there was little else they could do. At that moment, a recovering Sure Hao raised his voice. "You lot truly possess the audacity of bears and leopards. How dare you steal the very tools vital for our survival? You clearly do not regard me, Sure Hao, at all. Now speak up. Who was the ringleader behind this?" Sure Hao understood that these individuals had likely prepared for a confrontation, so he refrained from addressing the entire group and instead focused on the most significant instigator, directing the conflict towards one key individual. Upon hearing Sure Hao's words, Chun Ziqiang mentally cursed the man's ancestors multiple times, fully aware of Sure Hao's intentions. Yet he was unwilling to remain idle, stepping forward to retort, "Sure Hao, spare us your lofty ideals of righteousness. It is one thing for you to indulge in laziness, but to conspire against those of us who strive diligently to procure sustenance is truly egregious. You incite others to vilify us, as if we are fools. I have tolerated your antics before, not wishing to linger on this wretched island, but I will no longer endure your insolence." Chun Ziqiang, perceptive as he was, recognized that Sure Hao had no substantial arguments to offer. Thus he did not mince words and confronted Sure Hao directly. "Ah, so you're the instigator," Sure Hao remarked, scrutinizing Chun Ziqiang. He had not anticipated that among this group, there would be one bold enough to confront him so defiantly. Such individuals he would typically regard with respect, for he understood that they, like himself, possessed the ability to sway the hearts of others. "By the looks of your attire, you are nothing more than a mere office worker or a servant aboard a cruise ship. Huh, you think you could declare yourself a king with such garb? You may deceive a few, but you cannot fool the majority of us." With this declaration, Sure Hao fixed his gaze upon the others, continuing, "These tools are essential for our survival. Yet under your instigation, you disregard the lives of so many, secretly taking them away. Are you even men? Does your life hold more value than that of the countless others on the beach?" In this moment, Sure Hao was filled with righteous indignation, fervently using his eloquence to sow discord and undermine the unity among those allied with Sun Haishan. Witnessing Shi Hao's hypocritical performance, Shen Bing and Chen Ziqiang inwardly cursed his very existence, realizing they had underestimated him. His proclamations of justice were merely veils for his self-serving motives. Shi Hao, cease your attempts at division and self-aggrandizement. We have seen through your facade. Your words do not align with your actions. You claim these tools belong to everyone. Yet how often have you allowed us to use them? Others must register their usage, while you wield them at your whim. Have you not long considered these supplies as your personal property? Indeed, you two-faced scoundrel. Each time we toil the hardest, the food we obtain barely sustains us. Yet you, after we have gathered it, play the benefactor and seek to claim our hard-earned rewards. You shamelessly label this as communal sharing while hoarding the lion's share for your own indulgence. Li Ning, standing behind Chen Ziqiang, spoke up as well. The others, having endured similar experiences, recognized the truth in Chen Ziqiang and Li Ning's words. They were equally unwilling to associate with Shi Hao and his ilk, nor did they wish to continue laboring under his direction. Thus, regardless of Shi Hao's theatrics, they aligned themselves resolutely with Chen Ziqiang. Observing this, Shi Hao's countenance darkened, signaling the onset of his transformation. Surrender your tools. Since none of you wish to remain on the beach, I shall grant you your freedom to leave. Perhaps a flicker of civility and law still resides within, for Shi Hao refrained from rashly resorting to violence. However, on the other side, Zhang Libo's provocative words served to instantly heighten the tension in the atmosphere. Shi Hao, why waste breath on them? Let us take action, since they are so ungrateful. I must teach them a lesson. After all, I've come such a long way to confront them. My brothers and I cannot allow them to have it easy. Brothers, charge. Let us show them what we're made of. Before Shi Hao could interject, he witnessed Zhang Libo and his cohort rushing towards Chen Ziqiang and his companions, their faces ablaze with fury. Zhang Libo alone, accompanied by his comrades, numbered enough to match the 7 opposing them. Seeing Zhang Libo's audacity, Chen Ziqiang and his group roared back, seizing whatever they could find, some armed with sticks, others with stones, and some barehanded. In the initial clash, one individual was struck, inadvertently caught by a blow to the side of his face and ear, blood streaming from a wound. You dare to resist, do you? Brothers, let us get to work. Teach them a proper lesson. Witnessing his own side suffer an initial blow, Shi Hao was compelled to reassess his strategy and turn to the few individuals behind him. Instantly, a dozen engaged with the 7, and the skirmish intensified. Each person shouted as they surged towards one another, particularly Chen Ziqiang and his group, who, aware of their numerical disadvantage, yelled fervently to bolster their morale. Only Shi Hao remained passive, casting his gaze towards Shen Bing and Li Ye, who were cowering behind a tree. Observing the fear etched on their faces, he couldn't help but smirk, sauntering leisurely towards them. As Li Ye noticed Shi Hao approaching, she mustered her courage and stepped forward to warn him. Shi Hao, what are you planning? Don't come closer. We have no grievances with you. Upon hearing Li Ye's words, Shen Bing glanced at her, astonished by Li Ye's audacity to confront Shi Hao in such a perilous moment. At that instant, Shen Bing's perception of Li Ye transformed entirely. Li Ye's bravery shattered Shen Bing's preconceived notions, elevating them to a new height. No grievances? Ha! Miss Shen Bing, Miss Li Ye, you both are so lovely. I never claimed we were enemies. But tell me, which mischief led you two beauties to accompany them out here? Look at this desolate wilderness. It's exceedingly dangerous. Shi Hao leered at the 2 women, continuing his advance towards them. As he neared, Li Ye began to feel trepidation, instinctively stepping back. Observing this, Shen Bing positioned herself protectively in front of Li Ye, fixing a stern gaze upon Shi Hao. Shi Hao, our choice of whom to follow is our own affair. It is not for you to dictate. Miss Shen Bing, since the path is one that you must tread alone, why then do you choose to board the pirate's ship? Is it possible that they have beguiled you or coerced you into this? Or do you willingly choose to consort with thieves? Shen Bing, rather than expressing anger at Shi Hao's words, found herself confronted by his smug demeanor as he retorted. Yet he did not halt his advance. Positioning himself before Shen Bing and Li Ye, his gaze unabashedly scrutinizing their figures. Though darkness had fallen, the flickering flames accentuated their alluring curves, rendering them irresistibly captivating. "How dare you slander me?" Shin Bing exclaimed, momentarily rendered speechless by Shi Hao's accusations. For she could neither claim to have been deceived nor admit to having volunteered for such company. Instead, she deflected his inquiry, cautioning him against tarnishing her reputation. "Slander? Miss Shun, these individuals have entirely disregarded my authority," Shi Hao proclaimed. "Otherwise, they would not stand in opposition to me. Even if they wished to leave, they certainly could have done so, yet they chose instead to covertly take what rightfully belongs to us. Tell me, how could I not be infuriated by such conduct? Are you perhaps defending them out of some affection for one among them? Or have you and your companion grown fond of them all? Ha ha! You scoundrel! Dare to defame me again, and I shall fight you to the bitter end." Shin Bing, incensed by Shi Hao's baseless slander and framing of her character, seized a stone from the ground, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at him. "Ha ha! Have I struck a nerve? Is my observation too close to the truth?" Shi Hao sneered at the two women. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he threatened, "If you can be amiable with them, why cannot you extend that same courtesy to me? Should you choose to serve me, I assure you that you shall never know hunger. Does that not surpass the prospect of following them? Bah, how shameless! Who would want to be on good terms with you? Have you no sense of your own character? You think to lay claim to our attention?" Unable to restrain her disdain for Shi Hao, despite his incessant proclamations of fairness and justice, he was, in truth, engaged in a relentless campaign of slander aimed at compelling them to submit to his selfish desires. Shun Bing, recognizing Shi Hao's malicious intent, exchanged a glance with Li Ye and signaled her to flee up the mountain. However, Shi Hao, having anticipated their intentions, was not so easily thwarted. In a swift motion, he grasped the fabric of Shun Bing's back, pulling it forcefully. With a tearing sound, her elegant light blue blouse was easily rent asunder, revealing the form-fitting undergarment beneath and her fair, exquisite back. The force of the tear sent Shin Bing tumbling to the ground. Li Ye rushed forward to assist Shin Bing, yet Shi Hao denied them the opportunity to rise again. Holding the torn piece of fabric, he inhaled its scent with feigned ecstasy. "Ah, this fragrance is truly intoxicating. No wonder you are such a beauty." After another deep breath, he continued, "Miss Shun, rather than serving them, why not treat us equally? Why not serve us as well? What say you? Let us also indulge in the bliss that beauty brings." With that, he lunged at Li Ye, who was about to assist Shin Bing, like a famished wolf. This time, his hands were claw-like, aiming directly at Li Ye's back, intent on assaulting her from behind and seizing her in a controlling embrace. As Shin Bing rose, she caught sight of Shi Hao charging toward Li Ye from behind. Yet, there was no time to intervene. In a moment of desperation, she yelled, pulling Li Ye into her embrace, and they both tumbled to the ground. "Shi Hao, should you dare approach again, once we leave this island, my Jiangxin group shall unleash the fiercest vengeance upon you. Do not presume that we are so easily intimidated." Shun Bing, holding Li Ye tightly, quickly sprang to her feet and glared at Shi Hao, brandishing a stone in her hand, prepared to fight with all her might. Upon hearing her words, Shi Hao hesitated for a moment. Although taken aback by Shun Bing's reaction and slightly wary of her threat, he quickly regained his composure. "Could it be, Miss Shin Bing, that you have not yet grasped your current predicament? Such threats bear no weight on me now." He chuckled. "To be frank, today it is you who have crossed my bottom line. Do not blame me for being impolite." With that, he lunged at Shin Bing once more. "It would be wise to return with me, Miss Shun. Should you both choose to follow me, I assure you a life free from want." At that moment, as Shi Hao reached out to grasp her, Shun Bing, disregarding everything else, hurled the stone she held directly at his face. Chapter 23. Bold yet cautious with a resounding clap, a stone hurtled towards Shi Hao's face, but he merely sidestepped effortlessly, evading the attack. After all, Shin Bing was merely a woman. With her strength, even if the stone had struck him, it would have likely been inconsequential. Thus, Shi Hao wore a more disdainful smirk. In a few strides, he approached Shun Bing and seized her arm. She felt a sharp pain coursing through her limb, and before she knew it, she was falling into Shi Hao's embrace. He chuckled, "Ah, Indeed, the essence of femininity, beautiful women are truly exceptional. With one arm tightly around Shinbing, he inhaled deeply near her ear, his words dripping with arrogance and lewdness. "Let me go, you scoundrel." Shinbing struggled to break free, but her strength was insufficient to escape his grasp. Seeing this, Leah turned to charge at Sure Hao, but Shinbing's voice halted her. Having come to regard Leah as a sister, she wished to shield her from danger. "Leah, don't worry about me. You must escape." Understanding Shinbing's intentions, Leah hesitated for a moment but still rushed towards Sure Hao. "If we are to leave, we shall leave together. I cannot let you face him alone." "Sure Hao, you scoundrel, I will fight you." As Leah approached, brandishing a stone she had picked up, her expression was one of fury. Yet Sure Hao merely sneered. Just as Leah reached him, he raised a foot and delivered a kick. Overconfident. With a resounding thud, Leah cried out in pain, flying backward. Shinbing, witnessing Sure Hao's ruthlessness and his utter disregard for Leah's gender, felt a surge of anger and strength. In a fleeting moment, self-defense techniques flooded her mind. She lifted her foot and stomped down hard on Sure Hao's instep. Before he could utter a sound of pain, she forcefully thrust the back of her head against his nose. "Ah, you vile woman!" Sure Hao screamed in agony, releasing his hold on Shinbing. Yet, in that very instant of freedom, she did not flee immediately. Instead, she swiftly turned and delivered a decisive kick to his groin. The impact was satisfying, and she felt as though she had struck true. The scene that followed was predictable, as Sure Hao doubled over, blood streaming from his nose, his hands clutching his injured self. "Ah, damn it, you foul woman. I will make you pay for this." His pained cries quickly drew the attention of others. Despite being engaged in a fierce battle, Chen Ziqiang and his 7 companions found themselves at a disadvantage against Zhang Libo and his group. Each of the 7 bore injuries, with blood staining their faces and bodies, infusing the air with a metallic scent. Yet, despite the circumstances, the 7 individuals exhibited no inclination to relinquish their resistance. Upon hearing Sure Hao's voice, they seized the opportunity amidst the distraction of the crowd and gathered together at one side. Zhang Libo, witnessing Sure Hao lying on the ground in agony, was the first to approach and assess the situation. What transpired? It was those 2 women. "Quickly, rally the men and ensure they are bound. We must not allow them to escape." However, as Zhang Libo surveyed his surroundings, the 2 women's figures had vanished. "You two, come with me," he commanded, instructing the others to teach a lesson to the remaining assailants and confiscate their supplies, ensuring that every tool was returned to the beach. "Once we retrieve those 2 women, we shall reward everyone handsomely. Rest assured, Boss Bo," a man in the crowd responded, as Zhang Libo led 2 men towards a dense thicket on the left. His demeanor resembled that of a husband confronting a rival suitor, knife in hand, eager to impart some lessons on decency. At this moment, Chen Ziqiang recognized the opportunity, with one of the group's leaders down and another pursuing Shinbing and her companion. He decisively called out, "Run, let's depart." Thus, the 7 made their way towards the woods on the right. Although the pursuers attempted to follow, the darkness, away from the flickering flames, allowed the 7 to swiftly evade their grasp. However, they had to abandon their helmets and armor, even forsaking their personal belongings by the fire, which became spoils for Sure Hao and his companions. Half an hour later, Sure Hao, supported by 2 individuals, sat beside the fire, resting. Scattered around him lay 4 or 5 others, similarly injured. Unlike Sure Hao, whose wounds were internal, these individuals bore evident external injuries. One man suffered a severe injury to his calf, inflicted by Chen Ziqiang's group with an axe. Though the wound had been treated and bandaged, blood continued to seep from a gash. Sure Hao regarded the man with a sense of guilt, but more so with a burgeoning hatred towards Chen Ziqiang and Shinbing. He understood that in such dire circumstances, sustaining such injuries would make survival exceedingly difficult. Yet, he felt powerless, compelled to comfort his wounded comrades while promising them food and companionship upon their return to the beach. In this moment, before these few, he shed his earlier facade of righteousness and fairness, viewing them instead as brothers, sharing both fortunes and hardships. He proclaimed that as long as they remained by his side, food and women would be within their grasp. At that instant, Zhang Libo emerged from the direction of his earlier pursuit, flanked by two others. His expression a mix of disappointment and anger. "Bossbo, where are the two women?" inquired a man seated beside Shi Hao as he rose to greet Zhang Libo. Although Shi Hao remained silent, he inwardly cursed, "What a foolish pig. Can't he see Zhang Libo's expression? Why is he asking so impatiently?" Indeed, upon hearing the man's words, Zhang Libo cast a disapproving glance in his direction before plopping down across from Shi Hao. "Those two women are truly cunning. I have no idea where they've hidden themselves. We chased them for a while before losing their trail. I stumbled several times in the process. Damn it, what bad luck," Zhang Libo muttered to himself, offering an explanation to the group. He then turned to Shi Hao and inquired, "Did those people escape as well?" Shi Hao nodded and pointed to the man lying on the ground. "One of our brothers is seriously injured. We need to return promptly. If this continues, he is in grave danger." At this, Zhang Libo hurriedly glanced at the injured man. Realizing Shi Hao was speaking the truth, he, along with the others, hastily packed up the scattered supplies and carried the injured man down to the beach at night. After all, the lifeboat on the beach contained the remaining antibiotics that Lu Qi had not taken, as well as an elderly nurse in the crowd who had some knowledge of first aid. Once Shi Hao and the others departed, the forest returned to tranquility, occasionally interrupted by the distant roar of wild beasts. Shortly thereafter, two graceful figures emerged, with the front one being Shunbing. "Sister Shunbing, you're truly impressive. Hee. Do you think they will come back? Perhaps we should leave this place?" Behind Shunbing, Leah first complimented her cheerfully, then, after expressing her concern, suddenly heard a sound from the forest behind them. Although she could not identify the animal, as a woman, Leah was startled. She hurriedly ran to Shunbing's side and clutched her clothing. "Huh, how is it that your courage has diminished? You weren't afraid of a brute like Shi Hao, yet you're frightened by a little animal's call. Get a grip, they've already gone far. While the fire hasn't completely died down, we still have a chance to rekindle it. With the protection of the fire, we can safely endure tonight. Otherwise, without a hiding place with our physique and strength, even a small wild boar could easily overpower us." "Ha ha ha. Sister Shunbing, your jokes are quite outlandish," Leah exclaimed, bursting into laughter at Shunbing's words. Shunbing felt a sense of relief seeing Leah laugh, as maintaining strength and optimism was crucial in such dire times. She had always been an academic achiever, possessing an innate cautiousness and assertiveness, adept at reading situations. Consequently, during their recent escape, Shunbing remained composed, skillfully utilizing the cover of night. They did not venture far before stealthily circling back with Leah, concealing themselves in a thicket, quietly observing Shi Hao and the others until they finished gathering their supplies and carried the injured man away. During this period, their conversations, as well as the disheartened Zhang Libo who returned in a disheveled state, were keenly observed by the two women. "Leo." The mindset of everyone on the island had begun to shift. Like us, after waiting for so long, they had lost hope for rescue. People were starting to contemplate how to survive. As Shunbing walked, she lowered her head to scrutinize the numerous bloodstains left on the ground, and then remarked, "Shi Hao possesses a remarkable ability to manipulate. He speaks of fairness and justice, yet is inherently selfish. Moreover, judging by tonight's events, he has increasingly abandoned any sense of honor and has grown cold-hearted. He shows us neither respect nor courtesy. This is exceedingly perilous for us. Therefore, in the days to come, we must exercise even greater caution." After Shunbing spoke, she hurried to the previous campfire, crouching down to assess the flames. Fortunately, the fire had not yet extinguished. "Quick, bring over those logs beside you." While speaking, Shunbing bent down, gently placing a handful of dry grass she had prepared into the embers of the fire, then continuously blew air onto it. After several breaths, through her diligent efforts, a spark suddenly appeared amidst the flickering flames, successfully igniting the dry grass. Seeing this, Leah rushed over to assist, handing her the dry kindling. With their combined efforts, the fire was rekindled. Just as Leah was reveling in their success, Shunbing doused her joy with a cold reality. "You, my friend, are celebrating far too prematurely. Quickly, help me move this fire to another location." This is not our ideal place to spend the night. Upon hearing this, a perplexed Leah paused in her excitement and asked, Sister Shinbing, why must we go elsewhere? Isn't this place quite flat and spacious? Observing Leah's bewildered expression, Shinbing gently tapped her forehead with a slender stick, saying, Use that clever little brain of yours to think carefully. On this deserted island, devoid of phones and signal, how did Sure Hao and his companions manage to locate us with such precision? Moreover, upon their arrival, they surrounded us from two sides, leaving us no opportunity to escape. Upon hearing Shun Bing's hint, Leah suddenly comprehended. Oh, Sister Shinbing, you mean they found us and surrounded us so precisely because this fire revealed our location? How could I have missed that? She exclaimed, giggling. Quickly, let us move to another spot. Seeing that Leah had grasped the point, Shun Bing smiled knowingly. Together, they successfully relocated the fire to a spot not far away, ensuring that the flames would not be detected from below the mountain and that it was nestled against a rock, suitable for spending the night. Only then did the two women feel reassured enough to rekindle the fire. It was during this process that Leah belatedly recognized Shun Bing's audacious yet meticulous nature, her brilliance shining through. As she settled beside the fire, she posed a question that took Shin Bing by surprise. Sister Shun Bing, tell me, before we came out, did you already know that Chen Ziqiang and the others need not worry about finding the source of the fire? Oh, Leah, how have you suddenly become so astute? Has my earlier tapping with a stick awakened your intellect? Perhaps I should occasionally give you a little nudge. That way, you might become exceptionally clever. Who knows? Your wisdom may even guide me out of this place. Ha! Sister Shinbing, stop laughing and tell me, is it true? Upon hearing Leah's inquiry, Shinbing was indeed taken aback. Given her understanding of Leah, she believed that eliciting critical thought from this individual would be as unlikely as the sun rising from the west. This was precisely why she had sought to utilize Leah in the past. However, now, as they both found themselves in dire straits, Shinbing had long since embraced her as one of her own, devoid of any ulterior motives. Noticing Leah awaiting her response, Shinbing ceased her playful banter and spoke earnestly. When we were trapped on the beach amidst a crowd of over 100, I observed Chen Ziqiang smoking alone. In fact, I had seen him discreetly smoking for an entire week, after which I never caught sight of him again. I surmised that he had run out of cigarettes and deemed his lighter a coveted resource to be concealed from prying eyes. Subsequently, when Dr. Liu and Miss Nye fell victim to Sure Hao's machinations, the rescue tools were monopolized in such a manner, and the two were driven away from the beach. Hence, Chen Ziqiang must have grown increasingly protective of his lighter. Moreover, the deliberate suppression by Sure Hao and his cohorts likely fostered discontent among Chen Ziqiang and his companions. Therefore, upon overhearing his conversation with several others, I resolved to join them in departing from that place. These individuals were straightforward in their dealings and possessed the capability to procure food. It was only today that I confirmed my suspicions. When Chen Ziqiang instructed everyone to scatter in search of firewood, he pretended to be attempting to create fire by friction, but in reality, he was using the lighter, which I witnessed with my own eyes. Chapter 24. The stone cave. Leah listened intently to Shun Bing's words, her eyes sparkling as if she were gazing at her beloved. Oh, how fascinating. I see now, Sister Shun Bing. Your powers of observation, memory, and insight are truly remarkable. It's no wonder you have successfully established your own company solely based on your talents. I am in awe. I remember the last time you used the word awe was to praise your dream man. How is it that just a few months have passed, and now you wish to be my little admirer? Are you showering me with compliments now? I've never heard you praise me before. Hee, Sister Shinbing. How could you know how to tease me? All right, let us discuss something else. Well then, what would you like to talk about? At that moment, Shun Bing, finding Leah's playful demeanor amusing, opened up the conversation. Having just gone through a tumultuous event, she sought to alleviate her own emotional turmoil through light-hearted banter. However, she gradually noticed that Leah's inquiries seemed to veer off the conventional path. Sister Shun Bing, do you know who you have mentioned the most since we became stranded on this island? I'm not sure. Perhaps it's your name? Wrong. You hardly ever call my name. You always refer to me as that girl. Oh, I had realized. And also, you are here to find that Dr. Liu, right? Ah, Sister Shunbing, do you think Dr. Lu is handsome? He is acceptable, I suppose. And what about Nie Xiaorong? Is she pretty? At this question, Leah scrutinized Shun Bing closely, while Shun Bing remained oblivious. Her? She's just average. I think you are more attractive. Oomph. Sister Shun Bing, you are not being truthful. Nie Xiaorong has such fair skin. If she weren't beautiful, how could Dr. Lu be so close to her? Upon hearing this, Shun Bing lowered her gaze, a contemplative expression fleeting across her face. Though it lasted but a moment. Leah caught it all. Indeed, a woman's intuition is remarkably precise. Why are you discussing these matters? They have nothing to do with me. Although Nie Xiaorong has some charm, I believe you possess far greater allure, Sister Shun Bing. In the presence of men, if you were to exude even a hint of your feminine charm, you could easily captivate them. Leo, why have you suddenly started talking about these topics? Sister Shun Bing, go for it. From now on, I am your devoted fan. What fan? What do you mean, go for it? Seeing Shun Bing's expression shift from sunny to cloudy as she looked at her, Leah seized the moment and said, It's to find Dr. Lu, so go for it. I believe you can absolutely win him over. With that, Leah made a fist and gestured an encouraging sign. Shun Bing regarded her with a helpless expression, still pondering her words. Gradually realizing, she noticed Shun Bing's gaze wandering, her expression fluctuating between light and shadow. Leah understood that her comments were grounded in truth and reason. Only her secret laughter reached Shun Bing's ears, bringing her back to reality. So you, my dear, were merely teasing me. With that, she sprang up and began to tickle Leah, igniting a chorus of laughter from the two women by the fire. After a delightful and carefree conversation, illuminated by the flickering flames, Shun Bing and Leah nestled together and soon drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, as the sun cast its golden rays upon the island, Leah and Shun Bing awoke, with the first light of dawn illuminating the mountain peak. They tidied their modest belongings and set off toward the summit. Shun Bing's intention was straightforward. She yearned to behold the entire island and discover the nature of the paradise they inhabited. On the opposite side of the mountain, shrouded in a gentle mist, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong had also just emerged from their dreams. Nie Xiaorong was the first to rise, stretching languidly as she knelt, her graceful curves fully revealed before Lu Qi. Upon glancing over, she caught Lu Qi unabashedly staring at her. With a playful huff, she admonished, What are you looking at? Pervert. Lu Qi, however, was unfazed, having discerned her temperament. He knew that if she truly cared about such details, she would be more cautious in his presence. Thus, with a soft, sleepy gaze, he decisively uttered a compliment that women adore. Your figure is simply stunning, and given the limited space of the shelter, it would be a pity not to admire it. How about I promise to gaze upon you every day from now on? Hearing Lu Qi's playful banter, Nie Xiaorong first chuckled before teasingly asking, So, are you really going to do that? Lu Qi sensed her playful demeanor shifting, and knowing that as a vigorous young man, he could easily succumb to her seductive words, he quickly adopted a serious expression. Please step aside. Let me check on how the leopard meat is roasting. I need to ensure it hasn't been snatched away by any wild beasts. However, Nie Xiaorong blocked the entrance to the shelter, refusing to budge, her chest proudly lifted, insisting that she would not relent until she received the desired answer. Lu Lang, don't change the subject. Answer me. Are you really going to admire me every day? If you don't answer, you won't be able to leave. Lu Qi had not anticipated this turn of events. Having barely recovered from his injuries and finally enjoying a peaceful night's rest, he found himself compelled to appreciate her form the moment he opened his eyes. How had he landed himself in such a predicament? This little sorceress was truly unpredictable. All right, little Nya, it's just the two of us here. Even if you wanted to show off to others, they wouldn't see you. So it's only me who gets to enjoy the view. You. Though she heard his words, Nie Xiaorong's expression was one of profound displeasure. She felt that Lu Qi was not taking her seriously, and that his tone was impatient and dismissive. I won't talk to you anymore, Lu Lang. After speaking, he turned and exited the shelter, leaving Lu Qi in a state of bewilderment. Shaking his head, Lu Qi also stepped out of the shelter. He first wandered into the small grove before checking the smoked meat on the grill. By this time, the fire had long since extinguished, with only wisps of blue smoke rising from the ashes. On the smoking rack, strips of dried leopard meat were neatly arranged. Unable to resist, Lu Chi picked up a piece, marveling at the smoked meat in his hand, exclaiming, "The skin is tender and the meat succulent, both harmonious in texture and color. Truly splendid." He couldn't help but pop a small piece of the smoked meat into his mouth. The flavor is rich and fragrant, neither too greasy nor too lean. I never anticipated such success on my first attempt at smoking meat. My efforts were not in vain. However, while Lu Chi reveled in his accomplishments, Nie Xiaorong stood nearby, looking at him with evident disdain. Upon seeing him return from the grove and devour a piece of the dark, glistening smoked meat with such gusto, a tumult began to churn in her stomach. She scarcely absorbed anything Lu Chi said. As the president of a cosmetics company, she understood that smoking was a method of preserving fresh meat, but witnessing Lu Chi's unrefined display in the early morning unsettled her. Surely he could have washed his hands first. Yet Lu Chi remained oblivious to Nie Xiaorong's discomfort, continuing to expound, "We use cedar from the forest to smoke the meat, which effectively wards off flies and mosquitoes. In this sweltering heat, it can be preserved for at least a week without spoiling. This smoked meat will last us both for an entire week." He added, "By the way, I've heard from the village elders that smoked meat has numerous benefits, such as stimulating appetite, dispelling cold, and aiding digestion." As Lu Chi spoke while chewing on the smoked meat, he noticed the absence of a response from Nie Xiaorong and turned to look at her, only to find her crouched down, inexplicably gagging on the ground before her. He hurried over, supported her with concern. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Let me check your pulse." As he leaned in to examine her, the strong aroma of smoked meat wafted toward Nie Xiaorong, triggering another wave of retching. "Stay away from me, Lu Lang," she exclaimed. It dawned on Lu Chi that he had repulsed her. Bursting into laughter, he found amusement in discovering something that could provoke such distaste in her, feeling a sense of delight. After his laughter subsided, he leaned closer to Nie Xiaorong, teasingly saying, "It tastes wonderful. Why not give it a try? I'm sure you will absolutely love it." He elongated the words, the smell of smoked meat wafting directly toward her. "Oh, ugh, Lu Lang. You're truly disgusting. Oh, ugh." Gagging, Nie Xiaorong hurriedly fled from him, watching her twist and flee like a snake startled by an eagle. Lu Chi couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Lu Chi resolved in his heart that when she succumbed to her witch-like tendencies in the future, he would manage Nie Xiaoma in this manner. However, as a man and a doctor, he recognized his own shortcomings. He was well aware of the adage that illness often enters through the mouth. He touched the wounds on his body, many of which had already formed scabs. It seemed that it was time to set forth to the cave, for there lay a source of drinkable water. With water, the issues of cooking, washing, and hydration for both of them could be addressed. Gazing at the rising sun, Lu Chi decided to pack his belongings and prepare to head to the cave he had previously discovered. He shared his thoughts with Nie Xiaorong. Although she was still sulking over the earlier incident, she had no choice but to assist him upon seeing Lu Chi take action. After stuffing their backpacks with cured meat, they found there was still an abundance left and lacking suitable storage bags. Lu Chi had no choice but to use his only spare pair of pants as a makeshift storage sack, tying the pant leg securely. Ultimately, they managed to cram the cured meat into the bulging pant legs. Having eaten nothing, they took advantage of the cool morning air to depart for the stone cave. Lu Chi wielded a wooden stick for protection in one hand while occasionally tending to Nie Xiaorong with the other. The inner island was indeed treacherous to navigate. Observing Lu Chi's burdened form, with a backpack, a pair of pants, and a still damp leopard skin, Nie Xiaorong's grievances began to dissipate. She recognized that this man was genuinely kind, and her presence had significantly increased his burden. She resolved to contribute more to Lu Chi's efforts in the future, understanding that although she was merely a frail woman, there were still many ways she could assist him. Nearly 3 hours passed before Lu Chi finally led Nie Xiaorong to the previously discovered cave. "Is this the place you meant, Lu Chi?" "Indeed, this is it." Upon arriving at the cave's entrance, Nie Xiaorong first sought confirmation from Lu Chi then curiously surveyed the surrounding environment. A flat expanse of lush green grass lay at the cave's mouth, which was concealed between two massive stones, while towering trees surrounded the area, and wild grasses and flowers flourished beneath them. Nie Xiaorong was delighted, for this setting seemed to fulfill her childhood fantasies of an enchanted forest. Meanwhile, Lu Qi carried all their supplies into the cave, placing them on a dry, flat surface before sitting down heavily, panting and drenched in sweat. Shortly thereafter, Nie Xiaorong appeared at the cave's entrance, but hesitated to enter. She had spotted two small spiders weaving webs on either side of the entrance, and fear kept her at bay. Lu Qi, come here quickly. There are spiders. Lu Qi, known as the Great Wolf, was reluctant to rise or engage in conversation. Noticing Lu Qi's indifference, Nie Xiaorong mustered her courage and continued to venture deeper into the cave. It was only when she beheld the entirety of the space, including a small puddle, that she comprehended Lu Qi's reasoning for bringing her here. Indeed, compared to other places, it was significantly safer and more comfortable. However, the cave was laden with dust, and she realized that it required considerable tidying. Thus, she urged the still-breathing Lu Qi to assist her in cleaning the entire cavern. Reluctantly, Lu Qi complied, and after nearly 2 hours of labor, they surveyed the fruits of their efforts. The cave had transformed into a rather pleasant dwelling. By then, hunger gnawed at them both. Lacking a stove to cook, Lu Qi resorted to extracting some smoked leopard meat to quell their hunger. But Nie Xiaorong persistently declined to consume it in such a raw manner. At that moment, Lu Qi recalled the crude pottery left behind by the cave's previous occupant. After some effort, he successfully ignited a fire, retrieved a rough clay pot, filled it with water, and added some of the smoked meat. He even ventured outside the cave to gather a few edible wild vegetables, which he washed and added to the pot. Though the meal was exceedingly simple, after enduring the wait, Nie Xiaorong found it remarkably delicious, even sharing the last of the broth with Lu Qi. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Lu Qi approached the stone bed within the cave. Having toiled throughout the morning, he finally allowed himself to rest, reclining comfortably. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Lu Qi's slumber, Nie Xiaorong filled a small basin with water to wash her face, and then quietly filled another basin before slipping out of the cave. Chapter 25. Awakening from slumber at this moment, it was noon. In a shaded area atop the mountain, Shun Bing and Leah sat back to back, admiring the breathtaking scenery on either side of the ridge. The summit, which appeared not far away, had taken them over an hour of climbing to reach. Exhausted from their exertions, they found solace in their resting position, remaining there until now. Shun Bing, what kind of island is this? It's such a colossal circular island. The mountains are so high that my legs feel like they might cramp up, Leah exclaimed as she stood up, gazing at the magnificent view before her. She could hardly fathom the sheer size of the island they were trapped on. It was likely that everyone on the beach remained blissfully unaware of the vast reality surrounding them. Leah, look, the beach we were on was merely a small corner of this island, Shun Bing pointed out. Following her gesture, Leah saw the beach where they had anxiously awaited rescue, now teeming with people who appeared as tiny as ants. A wave of realization washed over her. Indeed, one's perspective must be broadened through exploration. While living on the beach, its confines felt insignificant and crowded. But now, from the mountaintop, she recognized her previous narrow outlook. At that moment, Shun Bing found herself compelled to reevaluate her own judgments. She recalled how she had once intervened when Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong chose to leave the crowd. In hindsight, perhaps her caution had been excessive. Shun Bing, come and see the lake at the center of the island. It's truly marvelous. This island is surrounded by mountains, and I didn't expect such a beautiful lake to be nestled within. Leah's excitement broke through Shun Bing's reverie. Approaching Leah, Shun Bing gazed down at the picturesque lake, remarking, I wonder where Dr. Lu and the others have gone. We can only rely on ourselves now. Hee, Shun Bing, Doctor. Lu is company. You should be pondering where Chen Ziqiang and the others might be. Did you hear them mention anything? After all, there are more of them. And if we could find them to follow, it would at least offer us some sense of security, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Shun Bing sighed softly and regarded Leah earnestly. You're right. Being with them would indeed provide a psychological sense of safety. but it doesn't necessarily equate to actual security. Moreover, they're all men. While they seem decent compared to Sure How on the beach, circumstances have changed. Now, they have distanced themselves from both the beach and Sure How's dominance, forming their own little group. If we continue to follow them, they might inevitably become the next Sure How. Why Shinbing? They seem like good people. Leah questioned, puzzled. Shinbing hoisted her backpack over her shoulder and replied, "Because we are two beautiful women." Ah, Shinbing, are you perhaps worrying too much? Can that really be a reason? Leah retorted. At that moment, Shinbing chose not to respond further. She shouldered her bag and made her way toward the lake at the island's center. Ah, Sister Shinbing, wait for me. That Lucci, Dr. Lu, is also a man. Are you not afraid he might become the next Sure How? As Shinbing searched for a suitable path towards the lake, Leah continued to follow her, voicing her bewilderment. Seeing this, Shinbing felt compelled to address her confusion, stating, "I never asserted that he would not become the next Sure How. My desire to understand him stems from two reasons. First, he is a doctor. Second, my intuition tells me he is a man worthy of trust." With that, Shinbing resumed her earnest search for the way down, while Leah trailed behind, incessantly questioning. Ah, intuition? Is that your explanation, Sister Shinbing? Are you still not being truthful? Hey, Sister Shinbing, wait for me. Noticing Shinbing's indifference, Leah hurried to catch up. On the beach, Sure How and Zhang Libo, after enduring a night of pursuit and struggle, had successfully retrieved the rescue equipment along with some personal supplies. Yet, neither of them felt joyous at that moment. Before them lay a man, the victim of a leg injury from an axe, who had tragically lost his young life. Behind them, a dozen men stood in silence, absorbed in their thoughts. Others gathered around, witnessing the untimely passing of a young life, and sorrow enveloped them all. These individuals, once elite members of society who valued their lives above all, found it hard to accept the fragility of existence in the face of such death. Unbeknownst to them, with the scarcity of food and resources, the human psyche was beginning to shift, revealing various aspects of human nature and extreme thoughts. This tragedy and its harsh reality would soon manifest repeatedly upon the beach. Within the cave, a refreshing coolness enveloped him. Upon waking, Lucci felt entirely at ease. It was the first time in over a month he had slept so soundly and comfortably. Nishiaorong. As he stretched, he called out her name, but received no response. Looking around, he noticed Nishiaorong was not in the cave, prompting him to venture outside. Upon stepping out, he searched the vicinity but found no trace of her. Consequently, he picked up a carefully chosen stick and set off in the direction of some footprints. The path through the forest was incredibly challenging, with tree trunks, shrubs, and weeds almost obscuring the entire area. There seemed to be no discernible path, forcing Lucci to lower his gaze in search of a more accessible route. He had intended to discuss exploring the island's lake with Nia Xiaorong upon waking, but her absence left him unsettled. After several minutes, he suddenly heard a melodic hum emanating from deeper within the woods. After a careful confirmation, Lucci discerned that it was the voice of Nia Xiaorong. He then stealthily approached the source of the sound, intending to teach the woman a profound lesson through his actions. How dare she venture out alone, brazenly singing a tune without a hint of awareness regarding the lurking dangers? Such a flamboyant display of her presence was nothing short of a blatant provocation to the beasts. It was a sheer affront to their nature. After meandering for several more meters, Nia Xiaorong's figure finally came into Lucci's view. There she was crouched down, one hand plucking mushrooms from the ground, while the other held a handcrafted basket. Ah, a meticulously woven basket? Chapter 26, a profound lesson when Lucci discerned the basket woven by Nia Xiaorong's hands. He was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Nia Xiaorong, as the founder of a company, possessed such a skill. Although the weaving was not flawless, it was at least a practical tool. He stealthily maneuvered through the underbrush and quietly approached her from behind. Imitating the roar of a beast, he suddenly let out a fierce shout. Then, releasing the wooden stick in his hand, he leaped forward and scooped Nia Xiaorong into his arms. Ah! In Lucci's embrace, Nia Xiaorong, startled beyond measure, let out a shriek before behaving like a frenzied doe, thrashing about wildly, her legs flailing in the air, clawing at him with abandon. The basket slipped from her grip, spilling mushrooms and wild vegetables across the ground. It was only when her hands made contact with Lu Qi's arms in an attempt to free herself from his grasp that she regained a semblance of composure. Roar! Yet, Lu Qi continued to feign ferocity, shaking her gently in his arms. However, Nie Xiaorong had already realized she had been tricked. Consequently, she ceased her struggles. And as Lu Qi held her tightly, she burst into tears in midair. Wah! While weeping, she pounded her small fist against his broad hand, exclaiming, "You vile man! Let me go!" Wah! Lu Qi was momentarily stunned. Realizing he had been discovered, he hastily released her, just as he intended to offer an explanation. But Nie Xiaorong swiftly turned around, tears streaming down her face, creating a cacophony of sorrow. Her tiny fists, like a seasoned drummer, beat against Lu Qi's chest, making him feel as though his ribcage had transformed into a drum. "Please, stop hitting me. I was just..." However, despite his efforts to articulate an explanation, it proved futile. Even as he retreated, Nie Xiaorong followed him, venting her emotions. Wah! It was only after Nie Xiaorong had dispelled her fears through her outburst that she once again flung herself into Lu Qi's arms, weeping inconsolably, her tears glistening. Phew! Noticing that Nie Xiaorong had ceased her assault, Lu Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to feel a tingling numbness in his chest. Internally, he lamented, "What have I done? Well, why did you scare me? I detest being frightened. When I was a child, I fainted after being startled by someone in a mask. It took my father 3 days of comforting me before I dared to step outside again. Why, you wicked man. You truly terrified me. Oh, I didn't mean to. You did on purpose. I merely wish to make you understand. Why, you're so cruel. You almost frightened me to death. I apologize. Please, stop crying." What? Hearing Lu Qi's apology only deepened Nie Xiaorong's sorrow. All right. Cry as you wish." 3 minutes later, Ning Xiaorong finally ceased her weeping, reluctantly departing from Lu Qi's embrace. She quickly turned away to wipe her tears, then picked up the basket on the ground, beginning to gather the scattered mushrooms and wild vegetables. At this moment, Lu Qi, sensing the atmosphere, joined her in collecting the items. Noticing the silence, he took the initiative to break the ice, remarking, "There are quite a number of mushrooms here. Tonight, it seems we can enhance our meal." However, Ning Xiaorong continued to ignore him. "I woke up and found you missing, so I hurried out to find you. This place is truly perilous. There are many large wild beasts. You should not have ventured out alone, especially with no sense of caution, humming a tune with your head down. If I had arrived a little later, and a beast had set its sights on you, it would have been exceedingly dangerous. In the future, you ought to be more careful and at least inform me before you leave." Upon hearing Lu Qi's earnest explanation, Ning Xiaorong paused her actions and glanced at him, feeling an inexplicable warmth and joy in her heart. Simultaneously, she gained a more objective understanding of the situation, realizing that Lu Qi's intentions were for her own good, to instill a sense of caution within her. The memory of her earlier tears in his embrace flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. She responded to Lu Qi, "All right, I will be more mindful in the future." With that, the two turned to make their way back. Yet, after only a few meters, a sharp and resonant cry of a monkey echoed from the nearby woods. Oh, what is that? It sounds like a monkey." Ning Xiaorong, he spit it. Lu Qi immediately recognized the owner of the sound. It seems to be that old monkey, and it sounds quite urgent. Perhaps some animal is pursuing it. Just as Lu Qi finished speaking, the voice of the old monkey resonated again, this time unmistakably more frantic and clearer than before. A sense of foreboding crept into Lu Qi's mind, a wave of crisis washing over him. "This is not good. We must leave here quickly. Danger is approaching. The old monkey has surely spotted us and is warning us." Danger? Surely not before Ning Xiaorong could finish her thoughts. Lu Qi grasped her hand and swiftly headed towards the stone cave. Minutes passed as the old monkey's calls echoed from the woods behind them, fluctuating between urgency and calm. Lu Qi noticed that whenever they paused, even slightly, the old monkey would call out louder, more anxiously. On several occasions, he could distinctly hear the monkey's fierce reprimands as if trying to drive something away, just as they were nearing the cave. An earth-shattering roar erupted from the dense forest behind them. "Hello!" Roar. This raw and untamed sound reverberated through the air, filling Lu Qi with a sense of dread. It pierced the silence and struck his heart, evoking an indescribable feeling of fear and intimidation. However, the voice of the old monkey was not intimidated by the beast's roar. Rather, it became increasingly chaotic, emitting a series of excited cries, as if it were leaping joyfully among the branches. After a few blinks of an eye, the old monkey's calls gradually faded into the distance, and Lu Qi realized that the danger had likely passed. They returned to the entrance of the stone cave, where Nie Xiaorong felt her heart pounding incessantly, a sense of lingering fear gripping her. Lu Qi, perceiving her trepidation, approached to offer some comforting words. Subsequently, they divided their tasks. Lu Qi tended to the fire, while Nie Xiaorong began to prepare a meal using the mushrooms and wild herbs they had foraged, mixing them with smoked meat. Once the fire was successfully ignited, Lu Qi did not remain idle. Given the perilous encounter they had just experienced on their way back, he felt compelled to be more vigilant about their safety. As for the old monkey, Lu Qi was not concerned. He was convinced that the creature had been stealthily following him, alerting him to the distant danger and persistently harassing the unknown beast to drive it away. The last roar they heard was likely a result of the old monkey's irritation, prompting it to retreat. Chapter 27. The hallucinogenic mushroom. Though filled with gratitude towards the old monkey, Lu Qi utilized the dagger he had acquired to chop some firewood and vines. He intended to use these materials to fortify the entrance of the stone cave with a sturdy wooden door. This would provide greater security against nocturnal beasts, ensuring the safety of the two. By the time Lu Qi completed this task, the sky had darkened considerably. Initially, he had planned to prepare a bow and arrows to explore the nearby lake, but the encroaching night compelled him to postpone this endeavor until the following day. Gazing at the wooden door he had installed, Lu Qi felt a profound sense of accomplishment. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Just as he savored the enticing scent, he heard Nie Xiaorong's voice call from behind, "Lu Qi, come and eat. It's just been cooked." Turning around, Lu Qi approached Nie Xiaorong, who was seated beside the fire. Upon reaching her side, he beheld a large cauldron, hastily constructed from stones, filled with a bubbling stew of leopard meat, wild vegetables, and mushrooms. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard as Nie Xiaorong chuckled at his eager expression. Noticing his impatience, she scooped a bowlful with her rudimentary wooden ladle and handed him a pair of chopsticks she had crafted herself. "Oh, did you make these?" Lu Qi inquired, astonished. "Of course. What do you think?" She replied playfully. "Impressive. When did you manage to make these?" "While you were napping this afternoon. And look at this." As she spoke, she waved her wooden spoon, indicating that it too was a product of her labor. "Wow, I am genuinely surprised. I didn't realize your skills were so remarkable. You can weave and create such practical tools. How impressive." "Hee hee, I love receiving compliments. Do shower me with more in the future. Although I'm a girl, I'm no delicate princess. So, you must not look down upon me." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi finally understood Nie Xiaorong's intentions. She sought to prove that she was not the fragile being he had imagined, nor merely a pretty face. Witnessing her relentless efforts to establish her capabilities deepened his understanding of her character. He couldn't help but give her a thumbs up in acknowledgement of her accomplishments. After finishing a bowl, Lu Qi felt unsatisfied and asked Nie Xiaorong for another serving. Soon, they had devoured the entire pot of leopard meat, wild vegetables, and mushroom stew. "Delicious. I've never had such an appetite before," he exclaimed, once again giving Nie Xiaorong a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. Seeing Lu Qi's praise, Nie Xiaorong beamed with joy, unable to contain her delight. She even took it upon herself to handle all the utensils, encouraging Lu Qi to rest. Unable to refuse her kind offer, Lu Qi reclined comfortably on the leopard skin atop the stone platform, watching her busy figure. He suddenly felt that this idyllic yet humble existence was rather delightful. Without a mortgage, the cacophony of traffic, the treachery of deceit, or the fierce competition of the workplace, life seems to embody a certain happiness from one perspective. With his thoughts collected, Lu Qi leisurely perused the peculiar island journal left by the original inhabitant. As he had yet to thoroughly examine its contents, he intended to venture to the central lake of the island the following day. Thus, he was eager to review the journal once more to uncover any references the original owner may have made regarding the lake. Soon, halfway through the pages, Lu Qi discovered numerous entries about the lake. The more he read, the more he felt compelled to prepare adequately for his journey. For the accounts spoke of large beasts lurking nearby and the presence of fish within the lake. Fish! This revelation filled him with excitement. For despite the efforts of over 100 people on the beach, not a single fish had been caught. Indeed, not even a glimpse of one. To think that the inner lake encircling the island harbored fish, his heart leaped with joy. If there were indeed fish, the worries of sustenance would be alleviated. Suppressing his exhilaration, he continued reading. The original owner had illustrated many drawings in the peculiar journal, most depicting animals. Yet, he suddenly noticed that the illustrations began to distort, becoming increasingly lifelike, until eventually the monochrome images transformed into vibrant colors. Lu Qi smiled, ready to beckon Ye Xiaorong to take a look, but as he lifted his gaze, the cave around him appeared as a mystical realm, resplendent with colors. He found himself seated upon a dragon chair amidst this enchanted landscape, the leopard skin beneath him morphing into scattered treasures, while the notebook in his hands turned into a docile cat. Before him, the grand hall of the palace began to transform into a galaxy, and the name of Nye Xiaorong had completely vanished from his mind. At that moment, Lu Qi's gaze was fixed on the opposite side of the galaxy, where a celestial maiden gazed back at him with an enchanting look. A beauty, a fairy, Gulme, approach me. Within the cave, Lu Qi remained blissfully unaware of his food poisoning as he enacted bizarre gestures, waving his arms and gazing at Nye Xiaorong with an uncontrollable expression of joy, fully expressing the happiness swelling within him. Nye Xiaorong, too, exhibited eccentric behavior, giggling with delight. With a clean ceramic pot in hand, she danced gracefully, her cheeks flushed with an irresistible smile. In that moment, her body seemed more supple than ever, and the once unremarkable black ceramic pot elevated in her grasp, seemingly gaining worth comparable to the treasures of the celestial realm. Handsome, dream prince, you are so charming. In Ye Xiaorong's eyes, the figure of Lu Qi appeared as a dreamlike, ethereal beauty. Gently placing down the ceramic pot in his grasp, he swayed slightly and moved toward his dream lover. Conversely, Lu Qi perceived his enchanting fairy gliding through the galaxy toward him, causing him to joyfully toss aside the small cat he held. With a swift leap, he soared toward the approaching celestial being. Though merely a few meters apart, it felt to Lu Qi as though he soared for several minutes before finally embracing the fairy in his arms. In that moment, their eyes were dazed with longing, each seeing in the other the epitome of beauty. Within the stone cave, Lu Qi and Nye Xiaorong stood facing each other. He wrapped one arm around her delicate waist, while his other hand intertwined with hers, their fingers locked together. They were acutely aware of each other's presence, their gazes entwined, breaths quickening, heartbeats and body temperatures rising in unison. Yet, unlike ordinary couples who would exchange playful banter, they simply gazed into each other's eyes, lost in a profound connection. Eventually, Nye Xiaorong could no longer contain her infatuation. She gently rose on her toes and leaned in to kiss Lu Qi. Confronted with the fairy's affectionate embrace and her bold kiss, Lu Qi found himself utterly unable to resist, passionately reciprocating Nye Xiaorong's fervent kiss. Perhaps due to her nature, Nye Xiaorong's enchantment was deeper and more vivid than Lu Qi's. She was completely captivated by the one she kissed, reveling in the moment. Lu Qi, too, was gradually swept away by the fairy's ardor, and under her overwhelming enthusiasm, he retreated to a stone platform adorned with leopard skin. Nye Xiaorong's passion intensified. For a mere kiss could not convey even a fraction of her fervent emotions and elation. Losing herself to her desires, she began to tear at Lu Qi's garments. Longing to share this moment by the galaxy's edge, basking in the starlit sky, she yearned to offer her pure and pristine self to the dream lover before her. Faced with the fairy's fervor, Lu Qi appeared dazed, yet his heart brimmed with happiness. He wished to embody a youthful emperor, adorned in splendid attire, yet found himself lacking in experience. As moments passed, The two became entwined, lost in a tumultuous embrace. Having tasted the ecstasy akin to that of an emperor, Lu Qi felt a transformation within himself, resembling an untamed stallion galloping across endless plains. Time slipped away, and eventually, he and the enchanting fairy broke free from the enchantment, surrendering to a deep slumber in each other's arms. Chapter 28. The Toxic Mushroom After a Night's Passage. By midday the following day, within a cave, two figures lay entwined, their bodies barely clothed, still lost in slumber. It was not until a mischievous monkey outside the cave began its incessant chattering that Lu Qi was roused from his dreams. Upon opening his eyes, he initially believed he was still ensnared in a reverie. Rubbing his eyes gently, he took a closer look and was met with the startling sight of Nie Xiaorong, her pale form before him. She was peacefully asleep, one hand and leg draped over him, her body resting upon his arm. What on earth had transpired? Lu Qi's heart raced wildly, memories of the previous night flooding back, causing his cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Could be true? Skeptical, he pinched his own face. Ouch. The pain confirmed that the events of last night were indeed real. What would he do? Would this woman retaliate upon waking? Gazing at Nie Xiaorong, who lay entwined with him, Lu Qi felt akin to a thief, attempting to extricate himself from her embrace stealthily. However, outside the cave, the incessant howling of a troublesome old monkey shattered his plans. Ugh, what is that old monkey screeching about? Would you kindly be quiet? Lu Qi glared at the cave entrance, inwardly cursing profusely. He then attempted to gently move Nie Xiaorong's long leg off him. Yet, as his hand brushed against her delicate limb, he sensed an invisible force locking onto him. Turning his gaze back, he found Nie Xiaorong's alluring eyes wide open, fixed intently upon him. Upon seeing the naked Lu Qi and hearing his voice, Nie Xiaorong thought she was experiencing a delusion, blinking fervently to dispel her doubts. Luda vuvuvu. Just as she prepared to unleash a furious outcry, Lu Qi swiftly covered her mouth with his hand, pivoting to mount her, holding her in place as he implored, "Please, do not be alarmed. Allow me to explain, or rather, to defend myself." Though apprehensive under Lu Qi's firm grip, Nie Xiaorong was calmed by the sincerity reflected in his expression, managing to suppress her fear. She blinked softly, acknowledging his presence. Seeing this, Lu Qi cautiously removed his hand from her lips. After dismounting from Nie Xiaorong, he instinctively reached for a nearby garment, draping it over her modesty. "We consumed toxic mushrooms last night. We must have been poisoned. That explains the hallucinations." After articulating that challenging first sentence, Lu Qi observed Nie Xiaorong's expression. Noticing that she was not fixating on him, he continued, "As soon as I awoke you, I'm aware of what transpired last night. And those illusions felt exceedingly real. This may all stem from the mushrooms you foraged." He added, "However, I will take responsibility for you." Seeing Nie Xiaorong's silence, Lu Qi found himself at a loss for words. He reached out to gently wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then, he picked up the clothing beneath him, preparing to rise, but at that moment, Nie Xiaorong suddenly threw herself into his embrace. Just as Lu Qi intended to speak, he was silenced by the soft press of her alluring red lips. After a passionate kiss, Nie Xiaorong gazed breathlessly at the man before her. She yearned to engrave his visage deep within her heart, vowing never to forget, for she had already fallen in love with Lu Qi. "Are you not angry about what happened last night?" she inquired, her fervor leaving Lu Qi momentarily bewildered. As he sought to voice his thoughts, Nie Xiaorong gently pressed a finger to his lips, interrupting his musings. Instantly, her kisses began to rain down upon his mouth, face, and body like delicate droplets. Only then did Lu Qi grasp Nie Xiaorong's affections. Completely stirred by her charm, he shed his hesitance. With fervor, he turned, pinning the enchanting Nie Xiaorong against him, transforming into a spirited young man. Meanwhile, outside, the old monkey had been hooting hoarsely for nearly 2 hours, its cries growing increasingly hoarse and feeble. At last, Lu Qi's irritated voice echoed from the stone cave, "Old rascal, have you eaten your fill? Aren't you tired from all this racket?" Moments latte. The wooden door at the cave's entrance was forcefully flung open by Lu Qi. "Oh dear," the old monkey exclaimed. reproaching Lu Qi with a couple of calls before striding straight into the cave. Upon entering, it cast a cursory glance and then leapt towards the water pit inside. Approaching the pit, the monkey bowed as it eagerly drank from the water. Goodness, I forgot this was already someone's territory. Look how thirsty this old rascal is. As this was said, Nie Xiaorong approached Lu Qi, her cheeks flushed. Now dressed, she softly asked, "Are you hungry? Shall I prepare something to eat?" "Starve, of course. If I don't eat soon, I might just fall apart," he replied, disregarding the old monkey nearby. He leaned in and planted a fervent kiss on Nie Xiaorong's rosy cheek. "Oh, you are incorrigible," she laughed. "It was you who initiated our previous kisses. Now that I kiss you once, how am I the one being naughty?" As he spoke, he leaned in again to kiss Nie Xiaorong. At that moment, the old mischievous monkey, unable to bear the sight any longer, let out a couple of shrill cries, interrupting their interaction, and leaped straight out of the cave. "Alas, old monkey, this cave will soon belong to me. If you ever come back for water, remember to be polite. Do you understand?" Watching the departing old monkey, Lu Qi shamelessly tossed out a remark. He then proceeded to join Nie Xiaorong in preparing their meal. He, your audacity is truly remarkable. Look at what you said. That old monkey is quite the screamer. I was merely ensuring that our future happiness would not be disturbed. Oof, I didn't see you being bothered by its cries earlier. Scoundrel. Due to the incident with the hallucinogenic mushrooms, Lu Qi's plan to explore the lake was once again thwarted. Yet, as the yin complements the yang, where there are misfortunes, there are also blessings. Throughout the past month of companionship, although both harbored feelings for one another, neither had confessed, let alone crossed any boundaries. However, after indulging in a delightful meal, everything unfolded naturally. Not only did they leap over the stage of confession, but they also dared to taste the forbidden fruit, crossing into uncharted territory. Chapter 29. Self-defense weapons. After the noon hour had passed, Lu Qi, still lingering in his thoughts, emerged from the stone cave, glancing around only to find no trace of the old monkey. It seemed this fellow truly did not regard this place as home. He simply left after satisfying his thirst, muttering a mild reproach towards the old monkey. Lu Qi suddenly conceived an idea upon recalling that day in the forest when the old monkey had provided them with a warning. If the records from the strange island chronicles indicated numerous dangers around the lake, would it not be wiser and safer to venture there with the old monkey by his side? With this thought in mind, Lu Qi began to keep a vigilant eye out for the old monkey's figure. He nearly forgot to prepare his self-defense weapon. Turning back into the cave, Lu Qi secured a dagger to his person, intending to craft a hunting bow for self-protection. After conferring with Nie Xiaorong, he set out in search of materials, and just before his departure, Nie Xiaorong bestowed upon him a fragrant kiss. With renewed vigor, Lu Qi stepped out of the cave once more, surrounded by towering dense forests. The area was abundant with suitable timber for crafting bows and arrows. After some effort, Lu Qi quickly gathered the materials he sought, 2 reddish, thick logs. Uncertain of their species, he noted their hard yet remarkably flexible wood, about the diameter of his small arm. One log he planned to use for the bow's body, while the other would be reshaped into a spear for defense. He then cut several straight branches to fashion arrows. Upon returning to the stone cave, Lu Qi drew upon the knowledge in his mind and began his work in earnest. The limited dagger proved invaluable to him. To ensure that his tools were both aesthetically pleasing and durable, Lu Qi first used the dagger to strip the bark from all the materials. He then roasted and polished the bow body over the fire, using a large stone to compress it into a satisfactory shape. He swiftly fashioned a dozen wooden arrows, repeatedly roasting them to prevent warping, and affixed feathers to the tails to ensure stable flight. However, when it came to the arrowheads, Lu Qi found himself in a predicament, as he had yet to discover a suitable material to craft sharp tips for his wooden arrows. He considered using stones, but that would be labor-intensive and prone to damage. Animal bones crossed his mind, yet the remains he had encountered were long since decayed and brittle, and the remains of a spotted leopard he had buried were too far gone for use. Even if he returned to search for them, it would consume considerable time. Just as Lu Qi grappled with this dilemma, Nie Xiaorong approached him with enthusiasm, inquiring about his thoughts. When she learned of the predicament Lu Qi faced, A spark of inspiration ignited within her, and she recalled something that might be suitable. Naturally curious about her solution, Lu Qi watched as Nie Xiaorong rummaged through her backpack. After a few moments, she presented an item to him. Here, take a look at this. Do you think it can be used? Before them lay 3 brass bullet casings, which Nie Xiaorong casually displayed with an outstretched hand, startling Lu Qi. Bullet casings, he exclaimed, quickly identifying the objects. Where did these come from? He inquired, puzzled. Hee. They might come in handy. She replied, of course. Tell me, where did you find these 3 bullet casings? Are there more? Delighted by Lu Qi's exuberance, Nie Xiaorong eagerly recounted her discovery. While foraging for mushrooms, she had stumbled upon the casings on the ground. Initially taken aback, she had speculated about the presence of others on the island, or whether it was a mysterious military outpost. However, recalling Lu Qi's mention of the cave's former inhabitant being a World War II veteran, she felt relieved, for the cave was not far from where she had found the mushrooms. Perhaps these casings were left behind by that very veteran pilot. Lu Qi examined the casings closely, noticing the engraving P181-39 on the base. Though he was uncertain what the initial letters signified, he deduced that the latter numbers indicated the year of manufacture, 1939, confirming that these were indeed remnants of the World War II veteran. Regrettably, there were only 3. If there had been more, he could have fashioned several arrows. Curious about how he would create arrowheads from the casings, Nie Xiaorong watched as Lu Qi explained the process was quite simple. He selected a small, hard stone as a hammer and proceeded to flatten one of the casings against a larger rock. After a series of strikes, the casing was perfectly flattened. He then rubbed the casing on the stone, quickly forming a sharp point on one side. After similarly refining the other side, he had crafted a keen metal arrowhead. Impressed, Nie Xiaorong gave him a thumbs up. While she prepared their meal, Lu Qi swiftly transformed the remaining 2 casings into sharp arrowheads as well. With meticulous care, he affixed all 3 metal tips to the ends of roasted wooden shafts, thus creating 3 formidable arrows. Elated by his handiwork, Lu Qi could hardly contain his eagerness to test them. Just as he was about to complete the final step of crafting the bow, Nie Xiaorong reminded him that the food was ready. With his stomach empty, Lu Qi gladly followed her to partake in a meal. However, as he lifted the bowl she had prepared, he scrutinized its contents, wary of the hallucinogenic mushrooms. What are you looking at? Do you think I would still add those mushrooms? She retorted. I misjudged them yesterday, that's all. With a playful huff, she feigned anger and turned away. Lu Qi found himself at a loss and could only manage a smile as he prepared to soothe the situation. Perhaps due to the intimacy they had shared, the air around them was thick with an ambiguous allure as they stood closer together. Despite Lu Qi's utter lack of experience in charming women, he effortlessly made Nie Xiaorong's cheeks flush with just a few words, earning her forgiveness. They then settled down together to partake in their meal. Although the food remained quite simple, it tasted far more delectable to them than before. Half an hour later, as dusk began to settle, Lu Qi, seizing the remaining light, hurried to complete the final crafting stage of the wooden bow. However, due to the wood's formidable hardness, he exerted considerable effort, combining both hand and foot, before finally managing to finish it. Holding the bow and arrows in his hands, he felt a surge of curiosity regarding their potency, knowing that all materials had been sourced from their immediate surroundings. To uncover the answer, he promptly ventured outside the stone cave into the woods for testing, unable to suppress Nie Xiaorong's eagerness to join him. Chapter 30. The thunder and fire in an effort to preserve his 3 precious arrows from any damage. Lu Qi thoughtfully selected a soft wooden shrub as a target for practice. Under the eager gaze of Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi positioned himself a dozen meters away, ready to draw his bow. However, he seemed to have overestimated his own strength. The handcrafted wooden bow yielded to only half of its potential, leaving Lu Qi momentarily embarrassed. Noticing his discomfort, Nie Xiaorong refrained from mocking him and instead cheered him on like an enthusiastic child. After exerting all his strength to pull the bowstring to its fullest extent, a swift whoosh echoed as Lu Qi released the arrow, which hurtled toward the shrub with remarkable speed. In an instant, the arrow struck the chosen target with a resounding clang. Ha! 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 I did it! I succeeded! Lu Qi exclaimed joyfully, Hee, well done, Lu Chi. With this bow and arrow, perhaps we can indulge in a greater variety of delicacies in the future. Seeing the impressive result of Lu Chi's shot, Nie Xiaorong felt a surge of happiness and playfully teased him about it. Indeed, with this weapon, we shall undoubtedly capture other prey in the days to come. After saying this, Lu Chi tightened his grip on the bow, aware that he had exhausted nearly all his strength with that shot. In a true hunting scenario, or when confronted by a wild beast, his physique and strength would hardly provide him the opportunity to shoot an arrow. In such a dire moment, he might only be able to flee with the bow in hand. Alas, this will not do. I must diligently train my body. I shall begin with 50 push-ups each day. As he pondered this, Nie Xiaorong approached him, taking his hand and leading him toward the stone cave. What is it, Nie Xiaorong? Lu Chi inquired, perplexed, upon entering the cave. However, Nie Xiaorong swiftly blocked the entrance with a makeshift wooden door and turned to him with a serious expression. From now on, you must not call me by my name. Why not? What should I call you then? Wife, dear, anything will do, just not my name. I dislike it. Well. Lu Chi hesitated, struggling to voice a response. Seeing his reluctance, Nie Xiaorong's expression darkened. Although she was aware that she was older than Lu Chi, their intimate bond on this deserted island had made her regard him as her closest person. Moreover, she genuinely harbored feelings for him, and she wished for him to feel a greater closeness, hence the need for a change in address. Yet, despite not outright rejecting her request, Lu Chi found it difficult to comply. Perhaps he felt that without the sanctity of a formal marriage, uttering terms of endearment like wife or dear seemed as daunting as tying his tongue in knots. Do you not like me? Nie Xiaorong gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, a single crystalline tear cascading down her cheek as she awaited his reply. Please don't cry. Don't cry. I find myself unaccustomed to such a form of address, as it feels somewhat convoluted. However, I am certain that in due time, I shall call out to you daily and nightly. Please do cease your tears. Is it truly so? Observing how a mere phrase could sway this woman's emotions, Lu Chi seized the moment to affirm, indeed, who could resist your captivating beauty? As he spoke, he reached out to gently wipe away the tears adorning her cheeks. At that moment, Nie Xiaorong's expression shifted, blossoming into a delicate shyness at being cherished. She nestled closer into Lu Chi's embrace, and feeling the warmth and fervor emanating from her, he hastily supported her shoulders, exclaiming, "It is still daylight. Our exploration of the lake has already been postponed for days. We must rise early tomorrow to uncover the truth." Yet, in response to Lu Chi's words, Nie Xiaorong feigned ignorance, her enchanting gaze solely fixed upon his face, inching ever closer in silence, as if savoring a delectable dessert before indulging. Just as Lu Chi was about to utter another word, Nie Xiaorong's crimson lips pressed against his, leaving him to acquiesce to her whims. Although Lu Chi's wounds had healed, the remnants of scabs and scars remained, yet to Nie Xiaorong, these imperfections elicited feelings of tenderness and affection. She then transformed this sentiment into a tempest, striking Lu Chi with a fervor akin to thunder and fire. Following their passionate encounter, Nie Xiaorong nestled contentedly in Lu Chi's arms, drifting into a deep slumber. Gazing at the beauty asleep in his embrace, Lu Chi mused, captivated by her charm, for she had not only claimed his first kiss, but also his innocence. Reflecting on the day's events, he chuckled softly, wondering if in a past life she had been a wounded fox spirit and he her savior. How else could fate have conspired to bring them together again in this life, with her willingly falling for a penniless lad like him? Tightening his hold on the slumbering Nie Xiaorong, Lu Chi gently closed his eyes, whispering her name, Nie Xiaorong, little enchantress, mischievous sprite. However, as he spoke the name he adored, the serene Nie Xiaorong remained silent, her happiness radiating as she embraced him, a smile gracing her lips. The following morning, a veil of mist enveloped the landscape. After awakening, the two shared a modest meal before preparing for their journey to the lake. Initially intending to bring the old mischievous monkey along, Lu Chi searched the surroundings but found no trace of it. Ultimately, he had to abandon that idea. The location of the stone cave lay at the heart of the island, surrounded by mountains. Beyond this point, the terrain was dominated by lush forests interspersed with low shrubs and rocky outcrops. Although trees were present, their numbers paled in comparison to those below. The distance from the cave to the lake was cloaked in dense foliage. The vast lake at the island's center appeared deceptively close. Yet traversing the path proved to be quite arduous. Along the way, they encountered various creatures and perils, necessitating that Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong tread with utmost caution. Lu Qi, why are there such lush trees on this island? Many of the species are unfamiliar to me. Look at the wild grasses and flowers on the ground. They are much more vibrant than those in the outside world. Observing the towering trees and the unfamiliar species around her, Nie Xiaorong felt a deep sense of confusion. Lu Qi was equally perplexed, and the two continued to walk forward. Suddenly, Nie Xiaorong pointed to a tree ahead and exclaimed, "Lu Qi, look, there's a wild fruit tree. Ha! It's laden with so many fruits." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi followed her, and indeed, a dense fruit tree appeared about 8 or 9 meters ahead of them. Seeing that the tree was truly adorned with an abundance of green apples, Lu Qi couldn't help but feel delighted. They had only just arrived, and already such a discovery had been made. It seemed that their meals would soon be graced with another type of fruit. Excitedly, Nie Xiaorong grabbed Lu Qi's hand and hurried toward the fruit tree. Chapter 31. The poisonous apple tree. Upon arriving at the tree, Lu Qi gazed at the unripe fruits adorning its branches and suddenly had a revelation. He quickly intervened to halt Nie Xiaorong, who was about to reach out and pluck one of the fruits. "Wait, do not touch those fruits." Startled by his warning, Nie Xiaorong withdrew her hand, perplexed by Lu Qi's insistence. "What is the matter, Lu Delang? Is something wrong?" Lu Qi stepped back, pulling Nie Xiaorong away from the tree's shadowed vicinity. "Keep your distance from this tree. Its leaves, branches, and fruits all contain corrosive sap." He then urged Nie Xiaorong to scrutinize the fruits while he hastily retrieved the peculiar island chronicle from his backpack. When he flipped to a certain page, he halted abruptly, confirming that the tree before them was indeed the species known as the poisonous apple tree, as depicted in the illustrations of trees, leaves, and fruits. After he showed the contents to Nie Xiaorong, she looked at the tree with newfound apprehension, realizing that the ground beneath it was barren, devoid of any thriving weeds, save for a few scattered rotten fruits. Furthermore, the branches and leaves bore no signs of insect infestation. To verify the authenticity of the record, Lu Qi, mustering his courage, plucked one of the fruits. He intended to slice it open with his dagger, but as soon as he removed it from the branch, white sap began to drip from the severed stem, with a drop fortuitously landing on Lu Qi's shoe, quickly dissolving a small hole in the material. He felt an intense heat radiate from his foot. It's real. How can such a tree exist in this world? Witnessing the corrosive nature of the fruit's sap, Nie Xiaorong paled in terror and instinctively retreated. Lu Qi hastily discarded the unripe fruit. I can only wonder how many such trees exist on this island. If others were to discover this, countless lives could be lost. Gazing at the imposing tree, Lu Qi could not bear the thought of a tragedy unfolding. So he gathered some stones and arranged them on the ground beneath the tree to form a large skull, hoping to signal future visitors and draw their attention. "Lu Qi, I owe you my life. If not for you, I would have been in grave danger just now." No need for thanks, little sorceress. When I see you in peril, I cannot simply stand by. Fortunately, we were indeed lucky. Among the few plants recorded in this peculiar chronicle, one precisely describes this tree. I had recently reviewed it, which is why I was able to avert disaster. Yet, the original owner likely learned this through unfortunate experience, right? As she spoke, Lu Qi handed the chronicle to Nie Xiaorong. Once she secured it in her backpack, he took her hand and continued onward. Being held in such high regard by Lu Qi, Nie Xiaorong's heart blossomed with joy, although she found herself stranded on this desolate island. The concern and care demonstrated by Lu Qi, along with the safety and attention he afforded her, was sufficient to fill this successful woman with happiness. Thus, following closely behind Lu Qi, they encountered several minor setbacks before approaching a lake nestled within the island. However, near the lake, they were confronted by a treacherous expanse of marshland stretching for hundreds of meters, revealing ominous skeletal remains of various animals, clearly indicating the perilous nature of the swamp. Upon assessing the daunting environment before them, Lu Qi decisively altered their course, opting to circumvent the marsh rather than risk an encounter with its dangers. As they navigated around the swamp and were nearing the lakeside, the sounds of an argument reached their ears. Momentarily stunned, the two exchanged glances, and upon confirming their senses were not deceiving them, a mixture of surprise and delight washed over them. Yet, they quickly regained their composure. It was prudent to ascertain the identities of the individuals ahead before proceeding. Lucci first issued a cautionary whisper, and upon receiving a nod from Xiaorong, he stealthily led her forward. After ascending a gentle slope, they concealed themselves behind a dense thicket of grass. At first glance, the expansive lake unfolded before Lucci and Xiaorong like a grand mirror, its surface undulating majestically. The lake's perimeter was predominantly bordered by forest, while the section before them presented a low rocky shore scattered with stones of various sizes. At that moment, a man and a woman stood by the shore, their expressions revealing that they were embroiled in a dispute. The man sat upon a rock, a handbag resting beside him, while the woman, with flowing hair cascading to her waist and clad in a white short dress, stood nearby, both engaged in a heated exchange. Due to their distance, Lucci and Xiaorong could perceive the argument, but could not discern its content. Lucci, have you seen these two before on the beach? Xiaorong pondered, considering the possibility that they might also be survivors from the shoreline. However, Lucci shook his head, indicating no recollection of them. Could they be survivors from another rescue boat? If that were the case, it would imply the presence of others nearby. With that thought, Xiaorong prepared to rise and greet the pair. Just as she began to move, Lucci firmly restrained her. Shoo! Stay still, look over there. Following Lucci's gesture, they spotted a sea wolf stealthily advancing towards their hiding spot. The creature crept closer, inching forward until it lay a mere 10 meters away, peering intently at the arguing couple by the lake. Ah, it's a sea wolf. Lucci, it's a sea wolf, Xiaorong exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Shoo, keep your voice down. Lucci swiftly placed a finger over her lips, urgently signaling her to remain quiet. Fortunately, the two concealed within the grass had not drawn the attention of the sea wolf. Just as Lucci was filled with curiosity and bewilderment, he noticed that two sea wolves emerged from the rocky shores of the lakes on either side of the two individuals. In total, there were 5 wolves. It appeared to be a familial pack. Could their hunting target be the man and woman? Upon this realization, Lucci felt a surge of alarm. Wolves are notoriously known for their unity and ferocity. If this couple were to be besieged by these 5 sea wolves on the flat banks of the lake, it would indeed be a grave misfortune. Brother. Wolves. Wolves. The woman, standing upright, had a higher vantage point, allowing her to see further. Upon spotting the sea wolves not far in front of her, she shouted out in alarm. At that moment, the man trembled as he rose unsteadily from the stone, grasping a nearby stick for defense. It was only then, as he stood, that Lucci and Xiaorong were astonished to discover that this man bore injuries. Chapter 32. The Jean siblings. He limped forward 2 steps, positioning himself in front of the woman, his gaze fixed on the 2 sea wolves approaching from the right. However, before he could brace himself for confrontation, the woman's voice pierced the air once more. It turned out that 2 more sea wolves were lurking on their left. Brother. Whimper. There are 2 wolves behind us as well. Perhaps sensing the weight of fear, she pressed closely against her brother, her white dress failing to conceal her trembling legs. Observing the pristine white surface of her shoes, one could discern the extent to which this woman had been sheltered by her injured sibling. Otherwise, a mere few strides through the forest would have surely sullied her footwear. Quickly, Hyunju, you must flee. Don't concern yourself with me. Hurry. At this critical moment, the man called out urgently to his sister. No, I won't leave you, brother. I cannot abandon you here. With determination, she moved forward, draping one of his arms over her shoulder while the other supported his back, hastening towards the direction of Lucci and his companion. Yet, due to their limited visibility, neither of them noticed that a sea wolf lay in ambush in their path. As the 4 sea wolves closed in from both sides, the woman stumbled, nearly falling alongside her brother in her panic. Lucci, what are we to do? This situation is far too perilous, Xiaorong exclaimed, glancing towards the distant duo while tugging at Lucci's arm, urging him to devise a plan. However, Confronted with the assault of 5 sea wolves, Lu Qi found himself at a loss. If he acted now, he would be the sole combatant against the onslaught, while the 2 women would likely be left helpless. The injured man, with his sister's assistance, was rapidly nearing the rocky area by the lake's edge. Meanwhile, a sea-wolf concealed in the underbrush had assumed a crouched position, preparing to launch an attack. Just then, a gentle breeze rustled the grass, revealing Lu Qi in a poised stance, bow drawn, his sights set on the sea-wolf poised to strike. With a swift motion, he released the arrow. The projectile soared through the air, just as the wolf leapt forward. Thwack! The arrow zipped by with precision, striking the wolf's ear as it landed. The creature let out a series of agonized howls, thrashing its head in distress. Remarkably, Lu Qi's arrow, initially aimed elsewhere, had grazed its back before finding its mark in the ear, penetrating deeply. The injured sea wolf yelped in pain, gripped by a sudden wave of terror as it shook its head violently. The unexpected turn of events startled the fleeing siblings, causing them to halt in their tracks. Momentarily stunned, the 4 sea wolves, witnessing Lu Qi and Ye Xiaorong's sudden appearance, particularly alarmed by the anguished cries of their companion, instinctively turned and fled in opposite directions. The injured sea wolf, in its desperate flight and anguished howls, managed to dislodge the arrow lodged in its ear. Observing the cunning creature swiftly retreat from the scene, Lu Qi, after a resigned sigh, was compelled to stow away his bow and arrows. It appears that my prior preparations were not in vain. With a playful shake of his bow towards Nye Xiaorong, Lu Qi boasted, he of course. I take pride in you. Nye Xiaorong, not one to hold back, rewarded him with a hearty thumbs up in praise. Upon seeing Lu Qi and Nye Xiaorong, the brother and sister duo expressed their joy as if they had encountered saviors. The young woman joyfully embraced her brother, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "Woo-woo, we're saved, brother." The young man, soothing his sister, turned his gaze towards Lu Qi, assessing him thoughtfully. Interestingly, both Lu Qi and Nye Xiaorong were simultaneously confirming the siblings' identities in their minds. Almost in unison, they recognized that they were not from the same lifeboat, leading them to greet each other. "Hey, young brother, greetings. Did you also escape from the cruise ship?" the young man inquired, taking the initiative to speak to Lu Qi. Noticing the man's leg injury and his difficulty in walking, Lu Qi lowered his guard and approached him with Nye Xiaorong by his side. Once they reached the pair, Lu Qi took a closer look at their features. The siblings bore a striking resemblance. The young woman appeared to be around Lu Qi's age, approximately 18 or 19 years old. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with fair skin, long, lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist, and an alluring height of 1.7 meters. Clad in a white, ruffled dress, her long legs were unmistakably evident, exuding youthful charm. Given that Nye Xiaorong and the young woman's brother were present, Lu Qi merely offered the girl a polite glance. The young man, standing at a height comparable to Lu Qi's, would undoubtedly possess a soldier's demeanor were it not for his leg injury. The attire of the siblings suggested they hailed from affluence, and Lu Qi immediately noticed the matching brand watches adorning their wrists, albeit in different styles. However, the young man appeared unwell, his lips parched, which Lu Qi discerned was due to significant blood loss. After the initial introductions, Lu Qi stated, "I am Lu Qi, and this is Nye Xiaorong. Nye Xiaorong. We are both tourists from the cruise ship. May I ask your esteemed names? I am Jean Ki's, and this is my sister Jean Xianju." Upon hearing Lu Qi's introduction, Nye Xiaorong shot him a reproachful glance. After learning their names, she inquired, "Why are there only the 2 of you? What happened to the others from your lifeboat?" In response, the siblings exchanged complex expressions, seemingly harboring unspoken concerns. Eventually, prompted by Nye Xiaorong, the young man replied, "Our lifeboat docked at a beach on an outer island. And, in fact, there were 2 other lifeboats that landed almost simultaneously with ours." Upon hearing that there were a total of 3 lifeboats, Lu Qi and Nye Xiaorong perked up, attentively awaiting him to continue. Ahem. Just as Jean Ki's was about to speak again, he suddenly broke into a light cough. Hearing her brother's cough, Jean Xianju hastily supported him, expressing her concern, "Brother, please sit down and rest well. Allow me to speak on behalf of our benefactors." Moved by Jin Xianju's deep care for her brother, both Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong felt touched by her actions. As Jin Xianju helped her brother find a stone to sit on, blood began to flow from his wounds due to the strain. Jin Ki's endured the pain. It was only then that Lu Qi noticed the severity of the injury on his leg. Resolutely, he retrieved a silver needle from his backpack. Surprised by Lu Qi's sudden display of the needle, Jin Ki's inquired, "Brother Lu, do you understand acupuncture? Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner?" In response, Lu Qi did not rush to answer, but instead instructed him to sit still, then swiftly began to administer acupuncture on his calf and thigh with remarkable skill. After just a few breaths, over a dozen silver needles were expertly inserted into Jin Ki's leg. Miraculously, as Lu Qi completed the needling, all three observed that the bleeding from Jin Ki's leg had ceased. However, Lu Qi did not halt there. He proceeded to bandage Jin Ki's wounds while inquiring about the origin of his injuries. Given the depth and severity of Jin Ki's leg wound, and lacking any medical supplies, he could only improvise a simple treatment on the spot. Chapter 33. A heartfelt assistance at this moment. Jin Ki's felt a profound sense of relaxation within himself. He recounted the circumstances surrounding himself and his sister, as well as the injuries to his leg. After half an hour, upon finishing Jin Ki's narrative, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief that they had not encountered the harrowing experiences endured by the siblings. It was revealed that the beach where Jin Ki's and his sister found themselves had been the landing site for 3 lifeboats. Initially, for the first week, the people adhered to societal order and the rule of law, eagerly anticipating the arrival of rescue. However, after a week passed with no hope for salvation, food and water became paramount for survival. Some individuals resorted to trading their most valuable possessions in exchange for mere sustenance, yet they found themselves bereft of even a morsel. Consequently, hundreds of people crowded the same stretch of beach, leading to a rapidly escalating chaos. In this tumultuous environment, many disregarded any semblance of order or legality. In their struggle for survival, they transgressed moral boundaries, committing grievous acts against humanity. Violence, looting, and arson ensued, casting a shadow of terror and death over the beach. By that time, many had lost their lives, and those who remained had scattered in a desperate bid to escape. During their flight, the siblings witnessed numerous lifeless bodies, each meeting their end in various harrowing ways, which momentarily extinguished their will to survive. Yet, a crisis compelled Jin Ki's to realize that to live, one must embrace change. Otherwise, they would be the next to perish. On the 4th day of their escape from the beach, while his sister searched for food in the forest, she was inadvertently spotted by several men. The leader among them, captivated by her beauty, intended to violate her. Fortunately, Jin Ki's arrived just in time. In a fit of desperation, he wielded a stone and, in a matter of moments, ended the assailant's life. Witnessing this, the accomplices coldly chose to flee, leaving his sister in a state of shock, unable to walk. Thus, he carried her for a considerable distance until they neared a lake, only to be ambushed by a wolf that viciously bit into his calf. In a moment of urgency, he used the stone to repel the creature, but he was unprepared for the wolf's return with reinforcements. Fortunately, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong appeared just in time, leading to the events that had just transpired. After grasping the essence of the situation, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong sighed deeply, relieved by the decisions they had made earlier, while also pondering whether the beach they had once occupied might now be engulfed in similar horrors. In the interest of safety, Lu Qi guided Jin Ki's into the dense forest, selecting a more secure location. He promptly urged Jin Ki's to rest and shared some dried meat from his backpack with the siblings. As Jin Ki's and Jin Xianju beheld the smoked meat presented by Lu Qi, their eyes sparkled with intrigue upon discovering it was the flesh of a leopard. Despite their previous indulgence in extravagant delicacies, they found themselves extolling the virtues of the smoked meat Lu Qi had gifted them. This is truly delectable. Brother Lu Qi, you are remarkable. You even managed to hunt a leopard. Jean Xianzhu exclaimed joyfully, savoring the jerky in her hand. This marked her first utterance since meeting Lu Qi. Observing her eagerness, Nie Xiaorong quickly interjected, "Sister Xianzhu, I have more water here. Please take your time. You wouldn't want to choke. Here, have some water." With that, she extended a water bottle from her backpack to Jean Xianzhu. Upon receiving the bottle, Jean Xianzhu offered a gentle smile and expressed her gratitude before taking a sip. "Oh, this water is so sweet. Is this spring water, Sister Xiaorong?" "Indeed it is. Just sip it slowly." Jean Ki's, upon hearing Nie Xiaorong mention the spring water, felt a heightened curiosity towards Lu Qi and his companion. Before he could speak, Jean Xianzhu handed him the water bottle, saying, "Brother, you should have some too. This water is cleaner and tastier than anything we've had recently." In the past few days, the siblings had scarcely tasted a drop of pure water. As he accepted the bottle from his sister, Jean Ki's hands trembled slightly. Realizing the three were watching him, he took a cautious sip before drinking deeply, as if it were a treasured find. Were it not for their attentive gazes, he would have drained the bottle in one go. "Brother Lu, you're truly capable. In such harsh conditions, you managed to procure such vital resources, and your medical skills are remarkable. Meeting you is indeed a stroke of luck for my sister and me." At that moment, Jean Ki's was convinced of Lu Qi's competence. Observing the bow and arrows crafted by Lu Qi, the dagger at his side, the smoked meat, and the pristine spring water, coupled with his extraordinary medical abilities, Jean Ki's believed that perhaps following Lu Qi could offer hope for survival. However, despite Jean Ki's favorable thoughts, Lu Qi did not propose a partnership for survival. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. The leopard's demise was not solely due to his prowess. It was a matter of fortunate timing. Furthermore, the supply of smoked meat was only sufficient for him and Nie Xiaorong for a week or two at most, and accommodating two more would likely prove inadequate. Most critically, Lu Qi understood the severity of Jean Ki's injuries. While Nie Xiaorong and Jean Xianzhu were oblivious, Lu Qi, as a doctor, recognized the grave nature of his leg injury, inflicted by the sea wolf's bite. Had he access to medical supplies, he might be able to provide substantial treatment. However, healing such a substantial wound through natural means on this desolate island would be exceedingly challenging. Although the siblings had extended goodwill towards Lu Qi, the path forward remained uncertain. Lu Qi understood that such matters were of no benefit to his current self, but rather a burden. In contrast, he did not fully trust the words of the brother and sister duo. Nie Xiaorong, however, was different. As a kind-hearted young woman, she felt deep sympathy after hearing the sibling story. Not only did she produce water, but she also generously offered all the dried meat she had brought with her to the pair. Although she did not consult Lu Qi beforehand, she still felt compelled to assist Jean Xianzhu. "Brother Jean, you overestimate my capabilities. The acquisition of these supplies was merely a stroke of good fortune. At one point, I nearly became a meal for that leopard, but I was fortunate enough to escape due to a sheer cliff that saved my life." In response to Jean Ki's praise, Lu Qi did not bask in self-satisfaction. Instead, he recounted his perilous experience in a modest manner. Nie Xiaorong cast a glance at Lu Qi, for she knew that he spoke nothing but the truth. It was indeed for her sake that Lu Qi had fallen from the cliff, leaving numerous scars on his body. Upon hearing their conversation, Jean Ki's promptly inquired, "Oh, Brother Lu, are your injuries serious?" Though his expression was one of concern, he sensed Lu Qi's polite attempt to maintain a distance. From a single remark made by Nie Xiaorong, he also discerned Lu Qi's regard for her. If one person is willing to risk their life for another, it is either due to a blood relation or a deeper affection. Chapter 34. Nie Xiaorong's compassion. Perhaps there are indeed righteous heroes, but on this desolate island, detached from society, the rule of law, and the illumination of community, to aspire to be a hero, in Jean Ki's perspective, is nothing short of folly. After all, one possesses but a single life. No matter. My injuries have healed after several days of recuperation. Pausing momentarily, he continued, "Brother Jean, our visit to this lake serves two purposes: to explore the surroundings and to catch some fish from the waters. Time is already slipping away. You and your sister should rest here while Xiaorong and I make our way to the lakeside. Upon hearing Lu Qi's sudden announcement of departure, Jin Kai's found himself at a loss for words to persuade him to stay. Furthermore, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong had already provided sustenance for the siblings and assisted in bandaging his wounds, leaving him momentarily speechless. He could only express his gratitude politely. "Oh, we must have delayed your plans, Brother Lu. I sincerely thank you for your timely assistance earlier." As he attempted to rise, Lu Qi gently restrained him. "Do not get up. Be cautious of your wound. In such a perilous situation, anyone would have acted. You should refrain from moving too much and take a moment to rest." At these words, Jin Kai's settled back down. "Very well, Brother Lu, since there is still time, you may attend to your tasks. I hope you find success." With that, Lu Qi gestured for Nie Xiaorong to accompany him as they departed. Watching the two recede into the distance, Jin Kai's let out a soft sigh. Jin Xianju merely cast a glance at the departing figures of Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong before returning her gaze to her brother, squatting down to tend to him with utmost concern. After all, he was her only remaining kin, the most trustworthy and dependable presence in her life. Observing his innocent sister, Jin Kai's felt a profound unease. He feared he might not be able to protect her adequately. "Brother, here, have some of this." Jin Xianju offered him the cured meat in her hand, but he did not accept it. He gazed earnestly at her and said, "Xianju, your brother is inept. I have failed to safeguard you, and now I bear such a grievous injury. Brother, do not speak of yourself in such a manner. Your leg will surely heal. From now on, I shall protect you." She urged him to eat, insisting, "You must consume more to replenish your strength and rest well. Here, please eat." Wishing to spare his sister from sorrow, he reluctantly accepted the dried meat from her hand. "Xianju, we must devise a means for Brother Lu to take us in. Otherwise, whether we can safely endure the night remains a significant concern. Brother, look. Brother Lu and Sister Xiaorong are so kind. When they return, they will certainly accompany us. They would never abandon us." Jin Xianju, holding the cured meat, glanced at Jin Kai's, indicating her belief that since Lu Qi had generously shared the provisions, they would undoubtedly return after completing their tasks. However, faced with his sister's naively optimistic thoughts, Jin Kai's shook his head, cautioning her, "Xianju, you are too innocent. They left these provisions out of pity, a mere act of kindness. Do not harbor illusions that they will return. Returning to aid others offers little advantage. It merely adds 2 more mouths to feed and 2 more burdensome companions." At this moment, Jin Kaiser disregarded his sister's feelings, adopting a serious tone to awaken her understanding. Upon hearing his words, Jin Xianju finally composed herself, rationally analyzing her brother's perspective. Meanwhile, just after departing, Nie Xiaorong trailed closely behind Lu Qi, inquiring with confusion whether they intended to leave the siblings behind after their fishing expedition. As a savvy figure in the business realm, she had discerned Lu Qi's underlying intentions regarding their departure, prompting her to voice her concerns. Realizing that Nie Xiaorong had uncovered his thoughts, Lu Qi ceased to conceal his motives, responding candidly, "With my current abilities, I cannot ensure their safety. Instead, it would only impose greater burdens upon us. His injuries are severe, and without medical supplies, I am incapable of healing him. Given our circumstances, it is far better to leave with dignity than to cling to pride and play the hero. But can you truly bear to leave them to fend for themselves?" Nie Xiaorong countered, unable to suppress her compassion. Although Lu Qi recognized that her empathy was overflowing, he did not hold back in retorting, "What makes you so certain that what they say is truthful? How can you be sure they genuinely wish to be with us? And how can you ascertain that there are no allies or foes lurking nearby? I took a considerable risk to save them once, tending to his wounds without demanding payment. Moreover, we provided them with sustenance and water. Is that not enough for 2 strangers?" Nie Xiaorong was taken aback, surprised that the typically affable Lu Qi would address her so sharply. Yet, while she struggled to fully accept his words, the caution and attentiveness he exhibited instilled in her a modicum of reassurance. "You do have a point," she conceded, her tone trailing off like a whisper. Lu Qi sighed softly. Although reason dictated his decision, his heart was in turmoil. The two then approached the edge of a forest by the lake. Lu Qi, after conducting a careful survey to confirm the absence of danger, selected a suitable fishing spot alongside Nie Xiaorong. He retrieved his concealed fishing line and hooks, eager to catch some fish. Upon extracting the fishing gear, he paused, contemplating that perhaps these items could also serve to stitch the wound on Jean Kaiser's leg. However, he chose to keep this thought to himself, as he remained focused on fulfilling the purpose of their outing. Remembering the mention of fish in the lake from the Strange Island Chronicles reignited his enthusiasm. He first sought a wooden stick to fashion a fishing rod, then produced the bait he had meticulously prepared beforehand. After a series of preparations, he embarked on his fishing endeavor with a semblance of enthusiasm. However, despite waiting patiently for half an hour, and nearly 2 hours, he had yet to catch even a single fish, and they had not even glimpsed a shadow of one in the water. This predicament left Lu Qi visibly frustrated, while Nie Xiaorong began to feel restless. By this time, the afternoon had advanced, and if they did not set off for home soon, they would likely not reach the stone cave before nightfall. Could it be that I misread the information? The record in the Strange Island tome clearly indicated the presence of fish. Unwilling to accept defeat, Lu Qi hastily retrieved the book to verify the details. Upon revisiting the page documenting the fish species, he carefully examined the details and discovered a small note in the upper left corner, revealing a date, June 15th, 1940. Could it be that the original discoverer observed fish here on that very day? Why, then, after hours of observation, was there not a single fish in sight? Or perhaps, over the years, this place had inexplicably become devoid of fish? That seemed implausible. In such a desolate island, one would expect the fish population to flourish. Calculating the days, he noted that there were still 3 days until the middle of this month. Perhaps it would be prudent to return and try once more in 3 days' time. Ultimately, Lu Qi sighed in resignation, packed his belongings, and, accompanied by Nie Xiaorong, set off on their journey homeward. Chapter 35. Hurry and hold your brother with a small backpack and a bow, an arrow slung over her shoulder, and a wooden spear in hand for protection. Nie Xiaorong spoke once more after the two had just set off. Lu Qi, how about we go see them? Isn't it a bit remiss to leave just like this? Hearing her insistence, Lu Qi, who had already been wavering, felt his resolve begin to falter. However, in order to avoid unnecessary complications, he replied, "They must have left long ago. If we don't head back, we might end up spending the night outside when darkness falls, and that could be perilous." "Oomph, you truly have a heart of stone. How can you abandon someone as beautiful and charming as Miss Jean?" "Oh." Lu Qi gazed at Nie Xiaorong in astonishment, unable to comprehend the source of her unexpected compassion. How could she express concern for another woman's well-being regarding her own man? Shouldn't she be more vigilant and perhaps even envious? Noticing Lu Qi's scrutinizing gaze, Nie Xiaorong cast a fleeting glance at him before quickly averting her eyes, turning her attention elsewhere. "We're almost there. I respect your opinion, so let us take a detour and have a look," she finally conceded. With that, Lu Qi moved forward without waiting for any further protest from her. "Ah, are we really almost there?" Perhaps lost in thought, Nie Xiaorong only became aware of her distraction upon hearing Lu Qi's words and hurriedly caught up with him. However, just as they were about to reach the spot where the siblings had rested earlier, they heard the sound of Jean Xianju weeping. "Whoa, brother, what's wrong? Please wake up." At that moment, Jean Xianju was in a state of panic, calling out and crying for her brother, who remained unresponsive despite her desperate pleas. After rising, she considered leaving to seek help by the lake, but upon turning around, she was elated to see Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong once again. This unexpected sight filled Jean Xianju with joy as she excitedly rushed towards Lu Qi, grabbing his arm with fervor. "Whoa, brother Lu Qi, you're finally back. Come quickly. My brother has fainted." This sudden turn of events took Lu Qi by surprise. He had assumed the siblings would have departed by now. Nie Xiaorong shot him a reproachful glance, as if to say, "If only you had come sooner, instead of being so self-assured." She then stepped forward to offer comfort to Jean Xianju. In that moment, Lu Qi regained his composure and hurried to Jean Ki's side. He skillfully placed a hand on Jean Ki's wrist to check his pulse, then examined the injuries on his leg. After a thorough assessment, he withdrew his hand and reassured, "Sister Xianju, do not despair. Your brother has fainted due to excessive blood loss and weakness. As he spoke, Lu Qi glanced again at Nie Xiaorong, noticing her pouting expression as she looked back at him. He continued, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. His current condition was quite dire, necessitating immediate suturing of the wound. Furthermore, a period of rest was essential for any potential recovery. Brother Lu Qi, I implore you, save my brother, cried Nie Xiaorong anxiously. Lu Delang, do not merely speak. Act swiftly. Hurry, stitch his wound. In her urgency, Nie Xiaorong completely overlooked Lu Qi's prior remarks regarding the absence of the necessary supplies. What shall I use for suturing? Do we have a needle? A thread? Anesthesia? Without anesthesia, how can anyone endure the pain? Moreover, without any sterilization, even if stitched, the risk of infection is substantial. Suddenly, Nie Xiaorong fell silent. Meanwhile, upon overhearing their conversation, Jin Xianzhu wept even more sorrowfully. Seeing her in such distress, Lu Qi felt a pang of sympathy. Finally, he sighed and said, Alas, Brother Jin, you must endure. I can only do my utmost to treat you. At his words, Jin Xianzhu, still tearful, watched as Lu Qi swiftly retrieved a fishhook and fishing line from his backpack. This method had suddenly come to him during his fishing trips. Lu Delang, what are you doing? Nie Xiaorong questioned, puzzled by Lu Qi's actions. Given the limited resources, we must make do and stitch the wound as best as we can. Otherwise, if the wound becomes infected, he may not survive a week. Xianzhu, quickly come and help me lay your brother flat on the ground, and find a piece of wood to place in his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. Without anesthesia, he will awaken in agony. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Jin Xianzhu nodded vigorously. Oh yes. All right, Brother Lu Qi. As they spoke, the two lifted Jin Ki's onto the ground, with Jin Xianzhu understanding that Lu Qi was about to assist her brother. Thus she complied eagerly. Once all preparations were complete, Lu Qi took a deep breath and then used his dagger to cut open Jin Ki's pant leg, exposing his calf. How severe! Exclaimed Nie Xiaorong, her expression shifting from surprise to distress as the wound was fully revealed. Jin Xianzhu, equally taken aback by her brother's injuries, found herself at a loss for words, guilt flooding her heart. Had it not been for her protection, her brother would not have been so grievously harmed. Lu Qi, maintaining his composure, assessed the injury before preparing to begin suturing. He aimed to work swiftly while Jin Ki's remained unconscious, hoping to minimize his suffering. Under the watchful eyes of the two women, Lu Qi commenced the suturing process. At the first stitch, both women instinctively turned their heads away, but Lu Qi was determined not to waste a moment. With the second and third stitches, a sudden outcry escaped Jin Ki's. Jin Ki's awakened, his hands clenched into fists, his body writhing in agony. Observing this, Lu Qi swiftly pressed down on his injured leg, preventing him from retracting it. Had he been allowed to pull back blindly, the fishing line would undoubtedly have reopened the wound. Thanks to the wooden stick placed in his mouth beforehand, Jin Ki's did not suffer any bites upon regaining consciousness. Xianzhu, quickly hold down your brother. Upon hearing this, Jin Xianzhu hurriedly approached her sibling. Brother, please endure. Lu Qi is currently stitching your wound. Do not move. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaorong, suppressing her discomfort, stepped forward to firmly restrain Jin Ki's other leg, fearing that his movements in pain might disrupt the newly stitched wound. Witnessing their efforts, Lu Qi cast a grateful glance towards the two. Big Brother Jin, you must endure. Otherwise, if the wound becomes infected, your life could be at stake. With that, Lu Qi resumed his task without delay, administering another stitch. MMM. Confronted with the pain radiating from his leg, this scion of wealth, unaccustomed to hardship, could hardly bear to endure further. After several more stitches, Jin Ki's succumbed to unconsciousness once again. Instantly, Lu Qi felt a weight lifted from his mind, his deft hands drawing admiration from the two women. Due to the vicious tearing inflicted by the sea wolf, the wound was extensive. After nearly 100 stitches, he finally managed to close all the lacerations. With the fishing line severed by a dagger and a fresh bandaging completed, Lu Qi then sank onto the ground beside him. Exhaling deeply, just as he attempted to lift his head, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Chapter 36. Serving as a beast of burden, he realized that his prolonged squatting and intense focus had taken a toll on him. Therefore, he sat still, striving to recuperate his strength. Meanwhile, Jin Xianju noticed Lu Qi's sweat-drenched forehead and promptly retrieved a clean, pale pink garment from her handbag. She hurried over and gently wiped the perspiration from Lu Qi's brow, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Lu Qi, thank you so much. She wished to say more, but tears had blurred her vision, rendering her voice choked with emotion. Her long hair cascaded gracefully over one shoulder, dark and lustrous, while her curled lashes framed a pair of enchanting eyes. A hint of baby fat still lingered on her fair complexion. Ludalang, have you lost your senses? You are staring so intently, Nie Xiaorong exclaimed, noticing Lu Qi's unwavering gaze fixed on Jin Xianju. Oh, Xianju, don't worry. Your brother's wound has been stitched up. As long as he rests properly and avoids infection, he will gradually heal. At Nie Xiaorong's urgent reminder, Lu Qi hastily refocused his attention and offered words of comfort. In a moment of weakness, he couldn't help but reach out to wipe away a single, glistening tear from Jin Xianju's cheek. In response to Lu Qi's gesture, Jin Xianju did not flinch. Instead, her sobs intensified. For since their arrival on this desolate island, Lu Qi was the only one who had provided her with a sense of safety and warmth. Beside them, Nie Xiaorong, who had previously felt a twinge of jealousy, now directed her frustration at Lu Qi, casting him a fierce glare. Lu Qi, sigh. After a brief respite, Lu Qi rose swiftly and glanced at the setting sun. He understood that they could not afford any further delay. If they did not depart promptly, returning to the cave would be impossible. Jin Ki's weakened state necessitated a secure place for recovery, coupled with a clean water source. Although the nearby lake was encircled by the island, it was essentially composed of seawater, more accurately described as a lagoon within the island. Even if they sought shelter in the vicinity, they would be unable to find a source of drinkable, clean water. Thus, Lu Qi resolved to set off towards the cave without delay. After conferring with Nie Xiaorong, it was no surprise that Lu Qi assumed the burden of carrying Jin Ki's. As he strained under the weight, he silently wished for greater strength. Following closely behind him, Nie Xiaorong began to grasp the meaning of Lu Qi's earlier advice. When one lacks the power to protect others, one should refrain from unbridled benevolence. Observing Lu Qi panting heavily as he trudged ahead, Nie Xiaorong felt a mix of concern and helplessness. She chastised herself inwardly. Sister Xiaorong, what is your relationship with Lu Qi? You seem quite concerned for him, Jin Xianju finally inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as she watched the myriad of expressions flit across Nie Xiaorong's face. Oh, him. I couldn't care less about him. Just look at his frail figure. It's the perfect opportunity for him to engage in some exercise. Nie Xiaorong responded to Jin Xianju's inquiry in a roundabout manner, deliberately withholding the nature of their relationship, which piqued Jin Xianju's curiosity even further about Lu Qi. After a challenging journey lasting over 2 hours, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong finally returned with the Jin siblings, Jin Ki's and Jin Xianju, to the hidden cave as the sun dipped below the horizon. Wow, how on earth did you discover this place? Jin Xianju exclaimed, astonished by the seemingly unremarkable entrance that concealed such a vast cavern. She was so taken aback that she momentarily forgot her brother was still on Lu Qi's back, uncomfortably situated. It wasn't until she heard Lu Qi's rugged breaths that she snapped back to reality and hurriedly joined Nie Xiaorong in helping to place Jin Ki's onto a stone bed. Ouch, my back, Lu Qi exclaimed as he collapsed onto the ground, leaning against the stone bed, utterly exhausted. Gasping for breath, he called out to Nie Xiaorong, quick, bring me a bowl of water. I'm on it. The aware Nie Xiaorong promptly responded, rushing to grab a ceramic bowl and sprinting toward a water hole within the cave. After filling the bowl, she took a few sips before offering it to Lu Qi. Drink slowly. Lu Qi weakly accepted the bowl, gulping down the water in one go. Jin Xianju, equally parched, was soon served a bowl as well. However, after only a few sips, she hurried over to her brother, carefully feeding him the water from her bowl. Perhaps the coolness of the spring water worked wonders. Four Jean Kai's quickly began to regain consciousness. Xianju, are you all right? Where are we? Jean Kai's first words upon waking were filled with concern for his sister. Brother, we are with Lu Qi and Sister Xiaorong. This is their cave, she explained. Turning his head, Jean Kai's caught sight of Lu Qi and Ye Xiaorong. Brother Lu, thank you. We truly apologize for the trouble we caused you. He coughed lightly as he spoke. Lu Qi quickly interrupted him, urging him to rest well. Having exerted considerable energy on their journey back, everyone was now ravenously hungry. After a brief rest, Lu Qi set about making a fire, while Nie Xiaorong busily prepared food to cook. They had previously hidden some smoked leopard meat in a concealed spot within the cave, but Nie Xiaorong chose to retrieve some in front of the siblings. Once Lu Qi successfully kindled the fire, she began to diligently boil water and cook, pairing the smoked meat with foraged wild vegetables. While she tended to the food, Lu Qi ventured outside once more, gathering a significant amount of soft branches in the gathering darkness. When he returned, cradling a bundle of soft twigs, Nie Xiaorong had already prepared the meal. Thus, the four of them began to indulge in this rare delicacy. Due to his frailty, Jean Kai's was unable to rise, yet even so, with the assistance of his sister, he managed to consume 2 bowls full. Perhaps this was the most exquisite meal he had savored since his arrival on the island. Lu Qiga, Zhairongji, this food is simply delectable. Since we arrived on this island, we have not tasted anything so delightful, Jean Xianju exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks as she ate. Soon after the meal, at Lu Qi's request, Jean Kai's lay down for quiet meditation and swiftly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaorong and Jean Xianju sat by the fire, engrossed in conversation until the late hours of the night. As the stone bed was occupied by Jean Kai's, Lu Qi had no choice but to gather more soft branches from outside, laying them on another dry patch of ground to create a makeshift bed. Exhausted, he reclined to one side, leaving ample space for the 2 women. Thus, as he lay there, listening to their chatter, he soon drifted off into slumber. Chapter 37. The search for herbs. It was only as he was on the verge of slumber that Lu Qi overheard Jean Xianju recounting to Nie Xiaorong the tale of their origins in the capital. Their mother had passed away in their childhood, leaving their father to manage the family estate while also caring for them. Perhaps it was this revelation, shared just before sleep, that made Lu Qi feel a kindred spirit with Jean Xianju, who bore a fate similar to his own. Shortly after drifting off, he found himself in a dream, reunited with his mother, father, and grandfather. In this dream, as Lu Qi fervently proclaimed to his parents and grandfather his ability to take care of himself, he was met with their warm smiles and the gentle, endearing visage of his grandfather. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qi had undergone a gradual transformation since arriving on the island, maturing in ways he had not yet perceived. The following day, upon awakening, Lu Qi was compelled by a pressing need to relieve himself. As he opened his eyes, he was immediately struck by a sharp pain in his back, realizing he was lying on something hard beneath him. Turning his head, he discovered several small stones and was taken aback to find 2 beautiful women nestled closely against him. Despite having laid ample grass to sleep on, and having occupied merely a corner of it, he awoke to find Nie Xiaorong and Jean Xianju tightly pressed against him, while the opposite side of the grass bed remained conspicuously empty. Reflecting on his experiences and choices from the previous day, he could only resign himself to the situation. With a sigh of resignation, Lu Qi rose and exited the stone cave. Determined to spare himself the discomfort of sleeping uncomfortably, he resolved to construct individual sleeping arrangements for the 3 of them. This way, he could enjoy restful slumber each night. Without delay, while the 2 women were still asleep, Lu Qi took his dagger and ventured into the woods, considering it the most prudent way to gather materials. After nearly 2 hours of diligent effort, he had made multiple trips back and forth from the entrance of the cave, collecting a substantial amount of wood and branches. His plan was to use stones for support, construct a frame from sturdy timber, and then drill holes in the wood to insert shorter sticks for the bed slats. He hoped to top it all with soft branches or leaves for cushioning, and ideally, he would hunt more to acquire animal skins for an even better mattress. However, Just as Lu Qi had gathered all the necessary materials and was ready to commence construction, Jin Xianzhu burst from the cave in a state of panic. Lu Qi, go. Something's terribly wrong. You must come inside and see my brother. What is it? He asked, alarmed. My brother is trembling all over and rambling incoherently. Seeing that Jin Xianzhu was not in tears this time, Lu Qi momentarily set aside his work and hurried into the cave. Upon reaching Jin Kai-zhe, a single glance was enough for Lu Qi to discern the gravity of the situation. Yet, to avoid any misjudgments, he took his pulse, confirming his fears. Your brother's condition is quite dire. He is running a fever that is worsening, and his wound has begun to show signs of infection. Alas, it seems we could not avert this fate after all. After a brief pause, Lu Qi spoke while retrieving an anti-inflammatory pill from his backpack. He handed it to Jin Xianzhu, saying, Sister Xianzhu, first take this pill with your brother, 2 together. After 2 hours, take another 2, 3 times a day. I am going out to seek my fortune and look for suitable herbs to treat your brother's leg. I may not return quickly. Upon learning that Lu Qi intended to forage for herbs, Nie Xiaorong set aside her tasks and prepared to accompany him. However, Lu Qi declined her offer, explaining that herb gathering was no trivial endeavor and that she was unfamiliar with the appearance of medicinal plants and would not be of assistance. Moreover, Jin Kai-zhe and his sister needed someone to care for them. Although Nie Xiaorong feigned displeasure at being rejected, deep down, she understood that Lu Qi had his reasons for not including her. As Lu Qi prepared to depart, she rushed in front of him, ready to offer a kiss, but hesitated when she remembered Jin Xianzhu was standing behind her. Instead, she merely cautioned him, be careful on your journey. Nodding, Lu Qi wasted no further time, aware that Jin Kai-zhe was already in peril and could not afford delays. Casting a glance at the 2 women, he turned and set off with his backpack. Watching Lu Qi's retreating figure, Nie Xiaorong perhaps began to grasp why he preferred to limit his associations with the Jin siblings. The burden he bore was undeniably heavy. He had provided acupuncture, bandaged, and sutured Jin Kai-zhe's wounds, carrying him all the way, only to find his resting place occupied. After crafting a makeshift bed from softwood, he awoke to find himself on the ground, squeezed between the 2 women, and without a sip of water, he spent 2 hours gathering materials for a new bed, only to be immediately off again in search of herbs. Nie Xiaorong shook her head, reflecting on the situation. A world shared by just the 2 of them seemed far more appealing. As she whispered this thought and turned, she found Jin Xianzhu right behind her. Sister Xiaorong, what were you saying about the world? Do you have something on your mind? Oh, it's nothing. I was merely remarking that the outside world is quite dangerous. Let us head back. Though her heart raced and her cheeks flushed, Nie Xiaorong casually responded. Sister Xiaorong, will Lu Qi be all right going out alone? He should be fine. He is very clever and capable. He is the most responsible man I have ever met. Glancing in the direction Lu Qi had gone, Nie Xiaorong could not help but praise him. Oh, Sister Xiaorong, what is your relationship with him? Do you have feelings for Lu Qi? Noticing the admiration in Nie Xiaorong's expression and words, Jin Xianzhu's eyes widened as she pressed further. Well, caught off guard by Jin Xianzhu's eager gaze, Nie Xiaorong hesitated, unsure of how to respond. She initially intended to give a vague answer, but then felt that denying their relationship would make it awkward for her to be close to him in the future. We are very good friends. He is handsome and capable, so of course, I have feelings for him. Oh, I see now, Sister Xiaorong. No wonder you slept so close to Brother Lu Qi last night. Hee. Kim Hyun-ju cast a mischievous glance at Nie Xiaorong before turning back to the stone cave. Hee, you little rascal. In the forest, Lu Qi ventured forth alone, surrounded by towering trees and dense underbrush on the island. As he forged a path, he pressed onward. Perhaps it was due to the island's nature, but after 2 hours of wandering, he had yet to make any discoveries. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, for there existed a plethora of herbs that could aid in Jin Ki's treatment. Having encountered numerous medicinal plants during his time on the island, he held steadfast in his belief that he would ultimately succeed in his quest. Chapter 38. The gaze of the second disciple, an hour elapsed, and, as the sun ascended, nearing its zenith, Lu Chi finally discovered two varieties of medicinal herbs he sought on a gentle slope. Moreover, one of these herbs was plentiful. Ascending the incline, he removed his backpack and, with deftness and agility, gathered the fine herbs amidst the dense underbrush. After such a long journey, encountering suitable herbs here made the effort worthwhile. However, just as Lu Chi was engrossed in his foraging, the sudden buzz of a swarm of bees filled the air. He looked up to find a massive, unknown beehive hanging from an ancient tree trunk above him. The hive, measuring nearly a meter in size, teeming with countless small, poisonous bees. Realizing the potential danger, Lu Chi hastily retreated, fearing he might disturb the numerous guardians above. If provoked, he could very well lose his life today. Yet, it is often in such moments that misfortune strikes. As Lu Chi stepped backward cautiously, he miscalculated and stumbled, tumbling down the slope. The incline caused him to roll several times until he was finally halted by a large rock. "Oh, for heaven's sake! This cursed beehive and slope," Lu Chi grumbled, brushing off the leaves and debris from his face. Just as he was about to rise, he heard a commotion in the distance. Someone else is here? How could there be others in this place? Upon hearing the voices, Lu Chi quickly concealed himself behind a nearby boulder. At that moment, two individuals rushed past in the woods below the slope, panting heavily, each carrying a bundle and clutching several items in their hands. Due to the distance, Lu Chi could not discern their features. However, trailing them by several dozen meters were 5 or 6 men in pursuit, brandishing wooden sticks and shouting angrily. "You bastards! Stop right there. Drop your belongings, and I might spare your lives. Halt, you two brutes!" As the men continued to shout, they dashed past Lu Chi, relentlessly chasing the two ahead. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chi felt a pang of sympathy. Judging by their attire, these individuals seemed to belong to the upper echelons of society. Yet now they were reduced to crude behavior, driven by the primal instincts of survival. Once the group had passed, Lu Chi rose from behind the rock. Initially, he had no desire to involve himself in such matters, but he was in dire need of supplies and tools. He pondered whether these men would capture the others and what fate awaited them. Thus, spurred by curiosity, he summoned his courage and followed in the direction the group had taken, eager to uncover the truth. Little did he know that this moment of curiosity would nearly cost him his chance to return. Perhaps it was the burdens of their supplies that slowed the initial two. As they continued to run for several hundred meters after passing the slope, only to be caught by the pursuing 6 men. As Lu Chi approached the vicinity behind them, he beheld 2 men being mercilessly assaulted by 6 others. The pitiful cries for mercy emanating from the 2 men were incessantly disregarded by their assailants. Perhaps in a desperate bid for survival, the 2 men ceased their pleas and initiated a counterattack. However, this act only served to ignite the fury of the 6, who were incensed by their audacity to resist. How dare they steal from us and then fight back? Beat them to death. And still, they refuse to confess. Where is the other one? Speak up. Where has he gone? Tough bones, are we? Still not saying anything, are you? With that, the 6 wielded their clubs with ruthless abandon, striking the 2 men without mercy. We will fight back. Despite their resolve, the 2 men were no match for the overwhelming assault, and soon Lu Chi witnessed them succumb to their injuries, collapsing into a pool of blood. Their faces and bodies bore the marks of their brutal beating, leaving him uncertain of their fate. Only when the 6 observed their victims lying motionless did they cease their assault. They reclaimed all the supplies from the 2 and even took away the possessions they had, one of them snatching a shoe from a victim's foot as they departed. Lu Chi, a reluctant observer of this brutal scene, grasped the grim reality. The inhabitants of the island had become indifferent to the sanctity of life. It was abundantly clear that the value of resources held paramount importance, for the one with the most supplies was likely to thrive and survive. As the 6 prepared to retrace their steps, Lu Chi hastily concealed himself behind a thicket. At that moment, a familiar grunt resonated behind him. Recognizing the sound, Lu Chi, a traditional rural lad, felt an immediate sense of familiarity. "Second brother," he whispered under his breath, and then he spotted a large boar's head emerging from the grass 5 meters away, its snout caked with mud. sharp tusks glimmering on either side, and bristles along its neck resembling a row of steel needles. In an instant, memories of the night he arrived on the island flooded his mind. How the ferocious second brother had charged at him across the beach. Instinctively, he sprang up, his body urging him to flee, but he stumbled and fell into the foliage before him. Although his heart raced with trepidation, he understood that if this fierce, medium-sized ungulate were to pursue him, even survival would come at a great cost. Yet, perhaps due to the dramatic nature of their encounter, second brother seemed equally taken aback by the presence of Lu Qi. Before the boar could react, Lu Qi, having transformed into a bipedal creature, bolted away into the underbrush. Lu Qi sprang into action, but at that moment, one of the shorter men caught sight of him. "Brother Chong, look over there, the one escaping." The 5 others followed the direction of his finger, and, indeed, Lu Qi's frantic flight was unmistakably that of the individual they were in pursuit of. At this moment, while the 6 could not claim to transform into the ferocious second brother, they certainly resembled the wrathful spirit of one. Fueled by rage, they charged after Lu Qi, intent on bringing him down amidst a pool of blood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Armed with wooden clubs, the 6 men relentlessly pursued Lu Qi along the very path he had fled. At this juncture, a wild boar, which had been hiding in the underbrush, sensed the tension in the air. Its bristles stood on end, back arched slightly, and its wide eyes glowed like smoldering embers, exuding a primal wildness and wariness. With a few soft grunts, it retreated its head back into the foliage, vanishing from sight. Chapter 39. The Art of Evasion Whoosh. To my astonishment, Lu Qi, with his legs flailing in a mad dance, sprinted 100 meters only to hear the furious shouts and threats of 6 pursuers echoing behind him. Turning his head, he beheld the relentless advance of these 6 individuals. What on earth? Why are they chasing me? Surely they do not intend to seize my supplies. At that moment, a torrent of expletives surged through Lu Qi's mind, mirroring his frantic pace. What a predicament! He merely ventured out to gather some herbs. Nevertheless, he understood that he could not afford a halt, for should these deranged individuals catch up to him, losing his supplies would be trivial compared to the grave risk to his life. Resolving himself, Lu Qi pressed on without a moment's respite. 200 meters, 300 meters. He believed he was running fast enough, yet the sounds trailing behind him consistently shattered his illusions, compelling him to remain composed. Simultaneously, he pondered potential escape routes. As he approached the slope he had previously traversed, Lu Qi caught sight of a massive beehive, approximately 1 meter in diameter, nestled in the tree above. Eureka! An idea sparked in his mind as he glanced back at the 6 relentless pursuers. Come on, if you dare to chase me, you shall reap the consequences. With renewed determination, he charged up the slope once more. Strong brother, he is heading up the slope. We must not let him escape. You want to get away, kid? Behind him, the 6 individuals pursued him with frenzied zeal. Good heavens, are they all so physically fit? Could they possibly be affluent patrons of high-end gyms? As he turned to see them closing in, Lu Qi had no choice but to dash and scramble. Just as he reached the top of the slope, the 6 were already at its base. Panting heavily, he thought, these beasts can run. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qi glanced around and swiftly picked up 2 stones, hurling them towards the hive perched 5 to 6 meters high. The sizable target was easily struck, yet his anxiety compelled him to throw another stone before he turned to flee. In that instant, he resembled the legendary son Wukong, dashing through the dense forest. Meanwhile, the 6 pursuers, after Lu Qi had sprinted 100 meters, erupted into a cacophony of anguished cries. Strong brother, be careful. What kind of bee is that? It's enormous. Everyone run. Damn it, you old 6. If I catch you. Exhausted yet exhilarated, Lu Qi sat on a stone in the distance, panting heavily. The sound of their cries echoed in his ears, and his expression was a lang of exhaustion, mischief, and delight. Let this be a lesson for pursuing me. Afternoon. Outside the stone cave, Nie Xiaorong sat idly beneath a tree, while Jin Xianzhu remained inside, tending to her brother, diligently wiping the sweat from Jin Ki's brow with a cloth. It was evident that Jin Ki's condition had not improved. Xianzhu, brother, I am here. Lost in thought, Jin Xianju suddenly heard her brother's call and hurriedly rose to respond. Water. I wish to drink water. It was then that she noticed her brother's lips had already become parched. A wave of guilt surged within her as she quickly picked up a bowl of clear water beside her and, using a wooden spoon, brought a scoop to his lips. Watching her brother gulp down several mouthfuls, Jin Xianju finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, upon seeing Jin Kai-Zai's wan complexion, tears instantly blurred her vision. Brother, it is all my fault. I have caused you such grievous harm. Cough, cough. Xianju, do not speak that way. You are my only sister. Our mother departed early, and father has always been preoccupied with his career. Though the Jin family is affluent, I know that despite your lack of material worries, your heart has long been troubled. Brother, Wu, Xianju, you have grown up. I wish to protect you for a lifetime, but now, misfortune has befallen me once more. Seeing her brother in such distress, Jin Kai-Zai felt a sharp pain in his heart. He reached out to wipe away her tears, comforting her. Lu is a good man, capable and skilled in medicine. If I do not survive this time, promise me you will follow him. Wu, brother, do not say that. You will be fine. Brother Lu has gone to gather herbs for you and will be back soon. You will be all right. Sighing, Jin Kai-Zai chose silence in the face of his sister's sorrow. At that moment, the two siblings, enveloped in silence, suddenly heard Nia Xiaorong's joyful voice from outside. Haha, Lu Qi, you have returned. A few breaths later, Lu Qi's figure appeared at the cave entrance. Wu, brother Lu, you have finally come back. Lu Qi, taken aback, found himself embraced tightly by Jin Xianju as soon as he entered the cave. He did not comprehend that to Jin Xianju, his return was like a ray of light, instantly illuminating her heart and the world within her eyes. Sister Xianju, I am dirty, he stammered. Nevertheless, Jin Xianju clung to him, as if fearing he might vanish, for Lu Qi represented her last glimmer of hope, her final lifeline. It was only when Ye Xiaorong appeared behind Lu Qi that Jin Xianju awkwardly released him, eagerly inquiring, Brother Lu, did you find the herbs? Seeing the anticipation in her eyes, Lu Qi felt no inclination to jest with her. Of course, I gathered a great deal this time. Wu, Brother Lu, you are wonderful. Does this mean my brother will be saved? Well, that depends on the situation. However, your brother's condition is not very serious. He should recover. Thank you, Brother Lu. Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, Jin Xianju was filled with gratitude, for her sense of security had shattered when her brother fell. As she expressed her thanks, she instinctively prepared to kneel before him. Sister Xianju, what are you doing? Upon witnessing this, Lu Qi hurriedly supported her, while Nie Xiaorong stepped forward to assist Jin Xianju from the other side, offering her gentle reassurance. Xianju, please do not despair. Lu Daolang is a truly good person, and his medical skills are exceptional. Your brother will surely be fine. Their comforting words gradually restored a semblance of composure to Jin Xianju. Xianju, Jin Kai's, lying on the stone bed, called out urgently upon seeing Lu Qi return, struggling to rise despite his injuries and high fever. Observing this, Lu Qi promptly intervened to prevent him from exerting himself further. Jin Xianju approached her brother, who then urged her to fetch water for Lu Qi. It was then that she realized, hurriedly filling a bowl with clear water and making her way to Lu Qi, only to notice for the first time that he was drenched in sweat, his clothes caked with dirt. Chapter 40. The grim roar of Jin Kai's upon noticing that he was still carrying a backpack. Lu Qi saw Nie Xiaorong step forward to assist him by removing it from his shoulders. Observing this, Jin Xianju hurriedly took off her own garment and gently wiped the sweat from Lu Qi's forehead. However, as she was doing so, Lu Qi swiftly blocked her gesture, saying, Sister Xianju, your clean clothes will be soiled. I can simply wash my face later. Unperturbed by Lu Qi's refusal, Jin Xianju took the initiative to fetch some water. She soaked a piece of white cloth, presumably torn from her garment, and offered it to Lu Qi to wipe his sweat. Thank you. Lu Qi expressed his gratitude as he accepted the cloth. Jin Xianju then exhaled a sigh of relief, her eyes sparkling with joy as she inquired, Brother Lu Qi, with the herbs now available, is there anything else I can assist you with? Ahem. Jin Kai's hearing his sister's eager promptings directed at Lu Qi, quickly cleared his throat. Xianju, can't you allow Brother Lu to rest for a moment? He must have traveled quite a distance. Oh, witnessing his sister's lack of social awareness, Jean Kai's felt compelled to educate her, letting out a resigned sigh. Brother Lu, please forgive Xianju. She simply does not understand. You have endured much for my sake. Please, take some time to rest. Upon hearing Jean Kai's words, Lu Qi glanced at him and suddenly felt a significant alleviation of his physical fatigue, far more effective than the earlier affections shown by Jean Xianju. Nie Xiaorong cast an admiring look at Jean Kai's, remarking, Brother Jean, we are all in dire circumstances. It is only natural to help one another. Sister Xianju is merely concerned for you, and I completely understand her sentiments. There is no reason to hold her accountable. Hearing Lu Qi's words, Jean Kai's worries began to dissipate, and he cast a fond glance at Jean Xianju. At that moment, Nie Xiaorong silently approached, holding a bowl of cooked food, and handed it to Lu Qi, urging, please eat. After a long day, you must be starving. Hith. Lu Qi chuckled as he accepted the ceramic bowl from Nie Xiaorong's hands, and began to eat heartily. Observing Lu Qi relish his meal, the Jean siblings felt a pang of guilt and developed a deep sense of admiration and gratitude for both Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong. After finishing his meal, Lu Qi commenced the preparation of the herbs he had gathered, some for internal use and others for external application. Soon, under the curious gazes of the two women, he completed the processing of the herbs. One bowl contained a concoction made by grinding the herbs into a paste, while another was boiled in water to create a broth. Though the broth had an unpleasant taste, Jean Kai's showed no hesitation as he gulped it down in one go when Lu Qi presented it to him. However, the herb paste posed a challenge for Jean Kai's. When Lu Qi began to unwrap the bandage from a wound, he discovered that the previously stitched area had started to show signs of mild inflammation. Upon inquiry, Jean Xianju confirmed that she had administered the anti-inflammatory medication to her brother as scheduled. Once all the bandages were removed, Lu Qi finally relaxed. Phew! Fortunately, the situation is not overly dire, and I'm grateful for the ample herbs I gathered today. With a meaningful glance at Jean Kaija, Lu Qi offered a warm smile and gently remarked, Brother Jean, there may be a slight sting. Do try to refrain from shouting. Brother Lu, feel free to apply the medicine. I didn't utter a sound when that beast bit me. Surely, your herbs cannot be more perilous than that sea wolf. You seem to have a valid point. Without hesitation, Lu Qi seized the prepared bowl of medicinal concoction and decisively applied it to Jean Kaija's wound. He swiftly spread it evenly across the sutured area. Yet the moment the herbs touched the afflicted skin, an intense, searing pain surged from his calf to the root of his thigh, and then to his very core, as if countless fire ants were simultaneously gnawing at the nerves connecting his thigh to his heart. Under the watchful gazes of the two women, Jean Kaija convulsed, staring at Lu Qi with an expression of incredulity, and gasped, Brother Lu, what sort of medicine have you gathered? The two women, observing Jean Kaija's suddenly flushed face and contorted expression, recognized that this herb possessed extraordinary properties, yet could not fathom the depth of his current agony. Lu Qi, with another warm smile, reassured him, Brother Jean, the effects of this medicine will last approximately 24 hours. You must endure. However, your wound has already shown signs of inflammation. Even without the medicine, it should hold for 7 or 8 hours, I suppose. All right, I will surely persevere. As he spoke, Lu Qi had already applied the entire bowl of herbs to his wounds and the surrounding area of his calf. Just as he prepared to turn away, he added, if you can endure 3 courses of treatment, your wound should nearly heal. 3 courses? Jean Kaija gasped. Unable to suppress his expression any longer, he emitted a long, strained hiss, gritting his teeth as his muscles tensed in an effort to combat the intense burning pain radiating from his leg. At that moment, Nie Xiaorong and Jean Xianju began to comprehend the meaning behind Lu Qi's earlier warning, feeling a twinge of reproach, yet unable to overtly express their discontent towards him. They could only look at Jean Kaija with concern. Meanwhile, Lu Qi seized the opportunity to step outside, leaning against a grand tree to take a respite. He refrained from resting inside, fully aware of the potency and effects of that herb. It was exceptionally effective for lacerations. While a typical individual might endure it, the maddening, burning pain would persist until signs of healing became apparent, at which point the medicine could no longer penetrate the flesh. Hence, it was better to remain outside, where he could find tranquility and solace. Thus, 2 days passed, and under the influence of the herbs and Jean Kai's formidable resolve, signs of healing began to manifest in his wound. On the morning of the 3rd day, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings. Early in the morning, Lu Qi stepped out of the cave, meticulously inspecting his gear and tools. For today marked the day recorded in the chronicles of the Monster Island when fish could be caught. Coincidentally, it was also the middle of the month, and he intended to embark once more towards the lake in hopes of fishing. Since the arrival of the Jean siblings, their previously stored supplies of smoked leopard meat and wild vegetables had dwindled perilously. Witnessing Lu Qi's early preparations, Nie Xiaorong felt a wave of profound guilt wash over her. She had come to a stark realization of how ludicrous and foolish her initial altruistic intentions had been. She lacked the ability to care for herself, let alone for others. Instead, it was Lu Qi who had continuously given and even doubled his efforts. In pursuit of a shorter path and to seek confirmation, he chose to go alone this time, without taking anyone with him. As she gazed at Lu Qi's retreating figure, she stood outside the cave, silently shedding tears of heartache. "Sister Xiaorong, why are you crying?" At that moment, Jean Xianju approached her side, perplexed by her tears as she watched Lu Qi depart. "It's nothing. I'll go freshen up, and later you can join me to pick some wild vegetables." "All right, sure, Sister Xiaorong." With that, Nie Xiaorong turned back towards the cave. Jean Xianju then looked in the direction of Lu Qi's departure, saying, "Sister Xiaorong, I envy you." Chapter 41. Encountering the mischievous old monkey again in the depths of the forest, Lu Qi strode purposefully, having traveled an hour's distance from a stone cave. Suddenly, he sensed an unsettling presence trailing behind him. However, upon glancing back, he found nothing amiss, which only deepened his sense of unease. He realized that he could not continue in this manner. If the lurking danger remained unaddressed, even upon reaching the lake, his mind would be in turmoil, making it impossible to fish in peace. Thus, he walked on, keenly attuned to the sounds behind him. Minutes passed, yet no creature revealed itself. A sheen of sweat formed on his brow as he tightened his grip on the longbow in hand. Perhaps, he pondered, the entity following him hesitated to reveal itself due to his weapon, prepared to defend himself with an arrow at any moment. Lu Qi had no intention of retreating. Instead, upon spotting a thicket in the distance that could provide cover, he dashed towards it, his intentions clear. However, after he had hastily traversed the dense underbrush and crouched beneath a tree to observe, he found himself waiting in vain for any sign of movement. What on earth could it be, stealthy and elusive? He muttered to himself, frustration boiling over as he spat on the ground. At that moment, an object resembling a peach pit fell from the sky. Looking up, he exclaimed, "Why, it's you. How did you end up here?" he queried in rapid succession. Yet the old monkey merely perched on the branch, engrossed in devouring the wild fruit in its grasp. "Hey, old rascal, did you hear what I said?" he called out, only to be met with another fruit pit plummeting down. "No, this cannot be the creature that has been following me." Unbeknownst to him, while he vented his frustrations at the old monkey, a shadow lurked in the distance, stealthily approaching through the underbrush, drawn by the scent of its quarry. Suddenly, the old monkey's eyes gleamed with alarm. It leapt onto a higher branch, evidently sensing danger. Lu Qi's heart raced, and he quickly crouched down to conceal himself. The old monkey let out a series of urgent cries, "Ooh, ooh, ooh." It dawned on Lu Qi that a threat was indeed near, as the monkey had previously sounded the alarm in similar circumstances. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly made his escape, keeping low to the ground. However, mere moments after fleeing, he heard the old monkey's frantic calls echoing through the forest, trailing closely behind him. Gasping for breath, Lu Qi began to comprehend the reason behind the monkey's distress. The scent he had left behind was enticing whatever was pursuing him to follow relentlessly. Understanding this, Lu Qi dared not linger any longer and quickened his pace. Yet, fortune seemed to have abandoned him. The old monkey's warnings continued to resonate in the forest for nearly an hour without respite. What on earth is this creature? Why is it proving so troublesome? At this moment, Lu Qi felt a surge of irritation. Yet he understood that a creature formidable enough to instill fear in the old monkey was not something he could easily control. Moreover, it was clear that the old monkey was issuing a warning in its own peculiar manner. As for the reason behind the old monkey's actions, Lu Qi could only attribute its behavior to a protective instinct towards its original master, which now inadvertently extended to him. Counting this instance, he had already been preemptively warned and safeguarded by the old monkey twice. As he fled, a wave of gratitude for the monkey's intervention washed over him. "Sant, Sant, Sant." He repeatedly murmured these words, urging himself to devise an appropriate strategy to confront this crisis. However, every idea he conjured was dismissed, for they all hinged on the same flaw concerning the scent. None could inflict harm upon the creature pursuing him. Furthermore, he lacked the necessary tools and ample time to prepare. What to do? If he could not shake off the trouble behind him soon, his mission for the day would undoubtedly be delayed. And should that creature follow him back to the stone cave, the consequences would be even more dire. Suddenly, Lu Qi spotted a small hill about 13 or 14 meters high ahead, with a substantial rock protruding from the summit directly facing him, its edge nearly perpendicular to the path he needed to traverse. An idea surged in his mind. He dashed to the base of the rock, took a deep breath, and decisively removed his upper garments, placing them on the ground. He then retrieved a piece of smoked jerky from his backpack and laid it atop his discarded clothing. Having completed these preparations, he swiftly circled around to the other side and began to ascend the small hill. A few minutes passed, and not far off, the old monkey's silhouette appeared among the branches, leaping with agility from one tree to another. Witnessing its swift and graceful movements through the forest, Lu Qi felt an urge to transform into a monkey himself. How extraordinary it would be to navigate the jungle with such ease. Oh, old monkey, with your remarkable skills, you deserve to be called simply a monkey, for you hardly exhibit any signs of age. At that moment, Lu Qi lay quietly atop the rock, his body concealed by two green branches. His gaze remained intently fixed on the distance. Sensing the tension within, he muttered to himself, "What perilous creature have you brought my way, you mischievous monkey? Why does it not yet reveal itself?" No sooner had he spoken than a large, dark figure emerged in the distance, cautiously sniffing the air while making its way toward him. A black bear! How could such a massive black bear be here? As he beheld the imposing creature, which towered over 2 meters in length, Lu Qi was utterly astonished. Most of his encounters with black bears had been through media, and the only time he had seen one in person was during a childhood visit to the zoo. Now, however, he found himself being stalked by an enormous black bear he had never encountered before, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Just as he marveled at the sight, to his astonishment, he discovered that the formidable black bear was standing upright amidst the thicket, gazing directly in his direction. Goodness! He had completely forgotten that this large bear possessed such a skill. If memory served him correctly, this creature was also an adept climber. He had previously contemplated scaling a tree for a vantage point, but now it seemed like a perilous endeavor akin to courting death. Casting another glance at the bear, which stood nearly 3 meters tall, Lu Qi harbored grave doubts about whether the island had been subjected to nuclear radiation, pondering if the creatures inhabiting it were indeed mutated species. Why had they grown to such an enormous size? In a state of utter bewilderment, the shrill cries of the old monkey echoed once more. "Ooh, woo, wah, woo." At that moment, it had arrived at a large tree adjacent to the clothes Lu Qi had discarded. However, after a few vocalizations, it abruptly ceased. From Lu Qi's vantage point, it appeared as though the old monkey was searching for him, its gaze anxiously sweeping the ground below. Yet, Lu Qi could not reveal his concealed position, for he wished to issue a warning to the massive creature, a caution to keep its distance. Otherwise, the consequences could prove dire. With a soft sigh, he found himself contemplating the contingency plans B and C in the event of failure. Just then, he observed the imposing black bear striding directly toward the clothes he had left behind. Chapter 42. Miracles from great strength 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The gigantic black bear suddenly halted. What on earth? Why did it stop? After muttering a curse under his breath, Lucci observed as the bear resumed its advance. With a few deliberate strides, it drew perilously close to Lucci's garments. It was only then that Lucci discerned the bear's colossal head, marked with several prominent scars, each a testament to its past battles and fierce glory. These scars imbued the bear with an air of formidable wildness. At that moment, the bear exhibited a semblance of caution, perhaps a natural instinct in response to perceived danger. It turned its head, scanning left and right, seemingly assessing the presence of threats. After a few breaths, it craned its neck, extending its snout to sniff the clothing on the ground, emitting a series of low, guttural growls that suggested approval. This is the scent. Upon catching the aroma of the bacon strip on the fabric, the bear's vigilance seemed to wane momentarily, and it promptly rolled its lips back, devouring the savory morsel with relish. Meanwhile, Lucci stood resolutely atop the rocky outcrop, his gaze fixed intently on the bear below. His hands slowly raised a hefty round stone, aiming it at the bear's back. Without hesitation, he let fly. Thud! A pained roar erupted from the bear, reverberating throughout the forest. The old monkey, startled, fled several trees away, while Lucci felt his eardrums reverberate in response. Yet he suppressed his fear, standing firm on the rock, and echoed a roar of his own. With that, he hurled a second stone, striking the beast squarely on its chest. Lucci had his reasons for this audacious act. Firstly, to warn the bear against pursuing him. Secondly, to etch a terrifying and formidable image in the bear's mind. Indeed, his strategy bore fruit. Lucci emerged victorious. Although his actions could have provoked the bear's wrath, the sheer weight and force of the stones, dropped from such a height, were enough to inflict considerable pain. To the bear, this sudden assault from the two-legged creature was both painful and threatening. Roaring in distress, it looked up at Lucci in terror before bolting towards the safety of the forest. "Run, you big coal ball!" Lucci exclaimed, watching as the bear scampered away, its ample rear swaying. A wave of relief washed over him, and the clouds of anxiety lifted from his face. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he contemplated calling out to the old monkey, only to realize it had vanished into the depths of the woods, leaving no trace behind. The mischievous monkey, as ever, behaves in such a peculiar manner. Once his tasks were completed, he departed without granting me even a moment to express my gratitude. After extricating himself from the peril posed by the formidable black bear, Lucci composed himself, descended the mountain, and retrieved his garments strewn upon the ground, continuing his journey towards the lake. After half an hour, Lucci finally reached the lake's edge. This time, he deliberately chose a spot adjacent to the forest, believing it would offer greater safety, especially after the previous encounters of the Jean siblings at the lakeshore. He understood that the wider expanses were fraught with danger. Moreover, his primary purpose for visiting the lake was to fish, and the optimal fishing spots rarely lie in open areas. The area he selected was lush with aquatic plants and shaded by towering trees, casting cool shadows in the water, creating a serene environment for the fish. Gazing at the vast inner lake, one could not help but linger in awe. The scenery was breathtaking, the entire lake and its surrounding woods cloaked in mist, imparting an ethereal ambience. After surveying the vicinity and confirming it was devoid of threats, Lucci prepared his fishing tackle, utilizing a long wooden stick as his fishing rod, a local specialty from the island. With anticipation in his heart, he cast his line and settled quietly on the shaded lakeshore, commencing his official fishing endeavor. Despite the tranquility, Lucci remained vigilant, periodically peering around to ensure his surroundings remained secure. Being alone, he exercised utmost caution. As half an hour slipped by, the fog gradually began to dissipate over the lake and the encircling mountains. Unbeknownst to Lucci, however, the sandy beach on the outer side of the island remained shrouded in thick mist. Those stranded on the deserted island, after months of observation, had come to realize that this day, occurring mid-month, was exceptional, for on this day, the entire island would be enveloped in fog. Fishing on this remarkable day would become Lucci's secret. By the time noon had passed, the lake lay serene and undisturbed, with the white mist having completely vanished. Yet, Within the forested mountains, dense fog lingered. Just as Lu Chi sat idly, savoring a piece of smoked leopard meat, his fishing rod suddenly twitched. At once, Lu Chi yanked the rod, propelling himself upwards with fervor as he forcefully drew on the line. Lo and behold, he had indeed hooked a fish. With exhilaration, he exclaimed, "Oh my, what tremendous strength!" Caught in the moment, he lost his footing, and the fish, pulling vigorously on the line, nearly sent him tumbling into the lake. In their initial struggle, Lu Chi found himself nearly bested. Setting aside his joy, he summoned all his strength in an attempt to haul the fish ashore. Yet, despite his strenuous efforts, he could not bring the creature to the surface. Could it be that he had hooked a crocodile? The force was astonishing. After such a prolonged tugging, not a single scale had emerged, as it stubbornly remained submerged. The coarse sound of heavy panting persisted unceasingly. 5 minutes elapsed before Lu Chi finally sensed a subtle tug on the fishing rod. "A demon, why do you not reveal yourself promptly?" At last, after mustering all his strength and uttering that incantation, a sizable fish, measuring around 70 to 80 centimeters, leaped from the lake, tugging on the line. Oh, how immense! Goodness, has this fish truly become a spirit? Witnessing the magnificent creature breach the surface left Lu Chi utterly astounded. The feelings of frustration, ennui, and despair vanished in an instant. He gripped the fishing rod tightly, daring not to loosen his hold, fearful that a moment of inattention might result in a futile endeavor, rendering all his efforts in vain. Yet, fortunately, confronted with such a formidable fish, the hook and line proved resilient, and his handcrafted wooden rod, sturdy as it was, held firm. Chapter 43. The enchanted fish. 3 minutes had elapsed when a mermaid battle reached its crescendo, culminating in Lu Chi's thunderous roar that successfully dragged the fish ashore, signaling the end of the struggle. "Ha ha ha! Oh, you limbless beast! You have nearly exhausted me." With a resounding thud, Lu Chi lifted a nearby stone and brought it crashing down upon the fish's head. "Oh, still wriggling, are we?" Thud, thud, thud. At last, as the fish lay still beneath him, Lu Chi relented, releasing the stone from his grasp. Though he harbored no fondness for bloodshed, the prospect of hunger compelled him to act thus. Gazing at the docile fish beside him, Lu Chi was filled with exhilaration. After removing the hook from its mouth and attaching bait anew, he cast his line back into the lake with a flourish. His spirits had elevated significantly compared to earlier. Indeed, just a few minutes later, he confirmed his intuition. It appeared that fortune and mood were intricately linked. The fishing line tightened once more, followed by a fierce struggle and a battle of wills. Lu Chi summoned his primal strength, accompanied by an incantation. With a splash, he beheld a larger fish leaping from the water's surface. "Ha! Truly, this place is teeming with enchanted fish." After more than 3 hours of fishing, 5 such sizable fish lay obediently before Lu Chi. His excitement was palpable, yet a question nagged at him. If he continued to catch fish, could he truly bring himself to slay them all? How would he preserve them if he could not consume them all at once? With this thought in mind, Lu Chi swiftly directed his gaze towards the lake's edges. After a thorough observation, a plan formed in his mind. He set his fishing rod aside and ventured towards the lake bank, 6 or 7 meters to the right, where a shallow depression awaited. After surveying the area, he made his way into the nearby forest. Moments later, Lu Chi returned, cradling a bundle of twigs and leaves in his arms. He first cast the branches into the shallow pit and then leapt in after them. Rolling up his sleeves, he began to insert thick branches into the water near the shore, rapidly encircling the shallow pit with a 3-meter wooden enclosure. He then wove the smaller, leaf-bearing twigs around the wooden frame, transforming it into a barrier. Finally, he reinforced the exterior with a ring of large stones, camouflaging the structure with mud for a final touch. Thus, a simple yet sturdy artificial fish pond was created. He intended to keep the live fish he would catch later within this enclosure. After all, fresh fish are the finest, offering a more delectable taste. With his task completed, Lu Chi cast his line once more, ready to continue his fishing adventure. 2 hours later, 4 lively fish were successfully delivered to the fish pen by Lu Chi. At this point, the sky had begun to darken, prompting Lu Qi to finally put away his fishing rod. With 5 fish in tow, he joyously made his way towards the stone cave. Outside the cave, as twilight approached, Nie Xiaorong, who had prepared the meal, anxiously paced back and forth, waiting for Lu Qi's return. As the CEO of a company on the verge of going public, this was her first experience of being so concerned about another person, especially one 3 years her junior. Inside the cave, having finished their meal, the Jin siblings awaited Lu Qi's return, aware that he had ventured out to procure food for them. Observing Jin Xianzhu sitting beside him, her gaze fixed on the entrance of the cave, seemingly distracted, Jin Ki's inquired, "Sister, what do you think of Brother Lu?" Noticing his sister lost in thought, he pressed further, "Sister? Huh? What did you say, brother?" Jin Xianzhu responded, snapping back to reality. "Oh, you silly girl. It's clear to me that you're quite worried about Brother Lu." No, brother. Why do you ask that? He has Sister Xiaorong to worry about." She retorted, "Besides, Brother Lu is out there for our sake. Isn't it natural for me to be concerned?" Initially, she responded naturally, but upon realizing the implication of her brother's words, she hurriedly clarified. However, as her brother, Jin Ki's understood his sister's feelings. Noticing her distracted demeanor, he felt compelled to intervene for her happiness. "Though you're still young, I can see that since we met Brother Lu and Miss Nie, there is an undeniable mutual affection between them, despite their lack of overt flirtation in front of us." His words instantly captivated Jin Xianzhu's attention, prompting her to sit up straighter, eager to hear more of her brother's insights. Moreover, that affection is only growing. Miss Nie's beauty rivals your own, and she is even older, which means she knows how to take care of others. Jin Ki's gestured towards a ceramic pot atop the stone stove beside them. Jin Xianzhu understood her brother's implication, but lamented her own clumsiness whenever she attempted to help. Having been accustomed to a life of luxury, adding kindling to the fire felt like a significant contribution to her. Little did she know that Nie Xiaorong had also started from a similar level, gradually learning to cook under Lu Qi's guidance after they became close. "What do you mean by that, brother?" Jin Xianzhu asked, her curiosity piqued by her brother's earnest inquiry. Recognizing the moment was ripe, Jin Ki's bluntly shared his perspective. To win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. "However, dear brother, you are well aware of my abilities. How can I grasp it?" "Oh, brother, why do you say such things? Are you merely teasing me?" I shall ignore you." At this moment, Jin Xianzhu realized. Gazing at her brother's mischievous grin, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "You haven't finished your sentence yet," she retorted. "Though Miss Nie executed it flawlessly, as an experienced man, I understand that while it's true, it is not the most crucial aspect. Would you like to learn my secret?" Brother, if you have something to say, please." "I'm all ears." Never mind. Seeing your unwilling expression, I think I shall keep it to myself." Jin Ki's feigned indifference, twisting his neck to glance toward the cave's entrance. "You. Oh dear sister. Ouch. That hurts." "It stings, sister." A sharp pain suddenly radiated from Jin Ki's waist. "Then will you speak or not?" Jin Xianzhu's beautiful eyes narrowed as she glared fiercely at her teasing brother, gritting her teeth. All right. Just release your grip." Upon hearing this, Jin Xianzhu finally loosened her hold on Jin Ki's waist. "Oh, you frighten me to death." "Humph." As Jin Xianzhu raised her hand again in a threatening gesture, he quickly added, I'll tell you. Leaning closer. "Now, that is more like it." Jin Xianzhu turned her head, leaning in attentively. Although it is said that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach, a vital aspect, brother believes that these 3 steps I have summarized are even more pertinent. Chapter 44. The returning hero upon finishing his words. Jin Ki's wore a proud expression, eagerly awaiting praise from his sister. Yet he winced in pain, exclaiming, "Ouch. Sister, I speak only the truth. I would never deceive you. My manly integrity is genuine." The pain radiating from his waist compelled Jin Ki's to suppress his cries, struggling to explain through his discomfort. I shall ignore you." How could a brother speak in such a manner? Jin Xianzhu's expression grew cold as she turned away, choosing to disregard Jin Ki's. "Oh dear, how have your pinching skills grown stronger? How did you master this move since childhood?" She retorted. "As long as it works on you, that is all that matters." Jin Xianzhu shot back, unable to contain her irritation. Hey, you only know how to bully your brother. You are free to disregard what I say. After all, you are an adult now, capable of your own thoughts and opinions. On this desolate island, with our father absent, a brother must act like a father. I can only assist you so much. The rest you must learn on your own. Noticing his sister listening intently, though silent, Jean Kai's secretly felt a tinge of pride. Ultimately, a diligent woman is not a bad thing, and making someone you cherish happy is even better. Well, I believe Brother Lu will return soon, Jean Kai's remarked. Honestly, I admire Brother Lu. He thrives on this island, while I lack such skills. With that, Jean Kai's gently shifted his injured leg, seeking a more comfortable position, and ceased his attention towards Jean Xianju. At that moment, she was still digesting her brother's words. Unbeknownst to her, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Realizing the warmth on her face, she casually remarked, "Brother, is that how your future sister-in-law won your heart?" Startled by Jean Xianju's sudden inquiry, Jean Kai's first felt a flash of panic, then sighed. So what if she did? Your brother cannot return now. He, serve you right. As Jean Xianju stepped out of the stone cave, her cheeks still tinged with red, she noticed Nie Xiaorong gazing longingly in the direction where Lu Qi had departed. She approached her and said, "Sister Xiaorong, why don't you sit for a while? I will wait for Brother Lu." Nie Xiaorong observed Jean Xianju approach, sensing a subtle change in her demeanor, though she could not articulate the feeling. It was as if this young girl had suddenly matured a year. Finally, amidst their anxious anticipation, the tall figure of Lu Qi, standing at 187 meters, appeared. To the two women, he seemed like a hero returning from battle, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. "Lu Qi, you have returned. Brother Lu, you are finally back." Upon recognizing Lu Qi's face, the two rushed towards him without hesitation. At that moment, beads of sweat adorned Lu Qi's forehead, as he bore a makeshift burden made of a wooden stick on his shoulder, laden with 5 large fish, each measuring around 70 to 80 centimeters. He also carried a bow and arrows on his back, one hand steadying the load and the other wielding a pointed stick for protection. Goodness, what enormous fish! Wow, Brother Lu, you are amazing. You caught so many fish. Upon seeing the fish carried by Lu Qi, the two women were utterly astonished. They hurried forward, eager to assist him in unloading the catch, only to be gently halted by Lu Qi, who advised, "Do not touch it. It is too heavy for you to lift. I can manage it on my own." With that, he proceeded directly towards the stone cave, and the two women hurriedly followed suit. Once inside the cave, Nie Xiaorong and Jean Xianju promptly helped Lu Qi remove the 5 large fish. Upon his return, Jean Kai's, despite enduring pain, managed to sit up and greeted Lu Qi with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "How wonderful, Brother Lu, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, these two would have ventured out to search for you." No sooner had Jean Kai's finished speaking than both women approached Lu Qi, one bearing food and the other offering water. Lu Qi was deeply moved by this display of service and warmth. The weariness that had enveloped him vanished in an instant amidst their affection. Just as he was conversing with Jean Kai's and inspecting his leg injury, Nie Xiaorong reappeared with wild fruits she had gathered outside, eager for Lu Qi to taste them, while Jean Xianju presented a freshly dampened cloth for him to wipe the sweat from his brow. "Delicious, truly delicious. Thank you, thank you." Lu Qi reveled in the treatment and enjoyment, leaving Jean Kai's beside him in a state of bewildered envy and jealousy. "Brother Lu, you are indeed a fortunate man," he exclaimed, unable to contain himself upon witnessing Lu Qi's delight. "Oh, come now, Jinga, you flatter me. I am but an unknown individual. What fortune do I possess?" Lu Qi jested in return before turning his attention back to Jean Kai's leg injury. As he unveiled the bandaged wound, a subtle smile graced his lips, for the injury had indeed improved significantly. No longer inflamed, many of the wounds were beginning to heal, although some swelling remained in the leg. "Brother Lu, how fares my leg injury?" Jean Kai's inquired. "Brother Jean, your leg is on the mend. If you continue applying the herbal poultice a couple more times, it shall heal completely." "Must it truly be so many applications?" Jean Kai's asked, a twinge of apprehension surfacing at the thought of further pain, despite his heart swelling with joy at Lu Qi's words. Look at you. Brother Lu has gone to great lengths to procure these remedies for you. And you still complain about the quantity? Jean K's cast a sidelong glance at his loquacious sister. Loquacious? I meant no offense. She retorted playfully. I understand. You merely fear the pain. You worry that we shall mock you. The banter between them brought laughter to Lu Qi and Ye Xiaorong. That evening, Lu Qi once again changed Jean K's herbal dressing. Although Jean K's still felt pain, it was markedly less than before, and his admiration for Lu Qi's medical skills grew. Later that night, after attending to his personal hygiene, Lu Qi was summoned outside the cave by Nie Xiaorong for a discussion. As they exited the cave, Jin Xianzhu turned to catch a glimpse of the two figures. Remembering her brother's earlier words, she murmured to herself, "Is there truly merit in winning a man's heart through such means?" As 2 hours passed, upon witnessing the pair returning from their discussion, Jin Xianzhu's gaze remained fixed upon Lu Qi, who appeared strikingly handsome under the flickering firelight. During his days on the island, his skin and muscles gradually took on a more masculine quality, becoming dark and sturdy. Upon their return, Jin Xianzhu paused from her work and leaned closer to Nie Xiaorong, whispering, "Sister Xiaorong, what secret matters were you discussing with Brother Lu Qi? Were you afraid I might overhear? Why did you take so long to return?" Well, I can't divulge that. It's a secret. Nie Xiaorong found herself a loss for words in response to Jin Xianzhu's inquiry and could only deflect with the notion of a secret. Oof, how stingy. Jin Xianzhu huffed lightly, thinking to herself that in the future she would keep her own secrets from Nie Xiaorong. Hee, are you upset? Please don't be angry. Tonight, I'm counting on you to tell me a joke to help me sleep. Huh, with such a stingy attitude, I might just share my stories with Brother Lu Qi instead. Really? But he has been working all day. Look at him. He is already asleep. Just tell me. I promise I won't let you down. With that, Nie Xiaorong firmly pulled Jin Xianzhu to lie down on the wooden bed next to Lu Qi. As Jin Xianzhu glanced over, she noticed Lu Qi had indeed succumbed to sleep, emitting soft snores. This sight filled her heart with disappointment. Chapter 45. Kim Hyunju's plan. Thanks to the 5 sizable catches brought back by Lu Qi, the 4 of them need not worry about food for the next few days. However, to Kim Hyunju's surprise, upon waking the next day and after freshening up, she overheard Lu Qi expressing his intention to go fishing by the lake. Upon hearing this, her previously subdued mood transformed instantaneously, and she eagerly exclaimed, "I want to go too, Brother Lu Qi." Kim Kaizi, witnessing his sister's enthusiasm, promptly offered his support, saying, "Brother Lu, Hyunju has been yearning to venture outside recently. Regrettably, my own mobility is quite limited. I hope you might allow her to accompany you for a change of scenery. It would also provide her an opportunity to learn some survival and food gathering skills under your guidance. With you looking after her, I would feel much more at ease." Lu Qi, taken aback by this, glanced at Nie Xiaorong, who bit her lip, seemingly conveying a silent message. "Why are you looking at me? Should you take her or not? You ought to know." However, before Lu Qi could respond, Kim Hyunju quickly interjected, "Brother Lu Qi, I promise I won't be a burden or cause you any trouble. Please don't refuse me, all right?" With that, she hurried to grab her small shoulder bag, placing a water bottle from the wooden table inside, adding, "I can bring you water. Oh, and I can also carry your bow and arrow." She dashed to the cave entrance, retrieving the bow and arrow hanging on the wall, slinging them onto her back. She then gazed longingly at Lu Qi, awaiting his consent. "Brother Lu, I entrust Hyunju to you. Please take care of her." Kim Kaizi, astonished by his sister's maturity, felt somewhat incredulous. Naturally, he continued to advocate for her. Well, okay. Lu Qi, feeling awkward about declining, finally conceded. However, upon hearing him say okay, Nie Xiaorong's expression darkened instantly. After the secretive discussion with Lu Qi the previous night, she had been in high spirits, having promised him not to accompany him and create disturbances. Yet to her dismay, he had readily agreed to another woman's request. This was intolerable. "Xiaorong, would you like to join us?" Kim Hyunju's sudden question caught her off guard. Nie Xiaorong stood there, momentarily stunned. Kim Kaizi thought to himself, "Sister, is that question a bit foolish? Quite unnecessary." "I assent it." Nie Xiaorong replied, I think I want to go. The path is rather treacherous, and with too many people, he want to be able to look after everyone." Kim Kaishi mused, how clever, sister. Employing a strategy of feigned disinterest to such an extent is truly admirable. It seems I needn't worry about our father's company being handed down to just me. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the three, Nie Xiaorong could only smile ruefully as she bid farewell to Lu Qi and Kim Hyunju as they departed together. Outside the stone cave, as they prepared to leave, Nie Xiaorong gestured to Lu Qi, indicating that she had the foresight to keep an eye on him, serving as a warning. Lu Qi was not an ungrateful person. He playfully blew a kiss in return and bid farewell to Nie Xiaorong. As he watched their departing figures, Nie Xiaorong coyly remarked, "That is more like it. At least you're sensible." On the road, the two strolled leisurely, one ahead of the other. Noticing the tall and imposing Lu Qi, Jin Xianju took the initiative to strike up a conversation, inquiring about Lu Qi's fishing techniques and recounting the events of his fishing expedition the previous day. In response to the questions posed by the beautiful Jin Xianju, Lu Qi patiently answered each one. Thus, through their exchange of questions and answers, Lu Qi soon forgot certain reminders and warnings, unwittingly becoming enchanted by the moment. Whenever Jin Xianju encountered difficult paths, he would guide her along. When she struggled to ascend a slope, he would assist her. If she claimed fatigue, he would pause for a break, and when she wiped his sweat, he would bask in the enjoyment of it, never refusing her kindness. In moments when Jin Xianju spoke to him while glancing elsewhere, Lu Qi found himself quietly comparing her to Nie Xiaorong. Particularly, he was captivated by Jin Xianju's slightly cherubic and delicate cheeks, her expressive eyes, and her flowing black hair. He often felt an irresistible pull in her presence. Upon sensing Lu Qi's attitude towards her, Jin Xianju felt a surge of excitement within. Closeness, affection, possession. Only by drawing near could she capture his heart, ultimately fulfilling her desires. It seemed that the three-step strategy her brother had imparted to her was indeed effective. Previously, Lu Qi had found their journey monotonous, but today, it was anything but dull. As he listened to Jin Xianju share tales of her affluent life, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. Conversely, the only noteworthy topics Lu Qi could contribute were those related to his expertise in medicine and amusing anecdotes from his practice, which constituted a knowledge gap for Jin Xianju. When she heard Lu Qi mention his efforts in alleviating his grandfather's medical burdens, she looked at him with admiration, exclaiming, "He, Brother Lu Qi, you're truly impressive. I want to learn medicine from you in the future. Will you teach me?" "Well, that might be a bit challenging. It may not be suitable for someone of your status to learn. I fear you might struggle," Lu Qi replied, declining her request. In response, Jin Xianju playfully tugged at his hand, her voice sweet and pleading, "Brother Lu Qi, I want to learn, and I will learn." Lu Qi had not anticipated that Jin Xianju would be so adept at persuasion, feeling completely ensnared by her charm. As he felt the softness and warmth of her hand, he reluctantly conceded, all right, I shall teach you. However, you must be obedient and start with the most fundamental knowledge. The subsequent lessons will depend on your performance." "Yay. Okay, Brother Lu Qi, it's settled then. A gentleman's promise is as unyielding as a chariot," she declared, lifting his hand to seal their agreement with a thumb bump. Lu Qi, feeling joyous, willingly acquiesced to her whims. After their thumbs met, Lu Qi prepared to withdraw his hand and continue onward, but Jin Xianju firmly held onto his hand, leading the way ahead while pulling him back. She executed the first step taught by her brother with remarkable ease and confidence. Lu Qi, how much further is it? We must be close now, right?" Yes. Or almost there. Just take it slow." At that moment, Lu Qi felt rather foolish, fully aware that he was being led along. And by an enchanting heiress at that. This realization left him with a sense of astonished delight. Finally, after a journey filled with tranquility and joy, the two arrived once more at the lake's edge. Upon their arrival, Lu Qi immediately went to inspect his artificial fish pen without uttering a word. "Hey, not bad at all. They're all here and thriving." While speaking, Lu Qi unstrapped his backpack and retrieved a bag, pouring its contents into the water in one swift motion. At that moment, the curious Jin Xianju followed suit, just in time to witness Lu Qi pouring items into the water. Chapter 46. Such beauties should only exist in heaven. Ah, Brother Lu Qi, where on earth did you gather so many worms? The startled expression on Jin Xianju's face clearly indicated her shock as she witnessed Lu Qi pour a multitude of plump, white worms from his bag. Sensing her distress, Lu Qi hurriedly explained, I found these in a decaying log on my way back yesterday. I had intended to fry them, but alas, we have neither oil nor seasoning. So today, I brought them to feed the fish I am raising. Upon hearing that Lu Qi had fish, Jin Xianju peered closely and indeed spotted 4 fish of the same size as those he had brought back yesterday, huddled together in the waterhole. Oh, don't fight over it. Ha! Brother Lu Qi, did you catch these 4 fish yesterday too? She joyfully inquired as she watched the fish scramble for the food Lu Qi had just dumped in. Yes, I caught all 4 yesterday. I placed them here to keep them fresh. The 5 I brought back should suffice for our meals for a few days. Lu Qi replied, Wow, Brother Lu Qi, you are truly impressive. You think of everything. It seems there is so much for me to learn from you. Her words filled Lu Qi with warmth, prompting him to boast that today he would ensure Jin Xianju experienced the joy of fishing as well. Naturally, Jin Xianju was elated at the prospect. However, after nearly 2 hours of fishing, Lu Qi wore a glum expression, having caught not a single fish. As Jin Xianju patiently waited, Lu Qi felt an awkward tension pervading the air. Ahem, Sister Xianju, perhaps we should call a day. We already have enough fish to last us for several days. I apologize for the spectacle, he said, contemplating why the day had unfolded this way. The weather was splendid, and under identical conditions, how could it be that not a single fish had bitten? Seeing Lu Qi's dejection, Jin Xianju was determined not to return empty-handed. With a knowing smile, she addressed him, Brother Lu Qi, returning now would be so dull. With such beautiful weather and water, we should at least maintain a cheerful disposition, even if we catch nothing. Lu Qi felt even more disheartened. He glanced at Jin Xianju, sighed softly, and resumed packing his fishing gear. Noticing his indifference, Jin Xianju stamped her foot in frustration, about to utter a whimsical remark about his stubbornness when an idea struck her. Suddenly, she flashed a mischievous smile, removed a valuable watch from her wrist, and tossed it toward the shallow edge of the lake. Oh no, Brother Lu Qi, my watch has fallen into the lake. Woe is me. Please, you must help me retrieve it. It was a keepsake from my mother, she exclaimed anxiously, her expression filled with urgency as Lu Qi observed her standing by the lake, gazing desperately at the water's edge. Upon hearing that it was a cherished possession left by her mother, Lu Qi's composure instantly shattered. Without hesitation, he set aside what he held and leaped into the water. Fortunately, the lake was crystal clear, and the waterproof watch had merely been carelessly dropped by Jin Xianju into the shallow waters at the lakeside. Thus, after a few breaths, Lu Qi successfully retrieved the watch. Ha! I found it, Sister Xianju, he exclaimed joyfully, lifting the watch and looking up at Jin Xianju. However, what he beheld next would forever be etched in his memory. Unbeknownst to him, Jin Xianju had quietly shed her short dress, standing before him on the lake's edge clad only in a sultry swimsuit. Without the fabric's concealment, her long hair cascaded gracefully against her skin, appearing silken in the gentle breeze. The design of her swimsuit seemed tailor-made for her, accentuating the curves of her body, with every contour exquisitely defined. The soft pink hue of the swimsuit resembled a lotus flower blooming freshly from the mud, standing out vividly against the serene lakeside. Upon closer inspection, her visage bore the mark of a master artisan's craftsmanship, her delicate skin reminiscent of a freshly shelled egg, radiating a subtle blush. Lu Qi, do I look beautiful? She asked, her eyes shyly gazing at him like twinkling stars in the night sky. Each flutter of her long eyelashes delicately tugged at Lu Qi's heartstrings. Jin Xianju stood there, her feet together, as if becoming one with the lakeshore. Her posture was elegant and light, the slight tilt showcasing her perfect waistline, slender, yet embodying a resilient strength. Seeing Lu Qi's astonished and captivated gaze upon her filled Jin Xianzhu with immense joy. With a gentle lift of her chin, her eyes conveyed an indescribable shyness and yearning. She delicately raised a hand to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, a simple gesture imbued with an ineffable charm, as if time itself paused for her. The lake breeze caressed her long hair, setting it afloat in the air like a dynamic painting. At that moment, in Lu Qi's eyes, she was not merely a beautiful sight, but a celestial being fallen to earth. She seemed to have emerged from a realm of dreams, radiating an enigmatic glow and boundless gentleness. Jin Xianzhu transformed the ordinary lakeside into an ethereal paradise, prompting Lu Qi to exclaim, "Such a beauty should only exist in the heavens. How often can one behold such a vision on earth?" Lu Qi, do I look beautiful? Upon hearing his musings, Jin Xianzhu inquired once more. "Beautiful, beautiful, exceedingly beautiful," Lu Qi replied. At this, a blush crept onto Jin Xianzhu's cheeks. Taking a few steps forward, she leaped into the deep waters behind him. "Be careful, Xianzhu." With a splash, she plunged into the depths of the lake. "Xianzhu, I have yet to thoroughly explore this lake. Come back quickly. Beware of dangers." "Lu Qi, you may not have noticed, but I have already checked. The lake's surface remains remarkably tranquil, devoid of any lurking dangers beneath. Would you care to join me? This is far more comfortable than the pool on that cruise ship." At this moment, Jin Xianzhu playfully stirred the water, casting an enticing glance at Lu Qi. Observing the surroundings and finding no apparent threats, Lu Qi set aside the watch he had retrieved and made his way toward Jin Xianzhu in the water. At that instant, time seemed to stand still. The world was enveloped in their joyous laughter and the gentle splashes against the lake's surface. Their souls intertwined in this serene expanse. Each glance exchanged brimming with boundless affection. After what felt like an eternity, weariness settled in, and they floated together on the water's edge. The clouds above drifted lazily, mirrored in the lake, intertwining with their silhouettes. Chapter 47. That young man 2 hours later, in the heart of the forest. Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu strolled back to the stone cave, engaging in light conversation. The exuberance radiating from Jin Xianzhu was unmistakable. Her spirits soared as she had successfully taken her first step towards getting closer to Lu Qi. His unexpected response had astonished her, filling her with joy. With ample time at hand, Jin Xianzhu felt no urgency to return, and Lu Qi was more than willing to accompany her on this leisurely walk. Initially, Lu Qi had embarked on this cruise to mend his broken heart. Yet, after his unforeseen detour to this enchanting locale, he found himself gradually healing, contrary to his expectations of drowning in sorrow. It was not only the unique environment that contributed to his recovery, but also the myriad experiences he encountered and the people he met here. Though solitude aboard the cruise had served as a refuge for his heartache, the presence of a friend made him feel fulfilled and elated, even as he willingly gave of himself. "Lu Qi, I'm feeling a bit tired. Let us rest over there for a while." Jin Xianzhu suddenly pointed to a spot ahead. In fact, she had spotted a rather unusual tree. It may not have been very tall, but its trunk, as thick as a large oil drum, presented a striking visual. Surrounding the tree were wildflowers, creating a serene atmosphere. Naturally, Lu Qi could not refuse Jin Xianzhu's request, especially since they still had plenty of time before returning. After walking a few dozen meters, they paused at a small slope, quietly appreciating the scenery before them. At the edge of the slope stood the remarkable tree, and as they approached, they observed that its trunk was covered in a multitude of bumps, tightly clustered together. The area around the slope was adorned with various wildflowers. "Lu Qi, this tree is truly peculiar. Its trunk is so bumpy, reminiscent of the lacquer tree in my family's garden. However, the crown of this tree looks nothing like that. From a distance, I thought it was full of leaves, but up close, it's all thorns. Indeed, it is extraordinary. I have never seen such a tree before. The lacquer tree you mentioned is unfamiliar to me, but these thorns are quite distinctive, resembling those of the soapod tree." "What is a soapod thorn?" Jin Xianzhu inquired eagerly. "Since I was a child, I've been exposed to traditional Chinese medicine. My grandfather often took me to the mountains to gather herbs. On one occasion, we encountered a soapod tree. and its trunk was covered in similar thorns. My grandfather said those thorns could be used medicinally, and I later learned how to utilize them. As they conversed, Lucci approached the tree's base for a closer inspection. He even took out a dagger, intending to slice a piece for further observation. However, after his attempts, he wore a somewhat frustrated expression and remarked, "Although the thorns of this tree resemble those of the soap pod, their color, length, and hardness are entirely different. Alas, Brother Lucci, don't look anymore. What is there to see? Look at the wildflowers on the ground. How beautiful they are. I want to gather a bunch to take back to Sister Xiaorong. She will surely love them." With that, Jin Xianzhu flitted around the trees like a butterfly, stopping here to admire and there to gaze, pausing to sniff any lovely wildflower she encountered. If it had a pleasant fragrance, she would diligently gather it without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lucci's gaze was fixed on a peculiar and robust tree before him, his face lighting up with surprise. He climbed onto the trunk with a dagger in hand, cautiously maneuvering himself among the branches to cut down the deep brown thorns he could reach. He had discovered that these sturdy thorns were remarkably resilient. Even with his dagger, he could hardly inflict any significant damage upon them. This revelation filled him with excitement. Recently, when encountering small animals, he had refrained from using the precious copper arrowheads he had crafted, opting instead to keep them for self-defense. But now, with these formidable thorns, he could fashion them into wooden arrowheads. He could also create defensive spears for the two women. In this perilous wilderness, having a means of protection was of utmost importance. He had previously been unable to provide for Nie Xiaorong due to the lack of suitable materials, but now, with these thorns, he could finally set to work crafting weapons for them. "Hey, Brother Lucci, why are you still up in that tree? It's so dangerous. Come down." Jin Xianzhu, who had been filled with excitement, suddenly turned and noticed Lucci was missing. Looking up, she was startled to see him perched atop the tree. Her heart, filled with romantic notions, was instantly overshadowed by a flicker of anger as she indignantly exclaimed. Little did she know that Lucci's intentions were tied to their safety. Hearing her words, Lucci offered no further explanation, simply stating that gathering these thorns would prove beneficial. Jin Xianzhu could only huff in response, then resumed her quest for wildflowers. After a considerable time, the two resumed their journey. Lucci carried a rudimentary bag made of tree bark, filled with deep brown thorns, while Jin Xianzhu held a lovely bouquet of wildflowers, humming a cheerful tune and savoring their fragrance, imagining the delighted expression on Nie Xiaorong's face upon seeing them. However, fate is unpredictable, and misfortune lurks just around the corner. One moment, they were filled with joy, and the next, they found themselves in peril. Ahead, about 30 meters away, 6 men were approaching. When Lucci spotted them, the men simultaneously recognized him and Jin Xianzhu. In that instant, Lucci felt as though time had momentarily frozen, and the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Recognizing the men, he wasted no time. He grabbed Jin Xianzhu, who was still entranced by her flowers, and dashed toward the left side of the woods. "Why are they here again?" Xianzhu run. After Jin Xianzhu was abruptly seized by Lucci, a wave of discomfort coursed through her arm, causing the wildflowers in her grasp to tumble to the ground. "Ah, my flowers. Lucci, why are you running? I'll drop my flowers." However, before Lucci could respond, she heard a chorus of shouts in the distance. "That's the kid from last time. Everyone, chase after him. This guy even brought a woman along. Ha ha. Brothers, we absolutely cannot let them escape this time." The leader among the 6 was a man referred to as Changgu by the others. His real name was Sun Chong, once a small contractor in construction. Due to misfortunes in his projects, lost everything overnight and found himself destitute and cornered. Yet, fate was not unkind to him. He fortuitously encountered a benefactor, Li Fei, the son of the Li Group. Seeing Sun Chong's plight, Li Fei offered him a position as a dedicated chauffeur, providing him with a respectable livelihood. This man possessed a remarkable ability to win hearts and was quite loyal to the brothers who followed him. With just a glance, he recognized Lucci as the very boy who had escaped that day, causing several to be stung by the giant hornet, leaving them in a pitiable state. Chapter 48. Rolling and tumbling at this moment. One of his eyes remained swollen to an alarming degree, and the several prominent bumps on his forehead had yet to subside. A glance at the other 5 revealed a similar plight. Whether on their lips, faces, necks, or arms, they bore the marks of injury. It was evident how effective and ruthless Lu Qi's strategy had been that day. With a command from Brother Chong, the 5 men spotted Lu Qi hastily dragging a woman clad in a white skirt into the depths of the forest. Despite their incomplete recovery, the humiliation they had suffered that day was instantly reignited. Like a surge of adrenaline, they pursued Lu Qi with fervor, vowing to make him pay a heavy price. Brother Chong, this kid is too cunning. It seems he is heading up the mountain. We can't encircle him. Sun Chong, leading the charge, called back to his companions as he watched Lu Qi desperately pulling the woman along. Then chase him with all your might. I refuse to believe that he can outrun us while dragging a woman. With that, Sun Chong intensified his pace. The surrounding trees stood lush and verdant, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Lu Qi sprinted along the rugged mountain path with Jin Xianju in tow, the sounds of their footsteps and ragged breaths echoing in the silent woods. Lu Qi, why are they chasing us? Jin Xianju, bewildered by Lu Qi's reckless flight, questioned. Yet, Lu Qi had no time for lengthy explanations, responding directly, I witnessed them commit murder. They likely intend to kill me and seize my possessions. Upon hearing Lu Qi's shocking revelation, Jin Xianju felt her hair stand on end. Casting a glance behind her, she hastened her pace even more. Realizing his words had resonated, Lu Qi began to rack his brain for an escape plan. Though he possessed a bow and arrows, facing 6 robust men, he had to abandon that unrealistic hope. Since acquiring the bow, he had not practiced adequately. Whether he could hit a target remained uncertain, and even if he could, he doubted he could take down 3 men with just 3 arrows. Even if he possessed the capability, he could not confront the brutality of taking a life, nor could he bear the immense psychological burden that would follow. As the 6 pursuers drew ever closer, Lu Qi's heart raced, and he instinctively tightened his grip on Jin Xianju's hand. Lu Qi, you're hurting me. Sister Xianju, if I fall into their hands, it means certain death for me. But if they capture you, it will be a fate worse than death. Do you understand? Lu Qi's words were urgent and blunt. Jin Xianju grasped the gravity of his concerns and fell silent. Damn it, this path is treacherous with constant inclines. At this rate, we will inevitably be caught. Sun Chong's furious shout echoed from behind. Kid, you can't escape. If you stop now, perhaps we'll spare your life. But if you continue to defy us, you're as good as dead. Faced with the looming threat behind him, Lu Qi merely scoffed, choosing to disregard it. In his mind, various strategies raced through, utilizing the intricate terrain to disperse his pursuers, seeking refuge in a safe haven, crafting effective tools, and biding his time for the opportune moment. Yet, after contemplating each possibility, none seemed immediately applicable to his current predicament. It was not until he ascended a small hill that 2 narrow paths appeared before him, clearly warned by the frequent passage of wildlife. Xianju, hurry. Run this way. Don't look back. Don't stop. The faster you return, the better. I'll come back for you. Lu Qi, you. Go now. Jin Xianju's eyes brimmed with reluctance, unwilling to part ways alone. But under Lu Qi's resolute and earnest gaze, she obediently dashed down one of the paths. In that moment of desperation, Lu Qi continued up the other route, intentionally snapping nearby branches to leave distinct footprints on the ground. He swiftly tore a strip from his shirt and hung it on the bushes along his path, hoping to divert those relentlessly pursuing him. Indeed, his ploy proved successful. Sun Chong was the first to catch up, charging after Lu Qi without hesitation. Damn it, where do you think you can run? You made us suffer a great loss that day. Today, you shall taste the bitterness of my wrath. Sun Chong threatened as he pursued Lu Qi. Yet, he soon realized that the woman ahead had vanished. Although he understood that she must have parted ways with Lu Qi, it mattered little. As long as he could capture the young man ahead, their pent-up fury would finally have an outlet. Gasping for breath, Lu Qi felt exhaustion creeping in. Yet he dare not pause for a moment. After ensuring Jin Xianju was safely away, he felt a surge of relief upon seeing 6 men still trailing him. Freed from Jin Xianju's burden, He reckoned that even if he could not outrun them, their pursuit would surely wear them down. The path he was fleeing along had veered far from the route back to the stone cave. Taking a furtive glance over his shoulder, Lucci resolved to impart a lesson that these six would never forget. His thoughts raced. He longed for the chance encounter with his second senior brother, the pack of sea wolves, the formidable black bear, or even the queen bee. If only he could stumble upon any of them again, he would gladly charge forward to lead his pursuers astray. But such encounters were impossible at present. After contemplating various schemes, an idea began to take shape in Lucci's mind. It seemed that the only advantage he had at his disposal lay in the very terrain before him. Panting heavily, Lucci deliberately chose the steep inclines to ascend. With Jin Xianzhu no longer weighing him down, his pace matched that of the 6 men behind him, maintaining an appropriate distance. Damn it, is this kid just stubborn? Why does he insist on running uphill? I'm exhausted. Sun Chong could not restrain his anger any longer and began to curse vehemently. Behind him, his brothers also bared their teeth and shouted insults at Lucci, as if their speed depended on the intensity of their curses. You little rascal, stop right now, or else. Bang, bang, bang. As Sun Chong shouted while running, he was suddenly alerted by one of his companions from behind. Brother Chong, watch out. Sun Chong glanced up and beheld a large, round boulder descending rapidly from the slope towards him. This scoundrel dares to resort to such underhanded tactics. Faced with the impending threat of the boulder, Sun Chong reacted swiftly, leaping to the left at the opportune moment. The boulder rolled down with a whoosh, landing precisely where he had just been. A cry of anguish echoed behind him. It turned out that both Sun Chong and the one who had warned him had managed to evade the boulder. Yet one among the 4 behind had been struck hard on the shoulder. It was unclear whether it had shattered his collarbone or scapula, but the pain caused him to collapse on the ground, writhing and wailing in agony. Ha ha ha! Serves you right for chasing us. Upon hearing the cries of pain and the curses from the remaining 5, Lucci felt a surge of satisfaction and laughed heartily. However, Sun Chong was undeterred by Lucci's retaliation. After leaving one person to tend to the wounded, he rallied the other 4 and continued the pursuit of Lucci. Bang! 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 Damn it! Here it comes again. As another boulder came crashing down from above, Sun Chong shouted a warning to his brothers, and this time, the 4 of them swiftly dodged to the sides, avoiding the falling stone. Chase! We must ensure that this blind fool meets his demise here today. Chapter 49. The troubled heart of Jin Xianzhu. Once again, Lucci was on the ascent, his limbs diligently scaling the slope while his eyes remained vigilant. Not a moment's respite. As he focused on the path beneath him, he also scanned incessantly for round stones, particularly those that appeared capable of rolling. He was determined not to overlook a single one. Thankfully, the other stones remained silent. Otherwise, they would surely learn from the 4 pursuers behind him and berate Lucci for his arrogant demeanor. Who did he think he was looking down upon? Were they incapable of causing harm? However, in Lucci's perspective, it was the large, round stones that held his utmost interest. Compared to the hindrance posed by smaller stones, these larger boulders could roll swiftly, travel farther, and deliver a more formidable impact, potentially dissuading his pursuers from their relentless chase. Yet, Lucci soon realized he had overestimated his confidence. The large round stones were scarce, and those pursuing him had become increasingly adept at evading them. This infuriated Lucci, prompting him to snatch up small stones from the ground and hurl them at the group with fervor. Damn it, my head! To his astonishment, amidst the onslaught of a large stone, his casual toss of a small stone managed to strike one of the pursuers, filling Lucci with delight. Consequently, the stones he had previously disregarded, even contemplating complaints about them, were now eagerly collected and thrown without hesitation. In areas abundant with stones, he need not run. He simply indulged in a game of target practice. Initially, Lucci had intended to explain himself while retaliating, as the misunderstanding had stemmed from the previous encounter. However, Sun Chong and his companions not only refused to listen, but also resorted to a chorus of curses that extinguished any desire Lucci had to clarify matters. Thus, he alternated between throwing stones and running, and soon enough, the other 3 experienced the sting of being struck by stones. It was only after Sun Chong was hit by a stone that he halted his pursuit. "You bastard! I'll remember this debt. And I better not cross paths with you again. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Yet, all he received in return was a relentless barrage of stones. Quick dodge. Having been toyed with by Lu Qi on 2 occasions, Sun Chong found himself utterly powerless against him, leaving him seething with frustration. Lu Qi, now utterly exhausted, could scarcely utter a word. His lungs were solely focused on providing him with the breath he needed, leaving no energy for speech. Upon witnessing Sun Chong and the others cursing as they turned to leave, Lu Qi finally collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. After a considerable time, he rose to his feet and spat vehemently in the direction the departing figures had taken. "What a bunch of brutes, wrongfully accusing me and refusing to heed advice. Now they've learned their lesson." With a sigh of relief, Lu Qi picked up the bark pouch from the ground and hastened toward the cave. However, for the sake of safety, fearing he might be followed, he continuously altered his route, employing stealth to eliminate any possibility of being tracked. As the afternoon sun dipped towards dusk, Lu Qi finally arrived near the cave. Just as he emerged, he spotted Nie Xiaorong jogging towards him. "Has Jin Xianzhu returned?" However, upon seeing only Lu Qi alone, she looked at him in confusion, exclaiming, "No, she went with you, didn't she?" "What? She still hasn't come back." Panic surged through her. "Oh no, she must have gotten lost." After setting down the bag of tree bark, Lu Qi hurriedly took only his bow and backpack and rushed out again. Nie Xiaorong wanted to join in the search, but was abruptly interrupted by Lu Qi's firm no. The sky had begun to darken. Losing one was already unfortunate, but losing another was out of the question. Observing Lu Qi's anxious expression, she turned and called out, "Please be careful, Lu Qi. I will await your return." When Jin Kai Zhe saw Nie Xiaorong return with a worried face, he inquired if Lu Qi had come back. Naturally, Nie Xiaorong refrained from revealing the truth. If she did, it would only cause him unnecessary distress. She had entrusted her friend to Lu Qi's care, yet as dusk approached, her friend had vanished while he returned alone. What kind of situation was that? Consequently, upon hearing Nie Xiaorong's report that they had not returned, a sly smile flickered across Jin Kaize's face. "My sister is remarkable. Is she really on the path to winning over Lu Xiao brother today? If so, I have underestimated Xianzhu. I thought she would shy away from my teasing, but it seems my sister is indeed decisive, refusing to relent until she achieves her goal." After a considerable time, the forest had begun to grow dim. Lu Qi's worry intensified, and he could distinctly hear the pounding of his own heart. "Jin Xianzhu, you can't truly be lost, can you? Please don't let anything happen. How will I explain this to your brother?" Unable to contain his anxiety any longer, Lu Qi disregarded the potential dangers and began to call out loudly as he walked, "Jin Xianzhu, where are you? Jin Xianzhu." Yet his voice, amidst the dense and shadowy forest, barely traveled far before being swallowed by the thick foliage. Half an hour passed, then an hour. Logically, this was the last place they had separated, yet he still could not find Jin Xianzhu. "Jin Xianzhu, where are you?" Meanwhile, as Lu Qi desperately searched for Jin Xianzhu, she sat alone by the lake where they had come to fish earlier that day, hiding in a rocky corner and quietly weeping. Why was she here? It turned out she could not bear to part with the bouquet she had painstakingly gathered. However, after finding the flowers, when she attempted to continue her journey, she spotted the 6 individuals descending the mountain in pursuit of Lu Qi from a distance. In a panic, she quickly concealed herself, daring not to utter a word. As the 6 passed by not far from her, 2 of them were being supported, limping along. Hearing their grumbling and curses, one could not deny the girl's bravery, though her thought process seemed a bit peculiar, all for the sake of that one bouquet. If Lu Qi were to learn of her motivations, one could only wonder what his reaction would be. At this moment, Jin Xianzhu felt assured that Lu Qi was safe, and thus decided to seek him out so they could return together. However, she found herself lost instead, unable to locate him. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, she hesitated to venture further into the forest alone, ultimately choosing to head towards the lake. She returned to the very spot where they had fished, contemplating that if Lu Qi were to return there the following day, he would surely find her. After all, there were a few fish he had raised nearby. providing her some sustenance should hunger strike. Yet, as the twilight deepened, so too did the fear that gripped her heart. Despite her attempts to bolster her spirits and encourage herself to remain strong, the calls of the creatures in the woods ultimately overwhelmed her, and her vulnerability manifested in a torrent of tears. Chapter 50. Rescue. After a considerable time, Lucci arrived at the place where the flowers bloomed by day. He had surveyed the vicinity of the tree, but found no trace of Jean Xianzhu. Where could that woman have gone? She had mentioned returning first. Oh, what a predicament. After walking several more meters, Lucci contemplated giving up and returning. Yet at that moment, he suddenly noticed a gleaming red light emanating from the woods ahead. What could that be? Continuing forward a few more steps, he discerned that the light was indeed a fire. Could it be the lost Jean Xianzhu? Driven by curiosity, Lucci stealthily made his way towards it. Meanwhile, at a distance by the fire, 6 men were gathered together. One lay fully stretched out, another reclined against a stone, while the remaining 4 sat closely, their eyes fixed intently on the 2 women bound before them. The women were strikingly beautiful, with fair skin, yet both appeared somewhat frail, and their complexions were far from ideal. Bound with their hands behind them, they sat together, acutely aware of the malevolent gazes directed at them. One of the women, trembling with fear, whispered, "Sister Shunbing, they are not from our beach. I have never seen them before. Indeed, these men bear wounds, and their eyes betray a fierce hostility. We may be in grave danger. We must devise a plan to escape swiftly." Shunbing observed their surroundings and the demeanor of the 6 men with a composed demeanor. The 2 women were none other than Shunbing and Liya, who had become separated after leaving the beach. They had intended to seek food at the lake and cleanse themselves of grime, but shortly after departing, they encountered these menacing figures, the very same individuals whom Lucci had previously dealt with. Upon sighting Shunbing and Liya, the men's eyes widened with interest. Even the one with a fractured collarbone felt a semblance of relief from pain. However, uncertain if the women had companions nearby, Sun Chong initially inquired with a semblance of politeness, requesting the women to join their group. Yet when Shunbing declined his offer, their demeanor shifted abruptly. Sensing the danger, the 2 women attempted to flee, but having gone days without a substantial meal, they could hardly outrun Sun Chong and his companions. Before they had traversed even 10 meters, Sun Chong seized them and forcibly bound them. Shunbing immediately resisted, calling out for help, and sternly warned the men that their companions were nearby. Consequently, the men refrained from resorting to violence while binding Shunbing and Liya. However, as night fell, the gazes of the 4 men grew increasingly predatory, while the 2 women sensed impending peril. Shunbing's mind raced as she contemplated an escape strategy. At that precise moment, Lucci had quietly approached the vicinity, under the flickering glow of the flames. When he finally discerned the figures before him, his heart jolted in surprise. How could it be these 6 ruffians again? Wait, Shunbing and Liya, how could they be here? How had these 2 women left the beach and found themselves in the clutches of this gang? As he took in the scene before him, Lucci realized that Shunbing and Liya were certainly trapped. Yet he found himself at a loss for what to do. To intervene alone would surely be courting death. However, to abandon them would likely seal their fate. What was he to do? Alas, he had yet to locate Jean Xianzhu, and now he was confronted with such a predicament. Clenching his fists, Lucci pondered a solution. By the campfire, Sun Chong occasionally glanced at Shunbing and Liya, while a man beside him spoke up, "Brother Chong, these 2 women claim they have companions nearby, yet we have yet to see anyone come looking for them. Do you think they might be deceiving us?" Another added, "Exactly. If they truly had companions, they would have emerged by now. I expected to scavenge some supplies, but after waiting so long, we've received nothing." Listening to the men beside him, Sun Chong remained silent, secretly contemplating how to seize more goods. However, as time passed, his thoughts began to shift from supplies to the 2 breathtaking women before him. Noticing Sun Chong's predatory gaze fixed upon them, the other men understood his intentions. One of them remarked, "Brother Chong, if you're thinking about it, why hold back? It's late, and there's no one else around. If you don't want the brothers to watch, take one out to take care of business and return. If they truly have companions, we can negotiate. If they're numerous, we can always offer them some food. Ha! Exactly, Brother Chong. We respect you. You choose first. The other one I'll take. At this point, I'm not concerned about much else. Just living well here is enough. Upon hearing their words, Sun Chong's expression darkened, and he firmly replied, Do you really think you can do as you please on this island? Look at our current situation. Who wouldn't desire a woman? Don't you wish to have a woman who willingly stays by your side? Must you resort to such coercive tactics? Even if you succeed now, will they truly be devoted to you forever? At this, the two men felt as if cold water had been thrown over them, their minds clearing considerably. They began to see Sun Chong in a new light. Meanwhile, Shun Bing and Leah, who had previously ignored Sun Chong, now turned to look at him simultaneously. It must be said, Sun Chong's words had genuinely surprised Shun Bing. The world often claims that one cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth. Yet this scoundrel who had bound them suddenly spoke such wisdom, leaving her utterly bewildered. As she regarded Sun Chong, she pondered whether this rogue had captured them for wealth or for more nefarious desires. As the two women cast their gazes upon Sun Chong, he too became aware of their scrutiny. He remarked, As long as you both comply, we shall not inflict any harm upon you. In fact, you shall never want for food or drink in the future. My two brothers may lack education and eloquence, so there is no need for you to feel frightened. With that, he rose and approached the two women. Upon witnessing Sun Chong's advance, Leah felt a surge of trepidation and instinctively recoiled. In contrast, Shun Bing remained seated, steadfastly observing Sun Chong as he drew nearer. Noticing this, Sun Chong disregarded Leah's reaction and knelt before Shun Bing, untying the ropes that bound her wrists. He then informed her, You may take a rest. As for your friend, should she find herself utterly fatigued, you are permitted to free her as well. After speaking, Sun Chong returned to his own seat. At this moment, Shun Bing was utterly bewildered by Sun Chong's intentions, while the two individuals beside him regarded the scene with a mix of confusion and intrigue, keenly absorbing Sun Chong's approach to handling women. Chapter 51, A Silent Understanding Strong. Will they attempt to flee? Indeed. Then why would you? Running through this forest at such a late hour. Do you truly believe a woman could survive until dawn? As Sun Chong uttered these words, he did so without reservation. His voice raised not only for those beside him, but also intended for Shun Bing and her companion to hear. At this moment, Shun Bing, unable to form a precise judgment about Sun Chong's character, found herself incredulous at his earlier statement. To so easily abandon vigilance over the two women felt akin to deceiving a mere child. If he weren't a fool, then his intellect was indeed juvenile. The latter was certainly not the case. Yet, one thing was clear in her mind. This place was far from safe. Even if their lives were not in immediate jeopardy, latent dangers and potential harm lurked at every corner. Having come to this realization, Shun Bing sought to comfort Leah. The two began to converse softly and without hesitation. Shun Bing untied the ropes binding Leah's hands. She understood that if Sun Chong were truly concerned, he would not have permitted her to free Leah, nor would he have made such remarks. Moments later, upon learning of Shun Bing's plan, Leah's fear dissipated, and she obediently sat beside Shun Bing, mirroring her every action. For only by encouraging these men to lower their guard could they possibly find an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, under the scrutiny of several men, even the most meticulously crafted plan would be rendered futile, and they would inevitably be recaptured, at which point trust would be a luxury long lost. Did you all escape from the cruise ship? Shun Bing inquired, directing her gaze towards Sun Chong. Her motive was straightforward, to garner a modicum of trust. Surely you too? And how many lifeboats have you seen that reached the shores of this island? 3, I suppose. At least that's how many were on the beach we previously occupied. However, given your unfamiliarity, it seems it must be 4, as you must have disembarked from another lifeboat. You are rather intriguing, yet your thoughts are remarkably astute. No wonder you have risen to lead these rascals. Upon hearing Shun Bing's words, Sun Chong initially felt a flicker of surprise at her audacity, soon replaced by a sense of comfort from her flattery. Meanwhile, the two men beside him widened their eyes in disbelief, retorting, You foul woman! Do you have any sense of propriety? When have we been lecherous? Should you dare speak again, I shall make it my mission to deal with you tonight. Nevertheless, Shen Bing paid no heed to his threats and continued addressing Sun Chong. Only the affluent or those possessing power and influence could board that cruise ship, with your entourage around you. I presume you must be a person of considerable strength yourself. Who would have thought our sisters would catch your eye? As she spoke, Shen Bing discreetly observed Sun Chong, noting the fleeting satisfaction that crossed his face. Who would relish such praise? He, Sun Chong, was once a man who would bow and scrape, but now, being praised by others, especially by a beautiful woman, filled him with an undeniable joy and a sense of pride for his previous decisions regarding the two ladies' attitudes. The two individuals beside him, upon hearing Shen Bing's words, gazed at Sun Chong in admiration, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. In their hearts, they exclaimed that Brother Chong was indeed exceptional. With just a mere couple of simple moves, he had captivated this woman, leaving her utterly entranced. This was undoubtedly of a far superior caliber compared to their own attempts to force matters. They realized they had much to learn, and they needed to learn well. Just as Shen Bing and Sun Chong were engaged in lively conversation, Leah, with a troubled expression, suddenly exclaimed, "Sister Shen, I have a terrible stomachache. I need to use the restroom." Her voice was clear, and both Sun Chong and the others heard her distinctly. Upon hearing this, Shen Bing promptly replied, "Then go. Hurry back." Leah was taken aback. She hadn't expected Sister Shen to be so decisive. Wasn't he had agreed that they would escape together? How could you be sent off alone? However, Sister Shen, I'm scared to go alone. Could you accompany me? Seeing Leah's impressive performance, Shen Bing felt a surge of delight. This girl had remarkable talent. Yet, she did not respond immediately but turned to Sun Chong, asking, "Brother Chong, may I accompany her to the restroom? I've been wanting to relieve myself since you bound me earlier. It's so dark outside. I want to take her too far, just to the bushes ahead." After making her request, she awaited Sun Chong's decision. At that moment, Sun Chong had also calmed down. It wasn't that he lacked confidence, but rather that he suddenly felt a wave of unease. However, to maintain his composure, he did not rise but gestured to the man beside him, saying, "Xiao Chun, go with them and ensure their safety." Upon hearing Sun Chong's words, the man named Chen immediately understood and replied, "Brother Chong, rest assured, this is a small matter. I'll keep them safe." Seeing this, Shen Bing thought to herself, "This Sun Chong is quite the cunning fox. He neither wants to lose face nor miss the chance to watch over me. I was indeed naive to think otherwise." However, she could not afford to remain seated, so she helped Liu up, and the two of them walked ahead. Just as the man named Chun was about to follow, Sun Chong called out, "Wait, Xiao Chun, take this." He tossed a wooden stick to him. "You must return in 20 minutes. Don't stray too far from them." "Understood, Brother Chong," Chen replied, catching the stick and then heading off after the two ladies. In the distance, Lu Qi witnessed this scene and felt a sudden thrill of excitement. He had been pondering how to make his move, and now, the perfect opportunity had presented itself. At this moment, Shen Bing grasped Lia's hand, urging her to run swiftly while ensuring they remained together. As long as they could escape their pursuer's line of sight, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to catch them in the enveloping darkness. "Sister Shen Bing," Leah exclaimed, "but what about the person following us? What should we do?" "I have a plan. Just follow my commands and run," Shen Bing replied confidently. "Understood, Sister Shen Bing." Seeing the two whispering in front of him, Xiao Chun erupted in anger. "What are you talking about? Hurry up. Don't waste my time. I need to get back to rest." Shen Bing quickly turned, responding, "Big brother, just a little further ahead will suffice. Please don't be so harsh. My sister is feeling unwell, and we can't stay too close to you. Stop the nonsense. I want to fall for your tricks." After they had walked nearly 10 more meters, Xiao Chun declared, "All right, let us stop here. Hurry up, and don't attempt any funny business." Shen Bing glanced around, noting that they had hardly moved 20 meters, and the area was too open with little cover. Gaining courage, she retorted, "Could you perhaps take a lesson from Brother Chong's magnanimity? Look around. There are hardly any bushes here to provide us cover. Have you never seen a woman use the restroom in your life, you lecherous brute? You." In the distance, Shen Bing's voice had not been subdued, and despite being 20 meters away, the group gathered around the fire chuckled at her words. Hearing his comrades tease him, Xiao Chun felt a surge of anger rising, but he stifled it begrudgingly muttering, "You woman, I'll 1T hold this against you. But if you provoke me again, you'll regret it tonight. Now move quickly." Chapter 52, A profound embrace after walking several meters. Constrained by the threats of the man named Chun, Shun Bing and Leo were compelled to halt, retreating towards a nearby thicket. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was fixated on them from behind the bushes. As the two women neared the foliage, Shun Bing noticed the man still staring at them. Without regard for the potential ire she might provoke, she boldly exclaimed, "We need to relieve ourselves. Brother, are you still going to stare?" Upon hearing this, both women braced themselves for an outburst from the man. However, to their surprise, he merely glared at Shun Bing before turning away, acknowledging her boldness. Exchanging glances, Shun Bing and Leah moved into the underbrush, feigning squatting down. Just then, Lu Qi appeared behind them, swiftly covering their mouths with his hand and embracing them tightly, whispering urgently in their ears, "Shun Bing, Leah, it's me, Lu Qi." His unexpected appearance startled the women, sending their spirits soaring, yet his words swiftly anchored them back to reality. This thrilling encounter left them trembling with excitement. But Lu Qi dared not let his guard down. He whispered, "You both need to keep him occupied while I incapacitate him. They'll take you away." Upon recognizing the long-awaited Lu Qi, the initial shock and surprise on their faces lingered, their eyes reflecting disbelief that soon transformed into exuberance. They nodded fervently in agreement. Once he was certain they recognized him, Lu Qi gently released them, observing the man as he stealthily approached. Shun Bing, suppressing her astonishment and delight, watched as Lu Qi stealthily maneuvered. Yet, the man, Xiao Chun, seemed to sense something amiss. After Shun Bing and Leah crouched down, silence ensued. Just as he was about to turn, Shun Bing's voice broke the quiet. "Leah, hurry up. I'll wait for you outside." At her words, the man hesitated to turn, while Shun Bing advanced toward him. As she passed by Lu Qi, she exchanged a glance and a gesture with him. Although Lu Qi was puzzled by her actions, he recognized that Shun Bing had just averted a crisis. Understanding her intent, Lu Qi noted the sound of Li mimicking the act of urination, further convincing the man that everything was normal. At this moment, Shun Bing returned to the man's side, deliberately positioning herself in front of him to capture his attention. "How did you finish so quickly?" she inquired. The man, taken aback by her presence, stared intently at Shun Bing, responding rudely, "What? Does it take long to pee? Why isn't your sister here yet?" Shun Bing initially shot him a sharp glance, then retorted without hesitation, "You only take a minute or two to finish when you have diarrhea?" Xiao Chun was rendered speechless, yet he could not suppress his indignation at Shun Bing's unfriendly rebuke. He glared fiercely at her, precisely as she desired. To shield Lu Qi from any potential disturbances, Shun Bing audaciously began to hum a tune under Xiao Chen's intense scrutiny. "Let me slowly approach you. Let me slowly approach you. Extend your hands, and you still have me, giving you my fantasies and blessings, the warmth of life's sunshine." Seeing Shun Bing's boldness, unafraid and so nonchalantly singing before him, Xiao Chan found himself viewing her in a new light. However, just as he reached out to act against her, Shun Bing abruptly asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" This question struck at the very core of his being, halting his impolite intentions. Behind the bushes, Leo observed as Lu Qi stealthily approached the man, now merely a meter away, brandishing a hefty stone high above his head. "Why do you ask that? Are you willing to be my girlfriend?" The man jested, yet he was met with a response he had long yearned for. "If you truly don't have a girlfriend, I would certainly be willing." With a resounding thud, the sound of a watermelon being struck echoed. The Chun man instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Lu Qi stood before Shun Bing, resembling a hero. In his hand was a smooth stone, which had just struck the back of the Chun man's head. Lu Qi felt a pang of remorse for being so ruthless. It was a harsh blow, yet, he reasoned, if he had held back, what if the man didn't faint? That would have been far more troublesome. Thus, in such a situation, Lu Qi had no room for hesitation. "Quick, come with me," he urged Shun Bing in a hushed tone, yet was met with a warm embrace from her. As her delicate form nestled against him, Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback, thinking she must have been frightened by the encounter, as any woman would be in such circumstances. So, He gently held her, reassuring her, "It's all right, don't be afraid. I will take you away from here." In truth, when Shinbing laid eyes on Lu Qi, her previously resolute heart became fragile. The words, "if you really don't have a girlfriend, I would certainly be willing," resonated in her heart, meant solely for Lu Qi, though he remained oblivious to her intentions. After a few breaths, Shinbing finally released Lu Qi, and together with Li Ye, the three hastily departed. However, it wasn't long before Sun Chong and the others sensed something amiss. 10 minutes later, upon discovering the unconscious Chun man, Lu Qi had already led Shinbing and Li Ye far away. In the darkness of night, they were unable to pursue, a result Lu Qi had anticipated. However, it did not take long for Lu Qi to realize the naivety of his thoughts, for in the distance behind them, two brilliant beams of light soon illuminated the surroundings. "Oh no, it's the glare of flashlights. We must hide." The trio swiftly concealed themselves just as the beams swept past them. To his astonishment, Lu Qi noted that they possessed two flashlights. At that moment, Shinbing also caught sight of the flashlight in Lu Qi's hand, which remained unlit. "You have one too?" Shinbing inquired, her expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. "Indeed, such intense illumination must be supplies from the lifeboat. Their flashlights are identical to mine. I had initially planned to distance ourselves before activating it, but it seems I was mistaken. Turning it on would lead them directly to us." "Lu Qi, Sister Shinbing, since they are aware of our escape direction, perhaps we should conceal ourselves for the time being, and once they have moved on, we can flee in the opposite direction. That is a sound plan." Thus, the three sought refuge in a discreet location, successfully hiding away. Chapter 53. Unrestrained words. 3 to 4 minutes later, the distant beam of a flashlight began to approach them. Three figures, with Sun Chong leading the way, cursed as they walked. "Damn it! Having caught these two women this time, I shall strip them bare and teach them a proper lesson. Indeed, Brother Chong, your trust in them allowed you to untie them for a good rest, yet they dare to play tricks and even knocked out Xiao Chun. Truly despicable." But Sun Chong remained silent, leading the way with the flashlight. The trio hurried along, the bright beam sweeping the ground ahead, soon veering off down a narrow path beside them. "Quickly, be cautious." At this moment, Lu Qi hurriedly guided the two women away, fleeing towards the lake. This time, their escape direction did not arouse any suspicion from Sun Chong and the others, for they could never fathom that two mere women would possess such audacity to double back and flee in another direction. After a considerable time, the three finally reached the vicinity of the lake and came to a halt. Shinbing and Li Ye were utterly exhausted, having persevered through the forest after leaving the beach. It was indeed a remarkable feat. Lu Qi could scarcely imagine what sustenance they might have sought in the woods to stave off hunger. Now that they were distanced from danger, Lu Qi exhaled a sigh of relief. He was somewhat familiar with the surroundings near the lake, where the nocturnal glow was brighter than that of the forest. "Let's rest here. We should be safe now." Upon hearing this, Shinbing and Li Ye collapsed onto the ground, preparing to recuperate. However, their eyes remained fixed on Lu Qi, not straying for an instant. Lu Qi continued to survey the surroundings, astonished by the sudden appearance of the two women. Once he noticed their breathing had steadied, he inquired, "How did you both end up here? Where did you leave the beach?" Shinbing hesitated, but Li Ye suddenly broke down in tears, recounting their ordeal. "Wah! Lu Qi, we searched for you with great difficulty. After you all left, Sure Hao and his gang turned out to be exactly as you predicted. Lazy and self-serving, forming cliques and abusing their power. They even targeted those capable of foraging for food, attempting to subjugate them into willingly providing for their needs. They repeatedly stole the fruits of others' labor." Wow. Listening to Li Ye's account, Lu Qi felt a surge of anger. "We escaped the beach alongside those who had been bullied by them. As we departed, they pilfered several survival tools, and that night, Sure Hao led a relentless pursuit. In the end, we were captured, nearly losing our lives. It was during the struggle that we became separated from the others. Throughout this journey, I owe my survival to Sister Shinbing's care. Otherwise, I would have fainted from hunger several times." Hearing about the tribulations the two had endured, Lu Qi's heart ached. He could only wonder how they had managed to endure such hardships recently. Gurgle. Gurgle. As Lia spoke, her stomach began to grumble hungrily, clearly indicating her dire need for sustenance. Lucci hastily unbuckled his backpack, only to discover that the jerky had been entirely consumed, leaving behind merely a half bottle of drinking water. He quickly handed it to Lia, who expressed her gratitude before taking a few refreshing sips. Wow, this water is delightful. Sister Shun, you must try it. Shin Bing accepted the water bottle and took a few small sips herself, soon realizing it was nearly empty. Lucci, what brings you here at such a late hour? Although Shan Bing had been diligently searching for Lucci, his sudden appearance before her was still somewhat hard to believe, especially given that he had successfully rescued them both. I got separated from a friend during the day and was looking for her. I happened to pass by and saw you two bound by the fire. Just as I was pondering how to rescue you, you both emerged with that man. Hee. Lucci, we finally found you, Shin Bing exclaimed. Ever since you left the beach, I've been thinking about you. Thinking about me? Missing me? Upon hearing Lia's sudden words, Shin Bing shot her a reproachful glance for being too talkative. Meanwhile, Lucci looked at Shun Bing with an expression of inquiry. Noticing his gaze, Shun Bing lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Don't listen to her nonsense. This explanation only served to remind Lucci of the time when Shun Bing had personally intervened to stop him. Was it possible that her concern for him had stemmed not from worry over his safety, but from feelings of affection? As Lucci pondered this, Lia chimed in. Of course. Sister Shun says you are capable, honest, and possess excellent medical skills. And there is more. Rising to sit beside Lucci, she leaned close to his ear to share a secret. This scene left Shin Bing feeling both anxious and bashful, worried that Lia might inadvertently reveal something inappropriate. Ever since leaving the beach, Shin Bing had genuinely treated Lia as a sister, and their days together had fostered numerous shared thoughts and secrets. Lia, what on earth are you saying? Come here, Shin Bing called out, though her eyes remained fixed on Lucci, keen to glean any hint from his expression. However, after hearing Lia's secret, Lucci could not help but chuckle, leaving Shun Bing bewildered. When had she shared anything amusing with Lia? It seemed not at all. Then she noticed Lucci's gaze shifting towards her, which suggested that Lia's whispered words were indeed related to her. With this realization, she could no longer tolerate the secretive exchange unfolding before her. Enraged, she confronted Lia. What are you trying to slander me about? Just wait until I deal with you. As she spoke, she rose and approached Lia. Lucci, I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth. You must protect me. I am entrusting you with my very life. In the midst of her words, one of Lia's ears was gently pinched by Shun Bing. Ouch. Sister Shun Bing, what are you doing? I haven't said anything ill of you, have I? Right, Lucci? Upon witnessing this, Lia hurriedly sought Lucci's assistance. You sly rascal. Do not feign innocence with me. What could Lucci possibly find amusing about me? Speak up. What disparaging remarks have you made about me? Lucci. Lia grasped Lucci's hand, pleading for help in a tone filled with urgency. Seeing this, Lucci had no choice but to come to her rescue. Chapter 54. Desperate resistance, all right. Lia did not say anything to you, but I still feel somewhat insecure here. It would be better for us to speak softly. Upon hearing this, Shun Bing finally released Lia. However, Lia eagerly shifted to the other side of Lucci, linking her arm with his and playfully sticking her tongue out at Shun Bing. Sister Shun Bing, tonight, I have no reason to be afraid anymore. Finally, there is a man to protect me. Shun Bing thought to herself, this girl is undoubtedly doing this on purpose, merely seeking her own amusement. Otherwise, how could she articulate thoughts that mirrored her own? It must be that Lia inferred her feelings after she had shared some intimate details about Lucci. Ahem. All right. You two, cease the teasing. Upon seeing Lucci's serious demeanor, which bore a hint of concern, the two women recalled his earlier words about lingering into the night in search of a friend. They promptly tucked away their smiles, their expressions turning earnest and inquisitive. Is the person you are looking for a man or a woman? What are they wearing? What is their name? After Lucci provided a brief overview of the situation, Shin Bing and Lia finally understood. No wonder the six captors appeared so disheveled, as if they had boils on their heads. They truly deserved it. Lucci, you are remarkable. You managed to outsmart all 6 of them single-handedly, and you left them in such a pitiful state. It is incredibly satisfying. In response to the women's admiration, Lu Qi remained calm, contemplating that if he ventured out again with them, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. Yet, having heard Lia's account, he could not bear to leave them behind in this perilous situation. Seemingly perceiving Lu Qi's concerns, Shun Bing candidly remarked, "You are worried about our safety, aren't you? Worry not. We can take care of ourselves. We have endured for so many days already. We are accustomed to it. You should go ahead. Thank you for rescuing us." Indeed, Sister Shinbing is right. Lu Qi, you should prioritize finding your friend. We will manage just fine. Thank you for saving us. Upon hearing their words, Lu Qi felt a surge of gratitude, yet he could not abandon them to the darkness. "Kulme, follow me to a place where I can first fill your stomachs. Is there food?" The sudden declaration left both women exchanging incredulous glances, hardly believing their ears. "Really, Lu Qi, do you truly have food for us?" Lia asked, her expression a blend of skepticism and hope. Observing her reaction, Lu Qi assured her earnestly, "Of course it is true. Come with me." As Lu Qi took the lead, the 2 women exchanged glances filled with disbelief. They were all too aware that their recent existence had plummeted to unprecedented lows, teetering on the brink of survival. From a life of luxury and abundance, they had suddenly found themselves in dire straits, struggling to survive on meager sustenance. At this moment, a single utterance from Lu Qi could rescue the 2 from peril and the brink of death. Who wouldn't be exhilarated by such a prospect? What are you waiting for? Hurry and follow. Upon turning around, Lu Qi noticed that the 2 women had yet to catch up and promptly urged them. It was only then that they snapped back to reality, responding with eager enthusiasm. All right. They quickly followed Lu Qi with joy. By the lakeside, the lonely and helpless Jin Xianju was hiding in a crevice of the rocks, weeping. As the night grew darker, the once affluent heiress now resembled an abandoned orphan, forsaken in this desolate place, awaiting the arrival of death. "Woo-woo, brother Lu Qi, woo-woo." However, no matter how she cried, the only responses were the oppressive silence of the night and the distant, chilling howls of ferocious beasts. Thus, she dared not cry out loudly, nor make excessive noise. She had hoped that, by remaining quiet, she could safely endure the night, yet the nocturnal creatures had no intention of allowing her to linger unchallenged until dawn. If she managed to survive the night here, it would be the greatest affront to these nocturnal predators. Suddenly, a howl from a sea wolf pierced the night air. In an instant, Jin Xianju felt her heart leap in terror. Her encounters with those beasts had left a profound impression. After she and her brother Jin Ki's had separated from the crowd, they had faced the sea wolves 2 or 3 times, suffering greatly in the process. Moreover, her brother was now incapacitated, unable to walk due to a bite from a sea wolf. Had it not been for Lu Qi's timely intervention, they might have already become the sea wolves' next meal. What to do? Jin Xianju's panic reached a fever pitch as she repeatedly asked herself these questions. With no weapon at her disposal, she seized 2 stones from the ground and clutched them tightly in her hands. The howls of the sea wolves grew ever nearer, and it seemed that there were more than 1 or 2. Realizing that escape was unlikely, Jin Xianju steeled herself for a desperate fight, aware that the wolves' keen sense of smell had likely revealed her presence. They simply had not charged at her yet, as she had not actively exposed her exact location. In that moment, she recognized her folly. She should have heeded Lu Qi's advice and not returned to retrieve that useless flower. Otherwise, she would not have found herself in such a perilous situation. Suddenly, a noticeable rustling sound emanated from mere meters away. Jin Xianju peered out, her breath catching in her throat as she spotted the unmistakable silhouette of a sea wolf. This was disastrous. Panic surged within her, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. Yet, she understood that she must summon her strength to fend off the approaching predator. Although she had not seen any companions with it, she could not afford to let it draw closer. Resolutely, she picked up the 2 stones from the ground, let out a fierce roar, and charged out from her hiding place. "Beast, get away!" As she spoke, she hurled a stone with great force towards the sea wolf. Clang, clang, clang. With a series of sharp sounds, it was as anticipated. it missed its mark, landing instead on the ground beside the sea wolf and producing a few resonant thuds. Although the stone did not strike the sea wolf, it startled the creature, causing it to instinctively retreat a few steps. Just as it halted, Jin Hyunju launched her second stone. Similarly, it failed to hit its target and instead struck the rocky shore, creating a few more collisions. At that moment, another sea wolf emerged from behind a thicket, immediately baring its teeth at Jin Hyunju, which frightened her into exclaiming, "Stay back. Don't come any closer." Perhaps sensing the urgency, she picked up a wooden stick from the ground, the very one that Lu Qi had prepared for her defense earlier in the day. The two sea wolves hesitated to attack upon seeing Jin Hyunju wield the stick, as they instinctively feared the bipedal creature. After all, they had not encountered many humans on this island before. Chapter 55. The Lost Kim Hyunju. However, the bipedal creature that now appeared piqued their interest, for they instinctively sensed her fear. The movements of the two sea wolves indicated that they were communicating. Moments later, the two sea wolves began to lowly growl, splitting left and right to flank Kim Hyunju. Observing this, Kim Hyunju brandished the stick in her hand, and the sea wolves retreated a few paces, yet continued to linger. Perhaps it was her height that intimidated them, or perhaps it was the stick she wielded that instilled fear. The two sea wolves did not assume an aggressive stance. Instead, they circled around her restlessly. After a considerable time, the atmosphere shifted dramatically with the appearance of a third sea wolf. Initially, Kim Hyunju could not comprehend why the two sea wolves merely circled her without launching an attack. Now, she grasped the truth. They were awaiting reinforcements. As the third sea wolf emerged, one of the previous sea wolves lowered its head and approached her. Upon noticing the sea wolf advancing from her right, Kim Hyunju swung the wooden stick and took a few steps toward it, shouting fiercely, "You scoundrel, get lost. Do you truly think I am easy prey? If you dare come closer, I will fight you." On the brink of survival, Kim Hyunju suppressed her fear and unleashed a different kind of fury. The advancing sea wolf halted in its tracks, glaring menacingly at her, its teeth bared in a menacing display. Seeing that Kim Hyunju neither retreated nor showed fear, it slightly twisted its head. At that moment, the other two sea wolves seemed to receive a signal and advance simultaneously. "Father, brother, Lu Qi, sister Xiaorong, take care." Witnessing the three sea wolves encircling her menacingly, Kim Hyunju felt her heart sink, silently bidding farewell to those she cherished at that moment, then gripping the stick tightly, bracing herself for a final desperate struggle. Beneath the moonlit night, the eyes of the three sea wolves glowed with a chilling luminescence akin to that of death. Fixating on Kim Hyunju, just as the three sea wolves prepared to pounce, a sudden blinding light erupted from a distance of several meters behind them, illuminating everything with an intense glare. The brilliance cast a stark brightness over the three sea wolves and Kim Hyunju alike. As the dazzling light pierced her vision, Kim Hyunju instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Yet within her heart, elation surged, for she recognized this as a product of humanity. Someone was coming. In that instant, the three sea wolves tucked their tails between their hind legs and turned to flee. Amidst the blinding light, a loud thud resonated, followed by the swift release of an arrow that shot toward one of the sea wolves. Almost simultaneously, a howl echoed through the night. The other two sea wolves turned tail and vanished without a trace. The strong light rapidly shifted, illuminating the wretched sea wolf that had cried out in pain. The sight of the sea wolf with an arrow embedded in its side was striking. Blood dripped from the arrowhead, and a look of fear and agony flashed in its eyes. It hit. It struck Lu Qi. "Ha ha, you are truly remarkable." In the darkness, Leah joyfully grasped Shun Bing's hand. Holding a powerful flashlight, Shun Bing turned to Lu Qi, her excitement palpable. However, as she turned, she saw Lu Qi draw another arrow, aiming at the suffering sea wolf on the ground. Just as he prepared to release the second arrow, he noticed the sea wolf, arrow piercing its body, making a desperate dash towards the forest. Realizing this, Lu Qi retracted the second arrow, took the flashlight from Shun Bing, and gazed in the direction of the fleeing creature. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly jogged towards the lakeshore. On the shore, Jin Xianju, seeing her savior approaching with a flashlight, felt all her terror dissipate. She suddenly felt utterly powerless, collapsing onto the ground in a half-kneel, gasping for breath. When Lucci reached her and called her name, Jean Xianju. It's truly you. I've finally found you, dear Xianju. Lucci, you're a Lucci go. Yes, it's me, dear Xianju. With a sob, Jean Xianju collapsed completely onto the rocky shore, weeping openly. Though Shun Bing and Leah had not yet approached, they were suddenly enveloped by the heart-wrenching cries of a girl by the lake. The sound was filled with a torrent of emotion and deep grievance, resonating with the trials the two women had endured for days. Lucci quickly stepped forward to support Jean Xianju. Woo-woo, Lucci go. As soon as he lifted her, she nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, sobbing even harder, unable to articulate a single coherent word. Understanding the moment, Lucci wisely extinguished the light, and under the moonlight, Shun Bing and Leah could only see a slender figure tightly embracing Lucci. Despite feeling a twinge of jealousy over the girl's recent ordeal, they refrained from interrupting them. After a considerable time, noticing that Jean Xianju's emotions had calmed somewhat, Lucci gently patted her back and said, Dear Xianju, no more tears. You are safe now, all is well. I will avenge you. Upon hearing Lucci's words, Jean Xianju did not immediately release him. Instead, she waited a moment before loosening her grip. Lowering her head, she wished to conceal the evidence of her recent tears from him. After composing herself, she slowly raised her gaze. Upon looking at Jean Xianju, Lucci's eyes brightened. He had never seen a woman who, after crying, appeared even more beautiful and enchanting than before. She was simply stunning. At that moment, words failed him, and a poem suddenly sprang to mind. Lotus in the pond after rain, the evening fragrance softens in the stillness. Celestial maiden of the heavens, how did you descend to the mortal realm? Lucci Gu, how did you find this place? After Jean Xianju wiped away her tears, she looked at Lucci and asked, How did you end up here? Do you have any idea that I've traversed nearly every path I walked during the day? I got lost. In response to Jean Xianju's inquiry, Lucci retorted with a hint of irritation in his tone. Jean Xianju easily discerned his displeasure. Without further elaboration, she meekly replied and turned to retrieve the bouquet of wildflowers from the ground, which were already wilting. Isn't this the bouquet you picked this afternoon? Did you get lost while searching for it? Jean Xianju lowered her gaze in silence. At that moment, Lucci began to grasp the situation and could not help but let out a gentle sigh. Oh, you silly girl. Do you not realize how perilous that situation was? As he spoke, Lucci stepped closer and gently embraced Jean Xianju. In the warmth of his embrace, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, as though his hands were the wings of an angel, instantly dispelling all her negative emotions. Xianju, come here. Let me introduce you to two friends. Upon hearing this, Jean Xianju quickly snapped back to reality. Friends? What kind of friends do you have, Lucci? In response, Lucci waved to two figures in the distance. Shun Bing, Leah, come over here. Under the night sky, upon seeing Lucci beckoning, Shun Bing and Leah grasped each other's hands and approached the two of them by the shore. As the two women walked towards them, Jean Xianju felt a surge of panic. She had not anticipated the presence of others. Did that mean all her earlier actions have been witnessed? Oh no, how embarrassing. Lucci, why didn't you tell me there were others? You made me look foolish. Although Jean Xianju understood it was nighttime and that her tear-streaked face was not clearly visible from afar, she still felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her cheeks flushed. When Shun Bing and Leah drew closer, Jean Xianju realized that Lucci's friends were indeed two stunning beauties. Chapter 56. Night roast of the full wolf. In an effort to mask her inner embarrassment, Jean Xianju took the initiative to greet her companions. She had anticipated that they would mock her, whether through words or derisive expressions. However, to her astonishment, as soon as the two women approached, they enveloped her in a warm embrace. Dear sister, I am Shun Bing. You were incredibly brave just now, facing those 3 sea wolves all alone. Shun Bing gently patted Jean Xianju's back, expressing her admiration for her courage. Dear sister, I am Leah. Leah also hugged Jean Xianzhu and exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable. It's all right now. There's no need to be afraid anymore." The warmth of their gestures melted the remnants of her heartache that had just been healed by Lu Qi, and tears welled up in Jean Xianzhu's eyes anew. At that moment, both Shun Bing and Leah were taken aback by Jean Xianzhu's beauty, exclaiming that she was indeed a tearful beauty, looking enchanting even in her sorrow. No wonder Lu Qi had held her for such a long time before releasing her. After the three women were acquainted, Lu Qi hastily declared, "Let us go. Xianzhu, my dear sister, I will take you to seek vengeance." Upon hearing this, the three women turned to Lu Qi, puzzled by his words. Noticing their confusion, Lu Qi elaborated. "The sea wolf I shot is surely mortally wounded. We must track it down. It would make for a grand feast, enough to sustain us for 2 or 3 days." Among the trio, only Shin Bing immediately nodded in agreement, stating, "Lu Qi is right. If we can find and slay that beast, we will have enough to eat for a few days without going hungry." Seeing the other two women nod in agreement, Lu Qi wasted no time. He first covered his flashlight with a cloth to dim the light and reduce the likelihood of being spotted from a distance. He then followed the trail of blood left by the sea wolf, making his way into the forest. Leading the way, Lu Qi was followed closely by Shin Bing, who held on to Jean Xianzhu's self-defense stick. Behind them walked Jean Xianzhu and Leah side by side. After traversing 300 to 400 meters along the blood trail without sighting the sea wolf, Lu Qi began to feel puzzled. He had clearly shot through the creature's entire body, and logically, it should have collapsed after such a distance. Observing the fatigue beginning to show on the faces of the three women, Lu Qi attempted to uplift their spirits by saying, "If we manage to catch it, we shall have a night roast of the full wolf tonight. How's that sound?" He, "Lu Qi, I can still hold on. I'm fine, no rush." Jean Xianzhu replied, comforted by the assurance that even if Lu Qi had not struck the creature, they would not go hungry. Shin Bing, seeing through Lu Qi's intentions, succinctly responded, "Let us hurry. I trust your judgment." Seeing that the three women maintained such a positive attitude, Lu Qi felt a sense of relief and pressed onward. After a considerable time, they finally spotted the fallen sea wolf in a dense thicket. As the three women observed the sea wolf lying on the ground, their excitement was palpable, yet Lu Qi promptly curtailed their exuberance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shun Bing quickly responded, noticing Lu Qi attentively listening to the surrounding sounds. And she too became vigilant, scanning the area. Leah and Jean Xianzhu hastily reined in their emotions. "Lu Qi, have you discovered something?" they asked, sensing the tension. Lu Qi did not answer immediately. Instead, he swiftly removed the cloth covering the flashlight, directing its powerful beam into the surrounding forest. Instantly, several pairs of bright and ominous eyes appeared beneath the trees, a terrifying sight. "Ah, is that a sea wolf?" At that moment, the three women instinctively moved closer to Lu Qi, with Leah gripping his clothing tightly. "Don't panic, just stand by my side and hold the flashlight," Lu Qi instructed. But before Leah and Jean Xianzhu could react, Shun Bing stepped forward to take the flashlight from him. Lu Qi then retrieved an arrow from behind and aimed it at the pack of sea wolves several dozen meters away, releasing it with precision. The glowing eyes flickered, and the creatures turned to flee deeper into the forest. Lu Qi hurried after them, not out of a desire to pursue the sea wolves, but to retrieve the arrow he had just shot. Shin Bing followed closely behind, and upon finding the arrow, she curiously asked Lu Qi, "How did you know there would be more sea wolves around?" In response, Lu Qi sheathed the arrow, approached Shun Bing, seized the flashlight from her hand, and dramatically shone it upward onto his face, wide-eyed as he exclaimed, "Ah Wu," because sea wolves are also wolves. This sudden display startled Shin Bing, causing her to retreat and fall onto the ground. "Ha ha, so you have such a timid side." Lu Qi chuckled as he approached to help her up. However, Shin Bing appeared pale and shaken. At the sight of Lu Qi's joyful laughter and outstretched hand, she could no longer contain her emotions and bit down hard on his hand. Lu Qi's laughter transformed into a howl of pain. Hey, I was just joking, Shun. It really hurts. Please let go." Unbeknownst to him, Shun Bing felt an overwhelming sense of release with that bite, letting out all her pent-up feelings of longing, jealousy, and sorrow. She continued to bite down until Lu Qi could no longer suppress his discomfort, at which point she eased her grip, her lips lingering on the back of his hand. It seemed that Lu Qi understood Shun Bing's unspoken thoughts, recognizing the fragile heart beneath her strong exterior. Moments later, tears fell from her face, landing on Lu Qi's hand. She finally released her hold and began to wipe away her tears, feeling a sense of vulnerability. Lu Qi withdrew his hand, gazing at the clear bite marks and the tears resting on his skin, his heart filled with a deep sense of reflection. Departing from a village was initially intended as a means to heal the wounds of losing all my loved ones. However, unexpectedly, in this forsaken place, I find myself continually mending the hearts of others. Truly, fate is a whimsical force. I must admit, the impression your bite left is rather artistic. Come now, we must take our leave. If we linger any longer and another ferocious beast appears, we may find ourselves unable to escape. With that, Lu Qi once again extended his hand towards Shun Bing. This time, however, she did not refuse, nor did she bite him again. Rising to her feet, Shun Bing grasped Lu Qi's hand and, in a voice as soft as a whisper, inquired, "Does it still hurt?" Lu Qi feigned innocence, leaning in slightly and asking, "What? I didn't catch that. Could you please articulate it more clearly?" Yet his clumsy act had long been seen through by Shun Bing. Still, she reiterated her question, "Does it still hurt?" I didn't mean to." Upon uttering this, she was met with Lu Qi's mischievous expression as he replied, "I knew you intended it." But which man wouldn't appreciate such intent? Nonetheless, remember to be gentler next time. If you bite any harder, I might not be able to preserve this precious blood of the Qilin upon my arm. You, naughty boy. With that, Lu Qi strode towards the sea wolf, and Shun Bing hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 57. Finally returned, we must hasten our departure from this place. The scent of blood will undoubtedly attract numerous nocturnal predators. Lu Qi addressed the three women, who, fully aware of the urgency of their situation, nodded in agreement. He then extracted the sharp arrow embedded in the sea wolf and entrusted both the arrow and the bow to Shun Bing, while covering the flashlight with a cloth and handing it to Liya. Swiftly, he bound the sea wolf's limbs, and with the assistance of the three women, secured the creature upon his back before setting off. Along the way, Lu Qi informed Shun Bing and Liya about their dwelling in the stone cave. Upon gaining their consent, the group resolved to return that very night. After all, Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu had been away for quite some time. If they failed to return by nightfall, Nie Xiao Rong and Jin Kai Zhe would likely spend a sleepless night worrying about their absence. 3 hours later, within the stone cave, the fire still flickered brightly. The cauldron above it blackened with soot. Bubbling within was a meal that Nie Xiao Rong had tirelessly kept warm for Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu. She had not rested, her anxious gaze shifting as she awaited their safe return. To prevent Jin Kai Zhe from discovering Jin Xianzhu's disappearance, she had remained tight-lipped, never uttering a word about Lu Qi's earlier return. Meanwhile, Jin Kai Zhe sat silently on the stone bed, his trust in Lu Qi unwavering. Yet the late hour without any sign of their return left him restless, a fact he could not deny. All he could do was join Nie Xiao Rong in fervent prayer for their safety. "Miss Nie, allow me to wait for them. You should rest for a while," he suggested. However, Nie Xiao Rong, without turning to face him, shook her head resolutely. "No, I must wait for their return. If Lu Qi does not come back by morning, I will set out to find him," sighing in response to her determination. Jin Kai Zhe found himself at a loss for words. Since Lu Qi's departure that afternoon, Nie Xiao Rong had wrestled with the decision of whether to reveal the truth to Jin Kai Zhe. But upon hearing his soft sigh, she resolved to share what she knew, willing to shoulder any burden alongside Lu Qi. "Jin Kai Zhe, the truth is that Lu Qi, Miss Nie." "What has happened to Lu Qi?" Jin Kai Zhe interjected, sensing her hesitation. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from outside the cave, though it seemed distant. Both of them heard it clearly. Nie Xiao Rong dashed towards the cave entrance, while Jin Kai Zhe, filled with excitement, limped after her. "Brother, Sister Xiao Rong, In the distance, Jean Xianzhu was the first to return to the stone cave. Xianzhu, it is truly you. Huh, how wonderful, they have finally returned. At the entrance of the stone cave, two individuals exchanged a smile, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, dispelling the gloom and instantly brightening their spirits. Revealing radiant smiles. Brother, Sister Xiaorong. Jean Xianzhu rushed forward, embracing Jean Ki's tightly before turning to embrace Nie Xiaorong. It's so good to have you back. Jean Ki's gently patted his sister's back, while Nie Xiaorong, still in the embrace, inquired with concern, "Where have you been? Lu Qi and I were so worried. By the way, where is Lu Qi?" Upon hearing this, Jean Xianzhu shyly glanced at Nie Xiaorong and pointed behind her, saying, "They are over there. Brother Lu Qi is returning with two other sisters." Following Jean Xianzhu's, indeed, three figures were approaching under the soft glow of light. Two sisters? Who are they? Do you know them? Nie Xiaorong asked, perplexed. Sister Xiaorong, you definitely know them. I'll go tidy up for a bit. We're having a barbecue tonight. With that, Jean Xianzhu dashed into the stone cave. Moments later, to Nie Xiaorong's eager gaze, Lu Qi finally appeared, carrying a large wolf on his shoulders. Striding toward her like a hero, unable to contain her worry, Nie Xiaorong ran up and embraced Lu Qi tightly. "You rascal, you're finally back. I was so worried. Hee, quick, I'm exhausted. Let me put this beast down first." Behind Lu Qi, Shun Bing and Leah observed the scene, musing to themselves, this guy. He hugs anyone he sees. His luck with romance is simply off the charts. After releasing Lu Qi from her embrace, Nie Xiaorong hurriedly looked back, eager to discover the identities of the two women Jean Xianzhu had mentioned. To her surprise and delight, she recognized them, as they had all come from the same lifeboat and shared a prolonged existence on the same beach. Moreover, these two women had treated her quite well. "Miss Nie, we meet again." Shun Bing greeted with a warm smile as Nie Xiaorong's gaze fell upon her. "Oh, it's you. Haha, wonderful. What brought you away from the outer beach?" Upon her words, Shun Bing fell momentarily silent, recalling that she had been the one urging them to stay. Noticing her hesitation, Nie Xiaorong quickly added, "Oh, look at me. You must be tired. Come on, let us go inside and talk." Shun Bing nodded in appreciation, fully understanding Nie Xiaorong's kindness. Thus, under Nie Xiaorong's welcoming gesture, the two women entered the stone cave together. Inside the cave, the 6 individuals gathered, each filled with joy. Yet, the most elated were Nie Xiaorong and Jean Xianzhu, one delighted by Lu Qi's safe return and the other exhilarated by her own safety. Upon his arrival, Lu Qi first greeted Jean Ki's and then busily set to work, his excitement stemming from having found Jean Xianzhu and acquiring a wolf pelt. Shun Bing and Leah felt fortunate not only to have escaped the clutches of the villains, but also to have found Lu Qi, along with a safe refuge and sustenance. Among them, Jean Ki's was the most fortunate. He rejoiced at his sister's safe return. Moreover, Lu Qi's arrival, bearing the sea wolf and accompanied by beautiful women, brought him even greater delight, for it promised both a feast for the palate and a feast for the eyes. What could be more delightful? Even lounging in the office of his own company could not rival this exhilarating experience. After a period of familiarity and merriment, Nie Xiaorong took the initiative to serve food to Shun Bing and Leah, having gone so long without a satisfying meal. The sight of the food brought them immense joy. However, the portion was insufficient for all 4 of them, prompting Lu Qi to grasp a dagger and approach the sea wolf. Inside the cave, he skillfully stripped the intact pelt from the creature, hanging the meat in a corner of the cave. After slicing off a substantial leg of the sea wolf, he placed it over the fire, executing each task with an effortless grace that left the other 5 in awe. They wondered how Lu Qi, a physician by trade, managed such dexterity in these activities. The 3 women, instead of being frightened as they watched Lu Qi skin the sea wolf, were captivated, observing him with admiration and intent to learn. Little did they know, his adeptness stemmed from his rural upbringing, where he frequently assisted his grandfather and village folk in slaughtering pigs and sheep during festive occasions. He never anticipated that such skills would find application in this moment. Time passed. As Lu Qi roasted the meat, the tantalizing aroma soon wafted throughout the stone cave, enveloping them in its deliciousness. However, just as the six were engaged in laughter and conversation, a terrifying, beastly roar suddenly echoed from outside the cave. This sent them into a state of alarm, each hastily grasping their nearby weapons for defense. Lu Qi dashed to the cave entrance. Peering through the narrow gap of the makeshift wooden door, the four women took their positions on either side of him, each wielding a wooden stick. Even Jean Ki's grasped a stick in his hand. Their reaction was not born of cowardice, but rather from the sheer dread instilled by that chilling roar. Instantly, Lu Qi's mind raced to the image of the large black bear. Yet, when he shone his flashlight outside the cave, he discovered, just a few meters away in the woods, 3 pairs of bright, glowing eyes fixed upon them. Perhaps startled by the beam of light, the eyes vanished after a few breaths. Lu Qi, what kind of animal is out there? Can you see it clearly? Jin Xianzhu inquired with curiosity. I cannot see clearly. It is too dark, and the distance is considerable. There appear to be 3 animals, 1 large and 2 small. Judging by the height of those eyes, it must be at least 2 meters tall. Lu Qi paused before continuing. It seems they had detected us, likely drawn in by the scent of the sea wolf's blood and flesh. As Lu Qi turned around, he noticed the items in the hands of several individuals and could not help but sigh. We must upgrade our weapons, and you all need to practice using bows and arrows, as they can serve both for hunting and for our defense. Unfortunately, I possess only a dagger. If each of you had your own weapon, we could reside here without such trepidation. The 5 recognized the truth in Lu Qi's words to survive in this place. Resources were indeed essential. At that moment, Jean Ki's seemed to have an epiphany and spoke up. Brother Lu, I have an idea that may be worth exploring. If we could retrieve something, it might allow us to craft the necessary tools. Oh, Brother Jean, what is this idea of yours? Lu Qi inquired with keen interest. On the beach where we once lived, 3 lifeboats were destroyed by the machinations of those vying for supremacy, set ablaze by malicious intent. Although the supplies aboard were seized by those ruthless individuals, each lifeboat contained various metal equipment that surely would not have been completely consumed by the flames. If we could recover even a portion of these, we could fashion not only machetes, but also other useful items. Indeed, Brother Jean, stranded on this island, each of us possesses at most a couple of garments, and for metal resources, we must rely on those lifeboats. Your suggestion is quite astute. However, I wonder if others might reach them before us. Well, I truly cannot say, Jean Ki's replied. Oh, and there's another piece of information. We often see a complete lifeboat drifting on the sea near our beach, always heading in a single direction. Many have attempted to swim out to claim the supplies aboard, yet none have succeeded. Several have perished in the attempt. Upon hearing Jean Ki's words, Lu Qi immediately turned to Nie Xiaorong, as both recalled the scene they had witnessed from the mountaintop. Could it be that the lifeboat Jean Ki's mentioned was the same one they had seen? If so, perhaps it was still adrift, circling the island. This news is indeed promising. We should investigate, Lu Qi declared, then resumed his watch over the outside activity. Once he no longer spotted those 3 pairs of eyes, he put away his flashlight and returned to the fire. It should be done by now, Lu Qi remarked as he picked up the roasted meat, inhaling its aroma and displaying an expression of delight. Behind him, the 4 women could be heard swallowing in anticipation. Hee, Brother Lu, that smells wonderful. Jin Xianzhu was the first to step forward with a compliment. Here, you can have a first cut. Consider it a form of retribution. However, you must not behave like today again, understood? Despite the admonishment, Jin Xianzhu felt no anger, but rather a sense of joy, nodding in acknowledgement of her misstep. Thus, after Lu Qi distributed the barbecue, the 6 individuals indulged in a delightful dinner that evening. Chapter 58. The Divine Assistance of Jean Kaiser the following day. When Lu Qi awakened, the sun had already risen, illuminating the surroundings. Upon rising, he found Nie Xiaorong and the other 3 women busily attending to the remaining sea wolf meat. After reserving some fresh portions, they were preparing to convert the rest into smoked jerky for long-term preservation. Nie Xiaorong had taken on the role of chief coordinator, as she possessed prior experience in meat curing. Meanwhile, Jean Kaiser had begun to move about, his leg injury showing marked improvement. Early in the morning, he assisted in the preparation of breakfast. After washing up, Lu Qi retrieved the thorns he had gathered the previous day. After a thorough inspection, he ventured into the nearby forest with a dagger and, after a considerable time, returned with an armful of suitable branches and sticks. The others were uncertain of his intentions until he completed the rudimentary forms of 3 bows. It became clear he was crafting arrows. The thorns he had collected were remarkably sturdy and sharp, making them ideal for arrowheads. As with the previous crafting process, he called the others over to partake in the creation, encouraging them to learn the art of arrow making. Given the anticipated high demand for arrows, it was prudent to have more skilled hands. Lu Qi's suggestion was met with enthusiasm, and the group readily contributed ideas to refine the process. The creation of the first arrowhead evolved from solitary endeavor into a collaborative effort. The securing of the arrowhead, the treatment and polishing of shafts, the selection and attachment of the fletching, and even the shaping of the nocks were tasks that Lu Qi proposed, with the others actively participating before Lu Qi finalized the production. Despite the limited materials, the resulting arrow was a testament to their collective ingenuity, leaving Lu Qi satisfied even before testing it. Unable to contain his excitement, he drew the bow and released an arrow, which soared with a whoosh, embedding itself deep into a tree trunk 20 meters away, nearly burying the entire arrowhead within the wood. The thorns indeed proved to be a remarkable find. Lu Qi marveled at the sturdy arrow he had shot, firmly lodged in the tree. He then organized the group to collaboratively produce a significant quantity of these arrows. Jean Kaiser, who had been attentively observing and participating, volunteered to take charge of the final assembly of the arrows after hearing Lu Qi's instructions. He reasoned that although he could not venture out to gather necessary materials due to his leg injury, his upper body strength was comparable to that of the women, and he wished to contribute meaningfully. After all, to live harmoniously with them, he felt compelled to play his part. Lu Qi was heartened by Jean Kaiser's initiative and readily agreed. The other 4 women were equally supportive, with no dissenting voices or unhappy faces, for they understood that aligning themselves with Lu Qi was perhaps their wisest choice. What they are unaware of at present is that it is precisely due to their current choices that they are able to thrive on this island. Subsequently, Lu Qi completed the assembly of 3 newly crafted bows and entrusted them to Nie Xiaorong, stipulating that each of the 4 women must practice the fundamental skills of archery daily. Since these bows were specially designed for the 4 women, Lu Qi meticulously adjusted the tension of the bowstrings to ensure they could wield the bows he had created. Having perused the peculiar records in the tome of the strange island, he understood that survival on this island necessitated the mastery of certain hunting and self-defense skills. In response to the task assigned by Lu Qi, Nie Xiaorong expressed her excitement, assuring him of her commitment to fulfilling it. Although Shun Bing felt a twinge of envy towards Lu Qi's attentiveness to Nie Xiaorong and the provisions he made for her, she remained silent, recognizing the intent behind his arrangements. This self-restraint allowed her to suppress her jealousy and foster a greater appreciation for Lu Qi. Laya and Jin Xianju, being more straightforward, had no objections to Lu Qi's actions. As the day drew to a close, the fruits of their labor became evident. 3 wooden bows, 24 arrows crafted from local materials, 4 long spears fashioned from the longest thorns, and a processed sea-wolf hide. The 6 of them beamed with joy as they gazed upon the neatly arranged weapons and the sea-wolf hide on the wall, a feeling they had not experienced since their arrival on this island. Lu Qi skillfully cultivated this atmosphere through their collective efforts, ensuring that everyone felt involved, valued, and able to share in their accomplishments. He believed that only through such camaraderie could he justify his existence in this place. What brought him the greatest solace was the amicable and cooperative demeanor exhibited by all 5 women. In this friendly and cheerful atmosphere, after dinner, Lu Qi proposed his plan for the following day. He intended to visit the beach previously inhabited by Jean Ki's to gather information. As Jean Ki's had noted, acquiring any salvaged metal parts from the lifeboat would significantly benefit them. Upon hearing Lu Qi's plan, the 5 women eagerly expressed their willingness to accompany him. Jin Xianju was the first to raise her hand, declaring her desire to join Lu Qi. Nie Xiaorong, not one to be left behind, fixed her gaze on Lu Qi and retorted, "You wouldn't consider leaving me behind again, would you? Of course not. Please don't think that. Lu Qi replied, unable to meet her gaze, resorting to feigning ignorance. At that moment, Shun Bing and Lia, who had remained quiet, turned to Lu Qi, saying, although we may not possess many skills, just say the word, and we are willing to go wherever you need us. I said, you beautiful ladies, do you truly disregard my presence? After all, I am a man. Could you not consider my feelings? As Jean K's observed the ladies vying for attention, all their thoughts seemed solely focused on accompanying Lu Qi. At that moment, he felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Yet, although he had begun to speak, his resolve weakened. However, even though he could not join Lu Qi, his mind was quite agile. If he could not assist directly, he could at least lend a hand to his sister. It was evident from the events of the previous night that Lu Qi's concern for his sister was genuine. If he could ignite a spark of encouragement for Xianzhu, it would indeed be a commendable act. Therefore, he paused for a moment before continuing, Brother Lu, it is unfortunate that my leg is not cooperating, and I am unable to assist you in this endeavor. However, Xianzhu can accompany you in my stead. Treat her as you would a fellow man. Her strength is considerable. Just as Jean K's uttered these words, Jean Xianzhu pouted in displeasure and retorted, Brother, is this how you speak of your own sister? Do not interrupt. We are discussing serious matters with Brother Lu. Upon noticing her brother's familiar expression, she immediately understood his intentions. With a huff and a pout, she chose to disregard him. Jean K's continued, given the poor conditions in the forest. The beach is approximately a day's journey from here. Xianzhu is familiar with the general direction and knows the path leading to the beach once we are close. Having her guide, you will certainly facilitate your travels. A day's journey? Upon hearing this, Lu Qi pondered deeply, realizing it was likely comparable to the distance to the beach he had previously visited. Jean K's words were devoid of error, and even Ye Xiaorong and Shen Binglia remained silent, indicating their tacit approval of Jean K's suggestion. Consequently, Lu Qi resolutely decided that at dawn, he would set off once more with Jean Xianzhu. Satisfied that his wish had been fulfilled, Jean Xianzhu secretly gave her brother Jean K's a big thumbs up. Brother, you truly are exceptional. You are indeed impressive. Chapter 59. The Rainbow Cannon. As the hour of late slumber quietly approached, Jean K's, having undergone several days of meticulous recuperation, found his leg injury had significantly improved. Although his movements were still somewhat constrained, he was now able to walk. He gazed upon the stone bed adorned with a leopard skin cover, and a decision formed in his mind. With determined strides, he approached the wooden bed where Lu Qi lay and deftly reclined upon it. Lu Qi, witnessing this, hurriedly exclaimed, Brother Jean, this is unacceptable. Your leg is still healing. It would be better for you to rest on the comfortable stone bed. Jean K's responded with a hearty laugh, declaring, Brother Lu, do not decline. I owe you much for your care during this time. This stone bed is rightfully yours, and I should have relinquished it to you long ago. Furrowing his brow, Lu Qi resolutely refused. Brother Jean, this cannot be. I am accustomed to sleeping on the wooden bed. You will rest better on the stone bed. Jean K's sat up, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Lu Qi and stated, Brother Lu, you have sacrificed so much for everyone, tending to my needs. Besides, my leg is completely healed. I can sleep anywhere without issue. Lu Qi wished to persist in his refusal, but Jean K's would not grant him the opportunity. With a firm push of his hands, he insisted, Brother Lu, no more arguments. It is settled. Reluctantly, Lu Qi stood there, his expression one of conflict. At that moment, several women gathered around. Nie Xiaorong gently encouraged, Lu Qi, you should heed Brother Jin's words. He means well. Shen Bing and Lia nodded in agreement. Lu Qi, touched by the sincere gazes of those around him, felt a surge of emotion, yet remained hesitant. Jean K's, observing his indecision, raised his voice once more, Brother Lu, if you continue to refuse, it will seem as if you look down upon me. Jean K's. Realizing he could no longer reject this kindness, Lu Qi slowly nodded, saying, Very well, Brother Jean, I appreciate your goodwill. At last, Jean K's smiled contentedly and returned to the wooden bed. When Lu Qi turned his gaze toward Nie Xiaorong, he discovered she had laid down on her own wooden bed, offering no response to his glance or words. appearing rather indifferent. Deep within, Lu Qi yearned to draw her close and share the space with her. Yet constrained by the presence of others, he suppressed this impulse and resigned himself to sleep alone. Shun Bing and Li Ya, lacking their own makeshift wooden beds, felt an overwhelming sense of safety and happiness simply to have a place to rest on the ground. They were confident that, even without vocalizing their needs, Lu Qi would surely make proper arrangements for them once he had a moment to spare. The following morning, after a modest meal, Lu Qi meticulously packed the various items required for their journey and prepared to set off with Jin Xianzhu toward the beach they had previously occupied. Before departing, he solemnly reminded everyone, "We must unite and look after one another. We must also strive to hone our archery skills and use any free time to craft the remaining tree spikes into arrows. Should any unforeseen events transpire, or if a stranger should come seeking trouble, it is imperative to prioritize your safety above all else. We shall discuss matters upon my return." After receiving resolute affirmations from several individuals, Lu Qi finally set forth on this journey fraught with uncertainty. Jin Xianzhu obediently trailed behind him, and as he departed, Jin Kai's, with a look of concern, admonished his sister, "Xianzhu, please be vigilant and heed Brother Lu's guidance. Return promptly." With that, he discreetly winked at his sister. Upon perceiving the message conveyed through her brother's gaze, Jin Xianzhu turned away with an air of pride, a blush gracing her cheeks, and hurriedly followed after Lu Qi. Although Lu Qi had gleaned the general location of the beach during his conversation with Jin Kai's, it was only when he began to walk toward it that he truly comprehended the arduousness of the journey the Jin siblings had undertaken to escape from there. They found themselves positioned in the south, while the beach lay to the east. Lu Qi was particularly drawn to this destination as the route to the beach coincided with the very spot he had sketched when he stood atop the mountain, marking the lowest point of the circular island range. This depression in the circular mountain formation presented itself as a considerable gap, and if one were to contemplate settling in a permanent location, Lu Qi mused that this low-lying aperture might serve as an excellent choice, offering convenient access to both the internal lake and the outer beach. As Lu Qi traversed the forest, engaging in conversation with Jin Xianzhu, he learned that chaos had already begun to unfold at the beach prior to their departure. The siblings had been mercilessly robbed of their belongings, including a package and 2 high-end mobile phones. Moreover, by the time they left, numerous individuals had already perished on the beach. Some had met their demise due to reckless ventures. 3 individuals had drowned while attempting to retrieve supplies from a lifeboat drifting in the distance. Others had fallen victim to ferocious beasts, while the majority had succumbed to illness. Jin Xianzhu recounted that during their time on the beach, 7 individuals had died from sickness. Discussing this topic, her mood darkened, as it was evident that these events had left a profound impact on her psyche. It was precisely because her brother sensed the deteriorating and increasingly chaotic conditions of the beach that he had decisively led her away. Brother Lu. The beach was teeming with people. 3 lifeboats arrived almost simultaneously. Initially, there was a semblance of order as we awaited rescue. However, after a week, chaos ensued. Individuals ceased to hope for salvation and instead became savage, caring only for their own survival, indifferent to the plight of others. Gradually, brawls and looting became commonplace. It was during this tumult that my brother and I lost our possessions. Listening to Jin Xianzhu's account, Lu Qi could not help but feel a sense of apprehension regarding the risks associated with venturing there now. All right, Xianzhu, I comprehend everything you've articulated. However, observing your current demeanor, are you perhaps apprehensive about returning to a certain place? Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, Jin Xianzhu quickly looked up and replied with a cheerful smile. Not at all. As long as I'm with you, I'm unafraid to go anywhere. Hee. I must say, I did not perceive that you possess quite the ability to manage your emotions. Of course, one must consider the company one keeps. With my remarkable brother Lu Qi, so impressive and kind-hearted, I am naturally untroubled. Ha. You, my dear girl, seem to have foregone honey today. Your words are as sweet as if coated in nectar. Lu Qi found himself pleasantly struck by Jin Xianzhu's vibrant spirit. Yet, upon receiving Lu Qi's compliment, Jin Xianzhu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. for to garner Lucci's affection was the primary purpose of her accompanying him on this journey. Chapter 60. Wetland Marsh. Half a day later, the two had arrived near the forest in the valley. As they walked amidst the towering trees and dense underbrush, Lucci exclaimed, "The environment here is truly magnificent. The oxygen levels and the height of these trees, each one stand as tall as 8 or 9 stories. It is no wonder that the flora and fauna here are so grand in stature." While saying this, Lucci attentively observed his surroundings. Although he was aware that the trees on the outer side of the island were not as tall as those on the inner side, standing in this place allowed him to genuinely appreciate the difference. This might very well be one of the tallest spots on the island. "Lucci, go. We must move quickly," Jean Xianzhu said, closely trailing behind him, her voice trembling. "Whenever my brother and I passed through this forest, we always found it particularly eerie. Moreover, those who ventured out from the beach spoke of this forest, claiming that many of their companions went missing here." Missing? At the mention of this word, Lucci's spirits were instantly lifted. This was a situation that Jean Xianzhu had never before mentioned, and he promptly pressed her for details. "Xianzhu, please tell me everything you know about this place. What exactly did they say?" Seeing Lucci's keen interest in the topic, Jean Xianzhu offered a faint smile and began to recount her tale. "I heard this from those who returned from hunting on the beach. Some of them ventured out in groups of 10 or more, safely taking other routes, but once they stepped into the forest of the valley, either someone got separated or got lost. The underbrush here grows taller than a person, and several companions simply vanished within it, never to return to the beach. Are there any other stories about this place?" Lucci inquired, his brow furrowed and his gaze eager. His insistence stemmed from a desire to avoid blindly stepping into an entirely unknown perilous situation. Not much else. Oh, right. I also heard a woman recounting with her companions that she had once heard a terrifying screeching sound while passing through here. But her companions insisted they heard nothing at all. Jean Xianzhu strained to recall, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear. "Oh, is that so? How intriguing." Lucci fully believed Jean Xianzhu's words, yet he was filled with curiosity and perplexity. What could be the source of such eeriness and terror in this forest? The two continued to navigate the terrain, one foot sinking while the other barely found purchase. Lucci gradually noticed that Jean Xianzhu was drawing closer to him. At times, she would instinctively clutch his clothing, her head darting from side to side, her eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. He felt a profound sense of confusion, yet he could distinctly sense the tremors and tension in her body. "Xianzhu, what troubles you?" Lucci asked with concern. "Lu Qiyi, I feel as if a pair of eyes is watching us from the shadows, and the air here is both damp and cold, making me feel utterly uncomfortable." Jean Xianzhu's voice was laced with palpable fear. Upon hearing this, Lucci assumed that Jean Xianzhu was unwell. Without hesitation, he seized her wrist, closed his eyes, and focused his energy. "Brother Lucci, what are you doing?" Jean Xianzhu exclaimed, her face instantly flushed as she lowered her head, shyly inquiring in a soft voice. Everything seems quite normal. Aside from a slight deficiency in vitality, there doesn't appear to be any issues." "Xianzhu, did you not rest well last night?" Lucci remarked, extending his hand to her forehead. A bit warm, but nothing serious." It was only after Lucci withdrew his hand that Jean Xianzhu realized he was merely checking her pulse and temperature. Her already rosy cheeks deepened, turning a vivid shade all the way down to her collarbone, making her appear exceedingly bashful. The two continued their journey, walking one after the other. The surrounding forest grew increasingly profound and serene, with towering, robust trees standing like ancient giants, their branches intertwining to nearly obscure the sky. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the layers of foliage, casting faint beams of light that danced upon the ground, creating patches of mottled shadows. The earth was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves and decaying branches, exuding a damp, musty odor. Occasionally, a chill breeze swept through, causing the leaves to rustle, as if countless invisible specters were whispering. At that moment, their footsteps abruptly halted. The sky was shrouded in heavy clouds, a suffocating atmosphere enveloping the entire valley. The wind ceased its whisper, and an eerie silence settled over the surroundings, sending shivers down their spines. Before them lay an ominous expanse of marshland. This bog stretched across the valley, several dozen meters wide, seemingly endless. Scattered throughout were hundreds of marsh pits of varying sizes. Some were covered with a thin layer of green moss, appearing tranquil yet concealing hidden dangers, while others contained murky water emanating a foul stench. Weeds flourished, swaying in the gentle breeze as if challenging them. "Xianzhu, have you and Brother Jean been here before?" Lu Qi inquired anxiously, furrowing his brow at the perilous scene before them. Jean Xianzhu shook her head vigorously, her eyes revealing a hint of fear as she replied, "Brother Lu Qi, I've never been here. I certainly do not wish to visit such a terrifying place." "Then how did you and Brother Jean reach that inner lake?" Lu Qi asked, puzzled by her response as he pondered the route. At that moment, an unknown creature dashed across the marsh from the opposite side, emitting a shrill cry that heightened the tension in the air. "Brother Lu Qi, when my brother and I left the beach and entered the forest of the valley, we were ambushed and robbed by a group of people. Fortunately, there were a few others who had come out with us. They bravely stepped forward to shield my brother and me from those vicious individuals, granting us the opportunity to escape. Thus, my brother took me, and we raced desperately towards a mountainside. Perhaps because of this, my brother and I were fortunate enough to avoid this treacherous swamp." Jean Xianzhu finished speaking in one breath, still feeling a lingering apprehension. Her gaze remained fixed on the foul-smelling swamp pits, prompting her to scrutinize the scenery before her with newfound seriousness. Suddenly, she noticed the damp, loose earth beneath her feet, causing her to cautiously retreat a few steps. Pondering to herself, "What shall I do? How can I possibly get across?" Lu Qi, after listening, did not press Jean Xianzhu further, for he had never harbored any doubt regarding her words. Instead, he fell into deep contemplation, his eyes scanning the marshland back and forth, his mind racing with thoughts of how to navigate through the multitude of swamp pits without falling prey to their treacherous grasp. How might one traverse this perilous terrain safely? Chapter 61. The terror of the swamp. A damp mist enveloped the valley, and a chilling wind howled past, sending shivers down one's spine. Before them lay an expansive swamp, its murky waters exuding a nauseating odor, while a few withered branches and leaves floated ominously on the surface. Ultimately, to avoid further delay, Lu Qi furrowed his brow and resolutely declared, "Let us walk along the edge of the swamp. We should be able to traverse this valley swiftly." Jean Xianzhu nodded gently in agreement. At first, everything seemed to unfold according to their plan. Lu Qi treaded cautiously, his eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. However, just as he believed he was beyond peril, a small black snake suddenly darted from the grass beside him. Startled, Lu Qi instinctively recoiled. Fate, it seemed, was playing a cruel trick on him. In his panic, he unwittingly stepped into what appeared to be a tranquil swamp pit. Unfortunately, the muck within was alarmingly treacherous. As soon as he stepped in, his thigh was ensnared, rendering him immobile. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank, and his situation grew increasingly dire. Brother Lu Qi," Jean Xianzhu gasped, her face paling at this unforeseen turn of events, standing frozen in shock. A few moments later, she regained her composure and, in a frenzy, reached out to assist Lu Qi. "Don't come over. It's too dangerous," Lu Qi shouted, his voice laden with urgency and concern. Hearing his warning, Jean Xianzhu halted, her eyes filled with panic, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Lu Qi forced himself to remain calm. Steadying his body, he urged, "Xianzhu, don't panic. Quickly find me a sturdy branch." Jean Xianzhu nodded vigorously and, like a startled deer, began searching the area. At last, she discovered a thick tree limb and hurried back, offering one end to Lu Qi while gripping the other tightly, straining with all her might to pull him from the swamp pit. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face as she sobbed, exerting every ounce of strength. With their combined efforts, Lu Qi finally managed to extricate himself from the swamp. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, and with a lingering sense of dread, remarked, "That was too close. I nearly met my end here." Jin Xianzhu, disregarding the mud covering him, leaped into his arms, weeping openly. "Brother Lu Qi, I was so worried about you." Still reeling from the recent peril, Lu Qi found himself taken aback by her sudden, fervent embrace, his heart racing as if on a roller coaster. Yet, he could not deny the warmth of Jin Xianzhu's concern for him. Gently brushing away the tears on her face, he reassured her, declaring that he was unharmed. After a brief respite, Lu Qi rose to his feet, and together with Jin Xianzhu, they prepared to set forth once more. At this moment, Jin Xianzhu proactively suggested, "Lu Qi, let us take a detour. It would be safer this way. After all, we have just arrived, and there is still ample time. Walking here truly feels uncomfortable and perilous." She tugged at Lu Qi's sleeve, her eyes brimming with imploration. Lu Qi hesitated for a moment, gazing into Jin Xianzhu's worried eyes, and ultimately nodded, "All right, I shall heed your advice." Thus, the two took a circuitous route, steering clear of the treacherous wetland marshes. Although they wandered a bit farther, they safely reached the vicinity of the beach. Along the way, the trees flanked them in lush greenery, with the occasional mysterious calls of wild beasts enhancing the tranquility. They successfully circumvented the marshlands. However, their moment of relief was short-lived. Soon, they were confronted with a horrifying tableau within the forest. Not far ahead, several lifeless bodies lay sprawled in disarray, the air thick with a nauseating stench of blood and decay. More terrifying was the sight of a massive lizard gnawing on one of the corpses, a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Jin Xianzhu gasped, instinctively covering her mouth to stifle a scream. Lu Qi's face turned pale, nearly succumbing to the urge to vomit, yet he feigned composure as he pulled Jin Xianzhu along, quickening their pace. But after only a few steps, Jin Xianzhu could no longer contain herself and retched violently. What had transpired here? Why were there so many dead? At that moment, a shadow of death loomed over them, and the sight struck Lu Qi like a thunderbolt, illuminating the grim reality that human nature, when faced with survival, may indeed be trivial. Some might manage to preserve their own lives at the expense of others, rendering the lives of the fallen seemingly insignificant. Jin Xianzhu, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with shock and despair at the unfolding events. It was only through such a harrowing scene that she could truly comprehend the dire nature of her current predicament. Ultimately, the two persevered through their discomfort and dread, traversing the final stretch of the forest's edge, arriving at the beach. Lu Qi rushed to the shore, promptly cleansing the mud from his body in the sea before joining Jin Xianzhu as they headed towards the beach they had previously visited. Yet, the beach was desolate, devoid of any human presence. Scattered about were the wreckage of a battered lifeboat, leaning askew on the ground, alongside charred garments and belongings. Only the relentless waves crashed against the shore. As they approached the remnants of the lifeboat, they began to sift through a heap of dark debris. After a prolonged search, they finally uncovered the propeller blades and some metallic components. "Wonderful. They are still here. We have found them. However, they are quite heavy. Let's hurry back, Lu Qi," Jin Xianzhu exclaimed. Yet, having ventured to this beach, Lu Qi felt compelled to investigate further. Otherwise, their long trek would have been in vain. Seeing this determination, Jin Xianzhu reluctantly acquiesced, accompanying him. Surveying the barren beach before them, they noted numerous traces of human activity, along with scattered litter. Yet conspicuously absent was a single soul. Something was amiss. 3 lifeboats, surely accommodating no fewer than 300 individuals. How is it that not a single soul remains here? Lu Qi found himself utterly perplexed by the events that transpired on this beach, leading to the current predicament. The atmosphere here exuded an uncanny aura, prompting Lu Qi to conclude that it was unwise to linger any longer. Before departing, he deliberately surveyed the state of the sea. As he gazed outward, the water appeared to be tranquil, yet the lifeboat that had previously been visible was nowhere to be seen. Unbeknownst to him, a mere 100 meters from the shore, the surface of the water seemed still, while beneath it, turbulent currents incessantly swirled around the entire island. "Let us depart, Xianzhu. We must leave this place." Initially, he had intended to gather more metallic components, But now, even the metals salvaged from the wreckage of a single lifeboat felt excessively burdensome. The effort required for the two of them to carry these back was already quite formidable. Chapter 62. The roadside robbery with their supplies in tow. The two departed from the beach and ventured once more into the forest bordering its edge. Everything seemed to progress smoothly, and their conversation was filled with laughter. However, it was not long before they encountered two unfamiliar men, merely a few meters ahead. The two men approached hastily, one stout and the other slender, their garments tattered and their appearances grimy. Lucci initially intended to lead Jin Xianzhu on a detour to avoid confrontation, but the proximity of the strangers made it impossible to evade them. Upon reaching Lu Qi and his companion, the two men fell silent, scrutinizing them with peculiar intensity. "Boy, leave your supplies and your woman behind, or you shan't escape." The plump one, with a face full of coarse features, growled menacingly at Lu Qi. He was a towering figure, as solid as a formidable wall. His robust arms seemed capable of effortlessly snapping a small tree in two. With a rotund belly that appeared to harbor wicked intentions, he stood firm like two stone pillars anchored in the earth. His hair was disheveled, resembling wild underbrush, and his broad face bore the roughness of a weathered stone slab, with bushy eyebrows and wide, fierce eyes that glinted with a malevolent light, as if ready to unleash fire. His small, vicious eyes were akin to venomous thorns concealed in undergrowth, flickering with greed and brutality. His flat nose and wide mouth, when twisted into a grin, revealed a set of uneven, yellowish-black teeth that sent chills down one's spine. His demeanor was brutish and uncouth, striding with an exaggerated swagger, each step thundering against the ground as if to fracture the earth beneath him. His voice boomed like a tolling bell, resonating in one's ears, always accompanied by a threatening tone and menacing gestures. When he attempted to seize Lu Qi's provisions, he exhibited no mercy, yanking and smashing with ferocity, akin to a ravenous beast pouncing upon its prey. The other, slightly more frail stranger, observed closely as Lu Qi's hand lingered near his waist. "Brother, heed my words. Do not act rashly. We might yet become friends. Here, take a sip of my fruit wine, and we can negotiate." As he spoke, he produced a plastic bottle from behind him, containing a liquid resembling fruit juice, which he tossed to Lu Qi. Lu Qi caught it deftly, but did not open it. "Thank you. However, I am not thirsty at the moment," he replied, tossing it back to the stranger. This man, though somewhat frail, appeared bent, as if the burdens of life had long since bowed his back. His narrow shoulders seemed incapable of bearing even the slightest weight. With a pointed head and small eyes, he resembled a cunning rat. His skin was sallow, devoid of luster, and his face was etched with deep wrinkles, the relentless marks of time. His actions and demeanor exuded a slickness and treachery. He moved with a light-footed, stealthy gait, his eyes darting incessantly, ever vigilant of his surroundings. His voice was high-pitched, laced with a tone of flattery and deceit, yet his gaze concealed an insidious cunning that was difficult to detect. He was acutely aware that the inhabitants of the island were in dire need of food and water. Initially, he contemplated incapacitating Lu Qi with homemade fruit wine, but Lu Qi resolutely tossed it back. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of insincere smiles while deftly catching the bottle with practiced ease, revealing his agility and skill. Observing the interplay between the two, Lu Qi found their brazen and coercive approach to robbery perplexing. However, he refrained from confronting them directly, instead opting for a calm inquiry. "You two are victims stranded on this beach, are you not?" As he spoke, Lu Qi unhesitatingly shielded Jin Xianzhu behind him, his gaze steady upon the pair. Jin Xianzhu, unaccustomed to such confrontations, was already frightened and took refuge behind Lu Qi, her eyes fixed intently on the duo. "Oh, so you choose to be disrespectful. Huh, I didn't realize you had such a hard disposition. Since you refuse to show us respect, there is no need to waste any more time. Let us go." Third, the gaunt-faced man's expression soured, disregarding Lu Qi's words as he directed the hefty companion beside him. At that, the stout man advanced with large strides, raising his fist to strike Lu Qi squarely in the face. Encumbered by the metallic supplies he had scavenged, along with a bow and backpack. Lu Qi's evasive maneuvers were notably sluggish. After pushing Jin Xianzhu a safe distance away, he turned just in time to see the stout man's massive fist barreling toward him. With a resounding thud, the punch landed. Lu Qi barely managed to turn his head to evade the full force, yet the blow struck heavily at his shoulder and neck, exceeding his threshold for pain. Staggering backward, he struggled to regain his balance. Feeling a wave of dizziness and a sharp ache radiating from his shoulder, he realized just how malicious these two were. Despite Lu Qi taking a hit, the stout man showed no signs of restraint, relentlessly continuing his assault with a barrage of punches. Naturally, Lu Qi dared not confront these blows head-on, resorting instead to evading while attempting to free himself of his burdens. Lu Qi, be careful. Jin Xianzhu, witnessing Lu Qi's merciless beating, felt a surge of desperation. Grasping a wooden stick embedded with thorns, she was poised to rush forward to aid him. But Lu Qi interjected, "Xianzhu, listen to me, run." As he spoke, Lu Qi was caught off guard once more, receiving another punch to the head. Instantly, he was engulfed in a haze, the world around him blurring, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. The stout man approached, smirking as he slapped Lu Qi's face, confirming that Lu Qi had indeed been rendered unconscious. To challenge me is sheer folly. He scoffed before indiscriminately rummaging through the supplies scattered around Lu Qi. However, upon hearing Lu Qi's words, Jin Xianzhu did not flee. Instead, her expression hardened. At the sight of Lu Qi being knocked out, her eyes widened in shock, filled with fury and anguish. Her once rosy lips trembled slightly, as if drained of color. Her cheeks turned as pale as a blank canvas, her exquisite features contorted in grotesque fury. Her brows knitted tightly together, forming a profound furrow, while beads of perspiration sprang forth on her forehead. Tears rapidly pooled in her eyes, surging forth like a deluge breaching its dam, cascading down her cheeks incessantly. "Ah, Lu Qi." Jin Xianzhu's mouth gaped wide, yearning to unleash a scream, yet it felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around her throat, allowing only a series of rapid, feeble sobs to escape. Her gaze was laden with helplessness and despair, as if the entire world had crumbled in that singular moment. She believed Lu Qi had been struck down. In her rage, she seized the spear in her hand and lunged at the corpulent figure scavenging for supplies. "Lu Qi, you bastard, how dare you harm my Lu Qi?" Chapter 63. It turns out this young man is quite ferocious, dazedly hearing Jin Xianzhu's words. Lu Qi, who had already collapsed on the ground, felt a warmth in his heart. Yet, he lacked the strength to rise, his mind only consumed with anxiety for Jin Xianzhu's safety. Indeed, just as she was about to rush towards the hefty man, a wooden stick came flying through the air with a resounding thud, knocking the spear from her grasp. Before she could react, the stick was raised once more, striking her forehead with a loud crack. In an instant, after a piercing scream, Jin Xianzhu felt stars dancing before her eyes, and she fainted. The assailant was none other than the frail man. He had not exerted much force with his strike, considering she was a woman, and he had intended to toy with her, using only a fraction of his strength. "This girl is indeed a fiery one. Haha, old three. We are in for a treat today." He laughed, gazing at the unconscious Jin Xianzhu, whose alluring figure and delicate features captivated him. "Elder brother, let us first collect the supplies from these two. They won't be escaping anytime soon." Indeed, old three is correct. Supplies are our utmost priority at the moment. However, this woman is truly beautiful. I don't recall seeing her before. As the frail man began to strip Jin Xianzhu of her belongings, he shamelessly groped her thigh. "Look here, this bow is quite impressive, and these arrows too. TSK. This fellow is quite the talent, using 2 different materials for the arrowheads." Suddenly, he pulled out one of the arrows for inspection. "Oh, the arrowhead is made from a bullet casing. Could it be that this young man possesses a firearm?" Realizing this, the hefty man glanced at the prostrate Lu Qi and, seeing that his back bore no possessions, reached for Lu Qi's arm, intending to turn him over. However, just as he grasped Lu Qi's arm and was about to pull, the previously unconscious Lu Qi sprang to life. swiftly twisting around to seize the hefty man's wrist with his left hand. In a rapid motion, his right hand flitted before the hefty man's eyes, causing him to cry out in pain as he fell to the ground. Lu Qi's sudden attack caught the hefty man completely off guard. He had no time to evade or even comprehend the situation before Lu Qi had already inflicted several wounds on his thigh, blood gushing forth. Yet, Lu Qi's assault did not cease. The frail man, still squatting beside Jin Xianzhu, was momentarily distracted by the hefty man's cries of agony. As he looked up, he saw Lu Qi charging towards him, a sight that struck terror into his heart. Lu Qi's eyes, filled with a predatory glare, seemed to promise death with the slightest movement. Driven by a primal instinct to escape, the frail man retreated without a second thought. But Lu Qi's movements were as swift and agile as a leopard. With just a few strides, he closed the distance, employing no unnecessary tricks, just a straightforward thrust. In and out, clear and concise. The frail man screamed in terror, attempting to threaten Lu Qi, yet his efforts were in vain. His lower back and thigh were already punctured with several bloody holes by Lu Qi's dagger. At that moment, the two finally realized the truth. This young man was indeed formidable. A dagger? You actually possess a dagger? Upon recognizing the glinting blade in Lu Qi's hand, the frail man quickly suppressed his pain, rose to his feet, and rushed to assist his companion, the stout fellow, before desperately fleeing into the depths of the forest. Hurry, third brother, flee quickly. That lad has a dagger. Observing their hasty retreat, Lu Qi made no effort to pursue further. Instead, he cast a cold gaze in their direction as they disappeared. He then turned his attention to Jin Xianzhu, approaching her with concern. Gently, he lifted her, allowing her to lean against him. Xianzhu, why are you so foolish? I told you to run ahead. Why didn't you listen? He quickly placed his hand on her wrist to check her pulse. After a moment, he exhaled in relief. Realizing that Jin Xianzhu had not sustained any serious injuries, she had merely fainted and would awaken soon. After some time, Jin Xianzhu slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lu Qi's face, she thought she was dreaming. As she reached out to touch him, Lu Qi spoke. You're awake? Lu Qi, you're alive? Or am I dead? Huh, you silly girl, we are both very much alive. What about those two villains? Did they let us go? Or did you chase them away? Of course, I chased them off. Just look, we Haven Tea lost a single item. At his words, Jin Xianzhu lifted her head and indeed saw that Lu Qi had neatly organized their supplies, all arranged in order. Lu Qi. At that moment, Jin Xianzhu finally believed him. She reached out and embraced him, overwhelmed with emotion as tears streamed down her face. I thought I would never see you again. Holding her close, Lu Qi understood that her concern for him was genuine. Her words and actions after he had been struck down were enough to prove that this woman truly cared for him. Unable to help himself, he gently kissed her forehead. Does it still hurt? This kiss melted Jin Xianzhu's heart completely. She never expected such tenderness from Lu Qi. Aware of Nie Xiaorong's place in Lu Qi's heart, she was surprised by his affection towards her, which filled her with indescribable happiness. It hurts a little. With that, Lu Qi leaned in for another soft kiss and then asked, how about now? Jin Xianzhu's face flushed crimson as she responded in a voice barely above a whisper. When Lu Qi leaned in for another kiss, Jin Xianzhu, almost instinctively, cradled his face in her hands. After a brief moment of hesitation, their lips met in a kiss. After a few breaths, they reluctantly parted, Jin Xianzhu shyly burying her face in Lu Qi's embrace while he gazed at her, utterly captivated. As Jin Xianzhu reclined in his embrace, from Lu Qi's perspective, it was akin to a celestial being nestled within his arms. Despite his steadfast resolve, he felt an overwhelming desire to indulge in tender whispers of affection. Aware of Lu Qi's fervent gaze fixed upon her, Jin Xianzhu's heart raced uncontrollably, like a frightened fawn. Sister Xianzhu, this place is unsafe. We must leave. Suddenly, Lu Qi's voice echoed in her ears, causing her body to tremble. She cast a shy glance at him before rising with his support. Brother Lu Qi, there's blood. Blood on the ground. Just as she stood to retrieve her belongings, she caught sight of a pool of blood on the floor, startling her into retreating once more into Lu Qi's embrace. Lu Qi hurriedly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. Qianju, that is not our blood, but that of the two villains who fled after I wounded them." "Oh, so that is it. You scared me. I'm relieved you're unharmed." Once she departed from Lu Qi's hold, and, upon confirming that he bore no injuries, she steeled herself to retrieve her backpack from the ground. Chapter 64. An Adventure. Lu Qi. Those two individuals, I have never seen them on the beach before. Have you encountered them? Are you suggesting that they have never appeared on this stretch of sand before? Indeed, Lu Qi, although over 300 people have passed through here, I possess no recollection of the two of them. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi paused, pondering the possibility of other lifeboats landing in different locations. Various conjectures surged through his mind. No wonder when I inquired if they were castaways from a cruise ship, they disregarded my question. Could it be that aside from the cruise passengers, others have also arrived on this island? After a prolonged silence, Lu Qi abruptly turned to Jean Xianzhu and asked, "Sister Xianzhu, would you care to join me in an adventure to uncover the mysteries surrounding the occurrences here?" Jean Xianzhu gazed at Lu Qi, noting the seriousness in his demeanor. Although she felt a twinge of reluctance, she ultimately acquiesced. Lu Qi discerned her apprehensions and articulated his thoughts. "Sister Xianzhu, while those two may be ruthless and one possesses considerable strength, their presence here, despite their ability to intimidate many, does not grant them free rein. Today, they provoked the wrong person, and I dealt with them in my own manner. However, I am uncertain whether they will survive the night." "Oh, Lu Qi, what do you mean by that? Have you inflicted serious harm upon them?" Jean Xianzhu hesitated, almost uttering, "But weren't you knocked unconscious by them?" Yet, fearing it might wound Lu Qi's feelings, she refrained from speaking. Lu Qi, unperturbed by her words, clarified, "That was a strategic move to catch them off guard. In a direct confrontation, I would indeed be no match for the burly one, yet I can eliminate him without engaging face-to-face." Lu Qi, does this imply you did not actually kill him?" Jean Xianzhu asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. At that moment, Lu Qi paused, seemingly deliberating whether to divulge further to Jean Xianzhu. However, he quickly continued, "I merely spared him in that instance. Had I not acted as I did, they would have truly knocked me out or worse, while you would have faced their torment and humiliation. Additionally, all our supplies would have fallen into their hands. We would not receive a dignified burial. Our bodies would be left to be devoured by sea wolves, giant lizards, and other wild beasts, or succumb to natural decay." "Lu Qi, then what did you mean by adventure? Is it to seek them out?" Jean Xianzhu asked earnestly, seeking a semblance of reassurance from his gaze. Lu Qi nodded gravely. "If those two are not from this beach, they likely have other companions. This implies that something grave and strange has transpired here. Otherwise, how could so many people simply vanish? I merely wish to gain a deeper understanding of the events that have unfolded in this place. Only in this manner can we make choices in advance to avoid unnecessary troubles, thus ensuring our survival." Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, Jean Xianzhu managed to contain her inner panic and resolutely replied, "Brother Lu Qi, I am willing to embark on this adventure with you. You are right. To make the right choices, one must possess more useful and advantageous information." In truth, Jean Xianzhu had heard this sentiment countless times, largely due to her father's relentless dedication to their family business, which often led him to work day and night, neglecting sleep and food. The phrase he repeated most frequently was, "The business world is akin to a battlefield. To make the right decisions, one must strive to acquire useful and beneficial information." Seeing Jean Xianzhu's unwavering trust in him, Lu Qi felt a sense of gratification. However, his actions were not impulsive nor reckless. The wounds he inflicted on those two individuals targeted vital areas of the body and major blood vessels. If they failed to apply timely measures to staunch the bleeding, their chances of survival would diminish significantly. The loss of blood could swiftly lead them to faint and succumb to death. "Let's go. Stay close to me." Jean Xianzhu nodded in agreement. Thus, after enduring this series of tribulations, Lu Qi and Jean Xianzhu, equipped with supplies, temporarily abandoned their journey home and embarked on an adventure in search of the truth. The successful navigation of this crisis further strengthened their bond and deepened their appreciation for one another. After some time, Lu Qi followed the shocking trail of blood droplets left on the ground, steadfastly making his way toward the hillside on the right. However, as he distanced himself from the starting point, curiosity regarding the two assailants began to swell within him. For at this moment, Lu Qi was certain that those two were well versed in the art of applying pressure bandages. Otherwise, with his methodical technique of bloodletting, targeting the body's crucial veins and arteries, any ordinary individual would have likely succumbed to excessive blood loss long before. Indeed, just as Lu Qi was engulfed in deep contemplation and frustration, a considerable amount of blood-stained bandages unexpectedly appeared on the ground ahead. It seemed that the two had once again changed their bandages at this location. Their possession of such emergency supplies was indeed a stroke of luck. However, given the circumstances, it was likely they would not have fled too far. Lu Qi continued to follow their frantic escape route until he arrived at a relatively flat thicket. Unexpectedly, the tracks and blood trails of the two mysteriously vanished upon reaching this area. The ground here was composed of hard rock layers, making it difficult to leave discernible footprints. Lu Qi meticulously examined the footprints left on this terrain, and after thorough analysis, he concluded that the two must be hiding nearby. After their diligent search, they finally succeeded in uncovering a clue, leading them directly toward a thicket. There, he was astonished to discover a rudimentary, triangular thatch cottage. The structure of this humble abode was remarkably unique, with one side firmly pressed against a stone wall and the roof symmetrically formed by the two sides. The faade, in addition to its walls, featured a large, simplistic wooden door. A primary wooden beam was deeply embedded into the stone wall, while its other end was securely supported by the main beams on either side, creating a construction that was both robust and efficient. Lu Qi approached the thatched cottage with careful steps, gradually lowering himself to crouch before the weathered wooden door, gently pressing his ear against it in an attempt to discern any sounds from within. However, apart from the faint echo of his slightly hurried breaths, the surroundings were enveloped in utter silence, devoid of any audible presence. Chapter 65. Coercion and Plunder. Lu Qi inhaled deeply, his right hand firmly grasping the sharp dagger at his waist, while his left hand gradually extended towards the wooden door. Just as his fingers were about to make contact with the door, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle ominously. Lu Qi instantly halted his movement, his nerves taut as a drawn bowstring. He surveyed his surroundings with hawk-like vigilance, ensuring that it was merely the wind at play before redirecting his focus back to the door. With deliberation, Lu Qi pushed the door open, the hinges emitting a shrill creak that reverberated through the stillness of the air, akin to the mournful wail of a disturbed spirit. The interior was permeated by a pungent, smoky aroma that assailed the senses, prompting a frown to knit his brow. The dim light was reminiscent of twilight, rendering it difficult for Lu Qi to discern the entirety of the room. Narrowing his eyes, he adjusted to the gloom and soon discovered that the space was barren, save for a tattered straw mat on the floor and a disheveled pile of old clothes and a bundle in the corner. Curiosity piqued. Lu Qi approached and unwrapped the bundle, only to find it filled with women's garments. Was this a woman's dwelling? Yet, the tattered clothing outside seemed incongruous. This incongruity stirred contemplation within Lu Qi's mind. Meanwhile, within a mere 50 meters of the thatched hut, a burly man named Hu Zhen, in his 30s, concealed himself behind dense foliage, a wooden stick in hand, intently observing the scene. Clad in a faded short-sleeved shirt and bleached shorts, he bore a square face with thick brows and round eyes, a prominent scar marring his right cheek like a grotesque centipede, imparting an aura of menace. On the ground behind him lay two individuals, the very assailants who had sought to rob Lu Qi, only to be wounded by him. United by their nefarious pursuits, they had forged a brotherhood in their criminal endeavors. Hu Zhen had recently stolen from a young man and brought him to this secluded spot. However, before he could revel in his unique prize, he witnessed the portly and frail man, bloodied and weary, supporting each other as they staggered back. Before Hu Zhen could inquire about their plight, both collapsed into unconsciousness. Cautiously, Hu Zhen surmised the likely circumstances and transported them to the more concealed thatched hut. At present, they lay in a deep coma, motionless and unresponsive. The severe blood loss had drained their faces of color, rendering them as pale as parchment, as if death were but a heartbeat away. Lacking blood transfusion equipment or plasma to administer, they would soon succumb to their injuries without timely medical intervention. A short distance away, hidden within the underbrush, stood another thatched hut, shrouded by towering green foliage on either side, rendering it even more elusive and difficult to detect. Within the thatched cottage, a young man, bare and with immaculate skin, lay helplessly bound, his mouth stuffed with a cloth, rendering him utterly voiceless. He had fallen victim to a robbery and abduction by 3 men and had been confined in this place for half a day. The reason for his continued captivity, rather than being released after the theft of supplies, was due to a peculiar proclivity of the man named Hujan. The cottage was cluttered with various supplies, cups, ropes, axes, and numerous bundles of clothing. Clearly, these items did not belong to a single individual, but were rather plundered goods taken from Hujan and his accomplices. As Hujan intently observed Lu Qi's every move, the young man, bound and struggling, finally managed to free himself from the restraints. At that moment, Lu Qi emerged from the very cottage he had been searching, carrying a package he had discovered. With a casual wave of his hand, he signaled that the danger had passed. From the thicket nearby, Jean Xianzhe gracefully emerged, her steps light as she approached Lu Qi. A woman, such a stunning woman. Upon her appearance, Hujan, concealed in the underbrush, felt his eyes gleam with greed and desire, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting a lamb. Completely oblivious to the dire straits of his 2 companions beside him who were in desperate need of assistance, Jean Xianzhe reached Lu Qi and glanced at the package he had retrieved from the cottage, its exterior grimy, causing her to wrinkle her brow in distaste. Lu Qi, why would you take someone else's belongings? She reproached. Xianzhe, this is the campsite of those 2 brutes. All these items were stolen by them. How else could they possess a bundle filled with women's clothing? Lu Qi explained patiently. What? Are these all women's clothes? Jean Xianzhe exclaimed in surprise, her voice dropping significantly upon hearing Lu Qi's words. Being a woman herself, she felt an immediate need for such garments. Yet she pondered where those 2 brutes had vanished to. The bloodstains seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Lu Qi furrowed his brow, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Here, take this package. When we return, you and Xiaorong can share it. I have no use for it, he offered generously. Upon hearing this, Jean Xianzhe's heart brimmed with joy. Although it wasn't entirely hers, Lu Qi's words assured her to share. Eagerly, she accepted the backpack from Lu Qi, her anticipation bubbling as she crouched down to inspect its contents. Just then, a figure stumbled out from the underbrush, rushing towards Lu Qi with great urgency. The individual appeared frantic, hair disheveled, laden with various supplies, and carrying a bundle of ropes, while tightly gripping an axe in hand. He resembled a person fleeing from a relentless beast. As he sprinted, the young man continuously glanced behind him, oblivious to the path ahead. And by the time he spotted Lu Qi, he was nearly upon him. In a moment of panic, he abruptly halted, skidding to a stop about 5 or 6 meters away from Lu Qi, the friction between his shoe and the ground producing a jarring sound. Fearfully, he gazed at Lu Qi, instinctively wanting to retreat. However, upon realizing that Lu Qi was not a robber and that he was accompanied by the enchanting Jin Haianju, he steadied himself once more. With a sense of urgency, he exclaimed, "Who are you? You must leave this place at once. There are 3 perverts here, and they are exceedingly dangerous." Chapter 66. A fierce melee. When Lu Qi first encountered the suddenly appearing youth, he was momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing the abundance of valuable supplies the young man possessed and realizing their similar ages, he relaxed his guard and directly expressed his intent. "Brother, I am here to find 2 evildoers who were wounded by me and escaped here. Have you seen them? What? You are the one who injured them?" The youth regarded Lu Qi with disbelief, for he had witnessed the grievous state of the 2 men returning, their pitiful appearance haunting him still. At that moment, a booming voice resonated from behind, none other than Hujan. "Kid, stop. Put down the goods, and don't even think about leaving here." Hujan's eyes widened in fury, his voice thundering. Upon hearing this, the young man quickly ducked behind Lu Qi, trembling in fear as he glanced at Hu Zhen from a distance. After all, this was the villain who had bound him tightly and sought to violate him, leaving an indelible psychological scar. Initially, Hu Zhen had been covertly observing Lu Qi, but was suddenly incensed to discover that the very individual he had restrained had escaped, not only fleeing, but also absconding with his hoarded supplies. Infuriated, he seized a stick and leaped forward in a wild pursuit. Meanwhile, Lu Qi maintained his composure, facing the approaching Hu Zhen. Observing Hu Zhen's arrogant demeanor, Lu Qi felt a surge of displeasure. However, recognizing the man's robust physique and comparable height, he refrained from provoking him unnecessarily. His eyes betrayed no hint of fear, but radiated determination and courage. Perhaps it was this fearless aura that compelled Hu Zhen to halt as he reached Lu Qi. After sizing Lu Qi up, he spoke, "This matter does not concern you. I can allow you to leave, but that young man behind you has stolen from me, and I must settle the score with him." Upon hearing this, the youth behind Lu Qi became agitated. "Brother, he is a scoundrel who specializes in robbing others, and even sought to humiliate me. If you can assist me, I will offer you all the supplies I possess. What do you say?" His voice trembled with fear, his eyes pleading. Clearly, the youth was gambling on Lu Qi's sense of justice, hoping he would not abandon him. He wagered that Lu Qi would be interested in the supplies he carried. However, seeing Lu Qi hesitating, he continued, "Brother, you also have this woman with you. If he gets the chance, he will certainly not spare you." Hearing the youth's words, Lu Qi felt a stir of temptation, for those supplies were indeed crucial for them. At that moment, Jin Xianju was anxious, quietly inquiring how Lu Qi intended to proceed. In response, Hu Zhen was seething with rage, his face flushed. Without regard for Lu Qi's identity or stance, he lunged forward, aiming to seize the young man and reclaim the axe and the stolen supplies. As he was about to seize the young man, Lu Qi sprang into action. He first shoved Jin Xianju aside, urging her to keep her distance. With a swift sidestep, his form moved with a ghostly agility, and he kicked with force, striking Hu Zhen in the waist and forcing him back several steps. Hu Zhen, incensed, bellowed, "You're courting death." With that, he raised the crude wooden club in his hand, swinging it through the air, creating a gust of wind, before bringing it down towards Lu Qi's head. The force of Hu Zhen's blow was immense and swift, seemingly intent on bringing Lu Qi to his end. Brother Lu, be careful," Jin Xianju cried out urgently upon witnessing the scene. At that moment, Lu Qi was armed only with a bow and arrows, lacking any form of melee weaponry, and thus had no choice but to evade. The young man, witnessing this, quickly urged Jin Xianju, "Miss, throw your weapon to your brother." He then swung his axe, aiming it at Hu Zhen to buy Lu Qi some precious time. Seeing this, Hu Zhen quickly retreated. Cautious in the face of their combined assault, he steadied himself and, seizing the opportunity while Lu Qi was still unarmed, charged at him once more. In an instant, the three were engulfed in a fierce melee. Hu Zhen, relying on his imposing physique and ferocious demeanor, swung his club relentlessly, searching for any flaw in Lu Qi and the young man's defense. Lu Qi, agile and nimble, deftly dodged Hu Zhen's strikes while seeking a chance to counterattack. The young man, though gripped by fear, fought fiercely with his axe to create some distraction for Hu Zhen. However, amid the chaotic fray, the young man, seizing a moment of stalemate between Lu Qi and Hu Zhen, displayed a glint of cunning and selfishness in his eyes. Suddenly, he turned and, clutching his axe and the supplies he carried, bolted into the distance, vanishing into the dense thicket. How despicable! He just slipped away. Lu Qi fumed at the young man's lack of loyalty as he watched him flee, but he had no time for grievances, for Hu Zhen's attacks intensified. That kid played you for a fool. Let us see you be a hero now." With a barrage of blows, Hu Zhen's wooden club came crashing down, leaving Lu Qi to defend himself passively, feeling a numbing ache in his palms. Without the young man's assistance, Lu Qi found himself outmatched. The proximity rendered his bow and arrows useless, turning them into mere decorations. Jin Xianju, helplessly anxious, could do nothing to assist. Sensing Lu Qi's shift in spirit, Hu Zhen launched another offensive, causing Lu Qi to falter. Ultimately, In a moment of carelessness, Hu Zhen's club struck Lu Qi's shoulder with a resounding thud, sending a wave of agony coursing through him, and his complexion paled instantly. Yet, rather than retreating, Lu Qi's resolve was ignited with even greater ferocity. Close combat. I must engage this brute up close. Otherwise, the dagger cannot fulfill its purpose. Upon witnessing the long wooden staff in Hu Zhen's grasp, Lu Qi was suddenly struck by an idea. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he seized upon a vulnerable moment and charged towards Hu Zhen, thrusting the dagger directly towards his chest. Hu Zhen, taken aback in shock, attempted to evade the attack, but it was too late. The dagger was swiftly withdrawn and plunged into other parts of his body, causing blood to spurt forth in an instant. Hu Zhen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Qi, never having anticipated such ferocity from him. Gradually, his body slumped to the ground, ultimately succumbing to the void of life. Chapter 67. A benefactor's rescue. As Lu Qi gazed upon the fallen Hu Zhen, blood gushing from the ground, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. His heart raced violently, as though it might leap from his chest. This was the first time he had harmed another with the intent to kill, a living, breathing individual, despite Hu Zhen's desire for his own life. Witnessing him collapse struck Lu Qi with a profound emotional upheaval, confronting him with the sacred moral boundaries of life and humanity. In that moment, he felt as if his soul had left him, collapsing onto the ground and unable to rise. Jin Xianzhu rushed forward. While she had witnessed Hu Zhen fall to the ground after being stabbed, her focus remained solely on Lu Qi, noticing him gasping for breath. One hand clutching his shoulder with a wound bleeding, her heart ached, and tears began to well in her eyes. Yet at that moment, Lu Qi's gaze, filled with a sense of victorious joy, turned towards her as he reassured, "I am fine. You need not worry." Jin Xianzhu nodded and, after standing, followed closely behind Lu Qi. They first dragged Hu Zhen into a thatched hut, then discovered another thatched dwelling along the path they had come from, along with the bodies of the two villains. Lu Qi leisurely gathered the remaining resources within the hut, observing the various garments, backpacks, and other items piled in one corner. He couldn't help but reflect on the misdeeds these three must have committed to acquire such supplies. Today, they have unfortunately fallen into my hands. Perhaps I have done a good deed after all. He intended to console himself, but before he could finish his thought, Jin Xianzhu interjected, "Lu Qi, this is self-defense. No, it is upholding justice. They were the ones who harbored malicious intentions and committed vile acts against us, not to mention stealing from others. They deserve it. Ah, you silly girl, when we return, you must not speak of today as events to anyone. I do not wish for them to know that I have taken a life." He lamented. "Understood, Lu Qi. I promise I won't say a word." She replied, a playful smile on her face. Hearing this, Lu Qi sighed once more, for he truly had no desire to harm anyone. After tidying up, the sheer volume of their haul, combined with what they had originally brought, rendered it impossible for the two to carry everything. Thus, Lu Qi concealed the pack supplies within a nearby tree hollow. "Let us depart," he said, and together they slowly left the scene of turmoil. Not long after their departure, Lu Qi continued to sigh heavily. Jin Xianzhu, aware of his troubled heart, quietly accompanied him. He had not anticipated that his intention to investigate the disappearance of the crowd on the beach would lead to such an unexpected incident. Nor had he expected to be outsmarted. Not only had he nearly lost their supplies, but also his own life. Had it not been for his fortune, he might have met his end today. Yet, the thought of having claimed 3 lives in a single encounter weighed heavily upon him. No matter how he sought to rationalize or excuse his actions, he struggled to find peace within himself. As Lu Qi traversed the forest, he preferred to keep his head down, refraining from uttering a single word. Jin Xian's, perceptive and understanding, sensed the melancholy that enveloped Lu Qi, yet she chose not to offer words of comfort at that moment. Instead, she gently grasped his hand, tightening her hold, and they continued their journey back. Upon their return to the marshy wetlands, the pervasive mist lingered in the air, accompanied by a chilling breeze that roused Lu Qi from his reverie. The swampy pit before them rekindled the dread he had felt upon first arriving, when he had become ensnared in its grasp. Despite the abundance of trees providing potential footholds, they resolved to retrace their steps along the familiar path, opting for safety as they navigated their way back. However, before they could venture far, a faint cry for help echoed from the depths of the swamp. "Help! Is anyone there? Please save me!" The desperate voice pierced through the air, resonating every couple of minutes. "Lu Chi, it's a man calling for help. Someone is in distress." Jean Zians was the first to discern the source of the voice, driven by a fundamental goodness within her. Although Lu Chi paused, he did not rush to return aid the man. They had only just left the marsh's vicinity moments earlier, and while turning back was feasible, Lu Chi weighed the risks, hesitating over whether to return for assistance. Hearing the cry once more, Jean Zians implored, "Lu Chi, shouldn't we go and check it out? If we are able, we should help him. What if we are not able?" Lu Chi countered, leaving Jean Zians momentarily speechless. She had not considered that possibility, but fortunately, Lu Chi did not wait for her response. Instead, he swiftly removed his supplies, placing them on the ground, and took only his bow and arrow. Simultaneously, he signaled for Jean Zians to do the same, suggesting she carry only her spear and follow him to investigate. Understanding his intentions to lighten their load, she recognized that in the treacherous marsh, each ounce of weight reduced could enhance their safety. Motivated by innate kindness and a profound respect for the medical profession, Lu Chi led Jean Zians back to the marsh's edge, meticulously selecting what appeared to be a safer route as they cautiously advanced toward the source of the mysterious cries. "Help! Please, someone!" The desperate pleas echoed again. At the brink of a seemingly bottomless swamp pit, a man found himself in dire straits, his face etched with anguish and despair as he shouted for salvation. His body was largely submerged in the mire, with only his upper half visible above the surface. Despite his fear of movement, he was gradually sinking deeper into the treacherous mud, having exhausted nearly all his strength, now merely clinging to life in that perilous swamp. Guided by the man's feeble and hopeless cries, Lu Chi persevered in his challenging quest to reach him. When he and Kim Hyunju finally arrived at the location where the young man was situated, both were momentarily struck dumb, for the visage of the man appeared remarkably familiar. It turned out to be the very youth who had once deceived Lu Chi and subsequently fled in a state of panic. "Huh! How on earth did you end up here?" Observing the man ensnared in the mire, Lu Chi felt a surge of delight, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his features. Truly, one must tread far and wide only to find that which comes effortlessly. "My dear fellow, would you care for my assistance?" Lu Chi crossed his arms, his eyes glimmering with mockery. Benefactor, save me. I acknowledge my transgressions. Oh, benefactor, may your magnanimity eclipse my faults. I implore you to rescue me. Look, take all these possessions, I beseech you. Chapter 68. Fierce battle in the swamp. The man's voice trembled with a hint of sorrow, his eyes filled with desperation. Trembling, he pointed to a pile of belongings he had cast aside at the edge of the mire, having hastily discarded them to lighten his burden when he first found himself ensnared in the swamp. Serves you right. Rescue you? So you can mock my brother Lu Chi once more? Not a chance. Upon recognizing the man's face, Jean Xianju's brows furrowed in anger, and she chided him playfully. Lu Chi gazed at the man for a moment, his heart torn. Despite the man's past transgressions, turning a blind eye to his plight seemed a betrayal of his own conscience. As Lu Chi hesitated, the man sank further into the mire, his voice rising in panic. "Help! I truly cannot hold on much longer." Observing the man's dire state, a flicker of compassion stirred within Jean Xianju. She tugged at Lu Chi's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Lu Chi, perhaps we should help him. He may genuinely have repented." Lu Chi furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying, "Very well, I shall spare you this time. But remember, do not engage in such wicked deeds again." With that, Lu Chi retrieved a sturdy branch from nearby and cautiously extended it toward the man. The man grasped the branch as if it were a lifeline, clutching it tightly. Lu Chi and Jean Xianju worked in unison, gradually pulling the man from the depths of the mire. After considerable effort, they successfully extricated him, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his face a portrait of relief and gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you for saving my life. I swear, I will never commit any wrongdoing again," the man panted. Lu Qi scoffed. "I hope you can keep your word. Otherwise, your luck may not hold next time." The man nodded vigorously and began to gather the belongings he had abandoned by the swamp. Suddenly, recalling his promise to Lu Qi, he turned and declared, "Brothers, benefactors, you saved my life. I gift you these belongings." "Humph, your memory is quite remarkable. Is it just once that we saved you?" "This is the second time. These items are already the property of my brother Lu Qi. He, being magnanimous, shall not hold your past against you. But you are truly not a man. These items are not a gift. They are a return. Do you understand?" Jin Xianzhu looked at the man with disdain, her voice laced with irritation, clearly dissatisfied with his choice of words. At her words, Lu Qi glanced at Jin Xianzhu, appreciating her sentiment while feeling regret for the man's lack of understanding. He took only the axe and rope from the pile, leaving the rest untouched. Having completed these matters, Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu prepared to set off once more. As they departed, Lu Qi could not help but caution the man. "This swamp is perilous. You should leave and take a safer route." Upon hearing Lu Qi's warning, the man nodded vigorously. As the two had not ventured far, a sudden rustling sound emerged from the surrounding grass. Lu Qi tightened his grip on the bough, while Jin Xianzhu raised her spear, her gaze sharply scanning the vicinity. "This is not good. Danger is likely imminent," Lu Qi murmured. Before his words could fully resonate, a pack of fearsome beasts burst forth from the underbrush. They were massive, with sharp fangs and eyes gleaming with ferocity. "It's a sea wolf," Jin Xianzhu exclaimed. Lu Qi's heart sank as he recalled the ferocity of the sea wolves, particularly those that prowled this marshland, which seemed to be even larger. He shouted, "Jin Xianzhu, retreat. Utilize the marshland for your protection. I shall confront them." With that, Lu Qi nocked an arrow and aimed at the foremost sea wolf. The arrow struck true, piercing the creature's eye, and it howled in agony as it collapsed to the ground. "What a remarkable arrow. It's surprisingly sharp," he chuckled, feeling reassured by the plentiful arrows he had crafted from tree thorns, totaling 27, including 3 copper-tipped ones. Thus, he had ample opportunity to take risks. Despite one sea wolf falling to his shot, the remaining creatures did not waver. Instead, they charged with greater ferocity. However, the trio found themselves in a marshy terrain, which hindered the sea wolves' fluid movements. Jin Xianzhu, undeterred, wielded her spear and engaged in a fierce struggle with the sea wolf that approached her. The scene devolved into chaos and peril. Lu Qi, utilizing his agility and adept archery, successfully injured 2 more sea wolves. Yet the overwhelming number of foes, coordinated in their attacks from various angles, began to wear down Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu, just as they felt the tide turning against them. The man they had rescued rushed forward, seizing a nearby stick to join the fray. "I shall assist," he shouted. With his involvement, the dynamics shifted slightly. Together, the 3 fought side by side, gradually gaining the upper hand against the sea wolves. They fought and retreated, leveraging the marshland to their advantage, until the sea wolves were finally driven back, retreating to the forest several meters away, howling in distress. It was uncertain what rank the 2 injured sea wolves held within the pack. Exhausted, Lu Qi, Jin Xianzhu, and the man collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. "I owe you my gratitude," Lu Qi said, casting a look of newfound respect towards the man. The man smiled sheepishly, replying, "You saved me first. I cannot stand idly by." Through this battle, a subtle transformation occurred in their relationship. The previous air of hostility and division gave way to a burgeoning trust and unity. "We should hasten our departure. There may be further dangers lurking," Jin Xianzhu proposed. However, upon witnessing the 2 sea wolves still struggling on the ground, Lu Qi found himself in a state of profound hesitation. After all, these were 2 delectable morsels within his grasp. How could he possibly abandon them so readily? It seemed rather wasteful. Yet, confronted by the lingering presence of the surrounding wolf pack, he dared not publicly strip them of their pelts. Should he inadvertently provoke the pack, the repercussions would be too grave to bear. Furthermore, Every time he found himself in this marshy terrain, an inexplicable sense of dread and eeriness enveloped him, leaving him utterly unsettled. Thus, the three of them coordinated their movements and began to make their way outward. As they exited the wetland, the sea wolves, still prowling nearby, contemplated launching another assault. Just then, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from the depths of the marsh. The mournful wails of the two sea wolves piercing the air. Chapter 69. Utterly inhumane, the sound was exceedingly jarring. Lu Qi and his companions were equally startled by the haunting howls of the wolves. What was happening? Beside Lu Qi, the man exclaimed in terror. Although he knew that the two sea wolves injured by Lu Qi were not dead, the cries resonating in the air were reminiscent of a desperate struggle before death. While the three were still grappling with the situation, they witnessed the surrounding pack of wolves scatter in panic, fleeing deep into the forest upon hearing the agonizing cries of the two sea wolves. What could have caused such a sudden retreat? Was there truly a terrifying presence lurking within the wetlands? Turning to glance at the marshy terrain, Lu Qi felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat quickly soaking his garments. Fortunately, the trio had successfully exited that hellish mire. Otherwise, they too might have found themselves ensnared in its depths. Though the nature of the impending danger remained unclear, the woeful cries of the two sea wolves made Lu Qi realize that beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the wetlands, there undoubtedly lay more horrific and enigmatic entities lurking in the shadows. As they walked along the path, the three engaged in conversation, the atmosphere appearing quite harmonious. Upon learning the names of Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu, the young man took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Hua Jiwei, a servant aboard the cruise ship. Almost everyone has departed. Why have you chosen to come here? Hearing Hua Jiwei's words, Lu Qi exchanged a joyful glance with Jin Xianzhu, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Could it be that he had formerly resided on the very beach? If so, at least he could glean the reason behind the desolation from his account. Oh, have you lived on that beach all this time? Lu Qi inquired. Indeed, Hua Jiwei replied. I lived on that beach, but I left because the people were growing increasingly desperate, waiting for rescue while facing a scarcity of water and food. Many began to devolve into savagery, losing their humanity, resorting to looting and destruction. Additionally, with so many succumbing to illness, some chose to abandon the beach. Later on, it seemed as if some monstrous entity had set its sights on that place, as inexplicable disappearances began to occur. At night, one could distinctly hear low growls and cries, instilling a profound sense of fear and discomfort. Thus, people gradually fled from there. Without hesitation, the man divulged what he knew, speaking with an unbroken flow. After listening to Hua Jiwei's account, Lu Qi turned to Jin Xianzhu, noticing her slight nod, clearly indicating her belief in the man's words. After all, she was well aware of the events he recounted. However, she had no recollection of having encountered him during her time on the beach. Consequently, Jin Xianzhu discreetly conveyed her concerns to Lu Qi. After hearing her, Lu Qi felt an added sense of vigilance, yet maintained a calm demeanor, continuing his conversation with Hua Jiwei, attempting to extract further inconsistencies from his narrative. After Hua Jiwei finished speaking, he quietly observed the expressions of Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu. Particularly when he gazed at Jin Xianzhu, his eyes betrayed an insatiable hunger, akin to a famished wolf spotting a delectable prey. Conversely, when he glanced at Lu Qi, he occasionally shifted his attention to the location of the dagger at Lu Qi's waist, his greedy gaze revealing his true intentions. Noticing that neither of them suspected the veracity of his words, he inwardly reveled in his cleverness, calculating his next move. Having always survived through thievery, he never uttered the truth to any stranger. Once he gained someone as trust, he would deftly exploit them, and now he sought to seize weapons, resources, and beautiful women. Everything he had just claimed was a fabrication. His name, profession, and even the tales of the people on the beach were gleaned from others. His current presence near Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu served two purposes: to acquire the dagger from Lu Qi and to claim the lovely Jin Xianzhu for himself, having long since dismissed the debts of gratitude owed for their previous rescues. As the trio navigated their way through the marsh, a wild deer suddenly appeared before them. Upon spotting the three, It quickly darted towards the forest at the edge of the swamp. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Jiwei exclaimed, "Brother Lu, that deer is a fine catch. You have a bow, and if we manage to hunt it down, we wouldn't have to worry about food for weeks." Lu Qi grasped his bow, hesitating, for the deer was indeed substantial. If they could successfully bring it down, they might just manage to haul it back together. Noticing Lu Qi's indecision, Hu Jiwei stoked the fire further. "Sister Xianju, you must persuade Brother Lu. If we miss this chance at such a plump deer, all that effort in crafting his bow would be for naught." At this, Jin Xianju turned to Lu Qi, eager to be the woman who could sway him. "Lu Qi, why not give it a try?" "Exactly, Brother Lu. Come on, let us pursue it and see if we have a chance to hunt it down. Don't hold back." Encouraged by their insistence, Lu Qi decided against further reluctance. He began to shed the rest of his belongings, leaving them behind. "Xianju, wait here for us. If we can't find any game, we will return promptly." "Understood, Lu Qi. Be careful." Jin Xianju replied obediently. With that, Lu Qi took only his bow and dagger before dashing off. Hu Jiwei hurriedly followed, casting a triumphant glance back at Jin Xianju, a fleeting smirk of satisfaction crossing his face. "Sister Xianju, wait for me and don't wander off," he called before continuing after Lu Qi, leaving Jin Xianju alone to await their return. After pursuing for 300 or 400 meters, Lu Qi and Hu Jiwei finally caught sight of the wild deer. From a distance, it stood quietly, its head lowered as it grazed on the grass, occasionally lifting its gaze to scan the surroundings. "Brother Lu, look, it's right there. You go ahead, be cautious. Don't frighten it away," Hu Jiwei whispered to Lu Qi from behind a large tree, taking a couple of steps back to allow Lu Qi to advance. "This distance is a bit far. You wait here while I approach alone," Lu Qi requested, wary of making a sound that might startle the creature. Hu Jiwei nodded in agreement, and Lu Qi, bending his body, stealthily moved closer to the deer. Observing Lu Qi's careful demeanor, Hu Jiwei's eyes glimmered coldly as a satisfied smile crept across his face. Gripping his wooden stick tightly, he followed closely behind with heightened caution. Engrossed in his focus on the deer, Lu Qi was oblivious to the presence of anyone behind him until he reached a distance of about 20 meters from the animal. This proximity was as close as he could get, for any further advance would leave him exposed. Moreover, during his testing, he had determined that his arrows could easily reach this distance. After steadying his breath, Lu Qi half knelt, gradually rising, drawing his bow, and aiming with precision before releasing the arrow in a fluid motion. Whoosh! Bang! Just as he saw the arrow soaring towards the deer, a sudden pain shot through his head, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely perceived a figure approaching him. Chapter 70. A critical moment in the distance, as the wild deer lifted its head. The arrow shot by Lu Qi struck fiercely into the ground where the deer had just been. Startled by this sudden event, the deer leapt 2 meters into the air, as effortlessly as a spring, and upon landing, it swiftly dashed towards the forest on the mountain, resembling a woodland sprite, its speed both agile and elusive. My great hero! At your age, how can you be so unprepared?" Observing the fallen Lu Qi, Hu Jiwei wore a smug expression of triumph, picking up Lu Qi's bow and arrow from the ground to examine them closely. TSK. Such craftsmanship is truly commendable. What a pity. In these times of peril on the island, your diligence only serves to clothe others in fine garments. He. My apologies, brother. Saying this, he removed the dagger from Lu Qi's waist, holding it in his hand. "Oh dear, this blade is indeed impressive. Far superior to the sailor's knife I've encountered before. Who exactly are you to possess such a treasure? You've saved my life and offered me riches. How could I bear to deal you a fatal blow?" At this moment, Hu Jiwei felt quite satisfied with his haul. Yet, he continued to rummage through Lu Qi's belongings. "It seems you are quite an ambitious young man, yet you carry no fireworks." With that, he retrieved a flattened cigarette box from his pocket, a brand of golden leaf. He extracted the only crumpled cigarette within, and after finding a lighter in the pocket of his jacket, he lit the cigarette and returned the lighter to his coat, as it was indeed his prized possession. Previously, after a chance encounter with Hu Zhen, that individual, lacking any sense of honor, had robbed him of his supplies and stripped him bare, insisting he serve him bound hand and foot. Thankfully, Lu Qi had appeared just in time to distract him, allowing Hu Jiwei to escape. It seems he recalled the feelings of despair and hopelessness he had experienced during that time. Casting a glance at the motionless Lu Qi on the ground, Hu Jiwei sighed and turned to leave. He chose not to inflict further harm upon Lu Qi, but rather left him to his own fate. After a long while, Hu Jiwei returned alone to where Jin Xianju was waiting. Upon seeing that only Hu Jiwei had returned, Jin Xianju could not help but ask, "Why are you the only one back? Where is brother Lu Qi?" Noticing Jin Xianju's anxious demeanor, Hu Jiwei feigned calmness, saying, "Brother Lu felt that my presence created too much noise, so he ventured out alone for further exploration. He may require additional time." Upon hearing this, a wave of unease began to wash over Jin Xianju. She anxiously paced in place, her gaze frequently drifting toward the direction Lu Qi had departed. Meanwhile, Hu Jiwei's eyes roved over Jin Xianju's figure, watching her as she walked back and forth before him, his desire steadily igniting, contemplating how he might secure the beauty before him. As time passed minute by minute, the unease within Jin Xianju grew increasingly intense. Consequently, Hu Jiwei deceived her into accompanying him on a search. Although Jin Xianju harbored doubts, her concern for Lu Qi's safety compelled her to follow him. Along the way, Hu Jiwei sought an appropriate venue for his confession, while Jin Xianju remained ever vigilant. Suddenly, she inadvertently caught sight of Lu Qi's dagger on Hu Jiwei, and her heart jolted with realization. Where exactly was Lu Qi? Had you harmed him? Jin Xianju glared at Hu Jiwei, her eyes ablaze with fury. Recognizing that his ruse had been uncovered, Hu Jiwei cast aside his facade, revealing his true nature. "Since you've discovered the truth, I shall no longer conceal it. Indeed, I am the one who rendered Lu Qi unconscious. His fate hangs in the balance. As for you, if you submit to me as my woman, perhaps I shall spare your life." Hu Jiwei grinned menacingly, advancing step by step toward Jin Xianju. Clenching her teeth, she was filled with rage and despair. Yet fear did not overpower her. Instead, she tightened her grip on the spear, ready to fight Hu Jiwei with all her might. "Dear Sister Xianju, this is not wise. I am the only one privy to Lu Qi's whereabouts. If you are sensible, yield to me, and perhaps I will grant you one last glimpse of him. But should you persist in your stubbornness, I can assure you that you shall never see him again." Observing the fear and anger in Jin Xianju's eyes, Hu Jiwei wore a triumphant expression, taunting her as he drew closer. "You shameless scoundrel. Lu Qi has saved you time and again, forgiving you, and yet you dare to commit such acts." Upon hearing that Lu Qi's survival was uncertain, Jin Xianju unleashed a frenzied tirade against Hu Jiwei. At that moment, she was filled with regret, blaming herself for having urged Lu Qi to rescue her when she heard cries for help. Yet now, she found herself ensnared by this petty villain. "Ha ha ha. It's true he saved me. But you know his intentions. Was it not for my resources and free labor? He saved my life once, and in return, I spared his. We are even now. As for you, dear Xianju, if you follow me, I assure you that you shall want for nothing. You beast, utterly devoid of shame." Jin Xianju gleaned from Hu Jiwei's words that Lu Qi might still cling to a thread of life. Her heart swelled with a glimmer of hope, intertwined with boundless indignation. "Sister Xianju, calm your anger. What harm is there in allowing your brother to care for you?" Hu Jiwei fully shed his deceptive guise, inching closer to Jin Xianju, intent on seizing the spear from her grasp. Just at that precarious moment, a resounding roar erupted from a tree behind Hu Jiwei. Startled by the sudden noise, he halted his advance on Jin Xianju, turning cautiously to survey his surroundings. There, perched on the tree, an old monkey glared at him, its fur bristling with fury, continuing to shriek at Hu Jiwei. It turned out to be a foul monkey. "Fear not, dear Xianju." The moment Hu Jiwei turned around, a long spear plunged mercilessly into his body. Blood erupted instantaneously from the wound, splattering onto Jin Xianju. "You scoundrel, This is for brother Lu Qi. Uft, uft. With great force, she withdrew the spear and thrust it in once more. You brute! This is the consequence of provoking my wrath. At that moment, Hua Jiwei wore an expression of disbelief, his eyes wide as he gazed at Jin Hyunju, crimson blood spilling from his lips. He attempted to utter something, but no words emerged, and he fell backward, lifeless, beyond the point of revival. Chapter 71. Surviving against all odds at this moment, Jin Hyunju lay prostrate on the ground, discarding the bloodied spear from her grasp. She glanced at the crimson splatter that marred her surroundings, then stared blankly at the fallen Hua Jiwei. Time seemed to freeze for 2 or 3 minutes until the old monkey in the tree screeched at her once more, pulling her from her stupor, summoning her courage. She first retrieved the dagger from Hua Jiwei's body, only to discover a lighter that had inadvertently slipped from his grasp. Elated to secure these invaluable items, she then picked up the spear from the ground and set off in the direction where Lu Qi had departed. What puzzled her was that the old monkey continued to screech ahead of her as she rose to leave, as if it were aware of her intentions, guiding her along the path. Whenever she veered off course, it would become agitated in the branches, only resuming its forward motion when she followed its lead. 10 minutes passed, and the old monkey abruptly halted on a tree branch, staring intently downward. Even from a distance, Jin Hyunju recognized Lu Qi lying on the ground. Instantly, tears streamed down her cheeks as she raced toward him. Lu Qi, what has happened to you? Upon reaching Lu Qi's side, Jin Hyunju felt a surge of anxiety, unsure how to touch his body, caught between fear and helplessness. After several rapid breaths, she struggled to regain her composure, extending her hand to turn Lu Qi over, cradling him in her arms. Lu Qi, please wake up. It's Hyunju, it's Jin Hyunju. Wake up, Lu Qi. She gently shook his body in an attempt to rouse him, yet he remained unresponsive. In that moment, a thought struck her. She quickly checked for his breath, heart rate, and body temperature. Completing this assessment, her worries began to ease, as all seemed normal. However, a moment later, her anxiety spiked once more. A warm sensation traveled through her arms. Instinctively glancing down, she discovered that Lu Qi was bleeding from the back of his head. Lu Qi, how could you be bleeding? In a flurry, she turned him onto his side, cradling him in her embrace. After a thorough examination, she found a 1-centimeter-long wound oozing blood at the back of his head, the area swollen and forming a pronounced lump. Lu Qi, oh no! Even without medical knowledge, Jin Hyunju understood he must have lost consciousness from a severe blow to the head. That damned Hua Jiwei. Once Lu Qi awakens, I will ensure he pays for this. As she uttered the harsh words, she retrieved a piece of clothing from her backpack, tearing it into strips to tenderly bandage Lu Qi's wound and staunch the bleeding. After completing these tasks, she struggled to lift Lu Qi onto her back, her frail physique seemingly imbued with an inexplicable strength, enabling her to carry him, who was considerably heavier than herself. Trembling, she made her way toward the location where supplies were stored. In the deep of night, within a secluded forest, a flickering bonfire cast light upon the surrounding trees, illuminating the figures of a man and a woman, Jin Xianju and Lu Qi. Concerned for their safety, Jin Xianju had carried Lu Qi for nearly half an hour, ensuring they were far from danger before gently laying him down and returning to gather their supplies and belongings. At that moment, Lu Qi lay quietly, facing the warm glow of the fire with his head resting on a bundle, 2 garments draped over him. Beside him, Jin Xianju sat quietly, intermittently adding wood to the fire, her other hand clasped firmly around Lu Qi's, unwilling to let go. Her gaze remained fixed on him, yearning to sense even the faintest sign of his awakening. As she observed the serene man before her, Jin Xianju felt an overwhelming infatuation for the first time, unable to resist the urge to lean down and kiss his face. Though she understood such actions were futile, she was compelled to try whenever possible. Time passed, and as eerie sounds echoed through the forest, Jin Xianju fought to contain the tumultuous fear swelling within her, nervously feeding the fire with wood. The blazing flames represented the last flicker of hope in her heart, a desperate attempt to dispel the haunting dread that lingered. She curled up, resembling a wounded creature, helplessly nestled in Lu Qi's embrace, clinging to his arm and resting her head against his palm. Yet, despite her efforts, tears streamed down her cheeks like a torrential flood, each droplet falling into Lu Qi's hand, embodying her fears and worries. Perhaps Jin Xianju's heartfelt devotion moved the heavens, the mysterious spirits of the land, and even stirred the unconscious Lu Qi. Since her reckless journey to this place, no ferocious beasts had disturbed them, nor had they faced any sudden calamities. At this moment, Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion and disorientation in his gaze, which soon focused on Jin Xianju, who had steadfastly remained by his side. "Why do you look so beautiful when you cry?" Lu Qi's voice, though weak, carried a gentle warmth, like a soft breeze caressing Jin Xianju's heart. Yet, beneath the light-hearted jest, his eyes revealed exhaustion and gratitude. Brother Lu Qi, you're awake. Woo-woo. You finally awakened, Brother Lu Qi. Woo-woo." Upon hearing the familiar yet profoundly stirring voice of Lu Qi echoing in her ears, Jin Xianju sprang up as if struck by a jolt of electricity, her hands flailing in exuberance, tears of joy streaming down her face, leaving clear traces upon her weary cheeks. "Oh, Lu Qi, you have no idea how worried I was. Do you know how frightened I was tonight?" she cried, overwhelmed with a torrent of emotions, her voice laden with endless grievances, fear, and delight. Her shoulders trembled incessantly, as if attempting to release the immense pressure she had borne throughout the day through her tears. "Xianju, help me up." Observing Jin Xianju's anxious and haggard demeanor, Lu Qi felt a pang of compassion. He endeavored to rise on his own, yet a wave of dizziness engulfed him, as if the entire world had flipped upside down before his eyes. Reluctantly, he turned to Jin Xianju for assistance. "Oh, Lu Qi, take it slow." Jin Xianju hurriedly extended her hands, carefully supporting Lu Qi as he sat up. Her movements were gentle and cautious, as if he were an invaluable and fragile treasure. Chapter 72. Do you like me? As soon as he sat up, Lu Qi instinctively drew Jin Xianju into his warm and sturdy embrace. In that moment, all he desired was to hold her tightly, a gesture of profound gratitude for her unwavering support during this arduous time. He was thankful for her steadfast companionship, for every genuine tear she shed for him, and for her relentless efforts to pull him back from the brink of death. Overwhelmed by Lu Qi's firm embrace, Jin Xianju found herself at a loss for words. All she wished for was to cry freely, to release the burdens of worry, fear, exhaustion, and resentment that weighed heavily on her heart. Her arms clung tightly around Lu Qi's waist, as if fearing that if she let go, he would slip away from her once more. The two of them wept in each other's arms, and after a long while, Lu Qi gently patted Jin Xianju's back, softly murmuring, "All right, stop crying now. I'm awake." His voice was tender yet resolute, imbued with a soothing warmth aimed solely at Jin Xianju. She lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes reflecting deep affection and concern, and with a hint of reproach, she said, "Lu Qi, you mustn't scare me like that again." Her voice trembled slightly. It was laced with boundless love. Lu Qi smiled and nodded, tenderly wiping away her tears, reassuring her, "Rest assured, it won't happen again." At that moment, the crackling of the firewood in the hearth filled the air, and the dancing sparks seemed to celebrate their reunion. The surrounding forest remained shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. Yet in their hearts, warmth and profound love enveloped them. "Xianju, you have worked so hard today," Lu Qi said, his voice heavy with guilt and concern as he gazed upon her weary countenance, filled with remorse. "It's nothing, as long as you're all right," Jin Xianju replied firmly, her eyes glimmering with unwavering determination, a testament to her deep love and trust in Lu Qi. "How'd you find me? What about that scoundrel, Hua Jiwei?" she asked. "That scoundrel, Hua Jiwei, deserves to die 1,000 deaths for the hatred he has caused me." Jin Xianju's voice was laced with anger as she recounted the harrowing experiences she had endured. Upon hearing her tale, Lu Qi felt a surge of relief mixed with gratitude for surviving this ordeal. He was struck anew by the realization of Jin Xianju's strength. Her petite and delicate frame had displayed remarkable courage in such a perilous situation, carrying him so far. He instinctively tightened his grip on her hand. On this deserted island, we will surely survive together, Jin Xianju affirmed with a resolute nod, her eyes sparkling with hope for the future. After a night of recuperation, Lu Qi's injuries had significantly improved. Although the swelling had yet to subside, he was no longer bleeding, and the pain had lessened considerably. Having regained some strength, Lu Qi and Jin Xianju resolved to continue their journey. The two individuals ventured along the familiar path they had traversed earlier, flanked by towering, lush trees whose branches intertwined to form a verdant canopy above, eager to reunite with their companions. The cave had become a sanctuary in their hearts during their sojourn on this island. As they approached the serene inland lake, Jin Xianju beseeched Lu Qi, "Brother Lu, could you take me to the lakeside? I wish to cleanse myself of the blood and grime that mar my skin." Lu Qi, curious to inspect his fish pen after several days' absence, acquiesced, wondering if his 4 fish still thrived in the water. Upon reaching the lake's edge, Jin Xianju felt an immediate sense of relief wash over her, as if the mere sight of the water alleviated her weariness. Before Lu Qi could turn around, she boldly leaped into the lake, fully clothed. The water quickly soaked her long hair, clinging to her form and accentuating her alluring figure. "Brother Lu, come join me." She beckoned, half submerged, her enchanting gaze imploring him to follow suit. At that moment, Lu Qi was acutely aware of the heat coursing through his body. Remaining still would only invite further embarrassment. Realizing he too should wash away the remnants of their ordeal, he gingerly approached the water. Due to his head injury, he could only allow his body to enter the lake. When Jin Xianju saw him draw near, her heart raced at the sight of his handsome features. As Lu Qi stood before her, taking in her drenched appearance, memories of their previous encounter at the lake flooded his mind. He couldn't quite fathom why, but when she was dry and unperturbed, she was beautiful yet not overwhelmingly captivating. However, when tears graced her cheeks, or when she was soaked as she was now, there was an irresistible allure that stirred something deep within him. He struggled to suppress his emotions, yet his heart raced and his breath betrayed him, especially with Jin Xianju so close that she could feel his warmth. She stepped closer and softly inquired, "Brother Lu, do you like me?" "Of course Lu Qi began, but before he could finish, her crimson lips met his. It was not that she was uninterested in his full reply, but rather she could not wait. Hearing his admission of affection was sufficient for her, and anything else was of no consequence. An hour later, the pair resumed their journey, with Lu Qi taking the opportunity to check on his fish pen, relieved to find that the fish were still alive. He fed them some forage he had gathered before continuing onward with Jin Xianju towards the cave. "Brother Lu, is your body holding up well?" She frequently glanced at him, concern etched in her eyes. "Rest assured, I am fine," he replied, forcing a brave smile, his steps somewhat unsteady, yet his gaze remained resolute. After several hours of a protracted journey, Lu Qi and Jin Xianju finally returned to the familiar surroundings. Gazing at the woods ahead, Lu Qi, panting heavily, excitedly exclaimed to Jin Xianju, "Xianju, we have arrived." At that moment, Jin Xianju smiled, her eyes shimmering with joy. In a flash, she darted forward and planted a kiss on Lu Qi's lips before bashfully running towards the stone cave, calling out as she ran, "Lu Qi, hurry up. I want to return first and share the good news with them." With that, Jin Xianju resembled a spring swallow, flapping her arms as she flew towards the stone cave, joyfully announcing, "Brother, Sister Xiaoro, we are back." Chapter 73. Experiences and Lessons. As Lu Qi and his companion returned, Nie Xiaoro, Jin Ki's, Shinbing, and Leah rushed in like a gust of wind, eagerly welcoming them. Each face radiated uncontainable joy, their eyes sparkling with excitement, as if they were long-lost relatives reunited. Without a moment to set down their belongings, Nie Xiaoro, resembling a cheerful little bird, leaped into Lu Qi's embrace, holding him tightly. In a hidden moment behind Lu Qi, she pinched him fiercely, releasing the pent-up longing in her heart, and playfully exclaimed, "You are finally back. Do you know how much I missed you? Every single moment. I awaited your safe return." Lu Qi responded with a humble smile, lowering his head. After their embrace, Nie Xiaorong noticed the bandage wrapped around Lu Qi's head, and her heart instantly tightened, her pulse racing. With a face full of concern, her voice trembled as she asked, Lu Qi, what happened? How did you get hurt? Did you encounter any danger? Shun Bing and Leah quickly approached to inspect Lu Qi's wound, with Shun Bing frowning in worry, stating, why is the swelling so severe? This injury looks serious. What exactly transpired? Leah chimed in, yes, Lu Qi, we were terribly worried about you. At that moment, Jean Kai's observed the anxious expressions of the women, realizing that none had offered to help Lu Qi with his burdens. He exclaimed, oh, my dear ladies, would it not be prudent to allow Lu Qi to set down his belongings first? Why the haste? Quickly now, assist him. Upon hearing this, the women sprang into action, hurriedly relieving Lu Qi of his encumbrances. Unable to resist their fervent concern, Lu Qi could only smile helplessly. Once seated, he began to recount his tale. Although he shared most of the events, to preserve the women's favorable impression of him, he merely described a fatal incident as one resulting in injury. After he concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the group, as if time had momentarily ceased, leaving them in stunned disbelief. Nie Xiaorong gazed at Lu Qi with sorrowful eyes, tears brimming, exclaiming, oh my, you endured such a terrifying ordeal. Thank goodness you are safe. Please, be more cautious in the future. Jean Kai's, with a serious expression, added, Lu Qi, you must exercise double caution from now on. This deserted island is fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to calamity. They felt both relieved for Lu Qi and Jin Xianju's safe return and apprehensive about their harrowing experience. Particularly Jean Kai's. Upon seeing that Lu Qi not only brought back the expected metal fragments, but also an axe and rope, was positively beaming with admiration. He gave a thumbs up and praised, Lu Qi, you're truly remarkable. With this axe and rope, our task will become significantly easier. This axe is incredibly sharp, and the rope is quite sturdy. It is simply splendid. Upon witnessing Jean Kai's gradual return to walking, Lu Qi felt an immense sense of joy. I must extend my gratitude to you, Brother Lu. Were it not for your courageous efforts in seeking out medicinal herbs for me, my leg injury could not have healed so swiftly and effectively. Jean Kai's expressed with heartfelt appreciation. After a delightful exchange of laughter and camaraderie, Nie Xiaorong, Shun Bing, and Leah had prepared a sumptuous dinner. A pot of wild greens stewed with fish filled the air with an enticing aroma, satisfying the appetites of the 6 diners. Following the meal, the group eagerly showcased their laborious achievements to Lu Qi. During his absence, Nie Xiaorong, Shun Bing, and Leah had ventured out to gather materials. Recalling their endeavors, Nie Xiaorong remarked, finding materials outside was no easy task, as we were surrounded by thorns and weeds. There were several occasions when we nearly lost our way, yet thankfully we supported one another and ultimately discovered a wealth of useful resources. Shen Bing chimed in. We were all motivated by a desire to contribute more to the group. The hardships we faced were well worth it. Leah added with a smile, indeed, upon our return, we collaborated to craft numerous tree spike arrows. Look, Lu Qi. Lu Qi was astounded to see the meticulously arranged arrows they had created. Upon closer inspection, he could not help but exclaim, to produce such high-quality arrows under these conditions is truly impressive. The arrowheads are exceptionally sharp, and the shafts are remarkably straight. You have all done splendidly. Furthermore, the women had also foraged a variety of wild greens and fruits during their excursion. Nie Xiaorong proudly stated, these wild greens and fruits will provide us with ample nutrition. Some are sweet and tangy, while others are crisp and refreshing. They are quite delicious. Although they had yet to experience a successful hunt, they were gradually developing a fondness for archery. Due to Lu Qi's unhealed injury, he primarily focused on recuperation over the following 3 to 4 days. During this time, he enjoyed a life akin to that of royalty, as the 4 women took turns showering him with warmth, affection, and concern. On several occasions, Nie Xiaorong found herself yearning to invite Lu Qi out for a moment of intimacy, yet she refrained, fearing he might not withstand the exertion. Nevertheless, she secretly contemplated, once Lu Qi is fully recovered, I will ensure to spend some quality time alone with him. perhaps to watch the sunset from the mountaintop or stroll along the beach together. Meanwhile, Jin Xianzhu seized moments when others were distracted to bestow gentle kisses upon Lu Qi. He felt a mix of sweetness and helplessness, which only added to his inner turmoil. Only Leah seemed to feel somewhat superfluous, grappling with an unexpected fondness for Lu Qi, almost forgetting her fiancé, and often found herself in emotional conflict. In contrast, Jin Ki's was making commendable progress with the fire axe Lu Qi had brought back. He was eager to demonstrate his capabilities and finally found the opportunity. Though walking still posed some challenges, it served as a valuable form of exercise. He first felled 5 trees around the cave, and with Lu Qi's assistance, not only crafted wooden beds for those without, but also enhanced the cave's interior with several new pieces of furniture, wooden stools and branches for hanging clothes and bows. He even fashioned a pair of aesthetically pleasing chopsticks for each person. Despite the others urging him to rest, Jin Ki's, wiping the sweat from his brow, smiled and remarked, "It brings me immense satisfaction to do these things for everyone. Seeing that you can sleep soundly and have a comfortable place to rest makes all the hardship worthwhile." His words garnered him much praise from his companions. Meanwhile, Lu Qi successfully crafted 2 wooden bows, one large and one small, ensuring that everyone had their own weapon. For days swiftly passed, during which the group lived fulfilling lives, and Lu Qi's injuries healed rapidly. Although he and Jin Xianzhu returned to the cave without incident and enjoyed a few days of peaceful recuperation, the experience of his injury imparted valuable lessons and insights. Lu Qi silently resolved to remember key principles for the future. Assistance must be measured. Rescue should adhere to principles. Vigilance is essential. Maintaining distance is crucial. And safety is of paramount importance. If one must act, it must be swift, precise, and resolute. In this desolate island, every decision pertains to life and death. I must exercise heightened caution to lead us all to survival while we await the arrival of rescue. Chapter 74. The intentions of Brother Lu. On the morning 4 days later, brimming with vitality, Lu Qi hurriedly emerged from the cave to relieve himself in the nearby grove. After watering a small blade of grass, he leisurely strolled back outside the stone cave. By this time, the others had also awakened, each engaging in their morning routines. Glancing up, he noticed Jin Ki's emerging from within the cave, awkwardly covering himself and hastening out with a limping gait. "Hey, Brother Jin, take it easy," Lu Qi called from the cave entrance, turning to peer inside, where 4